What's his name? The dude who I call the ghost of Michael Jackson.
Oh, Corey Feldman.
Corey Feldman. I roasted him. Roasted Corey Feldman. Yeah.
Incredible. I love it. This Planner's Peanut Roast. What was your favorite joke that didn't get on?
So I opened. If y'all know Yamanika, she's a black girl who's probably like 60 pounds heavier than me, and I'm way prettier than her. And so the first joke that came out of my mouth, I said Yamanika's here. I said her name 3 times, and my air fryer came on.
That's amazing.
And then there was 2 that I wish I said. Mr. Planner has killed so many white kids, BLM let them speak at their rallies. Yeah, and then I said...
I can't believe that one didn't get on Fox.
And then there was another one of my favorites. I said, Mr. Planner stole his style from Mr. Monopoly, and it makes sense. All brown people like to roll dice and go to jail.
Oh, my goodness.
Pretty decent, right?
Too real.
Yeah, I think it's a little too real.
Too real. David, you're an absolute icon on this show. You come in, you wreck it every week. Out there crushing it, selling out shows everywhere because of the work that you've done week after week after week.
Hey, up next, I'm in Vegas at, what's that club out there?
Wise Guys.
Wise Guys. I'm at Vegas, Wise Guys. March 3rd and the 4th. Pull up, y'all. Yeah.
There he is, selling out more shows, absolutely killing. The great David Lucas, everybody. Make some fucking noise for him. Back to the bucket we go. Get my message? Make some noise for your next comedian, Elliot Thompson. Here he is, one more time for Elliot Thompson.
What's going on? I've got no money. It's all right. There are more important things, but I don't think money can buy you happiness. I do think that it can whittle down some of the reasons why you're not happy. You know what I mean? You can just be like, well, it wasn't that. So that's why rich people are the only people who can be like truly depressed. You know, like true depression. Also rich privilege. If you're rich and sad, that's a disease. And you need to get that fixed immediately. But if you're poor and sad, how do you know? How do you know that it's depression and not just your shitty life? During the pandemic, I was so broke, I couldn't pay my bills. I called my friend, she's a shrink, and I was like, I'm doing bad. And she's like, well, hear me out, get you like on an SSRI, antidepressant, get that mood up a little bit. And I was like, before we get all pill crazy, you know, before we try changing my brain chemistry, what if we tried prescribing me something like $700? I think that might fix me. Thank you so much.
Funny.
I love it. Elliot Thompson.
Very funny.
Rocking and rolling. Coming up with a real fucking, you got your own style, you have your fucking young Steven Tyler face. Look at you. That's a rock star head, got the fucking whole thing going on. How old are you?
I'm 31.
31. How long have you been doing stand up?
6 years.
6 years. Where at? All of it here?
Brooklyn.
Portland?
New York.
Yeah. Are you just visiting?
Yeah, I'm in town for like 10 days.
Sweet. How long have you been here so far?
I just moved the weekend. I got here Friday.
You do anything fun yet?
Dude, somebody mentioned bird watching. I bird watched, dude.
Whoa, that's wild. What are the odds of that?
Yeah.
That's absolutely
I
incredible.
brought my binoculars and everything.
Incredible. A poor man's delight. Birds are free. They're just out there flying. If you already have a pair of binoculars, you might as well watch the birds. Now that Netflix is letting people share their passwords, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a lot more amateur bird watchers going on.
It's true, yeah.
Incredible. So why are you so broke exactly? You're 31 years old. You're a good-looking guy. You should have an OnlyFans by now, but here you are.
I've never wanted to work.
Right. Incredible. So how have you, Ty? No, you just have the look of somebody that's never wanted to work. And only white people can be poor on vacation for 10 days in Austin.
Dress for the job you want. That's what I've learned.
So how have you survived 31 years without a work ethic?
I had a job. I had the best job I'd ever had during COVID. I was a weed delivery guy in New York, and
Wow, that's crazy. You look like a weed delivery guy in New York.
yeah, it's a uniform. This is standard.
Like, no one sees you walking up and like, oh shit, this definitely might be an undercover cop, right? There's no chance. Like, they might try to rob you or something. It seems like the opposite.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty intimidating. Nobody would really want to fuck with this.
Were you on a bicycle?
Yeah, like mainly.
Is it a city bike or your own bike?
My own bike,
Okay.
got a little basket on it.
Oh shit! Hell yeah! Absolutely. Okay. Do you play music or something? You have like a look to you.
I grew up playing in bands.
Okay. What is your instrument of choice?
I play bass.
Okay. Very cool. Do you keep up on it a little bit, or?
I doodle, but I after college I dropped it.
Right. Because the tape work.
Yeah, and talent.
Yeah.
And
Right.
and
What's your love life like? It seems like I imagine that you just plow through all the pussy. That's the vibe that I'm getting.
Like he's dating one of the pink ladies in Greece, obviously.
Yeah.
but I'm just I don't know.
It probably happened so fast.
Yeah, it's really
Probably had you a blast. Tell me more. Ty Rivera.
West Side Gangster.
Hey.
meeting people is really easy for me.
Yeah. So, what's your favorite type of lady? What does she look like? Is there a certain type that you have? Is she a little bit gothic? Is it like?
Yeah, gothic usually. Usually also, I meet too many people at bars and kind of stop meeting people at bars. I found out that if you meet somebody at a bar, they're always an alcoholic. It doesn't, and you would think because everybody goes to bars, but if you meet somebody and you fall in love with somebody at a bar, they're an alcoholic.
Right. Yeah. You should meet people somewhere more on your level, like a fentanyl clinic or something.
At least they're working on it.
Well, you're not really into that either, are you? I love it. Elliot, you're such a charismatic guy. What else about you? What would you be surprised to know about you?
Surprised that some people watch it. It's pretty cool, but
You did bring binoculars just to look at birds. Do you have like a bird, your dream bird, your favorite bird? Like, is there a bird you're like, that's mine? I like a blue, like a cardinal, blue cardinal. Do you like blue cardinals? I hate you so much. I'm so sick of working with you. It's unbelievable. 9 years and fucking 8 or 9 months of this bullshit all around the world every Monday. Yeah, blue cardinals. Anything? I'm just gonna keep talking and going stupid.
That was fun. We're kind of like a blue cardinal that I want to see out here. It's called a Stellar's Jay. And it's
see how stupid that question was? Even when there's an answer, it takes us to nowhere. It's incredible. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so other than bird watching, let me ask you this. You seem like kind of like a rock and roll guy.
Yeah.
You said that you're deeply into women, as we can all tell. Take care of yourself. Do you have any special moves in the bedroom? You have like a special move that you do that you pride yourself on that works for you, and maybe a trick that you could teach some of these people. I know Caution's listening over there. I know that bitch has tricks for days.
I would say a couple things is you should. I always wrap it up and have the condom ready to go don't have to be looking through and have it put that in a little place near the bed.
You put the condom on before you get on your bicycle to go get laid.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't want to fuck this up.
Yeah, no, his finishing move is ketamine or Rubino. That's
Yeah, no, when I'm biking up hard, I've got my condom on and I've got a hard cock with a bike.
Yeah, absolutely. You can ride with no hand.
It's true.
Stupid horn. Oh, you have the bird. Oh, great. Because that was all feeling so hard that it's time for us to play some more bird noises. Jeez. Is that you, Deez? You have birds too over there? What the fuck is going on tonight? Holy shit. Deez is out there downloading the craziest shit every week.
Did you have that on before? You just do that right now.
Oh wow, look at this. Asking technical questions to the leader
So,
of the
is that it's a problem?
No, you're good.
Okay. I'd love to have you open the secret show Thursday.
Wow, look at that. You just got booked on a real show in Austin, Texas. Elliot Thompson making his Kill Tony debut, everybody. Elliot, take one of those. That's a real Kill Tony joke book, handmade by the great Boneseye, ladies and gentlemen. Follow him on Instagram, BONEZEYE. He'll make you anything. He makes the coolest fucking custom shit. Our whole crew rolls around with sweet fucking leather joke books and cool things, wallets, and fucking you name it. Back to the bucket we go. Your next comedian goes by the name of Seb Green. Seb Green. Hey, here comes Seb Green, ladies and gentlemen. This is quite the man, I can tell already. This is very exciting. Come on, people. Making what I believe is his Kill Tony debut. This is Seb Green, everyone.
Hey, how's everybody doing? I thought I'd start off by addressing the elephant in the room. Hi, it's me. I'm the elephant. It's me. I'm so fat that it's hard for me to find clothing choices. Usually I have to go with curtains or back to the elephant. This is full elephant belly right here. Cover up my belly. So I'm so fat that even I'm so heavy that D-Magnus even knew I was fat when I was walking up here because he felt the change in the seismic activity. Also so fat because I'm running out for S-Shop all day. Just got to Austin and I'm really excited to chase really excited to chase my dream because it doesn't involve any actual running. So hey, even though I'm large and gargantuan, y'all have to accept me because I'm part of the trans community. Part of the trans pack community, and as y'all can see, I'm fully transitioned. So appreciate it. Well, I gotta go ahead and do this interview and go get something to eat. Appreciate y'all.
Exactly 1 minute. That great. Welcome to the chaos, my friend. That was incredible. We've been doing this a long time. You're the first comedian where we've ever seen your heart palpitations on stage.
I apologize, man. I'm very out of shape. This is my first time. So.
I love your first time doing stand-up. Top of the hand for us, everybody. Popping his cherry, which is hard to do when you're made of ice cream. So it's a rare treat. I didn't realize the Dairy King would be joining us here today.
No.
It's incredible.
I'm glad you called me early, man. I was standing back there like, man, what is some food right there?
I like it. Absolutely. It's wild, the sound between you and Red Band's rumbling stomachs right now. It's like a Turkish earthquake or something. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I was so nervous, man. I thought I was going to be out of breath. I needed that, what was his name, Aaron Biles? I needed his box.
Zeb, let's talk about it. First time doing stand-up. What made you want to try it here tonight?
I just always wanted to try it, man. Never had the opportunity, so just want to come down here.
Where are you from? What part of Alabama are you from?
Well, I was born in Arkansas, but I just came from Palestine, Texas.
Oh, Palestine. Okay. What do you do for work out there?
Yeah, man, I used to be in the aerospace industry for a long time, selling hardware to Boeing and Lockheed and Northrop, but I'm disabled, so I had to quit working.
What's the disability?
My face. My back's tore up, and I had some surgeries, and I got a spinal cord stimulator installed. So.
Okay. Absolutely incredible. Zeb, what do you like to do for fun? What else about your life?
I don't know, man. I haven't been well, so I'm gonna try to do this for fun, see what happens.
I love it. I love it. How does it feel up here? Is this how you thought it would go? Like, what are the things that surprised you when you got up here? Describe to these people what performing for your first time was like.
All right, yeah. So I was just a lot more nervous, and because I'm so fat, again, I know that was my whole set, but walking up here, I didn't realize it was going to be so far out of breath. But I moved out of Austin and walked up some stairs today, moved a lot of things around, did a lot of things. And the fatness is not happy with myself right now. So that's I was just surprised I was running out of breath, but I kept trying to push through and make some jokes.
You're doing it. You're fucking doing it. Ty Rivera.
I wasn't sure if you were nervous or if you were dying.
Yeah. I don't me either.
And if it's the second, I just asked if you fall that way.
Absolutely. Hey, that's the reason I came and do comedy right now is because any moment the heart's going to stop. So might as well go ahead and get it done.
Hell yeah. Pure. There you go. That's the sound effect.
Clear.
Obviously, you have a question loaded up instead. Red band. Another one of these.
I was going to say fall towards the symbol. That'd be hilarious if you guys, yep.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
Yeah, right.
It'd be better if I fell down on a blue card and at least have something to eat.
There you go. Fuck yeah. I love it. Oh, your phone just tried to kill us all. I cannot listen to another one of these. Zeb, before I let you go, what's another crazy thing about your life? A fun fact about you, an accomplishment, or something that you've done, or maybe your family, or something that you've seen?
Right. So when I was 12, my dad kidnapped me and took me to Mexico.
Oh, shit. Okay. Wow.
And fun fact with that, the only reason he took me was to change an 83-year-old man's diapers.
Brian Dixon.
I thought he took you to Mexico because you were looking for Pinata.
And I just wondered how big the van was.
Well, I was just a little kid then, but when I got to Mexico, I ate all the tacos. So
Right.
fat coming back.
Right. Sad. I love it. You have a girlfriend, wife?
Was that a red band question?
No.
He fucking phoned you.
Yeah. You can tell it's not because it led to a massive applause break. So no, it wasn't. You son of a bitch. I hope you fucking fall down the stairs.
Only if you pick me up.
Oh shit. Zeb, I got a little joke book for you. Congratulations. Your first time ever doing stand-up comedy. Palestine, Texas. Speaking of the middle of Texas, you guys want to do something fun right now, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat for you. This young man, not a regular, but someone that we have been following very, very closely. We'd love to get him up here. We love to see what he's working on. He's only been doing stand-up 6 months, and he is a fucking sensation. One of the great entertainers as Texas as it gets. Make some noise for our dear Uncle Laser, everyone. The real fucking deal. Oh my goodness. Here he is, playing to the camera. It's unbelievable. This guy gets it. Show business has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, Texas is home. Uncle Laser.
Listen here, I've been called a lot of things in my life, but as of late on the internet, they're calling me the poster child for cocaine. You see, my mama gets on the internet. She says, hey, darling, they're saying you're doing all these drugs. So I said, Mama, I'm going to quit, so I'm giving up cocaine. But spring and summer's coming, so we'll see. You know what I'm saying? But cocaine's a terrible drug, and let me tell you why. You see what I'm saying? As soon as you take that first drink of beer, you want to go in that bathroom with your best friends and sniff them fucking keys. Am I right? It just feels right. That's what we want to fucking do. But then, a couple hours later, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, you're at a fucking stranger's house in his fucking garage talking about God and politics with the dude that does Uber Eats. Okay? And then there's some soft, chubby sick that's been staring at you all night. And you're fixing to lay her down on that stranger's beanbag chair and give her the old pickings. The only problem is you can't get your dick hard because that cocaine has fucked you up. And you tell her, listen, darling, I swear to God, this never happens. But it does all the time. Every single fucking time it happens.
Goddamn.
Eat your fucking heart out.
An unstoppable force. An absolute Texas juggernaut. He's like this all the time.
Calm down. It's early. It's early.
During lunch, he's like this. During coffee, he's like this. During nighttime, he's like this.
When I snore, I'm like this.
The old fucking Texas lawnmower has arrived. Uncle Lazy.
How are you, Tony? No, listen here, Tony. It's Bobby's birthday. We all said we dressed up, and he wore that goofy-ass fucking sweater. Take that fucking hoodie off, boy. Let me see that suit and tie. What are we really working with here? What are we really working with here?
It's funny you call it goofy because it's actually Gucci, faggot. You classless hillbilly wonder. You don't want to see this tie, dude.
I don't want to see you tie up a guy in your fucking sex alert. You fucking. Okay.
You're out there banging bitches that look like caution. Shut the fuck up.
Well, listen here, Tony. I think I owe you a little bit of some money here. I do.
What up, Scarlett?
How about that Super Bowl last night? Huh? How about that Super Bowl? I want y'all to know I had $14,000 on the Eagles, Fly, Eagle, Fly.
Yeah.
And I felt good at halftime. I really did.
I knew you would. That's exactly what I told all my friends, is that you're going to feel good at halftime.
You tell all your friends that?
Yeah. I had the Eagles up by 14 at halftime, but
They were.
I think it was a little bit less, wasn't it?
It was 10. It was 10 because I won $3,200 in a football pot. But Tony goes, hey, when it was 7-0, he goes, hey, I'll bet you 1,000.
Straight up.
Straight up.
The Chiefs.
Straight
the
up.
Eagles were up by 7.
It was. And then let me tell you what happened.
Go ahead.
I want you to know something. That holding call on the final drive when he held that boy by the hip. I have laid down with Diet Coke machines and held them tighter at nighttime than he held Juju Smith-Schuster, and that fucked me to tears. But with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and pay your fucking $1,000. I'm a man. A Lannister always pays his debts.
That's right. $1,000 cash, 10 $100 bills. And it wouldn't mean much if it was coming from anybody else, but I love taking your fucking money. I love it. Look at this fucking, you know how many Mountain Dew bucks he had to save up and fucking.
You know how many cereal tops I had to cut out and send in to get that? Son of a bitch.
Make sure you got that number.
Calls Marlboro cereal.
Oh, there's cocaine on it.
Oh yeah, I just saw him.
Yeah, no, fun fact. You know, if you scrape every single $100 bill in the United States with a razor, you can make 1.5 kilos of cocaine from all the resin on there. How do I know that? Well, I don't. But it's the fucking internet. We can make it up, right? All you fucks will believe it.
I love it. I didn't just turn into a Chevy Silverado commercial real quick. I don't know how it happened.
Like a rock. Oh, like a rock.
You are a firestorm.
I know.
You are built for this.
I know. It burns when I pee. I know. I'm a firestorm. I fucking know, Tony.
Unbelievable. And I mean all the fucking time. You are the real deal. You're like Kenny White Powers or something. It is incredible. I am a fan. I am a friend. I believe in you. What are those boots you're rocking tonight? What are those?
Well, you see, this is special. These actually aren't my boots. I bought this for my best friend Bobby Flacco. He plays in the Nether Hour. They're going to be playing up here next. Y'all should stick around.
Yeah. Debut today.
They debuted Whiskey and Water. I'm going to put them on my Instagram later, and they'll be famous after that. Because not only is the Kill Tony famous, the Uncle Laser Instagram was that. But let me get to the boots here. You see, these are ostrich with the anteater. That's illegal in 37 countries around the fucking world. You can't find these at your local Walmart. That is a fact. Ty, you can keep looking, but you can't afford them. I tell you what.
My
I tell you fucking everybody on that panel can't afford these. You got to know a guy. I traded a horse, donkey, and your mother's sheep, and they still wanted more.
I don't know. I don't even know what you just said.
That's fair. That's fair.
You trained a donkey and a sheep? What did you train them in?
Into submission.
So stupid. It's so stupid. I love it. What are you sipping on tonight on the laser?
Well,
Red Bull and what?
cocaine. Love you, Mom.
Have you guys ever seen anything quite like an Uncle Laser? He's only 6 months in.
Now, wait a second. I invited you out to the Lucky Duck the other night. You stood me up like a shitty prom date. I tell you what, dude. I had 17 women that were ready to just take a shot at the people's title, and you were nowhere to be found.
You are unbelievable. Everything is a fucking promo, just a star, a true laser. You have laser focus.
It's like the Macho Man Randy. It's like the Macho Man Randy salvage yard.
I like that. I like that.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, ladies. I really am. I had African American out that night. We were doing way too much drinking. I apologize.
I get it. My daddy left me too. He went out to the store to get milk and never came back. I get it. I wasn't disappointed. I was just a little depressed. You know what I'm saying?
We are getting lasered, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely.
You're like Cole Beasley's inner child. I feel like you are like.
Oh, that's my big brother.
Is it really?
That's my big brother.
Oh,
He didn't play a single snap in that last Bills game. I'll tell you what, they set him right on the bench. But if they put him in the fourth quarter, he'd be soaking up somewhere with his soulmate somewhere down yonder. You know what I'm talking about?
I will join your cult right now.
Yeah, you got it. You want to drink my Kool-Aid? You want to drink my Kool-Aid?
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
Oh my God. It
You
is.
said Kool-Aid, right?
Yeah, no, it's Kool-Aid.
Yeah, that's what okay.
Yeah. You just gotta sport it. Tyra Mary.
Caution is looking at him like that's the kind of girl I like.
Bye-bye, baby. Bye-bye. We got the same haircut almost. How we do?
You think those are anti or she'll eat your aunt? Can't even make it up. I'm so fucking good.
You're a daisy if you do. How was Houston, Tony? How was Houston? That's my home city.
Everything's unbelievable. I love it.
Yeah?
Shows insanity.
God, you're incredible. You're incredible. Y'all get him, Tony Hinchcliffe, right? He's doing this while his hair is spinning in the back. I don't know if y'all. Why don't you take a bow for us, would you, guys? Why don't you take a little bow for us, huh?
Not all of us make our haircut our entire identity, so. What do you keep tripping your little Billy Goat jokes? I'd love to have you on the sticker circle.
I'll fucking be there, Uncle Brian. I'll fucking be there.
Uncle Laser, ladies and gentlemen, a fucking sensation. The one and the only. How fun. Catch him on Instagram.
Eat a dick, suck a butt.
TikTok. All right, there he goes, everybody. A couple of final words from the great Uncle Laser. Should we go to this bucket again, huh? All right, let's see what happens here. I'm going to dig deep to see if we can get something wild here. Marcus Bond. Marcus Bond. Seems like a new name. We're about to find out. They're coming. Here comes Marcus Bond, everybody. Make some noise for Marcus, everyone. Come on.
All right, yeah. I'm new here to Austin. I just moved here. Thank you. One clap. All right, fuck with it. And I need to get a haircut, and I need a black barber. All right, I can't go to a white barber. You know? I went to a white barber one time. They fucked my hair up so bad. I walked outside and I got a job. Worst haircut I ever had. Well, that's not why I'm getting haircuts. Be employable. So I need a black barber. I've been looking for one here in Austin. It turns out the best black barber in Austin is in Houston. So I can't wait to take off work. Go do that. I got a buddy of mine who's been getting into astrology lately, and it's been a real annoying with the way he's trying to get me into it. Like last Tuesday, he hit me up. He said, "Hey, babe, let's go to the club." I said, "But it's Tuesday." Then he said, "Oh, I know. It's just Mercury's got the hose out tonight." I was like, "All right, Mercury." I said, "I don't think that's how that works," but I went, And let me tell you, the hose were in abundance that night, boy. It was a good night. Now I have a telescope at home just so I can track Mercury. My friend's like, "Yo, we going out tonight?" I'm like, it seems so. Let's get it, boys. Let's get it.
Wow.
Thank you.
What a performance. Well, the air off there. That was incredible. Full minute, 17 seconds of great stuff. Marcus, welcome. Is this your first time on the show?
It is.
I
Yeah.
love it. How long did you doing stand-up?
6 years.
Wow.
I did it I started in Milwaukee, and then I did the next 3 years in New Orleans, a little stint in Chicago with the lockdown, and now I'm here trying to open the train. So
You live here.
yeah,
I love it.
Yeah.
You made it a good place to live. New Orleans, somehow, almost a non-existent scene. Milwaukee, Chicago. How long have you lived in Austin now?
I've been here for a month. Yeah, this one good
What have you noticed so far about Texas and Austin? What's standing out for you as something that you like about your neighborhood?
A lot of Mexicans.
Oh, you like
I love it. I like it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm into it.
Oh, yeah. There was Mexican Mark Simpson right there. That's incredible. I've never seen anything like that. It's incredible. Okay. What is it that you love so much about Mexicans?
The food also, they're a lot nicer than you expect.
Right.
When you don't know Spanish, you know what I mean? Like I've been just very nice and like I don't know Spanish. Like, oh, it's fine, don't worry about it. Let me try to help you. Like, oh, so I want to learn Spanish now because they seem to be very cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I love it. That's a good answer.
I mean, hey, bro.
Marcus, what do you do for work?
I'll be working at Cosmic Coffee.
Okay.
As
I love that place.
Yeah, it's a cool place. They're opening up a new location. I'll be a line cook out there.
Oh, a what?
Line cook.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you were going to be a lion cub for a second.
Line cook. Yeah.
Absolutely wild that you would get the position of lion cub at a coffee shop.
Yeah, right. Like a black reboot for a Lion King. You know, it makes sense.
Absolutely. Give a sound effect.
Not during this podcast.
Tis the season. This is what you wanted. You wanted your own month, you got it.
It's my favorite 2 weeks of the year. I really love it.
Yeah.
What's that mean? Never fails. It never fails.
Yeah.
When it comes to the Lion King, Red Band is the Burger King. You know what I'm saying? So, Marcus, let's talk about it. What do you like to do for fun when you're not doing stand-up? What else about it? You have any hobbies or anything?
Yeah, I like hooping. Come on now. Hey, bro. Let's figure it out.
Oh, I think that was the challenge.
It's always a challenge. If any black dude's like, I hoop, I'm like, yeah, all right, nigga.
Wow.
We gonna see if we really hoop. I like that. I play video games, Elden Ring and shit, guys.
Look at you. Out there doing it.
Drinking,
Oh, drinking.
all the hits.
What are
Yeah.
you sipping on?
I normally drink White Claw because I'm gluten free.
Oh, wow.
I am, yeah. You are too?
He said White Claw, not Black Claw.
Yeah, right.
What do you have this? Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay. Marcus, what's your love life like? You got a girl right now? Something you settled down with? Or you been with a Texas girl since you've been here?
I have not.
Oh, shit.
No Texas girls.
Yeah, you've been on any dates? You've been close to...
Nope. Just been head down, doing comedy, watching shows, talking to Mexicans, learning Spanish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that something that you're interested in? Are you have your eyes peeled? Are you looking at
I'm
something?
be single, man. Just keep being me, working hard.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, I'll see y'all when I'm 40,
Goodness. Taking the Hans Kim path, I see.
And I'm not fucking dudes yet, boy.
Not yet.
All right, Now, Hans.
Yeah, but you keep your head down too long, you'll be surprised what you find.
He's like, nah, yeah, he's something awesome, but I want to make that move to LA in 6 months, nigga.
I love it. Marcus, very, very, very likable, fucking perfect minute, perfect execution.
Actually, Tony, I'd love to have you on the secret show.
You just got booked on Thursday's show. Marcus Vaughn. 3 people booked here tonight for the secret show. We're doing it. We're flying through this fucking farm system of comedians in Austin. We love that people like you are moving here. 1 month as a Texan. One more time for Marcus Bond, everybody. This is where it happens. This is where the future's coming from. Should we do one last fucking pull, you think, huh? Oh, I love this. This young lady, her 3rd time ever on the show, this is going to be. The last 2 times she got booked on a road gig. Her first time, she got booked on the secret show. She just opened up for me this weekend in Houston, here for her 3rd minute ever in Kill Tony history. This is Jamisha Albo, everybody. Another one of the bright stars of the future. Incredible. I know you've been making noise all night, but do it one more time for the great Jamisha Albo, everybody.
Give it up for me, guys. I'm already down a quarter of a pound. Down a quarter of a pound. Didn't even go to the gym. Just took a really big shit. Love taking big shits. For me right now, taking a shit is the difference between being able to see my pussy and not being able to see my pussy. Do you understand?
Hey man, what the fuck? What up, baby?
And I want to fix that, right? I want to fix that, but I also want to be ass and titties. I want to be ass. I want to be titties. I also want to be able to see my pussy, and I just can't type all of those goals into my fitness pal. Is the point that I'm trying to make. All right, I'm done with that. Bye.
Jamisha Albo with 58 seconds. Hell yeah. That was the shit.
Hi.
Hi, Jamisha.
How's it going?
Welcome back. Again, 3rd appearance in a couple months. You've taken over the world by storm. You're doing it. Everybody loves you. What's going on? How did you feel this weekend in Houston doing sold out shows?
It was amazing. It was absolutely phenomenal. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah.
The largest crowd I have ever performed in front of, so really good experience.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. Timing, beats, and everything are different in a big packed room.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Good to get those reps in.
Yeah, there was definitely some things that I've never really found funny about my jokes that got laughs that I want to dive deeper into. And
What?
just like certain parts that I think are cute, like so. Like when I make my cracker jokes, there's a part where I say it's like a little poetic rhyme. It's like I know for a fact that white crack, and sometimes that can fly a little bit under the radar. But when there's a lot of people, it went pretty well. So I was happy about that.
Yeah, packed crowds.
Yeah.
What else is going on? What's going on in the rest of your life?
Rest of my life. So I am in the process of writing a book with one of my friends.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Is it a cookbook?
So, but what?
Oh, you guys shut the fuck up. Oh, it's all right when it's David Lucas because it's a likable girl. I can't do it.
It is.
It is a cookbook.
Well, she's gonna have after we write this one, she's gonna help me write a cookbook because I do want to do a cook. You know how when you're reading through recipes and there's these like long ass dissertations that mean nothing to nobody. I'm hoping to like make that a little bit funny and then have a recipe. That's the vision. Not happening right now. But the woman I'm writing the book with, she is a pastry chef. and she's worked with Ramsey and Bourdain and people like that. So she wants to write about her experiences in the industry. So I'm helping with that. Yeah. Other than that, I'm helping my friend co-produce a small comedy festival here in Austin this year. So that's going to be exciting. Yeah.
What's your love life like? What's your dream guy look like?
I am single. I haven't dated since I've been here. That might change this year. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. All right. What type of guy are you into? I get the vibe from you that it could go any direction.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not picky. Like, I'm not picky with men. I like somebody who has a little bit of common sense. Someone who is kind of, will help me with my Bumble profile. What else should I add? What are my skills? What? Has a job, is employed, preferably not a comedian, is the whole entire book. Yeah.
There goes my chance.
Oh.
What the fuck is that? Is that your keyboard? Is that D's? It was. I love it. Jamisha, what's something that we don't know about you from your entire life that might surprise us? Like an interesting fun fact about Jamisha Alba.
When I was, I don't know if this is
17.
When I was in high school, I got ACF certified as a junior culinarian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that was pretty cool for like a 17-year-old, and kind of carried into the rest of my career. I don't know. Yeah,
that makes sense. But I think you getting into culinary creation is like Uncle Laser getting into cocaine production. Like I imagine you guys are getting high on your own supply quite a bit.
Home mech all day.
How's your ass doing?
I did.
Tony, he's been having injections, and so while we were in the green room at the Houston Improv, he was checking out his ass in the mirror.
That is true. I found out that I have an ass now. It's a new thing. I'm 38 and I have an ass for the first time in my life.
He doesn't have the ass.
Oh, how dare you. Look, let me tell you something. At least when I look down, okay, you're talking over professionally written shit, but okay. Jesus Christ. I love sometimes people make eye contact and literally try to go over me.
I'm sorry.
But here's what I'm going to say, is that I do have an ass, and when I look down, at least I can see my pussy. There you go. Yeah, finally got there. You can put the cardboard away. Thank you. It was a lot better 20 seconds ago when it was loaded up and perfectly ready for comedic timing. But Jamisha, I like your style. You're killing it. You're so likable. You're so funny. It's amazing.
I would love to have you on the Secret Show.
Another one. Jamisha Alba, ladies and gentlemen, for the third time ever on this show. There's only one way to end a show like this, ladies and gentlemen. Did you guys have fun tonight, huh? Then I present to you the regular that has done more new minutes than anybody ever in the show's history. This weekend in Houston, as well as 2 weeks ago in Denver. This guy is the first person to take the stage at my shows, and he does so to a standing ovation, and he leaves on a standing ovation. Everywhere he goes, he absolutely destroys. He's selling out everywhere. He's making $60,000 a month on Cameo. Ladies and gentlemen, the Big Red Machine, the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla, William Lights Out Montgomery. Oh my God.
Apparently, 3 rappers were found dead in the basement of the Michigan apartment building. Okay, that's it. I'm not letting myself become a rapper. Holy nothing gets my wiener prematurely ejaculating like gentrifying Head Start centers. A $390 million brain was discovered in England. I had no idea Biden had been traveling in the UK. And Tony, I actually went to a Chinese restaurant and got a couple fortune cookies, so I thought I would just maybe open up a couple and see just what was on the fortune cookies. Let's see. Red Band's so old, he only listens to porn on AM radio. Okay, here's another one. Let's see if this. Red Band's so lame, he only eats gluten-free fortune cookies. Holy cow. Okay, that's that. That's all I have.
Wow, a minute and a half. Graced upon us by the big red fellow himself. Memphis' Zone, William Montgomery.
The big red fellow. Tony, I don't know if you saw it. I was actually also on a Super Bowl commercial last night. I don't know why anybody's talking about it. I was on the Pringles commercial last night.
Where? What'd you do?
I said, once you pop, you don't stop. Seriously, I was like the lead role in it. It was giant. Yeah, I was on the Pringles commercial. It's like I woke up, everybody's talking about David on that fucking Planters thing. His ass wasn't even fucking on it. And I'm the one saying the line, once you pop, you don't stop, for the fucking Pringles commercial. It's like nobody's fucking talking about it. It's the biggest thing that's literally ever fucking happened to me. And it's like nobody even mentions it. They all talk about fucking David, and he didn't even say shit in this fucking commercial.
We had no idea. That is incredible. How much did you get paid to do the Pringles commercial?
$4 million.
Wow,
Yeah.
$4 That is.
Once you pop, you don't stop.
That's how you said it?
Yep.
Absolutely incredible.
Once you pop, you don't stop.
That's so interesting that they would have you say it like that. It's sort of sounds like
once you pop, you don't stop.
That is incredible. Did they tell you to do it like that?
Yeah, it was really weird. The guy got me into his office, and yeah, he's like, "You need to talk like a black person for this." I was like, "Are you sure I'm not black? Like, this seems weird. It's a Pringles commercial and fucking the Super Bowl." And he just kept on insisting, and yeah, so I did. Once you pop, you don't stop.
Wow, that is incredible.
But seriously, once you pop one fucking Pringles.
Even if says that they don't talk like that, you are in big trouble.
What, blind people? What the fuck are you talking about? I thought a fucking Pringles commercial, piece of shit. Nobody fucking help him get off the stage tonight.
Oh my god.
Good luck finding the stairs. I was on a fucking Super Bowl commercial.
T-Madness says he never saw your.
Yeah, no shit. God, where the fuck am I right now? God. Am I in the fucking Twilight Zone? Literally, it was the biggest opportunity of my life.
Oh, shit.
Thank you, and I was kidding. I've been kidding. We're both kidding. Okay. Good.
Okay. William Montgomery, we've seen this before. You kind of pick fights with Dean Madness a lot. It's very interesting. No one is safe from William's massive.
I don't know what has been going on. It's been like, what, a year and a half of working together, and it's been the past 2 months or something. There's been an issue.
There is an issue. We have seen reports in the Kill Tony HR office that William and T Madness have not been getting along. This is word.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Tony. I didn't even want to leave my apartment today. Hold on, excuse me, what?
Oh, T Madness says. Oh, shit.
Once you pop, you don't fall. I don't know why they kept telling me to say it like that. I was like, I don't.
Wild.
Thank you, screwball. What does that fucking mean, Red Band? Are you insinuating he's fucking drinking tonight? You know he doesn't fucking drink, you dumbass. Why would you even... Seriously, what does that mean?
My mistake. William, what else is going on in your world?
Claw machines.
Oh, this is a new thing. Claw machines.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been putting in so much money in these claw machines, but I'm getting a bunch of stuff. I have a bunch of Bugs Bunny stuff. I have a bunch of... After I got my Taz tattoo, I started collecting a bunch of Taz stuff. I have a bunch of Tazes. I have some Pete's Dragon stuff. I found this really cool Pete's Dragon. You don't even see that around a lot, but yeah, I found some.
You've been doing a lot of claw machines. Do you have a method that you use to get the things out of the machine? Is there a certain type of, like, is it timing?
I stand there for probably 4 or 5 hours just watching people to see how the machine kind of works. They all kind of have a mind of their own. But
so you're watching people at an arcade play a claw machine, and then you go in and clean up.
Yeah, it's at the Cracker Barrel. It's not at the... Yeah, I cannot stop eating there. I've started eating at the Cracker Barrel.
What are your favorite things about the Cracker Barrel?
Gosh, just it's always filled with fucking old people, and those are the only kind of types of people I don't fantasize about killing. I swear to God, I've gotten much better at it. But yeah, when I see a bunch of old people in the fucking Cracker Barrel, I can just really kind of enjoy what I'm eating. I can enjoy the ambiance. It's...
What else do you love? Tell us more about what you love about Cracker Barrel. Is there a certain type of people other than old that, as I said?
Yeah, well, weirdly enough, there's a bunch of fucking blind people that show up at the Cracker Barrel.
Wait a second. I'm not buying this for a second. Are you sure they're blind?
No, I'm just enraged right now.
Oh.
I cannot believe... I'm just trying to keep my composure right now. I swear to God, I was scared to even come here tonight, Tony. I didn't even want to leave my fucking place because I knew I would end up interacting with D-Manus. D-Manus, I thought we were friends. What even happened tonight?
Oh my goodness. You really know how to pick your battles, will you?
Once you pop, you don't stop. But seriously, I couldn't believe that nobody was talking about it this morning, and it just made me feel... It made me feel real salty, so I went to the Cracker Barrel. I got full of Bugs Bunny.
What do you order when you go to Cracker Barrel?
Grandma's pancake breakfast. Tony, yeah, I mean, you're working with some sausage. You're working with some fucking eggs. You can make the sausage egg biscuits, and then you get blueberry fucking pancakes, Tony.
Unbelievable.
Holy shit, man, I love this blueberry pancake. I can't even stop eating the blueberry pancake.
Brian Moses.
Who is this black guy you're impersonating?
I started listening to a bunch of Ja Rule. Honestly, I've been listening to a bunch of Ja Rule. Hello. I started doing that at the Eric Pringle set, and he was like, "Stop doing that." I'm like, "Well, yeah, I do."
What you fucking old
Ja Rule. I met him at the airport 2 weeks ago, in the Nashville airport. I was starstruck. Yeah.
What did you say to him? What did he say to you?
I said, Ja, you are a giant inspiration for me. I'm actually in the middle of filming a Super Bowl commercial. And he's like, oh, that's cool. He's like, what are you doing? I'm saying, once you pop, you don't stop. And they told me to talk in like a black person voice. And I was like, I've been listening to a bunch of your mixtapes and stuff. You're my inspiration. And I gotta say it like that, but then he's like, I can get the fuck away from me. What I gotta say, I didn't get a picture.
But when you said it, what did it sound like when Ja Rule said that to you?
Man, you gonna have to stop! Man, you gotta stop!
That was very DMX-y, no doubt about it. I'm pretty sure you're getting your black rappers confused.
It could have been.
Did he have to bark like a dog at some point at this
Yeah.
episode? Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, DMX is dead, so that's weird.
Oh, right.
All right, William. Well, you're an absolute icon.
Nice to see you.
We love you. No one closes the show like you. Get him on Cameo while you still can. William, Lights Out, Montgomery. The drawing of Brian J. Ebald is in. Brian Moses and Ty Rivera, ladies and gentlemen. And it is fucking unbelievable. Look at that right up there. Ryan J. Ebald out in Los Angeles draws every episode as it happens. That is tonight. How about one more time for my guests? Roast Battle creator, Brian Moses. Ty Rivera has a very, very, very fun YouTube. See him live. See Moses live. Go to their website. Support these fucking guys. I've been working with them forever. They put on unbelievable shows. The new Roast Battle League is happening. Follow @Roast Battle, all one word, on social media. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Band. Motherfucking James Atkins, John Dees, and Matt Mueling are all in a band together called Sketch. Follow, is it @Sketch Band? Sketch.band on Instagram? Sketch.band. I swear to God, these guys are coming for the fucking throne. I go out and see them every chance I get. They're fucking unfucking believable. Follow them everywhere. Great music all the time. The best in the world. How about one more time for the great D Madness here on the bass guitar? One more time for Paul Deaver on the horns. Thank you, Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Steve Eddie Vodka, Gel Blaster, Austin Security Guard Service, Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. Thank you, Austin, Texas. We love you guys.
Love you guys.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from Vulcan Gas Company here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Extra! Are you ready for the best goddamn motherfucking night of your lives, huh?
Woo! It's Mr. Redman, everybody. Hey, everybody. Started podcast. You're at Kill Tony, the #1 line podcast in the world. Brought to you by the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Steve Eddie Vodka, Austin Security Guard Service, Gel Blaster, and Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. How about a hand for the band, everybody? Huh? Are we doing this shit tonight or what? That's James Atkins on the drums, John Dees on the keys, Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, Paul Deaver on the horns, and that's motherfucking D Madness on the bass guitar right there, live in the flesh. This shit is going down. Before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey y'all, special announcement, and we wanted you guys to hear it first so that you have a chance to buy tickets. Tickets for the next 6 months of Kiltony shows go on sale this Tuesday at noon at ComedyMothership.com. So Tuesday, noon Central Standard Time, you actually have a chance to get your shot at tickets. They are going to go extremely fast, but we wanted to give you guys a chance, so get on it. Tuesday, noon, 6 months of Kiltony at the Comedy Mothership. Good luck. Hey y'all, out here in Austin, Texas, business is booming, and all around the country, several industries are heading for a hiring boom this spring, including e-commerce, healthcare, and surprisingly, hospitality. It's one of the areas with the most growth. Not only does this industry need to hire for service positions, but also managerial positions and back office operations positions. If you need to hire qualified candidates as soon as possible for any of these industries or any other industry, you need ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Right down.
ZipRecruiter uses its powerful matching technology to find the qualified candidates for a wide range of roles. See a candidate who would be perfect for your job? ZipRecruiter makes it easy to send them a personal invite so they're more likely to apply. ZipRecruiter also offers attention-grabbing labels that speak to job flexibility, like urgent, training provided, remote, and more.
No doubt about it. Let ZipRecruiter keep your team growing strong, no matter what the industry. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLBONY. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Hey y'all, today's episode is brought to you by sheathunderwear.com, and I love this sponsor. Look, let me be honest here. We say that about all the ads that we read. We say that we love it. We say this and that. These things, these sheath underwear, have literally been connected to my butt, Red Band's butt, our genitals, everybody who we work with closely's genitals and butts. Every single episode that you've ever listened to, once sheath underwear came into our lives, we literally threw away all our fancy brands and all these popular things and this and that, because there is no doubt they are literally the most comfortable materials you could possibly have next to your precious, precious, precious genitalia. Right down.
Yeah, they're high quality. They can be worn as boxers or briefs. They have that moisture wicking, for my big thighs, and it keeps everything cool and separated. Fly a lot, hate nuts stuck to your legs? I do. Well, they're great for working out also, and it's comfortable. So for 2023, step up your underwear game. Graduate from holes, loose fabrics, cheap cotton, or overpriced designer brands, and buy the greatest underwear that's ever graced the balls of men. Sheath underwear, the underwear of legends.
That is correct. Sheath can be worn as regular boxer briefs, or you can use the incredibly high-tech sheath pouch to keep everything separated. I believe it was Offspring in the 1990s that said, you gotta keep them separated. Personally, I don't keep them separated. There's just an extra pouch in front of my Italian stallion that just acts as an extra guard, an extra layer of comfort. I swear to you, you have not seen me or heard me not wear these underwear for years. I wear them every day, and I swear to you, they are the most comfortable pair of briefs I've ever worn. So go to sheathunderwear.com and use the promo code Tony. You're going to get 20% off your next order. Once more, sheathunderwear.com, promo code Tony for 20% off. Let me be next to your stuff.
Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what?
Ladies and gentlemen, some weeks are just straight up fucking better than others, everybody. This show is magical. It started at the Comedy Store almost 10 years ago. We were doing this, but when nobody knew what a fucking podcast was, when no one was doing anything in front of an audience, and we made it about comedy. Comedians watching comedians do comedy, which makes tonight that much more exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you as our guest tonight, one of the greatest comedians of all time, Texas own Roseanne Ball.
Oh my God. Yes. 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 Woo! We did it. The Queen. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, this shit is about to fucking go down. Roseanne, Red Band, and us. Got cigarettes, ladies and gentlemen. We're having fun here tonight. We are going to watch new comedy. Roseanne, I wanted you on this show for almost 10 years. How you doing? Good to be here.
Oh, it's so fun. I can't believe how fun it is. Really. I swear, it's so fun. Everyone is, like, we were up in the green area, and, like, everyone, out of breath. 6 steps, hard of women. But, well, everyone who came through that door, well, they were weirder looking than the one before them. And I was just so happy to see weird looking folk, you know, because like when you live in California, you see a lot of Stepford-like people everywhere, you know, you never see any real people. You know what I mean?
Bunch of fakes and phonies out there in LA. Here in
Well,
Texas,
you see a lot of people
real.
that they can't make any emotion on their face because of the Botox and whatnot, you know, that kind of thing. But it's so great to see people with lines on their face. I am so happy to see it. Thank you.
Hell yes. Roseanne, luckily I have a bucket filled with fucking weird looking people with lines on their faces. And we're going to create more lines on their faces here tonight. You guys know how it works. If I pull a name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the Angry West Hollywood Bear, which is very loud and it scares them and it stops them from talking, Roseanne. It is unbelievable. And then after that, I interview them. We find out more about them. They get fucking feedback from the great Roseanne.
Oh boy. Well, you know, I just have to say this like I told you. You know, I know like I'm, you know, I don't punch down. That's one thing I can hammer that punch down. So I am not going to do it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay, so and I'm really famous and rich and talented and gorgeous. So I am not going to go criticize somebody who's just starting out. So I think the better thing for me is to be the motherly voice of encouragement and honesty, like, you know, like a mom to the person. You know, see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's how I chose it. Because you know why, people, I swear to God, I think there is a war between good and evil. I do. Does anyone agree with me? So I try to stay on the good side.
I love it. I love it. We'll play a little good cop, bad cop here tonight. Let's get this show started with one of our regulars. Instead of going to this bucket and meeting somebody, let's watch a new minute from a guy whose life we changed almost 2 years ago. You watched this guy go from living in his van, being broke as hell, now he's selling out all around the fucking world, doing arenas, wearing Rolexes, new outfits on Amazon every week. Ladies and gentlemen, sing along if you know it. This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim.
Hey, what's up? It's good to be here in Texas with all the survivors of the winter storm. A lot of weak limbs fell off this winter. Moved back to California. You gotta be tough to survive in Texas. The ice doesn't get you, ice will. I don't need electricity. All I need is my freedom to bear arms. When I get cold, I'll just shoot my 9mm 5 times in the air. Warm myself around the back. But yeah, doing good. I recently saw a group of blind people walking around, and I was like, what's the point of that? One electric bus in your whole community is gone. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Yeah. I loved it. I loved the first 50 seconds of that. What was that at the end there? You saw a group of black people. What did you say? Yeah. I was looking back at E. John and fucking James Atkins, and we all had the same look of confusion on our face. Can you help us to understand what that last joke was?
I said a group of blind people.
Oh, blind people. How many of you, by round of applause, heard blind people? Okay. How many of you, by round of applause, heard black people? Yeah, it's like a weird sound thing. I'm sorry. The black people thought you said black people, by the way, which counts for 8 off. That's all that really matters. Yeah, exactly. What the fuck? D Madness got double roasted on that somehow. It's like a motherfucking twice baked potato back here. No matter which way you heard it. Hans is like all these black blind people with dreadlocks and bass guitars walking around. It's like, wait, what? I love it. So welcome back, Hans. That's another good minute from you. Rock solid. How's life going?
It's amazing, Tony. Thank you again. I have been doing great. Been headlining in Philadelphia, Buffalo. Been having sex.
Whoa. Let's talk about the shows. We talk about the sex enough. Explain to people what it's like going from literally trying to do the open mic at these clubs around the country to absolutely having your own night and filling it up.
It's like, before I was like, come on, everyone listen to me. And now everyone's listening to me. I'm like, oh, shit. Black people are walking around.
Yeah, blind people are wild. I love it. Anything crazy happen in Philly or Boston or anything?
Well, you know, I was on stage and a 52-year-old nurse decided to jump on stage and kiss me.
Whoa. Wow.
So that's the thing that happens. But yeah, other than that, it went pretty good. Got a couple clips, put it on my TikTok.
Okay. Roseanne Barr, this is your first time seeing Hans Kim, I do believe. What are your thoughts?
Is it the first time I've seen you?
No, it's not.
No, it isn't.
Oh, that's right. You brought her up here.
Yeah, I was the one that introduced Roseanne. It was an honor. It was an amazing feeling to introduce someone and get applause for saying their name. Yeah, it was good to see you, Roseanne.
So good to see you. You're so funny.
Thank you.
You're so funny. Your stuff is so well written too. God, it's so great to see a good, a comic who writes good material. Congratulations.
Thank you, Roseanne.
Boom.
Keep going.
What a
Time
way
for
to
some
get started. Another
tapioca.
good minute by Hans Kim. Let's keep it moving. There goes Hans Kim, everybody. We're in it. Quick little interview for Hans. We see him every week. It's time to go to this bucket and get some fresh blood out of here. This is where shit gets wild. We had a puppet on 2 weeks ago. I mean, you can't even make this shit up. It's crazy. Anything can happen. Your first comedian out of the bucket tonight goes by the name of Rama. Rama, everybody. Make some noise for Rama. Rama. This is Rama. This is Rama. Here we go. The Kill Tony debut of Rama, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. Good night, everybody. All right, just got here to Austin. These dating apps out here are pretty crazy. Funny enough, they have a lot in common with my new diet. Basically, I'm just trying to avoid trans fats. All right. So because you guys asked, let me tell you about myself. Everything I own is black. My room is painted all black. All my clothes are black. I got 2 black cats. And, sometimes it things difficult. You try to wipe the cum off. You pick up a shirt or a towel, and then you're just like... And then you hear... I thought it was supposed to be a minute. That was, they're going to have the sound effect. I was trying to do a meta joke right there.
Oh, Rama, everybody.
Thank you.
I love it. What an interesting name, Rama. Am I saying that correctly?
Rama, yeah.
Rama, what is that?
I guess it's from the Old Testament. It means Word of God.
Oh, wow.
Pretty serious.
You would think the Word of God would have more punchlines than a
You would think
60-second set.
You would think so.
I guess God isn't quite as funny as we all hoped for. Rama.
He's trying his best.
How long you been doing stand-up?
I started kind of during COVID.
Okay.
Yeah, things got
I could tell by your timing you're used to empty rooms of sick people, so it's very good. I can tell the COVID starters when they get in here. I love it. So, Rama, let's talk about it. Where'd you start stand-up comedy at?
I started in Denver. I was there for a little bit. Did it a lot in Ohio, Dayton, that kind of area, but everybody's kind of weird around there, so.
Roseanne also started stand-up comedy in Denver. The only difference is she has talent.
Anyway.
So, Rama, let's talk about
Am I right, Roseanne?
Very good. Shut the fuck up. What do you do for a living, Rama?
I am a DJ.
Ooh, wow. Oh my goodness, right when you couldn't be any more unlikable. There we find out you're a DJ. What's your wacky DJ name? Because I don't think Rama's gonna cut it.
That's what I've been told.
You go by Rama? Not DJ Rama?
No, this kind of whack.
Just Rama.
Yeah,
I'm guessing all bar mitzvahs or Rama? Who hires a Rama for their?
Not many people, honestly.
Okay.
It's kind of weird.
How do you make a living doing it if not a lot of people do that?
I also sue a lot of people.
Okie dokie. We have to, and we'll be right back after these messages. What do you sue people for?
I can't disclose that.
Okay.
I mean, I would if I could. I signed an agreement for all this.
Okay. You sue a lot of different people for different things?
Just the airlines.
Oh, okay. All right. But you can't talk about it.
Can't talk about it.
It's still, the case is still pending.
Oh, it's closed. Case closed.
Shit. It's a closed case. But you had signed an NDA, you can't talk about it.
Correct, yeah.
They settled for $700,000.
About 694,000 less than that.
Yeah, it's a gift. It's a fucking gift. We don't play Price is Right rules either. I was off by $6,000 fucking dollars. I love it. What they do? Come on, you can have like some football. Let's talk about it. Well, just don't fucking sue us afterwards.
They broke my DJ gear, right? And well, they lost it and then broke it, and then I was like, no airlines cover anything with their policies. Right? Basically, like fuck you, unless you're disabled. So I wore an eye patch.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's a horrible idea for you to talk about this right now. Thank you, Red Man.
I did it for the laughs. Okay.
D-Madness is fucking pissed right now, all right? You got a fake eye patch on, this fucking guy.
Sorry. I had a contact too that made it all blurry and stuff like that. Just underneath it. Roseanne left. That's fine.
Roseanne's finally laughing at you.
It's so fucking hilarious. I love it. This friend of mine sued, she made a living suing, corporations too, because you really can do it. Everyone should look into it. And she was a trans, and so, well, they said they didn't, she was a masseuse also, but except for she had a penis and all. So they'd ask if they had a penis and stuff. So then she sued.
What the fuck is going on, dude? It's a fucking live podcast going on. Who the fuck has to pee 8 minutes into the show, by the way?
So
What the fuck? I didn't know that was a side effect of blindness.
So then
What is
she
going on?
sued because they said they didn't want a woman with a penis to do the massage. So that's discrimination, right?
Yeah.
So she sued and she won the upward of big time 6 figures. So I think it's great when people sue big corporations for whatever they can get because they're choking us fucking dry and they're trying to kill us with their fucking shots and whatever else they're trying to cram down our throats. Sue those fuckers! Sue them fuckers till they're broke!
Oh my goodness.
Tony, can I say something?
No. Okay. What do you want to say?
Funny enough, I found out about the show about a week ago, honestly.
Okay.
I probably watched maybe
Great. I'm glad I gave you the chance to say something. That's great.
Hold on.
I found out about you 3.5 minutes ago. Who gives a fuck? What are we talking about, Rama?
I've watched maybe 40 episodes or so since then.
Okay.
I think it's the best thing that's ever
Thank
happened
you
to
so
stand-up.
much, Rama. Thank you. Thank you. Here's a little joke book. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Rosie.
I'm saying you are real funny, you just have shit material.
There
Go
you
back
go.
to the drawing board.
Boom. And like that, the show continues with the great Roseanne Barr, motherfuckers. Your next comedian out of the bucket goes by the name of Caitlin Kosis. Caitlin Kosis. La, la. Hey. Who's having fun tonight, huh? Here she is, everybody. Caitlin Kosis.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm trying to get off of Instagram right now. That's my goal for 2023. It's an app that gives me really low self-esteem because I compare myself to Instagram models, and I'm just like, oh, I don't have what men want. I'm not small and cute and underage. Like, I'm never going to be good enough for Chris D'Elia. You know what I mean? It's not in the cards. I feel like guys who do try and pick up women on Instagram are the kind of guys that would just agree with everything they post. Like one time I posted a story of me watching America's Next Top Model, and this guy replied, and he was like, I love that show. And I was like, really? You love America's Next Top Model? Name 3 eating disorders. Let's hear it. All right.
Well, there you go, Caitlin Kosis. This is your first time on this show, correct?
Yes.
How's it going? How long you been doing stand-up?
I started about 1.5 years ago.
Where at?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. Do you live here now?
No, I'm visiting right now for the week. I have a friend who lives in Austin, but I might come back for the summer.
Right.
I'm in here.
Have you enjoyed Austin since being here?
Today's my first day.
Ooh, wow, what a start.
Yeah, it's been good. I got in at like 11 this morning. My flight was at 5 a.m. Haven't slept. I'm doing good.
Perfect. Sponsored by Adderall, everybody.
Yeah.
Here we are. Caitlin, what do you do for a living?
Right now, I have 2 part-time jobs. I work at a daycare, and I also work at a wedding studio, and I do like administrative office stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what do you love about New Jersey?
What do I love about New Jersey? I mean, it's a great commuter state. New Jersey's a great state to go to other states from. You can leave real easy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the beach and the mountains. I don't know.
Are you sure you live in New Jersey? What the fuck are you talking about? What do you love? I love stepping on syringes in my bare feet. Nothing better than the old Jersey beach. Freezing cold, everything, algae.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much.
Right.
There's not much to love.
I love it. Okay. So what else about you? What do you do for fun? What's something exciting about the life of Caitlin Kosis?
I do comedy, clearly. I like to hang out with my friends. I like to play piano.
How long have you been playing piano for?
On and off since I was like 12.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Roseanne grabbed her microphone.
Well, I want to ask her something. What do you like about comedy?
Ooh, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out. I mean, I like writing and I like being on stage and performing. And it's really good for me too to face I had some stage fright when I first started, and it's really helped with that too. Just putting yourself out there.
How would the stage fright affect you exactly?
I would just get really nervous before shows. I would get really jittery and I would like stumble on my words and
I get that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you fight against that? How do you win?
The more you do it, the easier it gets, and remembering that it's just part of the process. You know, you can't get better if you don't try.
I wish that you would tell us more about you.
Okay.
You know, that's what I felt, that you are funny and you have a lot to say. But I think an important thing about comedy is we want to know who we're hearing it from. You know what I mean? And I want to hear that from you, and I think it will help you to go on there and then, you know, drop a little here, a little bit more personal, and then drop another bombshell here, because I know you have some bombshells you want to drop, and you're capable of writing, and I hear it. You're a great writer.
Do you have? Let me ask this.
I just want to say some more of us getting to know who you are. That will help us to get it.
Totally.
No doubt, 100%. That's great advice. Let me ask you this: you're a year and a half in. Do you have a joke that is more about you that you just didn't do in this exact minute during your set here tonight? Well, there you go. It appears as though Roseanne is correct. The pharmacist has prescribed something that you need.
Like, what about your parents? I bet they were weird.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you have your parents.
Yeah, there's a lot I could say about that. I mean, that's something that I'm still working on exposing and, like, writing about. Is more
going to therapy a lot for it, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
The funnier you can make it, the faster you'll heal from it, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
I can see you got a lot of that shit in there, girl. Let it out.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Look at that. Literally the greatest female stand-up comedian of all time giving advice to a year and a half in female stand-up comedian. How fucking cool.
Do you have an innie or an outie belly button?
Red Band, you cannot ask girls pulled out of a bucket a question like that.
Actually, how long of a show, stand-up have you done? Like a set?
Oh my goodness gracious. Red Band, you're not fucking booking her on Thursday's show, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ.
The longest I've done is 20 minutes, though. Just putting that out
There you go. What are you gonna do?
That's good.
How they go?
It went good. I have a tape.
You are a disgusting pig. Do you know that? Red Band books a show every
That's one of the things you got to deal with, though, you know. So you just got to. That's one of the fucking things you got to deal with, and it never ends. It never fucking ends either.
Roseanne, what are you doing Thursday?
He asked what you're doing Thursday if you want to do a spot on the show. That's so funny.
You know, the only thing that's been on me, I found to my dismay when I went to the doctor, is my vaginal walls. So I'm out of the game, you know, out of the game.
What did they say? What's wrong?
Well, they want me to go on the hormones like all the other old bags of my age that are on the hormones, so they can, you know, have sex with the guy they've been with for 40 fucking years and can't stand anyway. Just plump up the fucking vaginal walls there for that disappointment. You know, and then grow a fucking beard and all the other shit, you know, pubes down to your fucking knees. No thanks. No thanks. I'll just stick to my ID channel murder shows.
Goddamn right.
You see what I'm saying?
Goddamn right. I watch those all the time, and my vaginal walls are strong as hell right now.
Well, I've had 5 children, 5 ungrateful little fucking bastards come through there, and so you see that takes a toll.
Damn right. Roseanne, you are amazing. Caitlin Kosis, thank you for signing up for the show. Fresh off your flight Here's a little joke book. Caitlin. Here's a joke book. People from Jersey.
Hey, can I get a cocktail up in this motherfucker?
You want to? Hell yeah. We got someone working on that. We got our red wine, right? Cabernet on the way. Let's do a little special treat right now, ladies and gentlemen. I know we have a lot of regulars. We have a lot of special guests. Tonight is a big one for that. I want to see another minute from this guy. He came on the scene. He's only been doing stand-up for 6 months, but he's a fucking little sensation. He's absolutely hysterical. This is Austin's own Uncle Laser, everybody. Oh, shit. Here he comes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the real deal. Uncle Laser.
Listen here. I'm all about everybody being confident in themselves, but you need to be fucking honest with yourself, too. I've been hooking up with some plus-size women as of late, and I keep hearing this goddamn term slim fit. Rihanna at the Super Bowl was slim fit. No, she was fucking pregnant. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I hooked up with this girl the other night. She was out of breath after we were taking a shower together. She kept saying she was slim thick. I said, darling, you need slim fast. You're built like a hefty trash bag. What someone call an ice cream truck. All right, listen here. I get it. Round is a shape. Okay? But you won't be around much longer in that fucking shape, darling. But I do like those big girls because they got them tight pussies. I keep a little flour in my back pocket to find a wet spot every now and again.
Oh my goodness. Nothing but swagger, ladies and gentlemen, at 1,000 miles an hour. Oh my goodness, look at that. That is, you just got to watch COVID get transmitted to it. The great Roseanne Barr.
Or chlamydia if you're not careful.
Oh my goodness. Uncle Laser is wild. He will put your vaginal walls to the test, Roseanne, I promise. My goodness gracious. The kid is the real deal.
Yeah.
What, 6, 7 months in the fucking game?
I'm just going to keep saying 4. No, it's been like since July, whatever. I don't do math.
Okay.
I do math.
Did you go to school? Did you go to normal school? We know you're from the middle of Texas, the fields, the oil fields.
No, I was homeschooled growing up.
Oh my goodness!
And I got expelled from having sex with my teacher.
I love you, Mom.
Relax.
You are
relax.
You are out of control.
Relax.
You are.
I did call my mom earlier and I was like, yo, I'm sitting in the green room with Roseanne, and she goes, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. And that is what Uncle Laser's mom sounds like, by the way. That is an actual impression of Mama Laser. She was at the stand-up show that we did on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, you kicked her out of the crowd.
Kicked her right out of the crowd. I didn't realize Uncle Laser's mom was going to be in the audience. I'm just doing random-ass crowd flying through the crowd, and it was actually your mom, and I had no idea.
Did it look like what you would think?
It literally looks like him. The apple does not fall far from that fucking cherry tree. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Look at this star power. I mean, the belt buckle is on.
I put that on for her tonight. I don't do this often now.
Right.
This is a relic, someone say.
Explain the meaning or whatever it is. I can't even fathom.
Well, I just got it at a flea market, but it's special to my heart. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. That's all it takes.
Hey, can I tell you a story though, Miss Roseanne?
Yep.
So growing up, my parents got in domestic disputes quite often. That's pretty obvious. You know what I'm saying? And when I was a boy, I used to just watch your television show while they were beating the fuck out of each other. You know what I'm saying? To help me go to sleep. But as I got older, you went from prime time. You used to do your reruns on Nick at Night, right? And I'm like 13 or 14 or something. And I'm like jerking off the Taxi Cab Confessions on the HBO. Real Sex HBO. And I'd have to put that previous channel button on in case anybody got up and walked in. You don't know how many times I've ejaculated that goddamn harmonica thing on the intro to that fucking song. Special. every single time.
Do you actually play? You have a harmonica?
It's in the truck. That lick is actually really hard to play. I didn't want to come up here and embarrass myself on some. That's a hard lick.
That would have been funny though.
It'd have been funny, but
hold on. Some of the women from your joke are trying to go to the restroom right now. Police are making a lot of fucking noise. Jesus Christ! Oh, don't make a big deal about it. Go take the hot dump you're about to take and fucking hustle back. Jesus Christ! Way to not make a big deal about it. My goodness gracious, these fucking people. They all like to piss and shit all the fucking time.
Yeah, make sure to flush and spray.
All right, Uncle Laser. So I'm finding out you were really homeschooled.
No, motherfucker. Homeschooled? No. I went to school with my graduating high school class was 43 people. Wow. So homeschooled. Yeah. Yeah.
How many?
43. I was valedictorian. I got a perfect score on my SATs. I have photographed memory.
Special needs? Or
gifted and talented is what they're saying. Gifted and talented, Red Man.
Incredible, Uncle Laser. What else is another fun fact you'd be surprised to know about you? Something we haven't talked about yet on this show.
You want to hear my weirdest sexual encounter?
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah. Roseanne's calling it off. You don't want to hear it?
So when I was 23, I was working in Ohio, like West Virginia area, right? Yeah, right. Hell yeah.
West Virginia, part of Ohio. Bro, Jesus fucking Christ, Louise. You really know how to pick them.
Wheeling, West Virginia. What a
slim thick part of Ohio.
Oh, God. But I met this 40-year-old woman at the bar. She wanted to take me home, and I'm like, oh, yeah, whatever. And she goes, hey, but I'm married, but my husband is like quadriplegic. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Like, okay, well, this ain't a joke. This is real life. This is no joke about it. He's in a wheelchair, right? But she's like, we'll stay together for the kid or whatever. So, like, he lets me fuck other dudes. I'm like, is he gonna watch? Like, cause I'll roll his ass into the closet. I'm not no cuck. I ain't never been a cuck in my whole life. Well, we get to her house, and he's at the kitchen table, and he's like, make sure to take your shoes off at the door. I said, all right. And so it started getting weird, and she tells me, she's like, hey, I need you to go in the refrigerator. I need you to get this big carrot out of the bottom of the refrigerator. This big, not no baby carrot you buy in a bag. I'm talking, they got the green part on it, you know what I'm saying, like the head. And I walk out there, and this is weird. I probably should get a condom. So I put my boots on, I walked back to my truck and got a condom, and I came back and I did not take them off at the front door just to come in a little bit. I went back in the room and I took that carrot. She's like, I want you to put that carrot up my asshole. I said, deal. Now, Tony, when I say I watered this fucking carrot out, it was a smooth carrot when I was done. I mean, all the way to the green hedges were in there. You know what I'm saying? And I just flung it on the ground. Okay. We went to sleep about 7:30 in the morning. Fucking sun's peeking through the blinds. I could see a silhouette at the foot of the bed and I hear a crunching sound.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And then I hear, you didn't take your shoes off at the front door. And I sit up, and the little kid, her 5-year-old son, is eating that carrot on that old man's lap.
My God.
I climbed out the window and left my boots, and I haven't been back since. That's why I left there. Wow. Well, guys, I'm scared your ass over your son's gonna get eyes. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Wow. All right.
What do you think about that story?
I think you're fighting a war inside.
Listen, I'm fighting a war every time I
do you. I think the devil's got a hold of you, boy. And you better get loose.
Yeah.
You better get loose of that goddamn demon devil because that ain't you. That ain't the real you because I seen the real you. Now I'm going to tell you true. I see an innocent. I see an innocent come up here with a lot of swagger. You are a comedy innocent. You can make anything funny. I want you to make shit funny that's good and lifts people and don't drag their face through a lot of shit.
Wow.
Because you can do it, and I want you to make that choice. You can do it, and you're going to go a lot farther if you do, because people are sick of that nasty, nasty boy poop dick shit. I personally am sick of all that boy bullshit. I want to hear some shit that makes me want to overthrow this motherfucking government and do right.
Holy shit.
And save the good people of this world and this country and everything else and make them do right and save the kids and all that shit. I don't want to hear about your fucking dick in anybody's asshole.
Oh my God, the queen has arrived.
Mr. Wesson.
To be fair, it was a carrot
But
that
God
was in her
bless you.
asshole.
And
It was a carrot in
I
her
just
asshole,
pray
not my
that
wiener.
God will come into your heart and show you that what I say is true, and you'll make it
Yes,
turn
ma'am.
around, and you will be really, really fucking excruciatingly funny.
Yes,
You'll
ma'am.
tear the walls down. You'll talk about you and your inner fight, and it'll be hilarious.
Appreciate that. Yes, ma'am.
I cannot believe it. Perhaps, I mean, the wisest, sagest advice that one could give to a guy that's already doing good. She's trying to figure out how to challenge you and expand you because you can handle that challenge and you can push yourself to new levels. And I fucking agree with Roseanne. I think you're both fucking right. It's fun to be funny, but she's challenging you to fucking try to push it to another level.
You're above the material you're doing. That's what I'm saying.
And that's what this show is all about.
Well, can I ask you one thing?
Oh,
You're from Texas, right? And you're single. You have no wedding ring on your finger.
No, I'm not from Texas. I'm from Utah.
I love Mormons too, but can I take you dancing?
No,
Can we
I'm a
just that?
Jew. I'm a Jew from Utah. It was a hard place to be a Jew. My family, we stuck out like a sore thumb over there in Mormon, Utah, because we only had the one mother, and it was very difficult. I'm telling you, it was very difficult for our family at that time.
I just want to take you dancing later. I just want to spin you around and.
You are a doll, but I have 2 bad knees that I've got to get replaced, which is why I'm back on the road to raise the funds for getting You're sweet, though.
Thank you, darling. Thank you.
Have you been eating your carrots? Ladies and gentlemen, make some goddamn noise for Uncle Lewis, everybody. The real deal. That's who he really is. He just got a cool homework assignment from one of the all-time greats.
That was amazing to watch live.
I love it. Let's get back to this fucking, huh? You guys having fun out there? Let's meet a new innocent soul. Give someone a chance of their life. Your next comedian out of the bucket goes
I'm
by
so
the name.
drunk. You have to forgive me, I'm drunk.
You're good. We're all a little bit drunk tonight. Make some noise for your next comedian, Louis Manra. Manara or Manra. Luis Manra. Or Manra? Woo! Here he comes, everybody. Make some noise for Luis, everyone.
How's everybody doing? Everybody good? Thank you. I'm new to Texas, so I've been avoiding ATB because in my mind it stands for hurting every beaner. And I don't want to walk in there and accidentally walk out with a job just based on appearance. So I've been working at this new little spot called Uptown Cheapskate. Y'all heard of it? Uptown Cheapskate? Yeah, we buy and sell used clothes. It's pretty cool, but it gets boring sometimes, so my intrusive thoughts start to kick in, so I'm going to readjust on my little thoughts. 1 second. Damn, why women really do expire faster. What's my phone? These bosses did though. No.
What the fuck?
Man, my girlfriend has a big ass head. I don't like
Fucking
that
bro,
shit.
this shit is the
All women have big
worst.
ass heads, man. Trust me. Like, y'all need to accept that. Women have big ass heads. It's funny to me though. I saw her take pictures. was me, but I told him to do it, and I didn't know this. Yeah, man. Pretty sure I'm anti-Semitic.
Dog, you're Zuckerberg.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, Louis Monroe, welcome. Is it Luis? Luis. Welcome. Yes, no, I know you're Mexican, Luis. There's no doubt about that. No reason to do a blood test or anything. We got you pegged as Mexican. So, Luis, let's talk about it. How long you been doing stand-up comedy?
I started in around October.
Okay. There you go. October. How's it going? How does it make you feel?
Pretty good, honestly. I got chills from what you were saying earlier. I swear I got chills. So, what's that? What you did was like,
yeah,
This is the worst.
This is part of the show. Let's keep it moving here. We know that was great. We're trying to keep it great. More stuff's about to happen. Let's find out more about you. So you started in October. What made you start
Terrible.
then?
Zuckerberg, we're so shitty at fucking everything.
What made you start then?
I came back from Thailand and it was just like, this is what I want to do. I left school.
So what happened in Thailand that made you have this clear vision? So you have a lady boy's feet over her head, right?
Exactly. Everyone said the exact thing to me.
Yeah, I know, because that's what you went there for.
I wish. There was just a lot of writing, and it was like during school. Oh, I was in school at the time, and then I was just like, I don't want to do school anymore. So I was just writing every night. This day I tried writing every night. And yeah, now I'm here.
Okay, I like that. What do you do for a living?
Like I said, well, I used to go to, I'm from California originally. I used to go to UC Davis. I'm familiar with it. And yeah, now I work at Uptown Cheesecake.
Oh, you really do? You work at Uptown Cheesecake?
Everything I talked about is.
What do you do at Uptown Cheesecake? What?
Cheesecake.
Cheesesteak? Cheesesteak? Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. We have to fix these monitors.
I get a little slur when I'm nervous too.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, just
what's that? A thrift store?
Yeah, it's like you buy and sell used clothes.
Okay. And what do? You do that? You just buy and sell used clothes?
No, I just work on retail, helping customers, dressing rooms, things like that.
Okay. All right. In the dressing room sounds creepy. What do you do for fun, Luis?
For fun, I like run for runs. I'm new to Texas, like I said, so I like going into like Texas State because I'm living in San Marcos. And all right.
Oh shit! This is fucking.
It was like
suburbanites.
Those are funny, man. I got lost in there actually because I was on my run. My phone died. The rain came down on me. But yeah, it's fun little things like that. Going on for a run, reading.
You were on a run and your phone died?
Yeah, I went on a run inside Texas State and I got lost on campus. It's pretty cool.
All right. What else, Luis? I feel like there's more about you. You come from a big Mexican family?
Yeah, definitely.
How big?
A lot of cousins that I don't know about. I'm an only child, technically, so that's something.
Wow, how did that happen? How are you a Mexican only child? That's like a unicorn or something like that.
My mom technically couldn't have kids, but something about her uterus, I don't know. I'm not too sure. Right?
She was 14. I think you're right. I think you're onto something. The uterus is the thing, Luis.
That's the line, right? Yeah, she knows about that. Roseanne knows. Oh, my dad.
Roseanne is asking about the father.
What about your dad?
My dad is alcoholic, but it's cool. I didn't grow up with him, so it's cool. Like, I kind of got to witness him from, like, a different perspective.
Can I just butt in and tell you something? You know that I'm loving you. I'm loving you and telling you something. I'm old, you know. It's probably my fault and not you. But I'm 70 now. But I know you feel, I know you probably have like 10,000 thoughts a second in your head, and you're really smart, and your writing is terrific. So I can see how you're like spinning in your mind, you know. And I did that when I was young. How old are you?
21.
Oh, I know where you're at there. Well, because I'm old, maybe, or what have you. Well, I need you to slow down just a little.
I've heard that a lot.
Because I can't, it's hard for me to understand what you're saying because you're so fast. I can't really understand what you're saying. I don't, You know what I mean? So I wish you would just be take a little bit longer in your talking. Maybe if you took a deep few breaths before you come on stage and just like know that you're funny and be real centered. You won't go so fast because we miss so much.
Yeah.
You know, but that's what's also funny about you is that we miss so much. So when you put out your album, we're going to have to play it over and over and over to get what we missed. See, I want, you know, so I'm saying, you know, I'm loving you and I'm seeing your art, but could you just slow it down for the old folk?
Yeah. And for the almost old folk like me, I didn't understand cheesecake, or cheapskate. So, you know, she's spot on. And a huge thing is if they don't understand you, they're not going to laugh. So, you know, enunciation is absolutely key. I know it's not something that a lot of 21-year-old Mexicans are interested in doing, but, you know, if you're going to be performing in front of America.
Yeah, but you'll get that as you go, as you're in front of audience, you'll get it, and that you'll learn it, you know. But yeah, just slow down and enunciate better. That'll kick you up about 70%.
Boom. There you go. Luis Manra, congratulations. You got pulled out of the bucket. Here's a little joke book from the great Boneside. There he goes, Luis, everybody. He's getting a gel blaster. Just giving out gel blasters to some of the people out of the bucket tonight. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Roseanne's having fun. We're doing it. How you doing out there, audience? We good? Your next comedian out of the bucket goes by the name of Kent Hunter, everyone. And Kent Hunter is next on Kill Tony. This looks like another new name. Always fun to meet new people here. How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on the show? Bunch of evil fucks here tonight.
I swear to God, I got to get an old lady condo down here in Austin and be able to come and hang out.
Yeah.
I'm loving the comedy going on here. It's revolutionary shit. It's very next level comedy. It's very cool.
Fucking love to hear it. How about one more time for Kent Hunter, everybody?
So I used to date this girl with a loose labia. For those of you who don't know what that means, whenever she would walk around, her pussy would clap like a Newton's cradle. I mean, I'm telling you, she got really excited. They started spinning like the fingers in Walmart. To make her feel better, I started tying them up like little balloon animals. She was insecure. I think the transgender people have an unfair advantage in life. And when I say that, I don't mean like women swimming or anything. I mean sexually. I don't think it's fair that they can walk in the Build-A-Dick and customize their penis like a lightsaber at Disney World. I feel like we can make this more fair by having to draw it out of a hat. So like, oh, you got the 12-inch tennis and you got the 4-incher with a weird tip. That's just life. Learn how to eat unlike the rest of us. I don't like getting blackout drunk because it reminds me of having surgery. I mean, you wake up in a bed that's not yours, you're in pain, and there's usually some fat chick with her hands all over you.
Kent Hunter making his Kill Tony debut. Welcome, Kent.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. Aren't you adorable? Look at you. Where are you from? South Carolina. Hell yeah. I was going to guess underneath Uncle Laser's bed is where you're from. This is incredible. You seem like a little ghost of a hillbilly's past or something like that. South Carolina. Very interesting. What brings you to Austin?
Tapioca? Yeah.
I
Right.
love
Why
it.
not?
That's incredible. Make sure you talk right in the
Tapioca.
middle of that mic. So you're chasing your dream. You're doing stand-up. When did you get to Austin?
About a month ago.
About a month ago. And now you live here.
Yes.
So you've been going up. You've been signing up for this show. You've been doing open mics. How's it going?
Pretty good. I mean, I found some nights I like.
How old are you? 19 years old. Moving here. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck you, University of South Carolina. We got him. Hell yeah. Out here chasing your dreams. Do you have siblings?
Yes.
And would they all have normal, like, 9-to-5 jobs? Yes. What do your parents say about you moving to Austin to chase one of the hardest dreams humanly possible?
I mean, I think they were ready to just kick me out of the house because they were very supportive.
I love it. Hell yeah. You seem like the kind of guy that comes from a family that's very supportive. You know what I mean?
From behind.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you for the tags. You got the shitting lady excited. Good job, Red Band. So let's talk about it. How do you survive? How do you make money?
Well, right now I'm unemployed, so I'm trying to find a job.
Okay. What do you want to do? What could you be good
Have
at?
you ever had a job?
Yes, I have.
What was it?
I worked in a machine shop in South Carolina.
Yep.
Doing what?
We would take metal and turn it into parts for other companies.
Mm-hmm.
How'd you do that? Just go, hey, abracadabra or what?
I mean, all I did was press a button. We had a whole lot smarter people for that.
You just press a button and the machine did it?
Yes, ma'am.
I love it. So how are you going to survive here? How much money do you have saved up?
I had about $8,000 when I moved out here.
Okay.
And I'm still doing pretty good with that.
Now you have a cocaine habit, and you're down to $200 in Whataburger dollars.
How old were you when you first thought you were, when you knew you was funny?
When I knew I was funny, I'm still waiting on that.
Oh, look at you. A little humility. Oh my goodness, a little humble warrior we have here tonight. Absolutely incredible. Interesting. What do you like to do for fun? You're 19 years old. Tell us, what are 19-year-olds up to nowadays?
I like to steal traffic cones.
Really?
I stole one last week.
Wow. What do you do with them after you steal?
Well, I've stolen one out of every state
Dude.
I lived in.
You sandbagging son of a bitch.
The one I have now from here is
How you living, pimp? Absolutely. Are you still in AFC, or do you know what that is yet? You are the quintessential AFC. Good on you, big dog. How'd that go? It went well? Okay, that works. Good on you, big dog. I figured something happened to you. Cool. Where'd she live? Oh yeah, that girl. All right. Dude, back in the day I had a little Australian chick of my own on video chat. This is back in the Skype days. We met on Omegle, and I was working nights, so I didn't have anybody. Like everybody in the United States was working during. Yeah, you did. So did I. Oh. Dude, Riser was here yesterday. We played. All right. I played him in Literati 3 games. Spanked him. All he did was bitch and moan the whole time about all of the cheap words that I use, that you use, that we all use. And we know all the short words like XI and ZA. We're able to get so many more points than normal. And like when you play a normal person, they're like, what the fuck is QI? What is that? And it's like, yeah, you don't know, dog. I mean, I started looking him up after each time he would bitch and moan about it last night. So like, I knew what some of them were, but other ones we'd look up, especially the short ones that are like, like what is that? Like, who knows? Like XI. It's like a Greek, the Greek alphabet. Oh, it was Burr. Yeah, BRR. Like that's not a word. I'm still pissed off about that. That's a sound you make when you're. That's garbage, dude. All right. Let's see here. Good on you, man. On what page of the game are you on? Dog, it's the book I keep telling you to read. Dog, your mind is more important than your body. When your mind is in the right, when you have the right mindset, it'll make working on your body easier. I'm telling you, just download the game PDF. It's available. It's super easy to get online, and then just put it in a text to speech reader, and then just listen to it, and quit being a little bitch. And then you'll have a much better opportunity with women. But also about yourself. It's about like self improvement and manhood and just positivity. It's really good. And it's an interesting story. Like I said previously, back when Britney Spears was Britney Spears, she was like the biggest pop star in the world. This random author who's bald and short was able to get her number. And it was like, how the fuck did that happen? And it's done through like eye contact, it's done through like small movements, like a little bit of physical touch. No, I know, but it would be like getting with like Sabrina Carpenter or somebody like that, or Taylor Swift. All right, there you go. So it would be like getting with Sabrina Carpenter, but bigger. Britney Spears was way bigger than Sabrina Carpenter has ever been or will ever be. Britney Spears was a phenomenon, dude. Like the biggest pop star, and you love top. Who do you think is the biggest pop star of all time? I, I would agree with you. Uh, um, that's a good one. Um, but at least like Mariah Carey is a beautiful woman, was a beautiful woman, but she didn't have the same appeal to all of America that Britney Spears had. Britney Spears was like girl next door, Disney Channel princess, and was just, I mean, she's incredibly pretty. And back in her heyday, I mean, she looks a lot like Marilyn Monroe. They have like similar facial constructs and was just giant. But terrible things happen to, dude, my shot's in the hole. I don't understand why you, dude, you know what happens? I just beat you. Okay? I just beat you, Zoo. Now I'm going to beat you again. That's true. I still beat you, though. Let's not forget about that. Let's not ever forget about that. There's an argument to be made. There's definitely an argument to be made. Madonna did it before Britney. And there's an argument to be made. Madonna was bigger than Mariah Carey. I mean, I think she was. I think you saying Madonna, I think Madonna was bigger than Britney Spears. But at least for my generation, Britney Spears was the girl. And um she was she's big, but she's not beautiful. She's not like a model beautiful like Britney Spears is. Neither was Madonna. That's the difference. I mean, Britney Spears is a beautiful woman and was spectacularly gorgeous. And Lady Gaga didn't show her face for like the first 5 years that she was a pop star. You didn't know what Lady Gaga looked like. And even still, Lady Gaga's not even close to the beauty that even Britney Spears today is. Um, even Christine, like there were four really big pop stars, female pop stars, all at the same time, and those were Britney Spears. She was the first one, and then Christina Aguilera, and then Jessica Simpson, and then Mandy Moore. They all came out like within a summer of each other or so, and they were like giant pop stars. Their appeals were this: Britney was the prettiest. Christina Aguilera arguably has the best voice of all of them. Jessica Simpson was a virgin, and Mandy Moore was an actor. And so they all, I mean, they weren't like a girl group. They were all separate, but they all kind of had their appeals. And um, they were just, it was like, which one is going to win out? And I think Britney Spears won out on which is but like, you know, her life, has suffered since then. Oh, look at this shot, Zoot. What a great shot. I saw it, dude. That was amazing. It's not the hardest hole. No, it's super easy. It's just about not going in the black shit. It's not even close. Fuck you, dude. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Good on you. Yet we take on the hole that you've never finished. Isn't it amazing that you've played this hole like literally like maybe 50 times and you've never finished it? This is your worst hole. I don't know. Maybe you've played 1,000 games and there are like 20 holes. It's one of the least. I'll give you that. This is a big shot for you. You got fucked, dude. Yeah, it is. You can't have many misses. Oh, dude. Dude, that sucks. No. Yep. And for you. Yo, pimp. All right, I'll take a tie. Do you know who Natalie Imbruglia is? She's so pretty, or she was so pretty. She still is really pretty. She's not. She's gorgeous. Anyway, she had the song in the '90s that is still like amazing to me. It's called "Torn." We're about to play Literati right now. So, Zoot, here's what I want you to do. I'm approaching my 100th win in Literati. I had my 100th win in bowling today. I'm approaching my 100th win in Literati. And I want you to stop me. Not by anybody who's a real human. Oh, I don't think I've ever won against a computer. Well, I don't know. Just like the random people around here, but they use computers and they're like way better than people. Okay, that's fine. I'm just telling you, like the real people who I have met, at least on the in Discord, I've never lost to any of them. Hit me with it. Whatever whatever you're comfortable with. All I know is that you haven't started to book the game, and I know you want to have a love affair with this chick, but like you can't touch her. Who can you touch? Yo, dog. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm not gonna pay attention on WhatsApp. If anything, bring her in here. But get to know her better. Get to know her better. But I'm telling you, you're not even gonna remember this girl's name when you. You're not even gonna care about this girl's name once you start reading the game. It's about the game, man. Dog, I'm telling you, you don't even know what you're missing. And that's cool. Do you think you're gonna win this game? I'm ready for you to win. Alt? You come at me with alt? Do you see the scoreboard?
Just sit in my room.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Where are
Yep.
Do you like holding them up and talking through them like
You-
fun like that? Or
Usually
like,
it's an email group. We're on listservs together.
Unbelievable. Great question. Wow.
No, I keep those two lives separate. I generally just read what they have to say.
I love it. So tell us more about you. What do you like to do for fun? Like when you're not stealing street cones, like it doesn't seem like that would take a lot of the time of your day.
Mainly, since I moved here, it's just mice.
Just mice. Have you made friends?
Oh, yeah.
Is it going better or worse than you thought it would? Like explain to the many people listening, wondering if maybe they want to move to Austin and try stand-up comedy. There might be an 18-year-old out there listening.
Do it. Do it.
It's good. I mean,
31
points.
points.
Not being 21. But I mean, there's been so many places and so many supportive people who just help.
Now that's what I'm talking about, Zoot. That's really good. Good job, man.
Oh wait, you're 19 and you're talking about blacking out drinking. So does that happen? Do you drink? How do you drink? How do you do that? What?
Fake IDs are a crazy thing.
Oh hell yeah! This guy just walking around with fake IDs and street cones. This guy doesn't give a fuck. Holy shit! I love it. What's your living situation like? You by yourself?
No, I rent a house with some roommates.
How many roommates?
3.
3 roommates, so 4 people total. How many bathrooms?
3.
Ooh, that's pretty good. That's fancy living. How far is the drive?
It took me about 15 minutes to get here tonight.
Not that bad. It's closer than
Yo, dog.
That's true. That man settled for Pflugerville, so you're doing better than him. He settled. He's like, wow, I could buy a mansion for $100,000. I'll take it. It's worth $2 million. Oh my goodness. What's your love life like, Kent? What's your
Since I moved here, non-existent.
Non-existent at all?
I mean, I'm on the apps. Nothing happened so far.
Nothing at all? Have you kissed a girl since moving here?
Not since moving.
Have you ever kissed a Texas girl?
Texas girl.
Really? Is there a girl that wants to come up here and give Ken his first Texas kiss? Is there a hero out here you want to? Will you do that? We have the best fans in the world here on Kill Tony. I like to make magical moments. Getting his first ever Texas kiss. Ken Hunter. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. Absolutely unbelievable. And she's shaped like a street cone. So this must be love at first sight. And take her home or put her in your grandparents' garage or something like that. Kent, I like your style. You came out with really, really good jokes. 19 years old. You have the world by the balls. Roseanne, any last words for Kent?
Yes, I think you're funny and you're cute and you're very young. And so, you're likable. People like you. And so just keep doing it. And good luck here in Austin.
Fuck yeah. And Hunter, you're getting a big chill blaster. Look at that. This net worth just went up another $100 with that giant chill blaster. Let's do it. We have another regular, another extremely special treat for all of you. How many of you have been fans of the show for a long time? Well, then you probably know what's about to happen. One of the great writers, one of the great comedians, one of the great roasters on all of planet Earth. This is Kill Tony's own David Lucas, everybody. Oh my God. One of the greats. Legend of the show. Does it every week. Another
Dude, what is high? H-I-E. What is that? You don't know what it is. I'll look it up. It's probably like middle age. Free Scrabble dictionary. It means to go quickly or hasten. Well, hi. Hurry the fuck up. Oh, fuck you, man. I know, but you just used it. No one knows. Usually it's like an automatic 30. Oh, wow. But if it's not in the right spot, then it's not good.
Yes, everybody, come on.
Yeah. Money changes you a lot. I just recently moved to an all-white neighborhood. And my neighbor called the cops on me for walking my dog. The police were like, we are so sorry. I was like, no, that bitch did a good job. Continue to call the cops on niggas that look like me. What is it? We gotta keep this thing.
Where the fuck did you jump? Oh, good job.
I'm a horrible neighbor if you're black, man. I am, bro. Like, don't invite me to your loud ass barbecue, nigga. What the fuck wrong with you, man? I'll come eat up all your food and then call the cops on your bitch ass. Like, I'm like a Karen. You know what I'm saying? I'm like a Karen, but I'm black, so I guess I'm a Darren. You know what I mean, bro?
Holy shit. That's what I'm talking about. These fucking guys. I mean, that is just an incredible.
Like, what the fuck is vlog?
Brand new material.
What word is vlog?
Is completely insane.
I'm looking it up.
Always getting a little bit better, more confident, talking about truly you
I
can
know.
talk about. That's been a theme coming from Roseanne, from Fate.
It is a small cavity or rock or vein, often in a mineral lining of different composition from that of the surrounding rock.
Being a black guy in a white neighborhood. In your situation.
What is that other girl? I heard you try to.
No, you didn't.
I'm 70 fucking years old, honey.
We gotta do.
I don't.
We gotta do nothing.
Leave it to my diet and try to find a new sugar mama here tonight.
Tony, you dressed up like you got the fucking $100.
I knew I was gonna fuck you.
Non-binary prom king looking ass.
Oh my god. I might be the prom king. You're the Burger King. Shut the fuck up.
I know you saw Sam still do that interview talking about a fisherman, nigga. You a fisher day. Yeah, I'm a. So why you so mad, nigga? You gotta tell us if your boyfriend beat on you.
Oh my god. Is that what happened?
Well, your ass got a spicy tampon. Yeah, nigga, what the fuck?
I would love to see
Fuck
what
you with 10.
the skin tone would be if you were white.
How many what? Probably like 300. Yep. That's a ton, dog. Oh, not even close to what I have. Not even close. Welcome. Yeah, but I mean, it's larger than most people.
Hey, penis golf association, whatever.
You're dressed for the KFC.
Zoo, you could win. You're in a position where you could win.
Oh no, it's terrible.
What's up, boo?
That's a good play.
How you do?
Thank you, buddy.
Because here's what you do.
You got them big hoops. You remind me of my first baby mama.
Jesus.
What did he say? I couldn't hear.
You got them big hoop earrings. You remind me of my first baby mama.
David, let her get her fucking thing out.
Yes,
Jesus
ma'am.
Christ, you're like yourself at a movie theater right now. Let the fucking beat talk.
Go ahead, baby. What you got?
How many children you got?
Two. We can
And
get
how many
upset.
baby mamas?
Two.
Two baby mamas.
I'm a nigga.
I got 5 children by 3 baby daddies.
You just as black as me.
Yeah.
You are just as black as me. I fuck with it. I knew I loved you for a reason, girl. Hell yeah. All that different sperm and shit flowing through your body.
Right.
That's why the vaginal walls ain't shit right now.
You. Fierce. You're fierce. Oh, I just love you. And you know what I love? Your girlfriend, who I also.
Come on, you fucking up my pimping. What you doing? What is you doing right now? What are you doing? By what?
Listen.
What is you doing? By what?
No.
What's wrong with you? You want me to call NBC on your ass again? What is you doing? What are you doing?
Listen.
Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck you, dude.
I am an old Jewish woman. I stick my nose in everybody's business, whether they fucking like it or not. And I stick my nose in all the comic girlfriends' business because I'm a woman. I'm always looking out for the women, right? So I know how comics are. They'll fuck anything if you hold its head. The mankind. Okay, so I asked your girlfriend, who I had the privilege to meet, because she's a beautiful woman, and I asked her, I said, is he nice to you? Is he a good man? And he's nice to you. That's what I want to know about a comedian, right? She said, oh, he is a lovely man, and he is so good to me. So that's why I love you.
Wow, look at that.
I knew you were Jewish because you got that shirt out of the broiler.
Oh, my. See, what did I tell you? You cannot. You son of a bitch.
Don't worry about it. I'm glad you don't need to hear that shit.
Tell me, you don't want the Jew evil eye on your ass.
Oh, shit. She's going to put
I need another Jew in my life. I got 3, my agent, manager.
Yo, pimp. Dude, it's difficult. The whole left side of the board needs to be opened up. I'm about to open it, though, because there's nothing to do on the right side.
I believe in God, absolutely. Right.
God is racist. Yeah.
No, not racism. Don't give me that bullshit. Don't you dare.
Yo, pimp.
No. Listen. Don't be shit, because we can't be. We gotta all get together and fight the people that's trying to kill all of us. Come on now.
I love
There you go. That opens up a lot.
Promotion.
Try.
I see a spin-off podcast in your
No definitions. What the fuck?
Call it fucking chocolate bar or something like that.
If you were only, we call it Nutty Buddy.
Oh, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Get him out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, one
It's
of
a
the great
Scottish variant of truck.
David Lucas.
Yeah. Hey,
plug it.
make sure you catch me March 3rd and the 4th. I'm in Viva Las Vegas. Pull up on your boy.
Oh yeah, Las Vegas, Nevada. Early March. Get tickets now. Wise Guys, I do believe. Wise Guys, right? In Las Vegas, Nevada. Wow, what a force. How about one more time for David Lucas? Yeah. We are doing this shit tonight, everybody. We're going back to the bucket. Your next comedian goes by the name of Jet G. Jet G. Very simple name. J-E-T-G. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't stop. Because it's bad boys. Here he is, everybody. Jet G. Make some noise for him, everyone. These guys wait all night for this.
So I grew up a pastor's kid, and I felt this pressure to get married. This woman came up to me at church, and she goes, "God brought my brother a wife. Why hasn't he brought you a wife?" And I had to tell her the truth. I said, "Because my God loves me. That's why." I'm sure God did bring your brother a wife as punishment. I've lost more friends to marriage than police violence. I think marriage is the real nigga killer here. I grew up so Christian, I wasn't allowed to watch Batman. I had to watch Bible Man. It was Willie Ames and a purple satin cape. It was traumatic for everybody involved. I grew up a little bit of a bad boy in the church. I got in trouble for a lot of premarital hand-holding. It was bad. It was terrible. But I just realized, I'm not my dad. When my dad was my age, he had a car, 2 motorcycles, and he was a virgin. I drive a scooter and I have hella hoes. So there's a lot going on. So, I'm ready. Let's go. See the time freaking me out here.
A minute, so you have a few seconds to wrap it up. Let's just put a ribbon on it. You have anything else you wanted to say?
No.
Okay. Weird way to close, but great set. Jet G. I love it. You can hold on to that microphone, Jet G. Welcome. This is your first time on the show.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Almost 4 years.
3 years? 4 years. Where at?
I just moved here from LA about a year ago.
Okay. So how long were you in LA for?
2 years.
Where were you before that?
Detroit.
Detroit. So you made the move from Detroit to LA, and then the pandemic started, or did you move during the pandemic?
I moved during the pandemic.
Dre?
Interesting maneuver, but better than Detroit. That's for goddamn sure.
Come on, guys.
What do you mean, come on?
Come on, man.
Come on, what?
Detroit treats us as survival skills, bro. You
Yeah,
can survive Detroit, you can survive anywhere.
I agree. Great place to be from. Great place to get the fuck out of. What do you tell? You want to go back there?
I mean,
All right. We have a special
Fair?
treat
What
for
the
you.
fuck, dude?
I have a one-way ticket to fucking Detroit. You're gonna love it since you're so proud of your roots. Now, I'm from Youngstown, Ohio. I know.
Oh,
exactly.
that's where this is coming from.
Exactly. Yeah, we're from the same hot death.
You're a Buckeye?
What?
Are you a Buckeye?
Yeah.
I went to U of M. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, it was nice meeting you. Jeff, let's talk about it. So, what was LA like for the 2 years during the pandemic? Explain to these people that
I was a private school teacher for a while, so that was boring.
Right.
Yeah. I was the youngest black dude in an old white school.
Right. Okay. What else about Los Angeles?
I don't know. It's a very plastic town.
How long have you been here?
I moved here last February.
So, what are the differences that you notice right off the bat?
There's a lot of man perms in Austin. There's a lot of Weird Al Yankovic looking dudes getting a lot of chicks. I don't know how you're doing it because you would not survive in LA. at all. No disrespect.
Right. No, you're right. Uncle Lazy.
It's true. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Jeff, let's talk about it. What do you do for work?
I just quit teaching. Give me a round of applause for that.
Okay.
So I'm doing this full time. I bartend sometimes. That's what I'm up to.
What do you do?
Or?
I mean, how you're bartending sometimes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're making money bartending around here?
Yep.
Okay. And what do you do for fun?
Let's see. I don't remember, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I used to do martial arts, but I don't do martial arts anymore.
Like at night, what do you do when you're not doing the
Oh, I just dug around on the east side, popping it out. That's about it.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Have you ever been married?
No.
No. Why are you so down on marriage?
I mean, I think marriage is. I think people get married to escape a lot of this. So I see a lot of people trapped in really shitty relationships.
Have you ever been in a shitty relationship?
I mean, I'm almost 30, so yes.
I like to hear about that.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know you got that in you. I love to hear about it. It's torture, right? I'd love to hear you talk about it.
I mean,
and then because those jokes about marriage.
Yo, Pam.
They're just.
What the fuck is Noel?
I love how you bring up church.
We know this.
It is saying that God is good. But I'd like to hear about how
It's like turning 29 or 28 or 27. Age is just a number, big dog.
Let's. Yeah. How old were you?
So I was 13.
What the fuck is Noel?
I had straight A's. She might have had cocaine possession on her record. It was a very interesting experience. But I was kind of a geek because I was a pastor's kid, so I was trying to like transition from like where's my glasses to where's my hug. And she helped me pull that off. You know, I remember we had what church lock-in is. We had a church lock-in.
Right, like a sleepover night where everybody.
It's this idea of you locking a whole bunch of horny teenagers in a building and expecting nothing to go wrong.
Right.
So, long story short, she comes in and it's like an all majority black church. She's a white girl. She rolls up in like booty shorts and a crop top. She's like breaking everybody's neck. She's got a tramp stamp. Oh shit! It was wild. It was a wild time, but. Long story short, like my friends were like, "Man, Brittany doesn't really like you," and Brittany did like me, and it touched my little heart.
Did you have sex with her?
I can't reveal that on here. My mom might listen later.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
So that's a hot yes. So let's talk about it. Sorry, Mama, but Brittany fucked your boy.
Yeah, Brittany.
I mean, it set me on a path of dating a lot of white girls with tattoos, which I no longer do.
Is that your thing? You're in the white girls?
Dude, that Q below for key, like, screwed up everything.
That's interesting. So what are you into now? White girls with tattoos.
I don't know, man. I'm still trying to figure that out.
Okay. Spoken like a true pastor's son.
Your pastor's son, though?
It was very strange.
Did you get hit a lot because you were mad?
My mom found me in the sleep.
I don't know. It depends. I like fruit.
Oh, no.
What was
That'll scar
It was pretty traumatic.
Uh-oh.
Let me ask you this before I let you go. You're the son of a pastor, so you had to behave yourself. So what was something rebellious that you did when you were a little kid? Was there something that you
Were
had?
you afraid to rebel?
We used to change. We weren't allowed to listen to rap music, so we would change rap songs to make them Christian.
Oh shit!
So like, instead of it's hot here, it's holy in here. Oh
my god! It is so holy in here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Damn.
These guys are unbelievable.
Yeah, that's good, right?
It's getting holy in here, so put on all your clothes. It is getting so holy, I'm going to put my clothes on.
Yes.
That's a good joke. That's
Instead of Nelly, it's Ellie. All right.
That's
Jen, she's so much fun. Again, very. Then I loved
X.
I couldn't have written it like this, but I loved that the theme of the night, coming from Roseanne to all the comedians, is talk about what you can talk about. Talk about what.
Dude, you had all the good
you
letters.
Came up, pastor son, and you fucking did it. Beat for beat for beat for beat. Amazing.
You know what, comedy, one thing I learned from my idols, and I'm going to name them because I feel like I should, right? I was so lucky to become friends with my idols, which is unheard of, but like Richard Pryor was my friend, Rodney Dangerfield was my friend.
Wow.
Dallas Miller, so many I can't even name because I can't remember them all. But they're just the greats. And they taught me John Carson. But anyway, the more personal you are, the more universal it is. See, we don't know that. We got to learn these things about comedy. The more personal, the more everybody will get it because we're all just the same.
There's such a big part of this board that wasn't used. Isn't it interesting that like one letter can really screw up the board? That Q screwed up everything. It's 107. Yep.
But I get jokes when we were
Oh man, you're right.
all that stuff is really good, and it's just you. It's very personal, and we like it.
Thank you so much. 100%. 100%. By the great Boneseye. Thank you. Thanks so much. Yeah. Let's do that. You guys want one more special treat, huh? A little bit crazier, Roseanne. I told you about this guy earlier. We met this young man first months into his comedy career, and he's been on the show 3 times since then. I'm giving him another spot right here, right now. Mute, has cerebral palsy, and we absolutely love him. This is, again, from new Kill Tony legend Aaron Belial, everybody. A fucking sensation. I went. A goddamn sensation. I was drinking with this man for fucking 5 hours last night, having somehow the best conversations I've ever had with anyone. And how about one more time, ladies and gentlemen, this is Belial, everyone.
I made a mistake.
The most interesting thing about having cerebral palsy is that it
I
makes
just know that I did.
people fucking stupid. People come up to me and start gesturing at me, yelling real slow like, hello, can
Fuck you, dude.
pet your dog?
Because I didn't have any letters left. I won.
Are you okay?
Yep.
Someone come help. Call 911. I can't do it.
Why did you think you were going to win with O and I? What were you gonna do? And how many was that gonna get you? But I was up like 25 points on you. So you'd make 8. Dude, I have 96 wins. And I'm going to beat you again. Right now. So put your... Okay. Sounds like a plan.
I could. I
Sounds like a
like
plan.
someone who was having a stroke. But I still sound less like an idiot than you do.
Wow. Another new minute from Aaron Malaya. So what's wild is that last night I'm out here in Austin enjoying Monday evening off.
What's your
having
idea?
some drinks, watching my friends Nether Hour play a super fucking sold out, super tables. And see them. And the place is packed. Nowhere I see Kane and everything was stuck. He can't move.
Yeah, I don't want to do
Doesn't have
that.
a drink, the poor guy. So we get him a drink. Long story short, we drink for hours last night, and I literally, absolutely saw a woman come up to him and literally do what he just said they do in his show. Literally go, "Oh my goodness, hello! I saw you a couple weeks ago on Kill Tony. So great. Is there anything you want?
Dude, I'm fine with spamming him just on Blue Sky. That's all I need.
You should have a fucking joke about that because I already have a joke about it. I think I might do it tomorrow night.
People are complaining about me.
I love it. Aaron, absolutely killing in this crazy world. You're here with the great Roseanne motherfucking Bar.
It's free publicity. Oh, for sure.
I paid through PayPal, and there was processing time. So the lady starts texting me, telling me to get out, or she's going to call the cops. And I'm like, all right, go ahead. Her boss shows up knocking and sees me.
Oh,
shit. He takes one look at me, and he's like, oh, fuck. I'm sorry. You can stay. My bad. And I get like 15 apology texts from the lady, and they give me half my money back. This isn't a king. It's a magic fucking wand.
Oh my goodness.
It's hilarious how behind a phone I'm just another asshole, but as soon as they see me, it's like, oh God, I'm gonna get canceled. I'm making this cripple homeless. What have we done?
Tutor?
This is amazing.
So I cried a little to get an extra 25% back. Fuck that.
Some of that money. Wow. Incredible, Aaron Belisle. Absolutely amazing. What else is going on? I don't even know where to fucking start or end or begin.
Texas is fucking wild, man.
Yeah.
I was here, I had a bartender mooing at me like a cat when I asked for meat nachos. Tonight I was eating down the street, and the bartender almost stabbed a guy. Welcome to America.
It's true. It's true. It's wild. It is insane out here on these streets. Aaron, you're having fun. Roseanne, this is your first time seeing Aaron.
Are you okay?
Roseanne's like, oh shit, the aliens have invaded. I saw this on a YouTube video. It's his virtual.
Dude, my letters suck so much dick.
I'm stunned.
Yeah.
self-awareness is fucking off the charts. What the fuck are you doing? You are like an alien. Oh my god, the shit you're exposing to us about ourselves is too fucking much, man. You're the next fucking level of genius comedy.
Wow. Look at that.
Thank you.
Wow. There was a lot of typing that went into that. I don't know. I think he's
No,
got
you're so brave and beautiful, and the stuff you're saying is so well written and thought out and hilarious. I mean, did you always know you were funny?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
What did you do? What did you do before you had all these devices, though? I mean, was there a time in your life where you didn't have these communication devices?
Yeah, he was at one point the funniest sketch comedian.
I was always an asshole, but I had to kind of change.
No, but I'm serious.
Stepped on your line.
No, but I'm serious. I'm serious, though. Was there a time in your life where you didn't have access to communication devices? And don't be a
I love
silly
you,
ass.
with Tony. Did you get a sponsorship from Baby Gap?
Wait, what?
No,
Did you just fucking take a shot at me, dude? What the fuck was that on me? He's trying to make fun of me right now.
I want my answer.
No, I know, we're gonna
I
get it
want
for
my
you.
answer.
The son of a bitch just takes
I
shots
don't
at
want you to be. Listen, I don't want you to be a silly fucking asshole when you answer me, neither.
Yeah.
I want a fucking serious answer from you.
Yeah, and stop making fun of me.
Yeah! Stop making fun of me, goddammit.
I'll fucking break your left wrist.
You ungrateful little bastard.
I'll break it back into regular position.
No, but I just want to know. I just want to know.
Started with a pencil and I graduated to this big 10-pound speech box. Then a cell phone.
10-pound speech box. That's fucking
Shit.
interesting. Huge and heavy. And you had to fucking carry it? Did you just keep it on your left forearm or whatever? Like, how did you do that?
Do you have to blow in a straw to make it
I
tough?
love you. I just love you, and I love what you do. I love what you do, and I love you. You're just great.
It is true. Aaron Belial is coming on the fucking scene. We're trying to make him an American citizen. He's from Canada. If you couldn't tell, that's what's wrong with him. I say it every time too. Oh, shit.
Not you.
Jesus Christ. What?
I love you too, but not you.
Why do you? I'm literally like the nicest guy to this fucking guy. I swear to God. You being mean to me is the karma that gave you whatever you have. I'm telling you right now. It's reverse. It's reverse. This is okay.
But seriously, your level of self-awareness is just incredible. I mean, it's just incredible to see, because that's like the number one thing of comics is a level of self-awareness. So congratulations.
Aaron Belial. Anything else then?
You're the nicest person.
Aw, look at that.
It's just because I'm drunk.
I would love to have you on the secret show sometime. Yeah, if you're here on Thursday, Aaron Belial's in the mix. This fucking guy's a goddamn sensation. Anything else you want to say, or fucking whatever you call that you do? Anything else you want to type? You're really typing our ears off tonight.
Last week, like 907. You asked me what I want last week, like 976,356 times, and I didn't answer. Do you mind if I answer that?
Oh,
What up, pimp?
Well, now it's off the table, but no, go ahead. What do you want?
Love like that is a word?
I want a comedy career. I want to make a living doing things I enjoy and making people laugh, sharing my story. I think the best thing to
A
ask
what?
for in this moment is a golden ticket.
It depends how. It depends how thin you are.
Nobody's
Yeah,
ever
definitely.
asked for it. It's only been given out once in our entire
Definitely.
2.5 years in Austin, Texas. Only 8 or 9 people around the world have a golden ticket, which Roseanne's asking me, which I'll tell you, that is something that means that they can perform on any
Yep.
time, any kill Tony.
But
They can do a new
6-packs are made in the kitchen, not in the gym.
If they're there, they get to be on the. God damn it.
Yep.
You know what? I'll call your fucking bluff. You're a new golden ticket winner, Aaron Belial. Yep. Go.
Just calorie restrictions.
Let's go. Yeah. You got it. There.
Like
Roseanne,
1,000 calories a day.
I'm going to offer something on top of that for your golden ticket. I'm going to help you with your material. I'm going to help
Correct.
fix up and write your material because I love it.
Wow. Holy shit. One of the greatest comedians of all time offering to mentor Aaron Belial. My goodness gracious. It just doesn't get much fucking cooler than that. Ladies and gentlemen, the 9th or 10th ever golden ticket winner in the history of the show. My man, Aaron Belial. Hell yeah. We're making motherfucking dreams come true here.
Next level. He's next level. So deep next level. Shit.
You guys feel like you're part of something special here tonight? Should we go to this bucket one more time?
Day?
This is where we found Aaron Belial. This bucket is where we found Michael Laird, David Lucas, William Montgomery, Hans Kim. And right now, I present to you, make some noise for Arthur Martirosyan. Arthur Martirosyan, your final bucket pull of the night. We got movement? No. Arthur Martirosyan? No, it's no, nothing. A thumbs down. What? All right, I'll pull another name out. Samantha Minnie. Samantha Minnie. All right.
Let's see it. Yeah, I am. Fuck you, man.
Everybody, one more time for Samantha.
I was setting something up.
I've been in a relationship for 5 years, not with the same guy, but just passing the baton until someone gets it right. I do this really fun thing where I like to ignore red flags. It builds character, that's what I tell my therapist. But I remember one guy I dated, we were driving around, and he's like, we're about to pass my childhood home. It's like, dude, we're in the middle of the woods. What do you mean you grew up here? It's mildly concerning. I also dated a guy where very early on into the relationship, I ignored a ton of red flags. He was playing video games and drinking White Claws. And that's not the red flag yet. I noticed like a bunch of the cans were full. And I was like, all right, dude, grabbed a bunch of backups, respect, whatever. And I didn't feel like drinking that night. It's a good thing because I found out the next morning those cans were filled with piss. And I found out because he dumped them in the kitchen sink. I went on to date him for a year.
There you go, Samantha Minnie. Little gross story. There you go. Samantha, you were just on this show when? Last week?
Last week.
Okay,
Dude, you fucked me.
2 weeks in a row. You have a lot of luck.
Yeah.
Does that happen a lot in your life?
No.
No.
Not even.
Okay.
This is insane.
What's insane?
Twice in 2 years.
There you go. Absolutely. Definitely.
Yeah.
What's going on in life? Let's talk about it. What did we not find out last week? Was there anything after last week's episode where you're like, I wish I would have said that or that?
Oh, everything.
Right.
So when I moved here, I had like an idea of what my life would look like, and I'm currently living in Buda with a 60-year-old man.
What?
Born photography.
Wow. Beautiful.
Yeah. So not what I expected. No, I saw it.
60-year-old man in Buda. This sounds like Craigslist.
Give it to me.
What is your rent out in Buda with a 60-year-old man?
One hand job a week.
That's
Is that
22.
true?
That's not that big.
Is that true?
$400.
Okay, 400. minutes.
Well,
You're
that's
originally
pretty
from
good.
Buffalo, right? So a 30-minute drive for $400 is like a great deal or something like that, right?
Yeah, I paid slightly more in Buffalo, but I had two. Everything was
20 minutes on a blowjob.
Red band.
Cool.
I really don't want to work with you anymore. If anybody knows how to work a soundboard, I'm hiring. I'm taking a. Jesus Christ. But what would you do for what would you do? I'm just curious at this point.
What would I do for?
So tell us something else that we don't know about you.
My dad is a juggalo.
What is it?
Close.
What is
Juggalo.
A juggalo.
What's that?
And think.
It ain't.
And he's stone cold sober, so he's doing it on purpose.
Who is? Right. Correct.
She's great, you know, love that lady. She's normal-ish.
Ish.
Yeah.
What's that?
How come you have such low self-esteem that you're with all these fucktards forever and ever? And you don't know
Fuck
why
no.
you do that. I mean, I just am interested because I married Tom Arnold. So I just am interested.
Crazy
Red
dick
flag.
is good.
What?
Crazy dick is good.
You're
Crazy
talking to
dick?
You're talking to a lady that doesn't have vaginal walls anymore. You're preaching
No,
to the choir. She has an
did you say
insane clown
crazy
pussy.
dick is good?
Yes.
No, wait a minute. She said crazy dick is good. That is a fucking first that any woman has ever said, and my God, you are so fucking right. Crazy dick is good. Unfortunately, right? I'll talk more about that, bitch. Am I right, women? Why do we always go after crazy dick?
Yeah.
Then she knows. She fucked Tom Arnold for a few years.
Right? That's what I mean. Tell us about that. Why do you like crazy dick?
Yeah. Good question. Let it flow out of you. Whatever
Let
the
her
answer
tell
is.
us.
Crazy dick is good. I dated a guy who used to put my entire foot in his mouth. I think that was fun. Yeah. Look at these things too. Like it's
Why was that fun?
Because who does that?
So you just like that it's different.
Yeah, I don't like happy marriage sex. That's boring.
I see.
Just someone breathing in your ear. I
Yeah.
can't kill myself.
Somebody humping on you like a big old fucking hog. Yeah, I get it.
Yo, pimp.
Yeah. You like the esoteric, the mouth and this and that.
Yeah.
I'm up by 79, but you can still get me. You got some big
New,
letters.
Right? That's some new shit.
Yeah. The comedian before you put his foot in his mouth. It was insane. It was incredible how fast that happened.
I think you got a lot of original stuff there. I'd like to see you develop it more. I'd like to know more about you and what made you be that way. I think you can make a go of it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's why I do. Just life is boring, so date a felon roofer with a neck tattoo. Am I right? Yeah.
I don't think that's exactly what Roseanne is saying. But
Yeah, that's not exactly it. I'm trying to get to what makes you want that.
Yeah.
Because you're fucked up.
Dude,
You're
you
the
fucked me.
up person. No, not these guys. No, but you're the fucked up person to want people to put your fucking foot in the mouth. And, you know, something about you is one. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? You got to turn the mirror on yourself. You see what I'm saying?
That's why I left therapy. I didn't want to.
there you go.
We want to hear. We want to see some ugly shit made funny. You can do it too.
Roseanne is correct. Roseanne is right.
Right? Am I right?
Yep.
Like women, I like that she's saying this because this is what I'm starting to write about, how women, they'll do anything for dick. That's what nobody wants to hear, but it's the truth. They're dick-tards. Women are tards. They'll do anything for fucking dick. A lot of women.
I call it dickmatized.
Thanks, baby.
I like dickmatized. They are. It's like I'll do anything for dick. You know, I'll let him beat my kids or what have you. Fucking whatever, as long as I get the dick. Motherfucking stupid bitches. That's what's wrong with the world is these fucking women. I used to think it was all men's fault. Now
Zoot, you're down by 95.
menopausal with no vaginal wall.
But you could still get me.
It's all the women's fault, goddammit. That's what I say.
Wisdom from a modern day stage, Roseanne Barr. That's Amanda. There she goes.
Don't resign.
You already have one of these, right? You have a little joke book?
You're only down by 111.
You guys ready to put a ribbon on this fucking thing? There's only one way to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, there is
You never know.
a man who has done more new minutes on this show than anyone ever has. They call him the Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, the Big Red Machine. This is William Lights Out Montgomery.
For President's Day this year, I am going as Grover Cleveland. In the golf tournament this weekend, Tiger Woods hit his drive farther than the guy he was playing with, so Tiger gave the guy a tampon. Everybody got upset with Tiger, but people need to realize it's 2023. Men have periods now. I literally have blood dripping down my fucking inner thigh right now. It is so uncomfortable. Crazy first weekend in the XFL. We had the Seattle Sea Dragons lay the smackdown on the Baltimore Beastmen. The Houston Roughnecks went down to the wire and managed to beat the Grand Rapids Grizzlies in primetime. And in primetime, the St. Louis Battlehawks totally derailed the East Palestine Headaches. But seriously, why are we talking so much about this train crash in fucking Palestine? The Arabs and the Jews have been fighting for thousands of years. Why are we so worked up about this fucking train crash in Palestine right now? Where the fuck am I right now? Serious. Fucking Palestine. Okay, that's what.
Wow. What a work of art. Everything in the news this week he just covered in a minute and 30 seconds. Absolutely incredible, William. Every single one of those things that you started, every joke, I thought I knew where you were going, and I was completely wrong. Nothing but fun twists, and I've watched you more than perhaps anyone's ever watched anybody. So it's incredible to see week after week. What's going on? How do you feel?
Yeah, I tried to add some Masters of the Universe bad guys into the XFL teams. But Tony, I've had the worst head fog. I finally have gotten off of my Zen nicotine pouches. I was doing 12 milligrams in my mouth all day for the past year, and my mouth started bleeding all the time. So I thought I was literally probably going to start losing some of my teeth. So I've had this horrible head fog, and I've been chewing so much gum recently.
So you're just chewing normal, not nicotine gum now?
Correct. I have to get off of these things. Literally, my mouth, I see all this shit about Red Band going to, that's all he posts about. I'm at the dudes with his sunglasses on, trying to act all fucking cool. It's not cool, dude. They're pulling your fucking teeth out. It's not going to matter you were in the Wayfarers in the picture. Holy shit, they're tearing your teeth out of your skull. It's like that's all I ever see when I get on your fucking
It
Instagram.
is so strange the things that Red Band chooses to post about. It is reason he thinks
Just
being
wait. You never know.
awesome or something like that. You do.
That's so stupid.
You posted today, literally back at the dentist again.
Yep.
You could probably get a triple word on the side.
Because I've been at the dentist like 7 in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. So why do you keep posting about it? That's something most people would keep a deep.
Dude.
It fucking sucks and a lot of.
I took your jaw. I placed it on a curb, and I stomped it this game. Haven't you seen American History X? So imagine I said to you, bite the curb. So you take your mouth and you put it on a curb, like of a road. And then I take my foot and I smash it down on the back of your head and break your jaw open. That's what I did to you this game. All right, well, it's called curb stomping, son. And it's what I just did to you in this game. All right, you want to play darts? Hey, you want to play darts? Come on, you got... Okay. Beat me in darts. You do whatever makes you happy, big dog. Why don't you listen to the book, The Game? Dog, you suck. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
A lot of people know how being at the dentist sucks. So when you're there,
Dude, get a perfect game. You did it. Oh no, you got fucked. You got fucked, Zoot.
You're not going to be around. I'm 36. You're not going to be around in 14 fucking years, dude. If you don't get
Zoot, you got fucked. Dude, I don't know if I like the rules of darts. I feel like you should get to keep, like, you shouldn't, whatever the fuck just happened to you, get that 20. Dude, you got fucked again. You're playing so well. Dog, you were playing really good. You keep hitting the triple 20s. See? Oh, baby. Dude, I keep fucking busting. Get a 1. End it. Too high. Bust. Oh, way off. I'm not good at that. Get it. 4, bust. Check out, son. Check out, son. It all comes down to this. Zoot. You busted. You just lost. You played better than I did. Dude, you played better than I did. You got like 300 points. You did really well. You did so well. Oh, by a lot. All right, accept your invitation, son. Without a doubt. You would have spanked me. Spanked me. Spank me. You would have spanked me. 20 off the bat. And then a 1. Get a triple 20. Another 20. Yes, sir. Oh, I busted, dude. That's bullshit. Get that triple 20. Oh, you almost got it. Get that double 20. I basically need to get a triple 20 here. Oh, dude, I busted. Dude, that's such garbage. Get it. Nice checkout, Zoot. Nice checkout, Zoot. Zoot has 52 games won. I'm ending it here. I'm ending your one in a row streak. What would you consider a good opening round? Oh, down to 1. Yeah, dog. Oh, I busted on the double 16. I'm so surprised that I do that so often. It's not a record. The record is 1 game or 1 round. Okay. Let's see what you're going to do. 25. 4 shots is a record for us. But you can get it in 3 shots. Dude. 85 point Zoot. Are you playing on a phone? Well, you're amazing at it. Not what you wanted. I checked out, son. I checked out, son. I did it in 5 shots. How did I just win? Oh, because you went first. I could see there being a lot of bots on this. Go get him, Zoot. Go get him. Go get him. You got 20. Almost. Get it. 3. I'm gonna get a triple 20, a double 20. I'll take 65. 65 is 8 out of 10. Okay. 19. Get the 19. Checkout. Beautiful checkout. You're putting the pressure on. I tied you. Closest to the middle, son. That's good. I'd take it. I fucked up, though. I fucked up, no. Because I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. You shouldn't. I fucked up. Oh, triple 20. Triple 20. Yes, you can. Oh, that's how you can get it. So are we saying that 60 points is an 8 out of 10? I would say so. Get it. Get it. Get it. Look who the fuck it is, son. Look who it is. The boys are back in town. How you living, pimp? Yeah, what the fuck? What up, pimp? How you living, baby? What the fuck? I don't think I. He just keeps joining and leaving. His computer might be fucked up. I'll call him. We called you last night. I know you were sick though. I'm gonna scream at him when he picks up. Yeah, you do. I'm gonna scream at him. I'm just gonna fucking just lay into him. Just scream at him. You call him too. We'll both get him. Call him. Call him. Wait. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? Zoot literally just left. Hold on. Now I have to call Zoot. Just one moment. How you living, pimp? Yo, guess who's here? I just. Oh, dude, we're gonna play fucking mini golf. Mini golf time, son. Mini golf time, son. Oh, you're already making excuses for your dick sucking? Dog, I don't fucking know. Zoot. Oh, poor little baby. Zoot. Hey, dude, just get good. That's all. Have you ever heard GG? Get get good. That's all. Yeah, you can. Yeah, he's here. You can get rid of the chat. Do you see the little in the lower left corner? There's like the chat icon that's green. You make it red. Just press it and make it red. Dude, you sound like a little bitch. You know that though. Do you know that you sound like a little bitch? You sound like a little bitch. What in the fuck are you doing to me, bro? What are you doing to me? Dude, take out that tree. Dude, what is this bullshit, folks? Look at this shot. One of the great shots in the history of the game. One of the great shots outside the box thinking phenomenal. Zoot, are you there? Aren't you going to say hi to your friend? You haven't been here. Zoot really did have a job. You've missed out on all of Zoot's adventures. Oh, look at this. Zoot, hit my ball. Oh, fuck. Zoot's getting swole. He only needs 6. Look at this shot. Nope. No, he wants to become a female stripper. I'm the and everybody knows it. Zoot knows it. Riser knows it. All of Australia knows it. There's no way he's making that shot. Why do you need him to make that shot? Collusion. Collusion is what you're saying. Collusion. Zoot's so good at reading these. He's so good at it. Top left, so you hit it top right. Very interesting strategy there. Is that strategic? It's brilliant. That was almost so good. What a douche move, dude, though. What an absolute douche move. Absolute. You get 2 points. 2. Oh, we know that. I am in agreement with you on that. Especially playing with Riser, where he knocks water bumps you and does all kinds of mean shit. Don't hit my ball. I'm the greatest contributor in the I'm the greatest contributor in the history of mankind. Fuck that. Zoot, make it. Beautiful shot. All right, Zoot. Dog, no one's going to be here then. That was an amazing shot, Riser. Zoot, why would you just go? Why would you go listen to music for 20 minutes and then come back when we're already here and we're never here together? All right, what music do you want to listen to? Torn by Natalie Imbruglia? All right, well, I'll play it right now, dog. But you got to play another game. Yes. No. No. We're playing another game of golf. Zoot, are you ready? Yeah, I'm going to play Natalie Imbruglia's Torn. Why don't you want me to play? Why don't you want me to play? Okay, do you want to listen to Kylie Minogue's It Was Love at First Sight? Okay, do you want to listen to AC/DC? Zoot. Dude, I listen to AC/DC. I love AC/DC. Why don't you hit the fucking ball? It's not racist against fucking Australians. That's not even a thing. It's not xenophobic. These are great bands. I'm just playing. I could say like esoteric bands that he's never heard of, or I could say bands that I know that he knows. Riser, you're up. What? What are you talking about? What do you mean my ball was blocking? Look how amazing this shot is. Folks, look how amazing this shut the fuck up. That's horseshit. Zoot, hit my ball. Zoot, that's a great shot. Hit my ball. Okay, is Riser going to be able to hit it without hitting my ball? It's a good question. Nope. Dude, their songs are amazing. So I didn't know it was racist to like AC/DC though. Popular. That's a legitimate point. And plus, when those guys came out, they were like already a bunch of rock bands, Led Zeppelin, and then eventually you get like Aerosmith, and you had like Pink Floyd. They would have just maybe been lost. But at that time, they didn't have rap, and they weren't like major league icons. Like they're EDM or like house music. All right. Did you know that I just made it? That's true. You know what's going to be the biggest band perhaps of the 20th century? Guess. No, no, he's going to be number two. It's It's going to be Bitcoin Obama and the Zoots. It's not Bitcoin. It's not Bitcoin Obama. Guess again. I'm not going to give you the answer, so you better start putting in some guesses, son. Which genre is it? It's like pop rock. Word. No one knows what that is. Uh, of course, absolutely. They're arguably the biggest band in the world right now. No, it's a band. What? What a shot! No, pretty good guess. That's not a bad guess, but no, not Imagine Dragons. Yep. Zoot, are you gonna hit the ball or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? Okay, well, hit the ball. What's the biggest band in right now? What's the biggest band in the world right now? The biggest band in the world right now. No, not the Spice Girls. Imagine Dragons was the closest guess so far. Very funny. No, not ACDC. But ACDC is a great band. It's racist to like them, though, Riser. Don't ever forget that. It's racist to Australia to like ACDC. Okay, so Zoo, it's not Imagine Dragons. It's a British band. Because I'm sexy. Their band is one word. Riser, you're getting spanked this round. Zoo, score. Don't go in the water. Is it? No one knows what that is. Oh, what a crazy shot! Yeah, no, it's not whatever you just said. It's one word. Correct. Isn't it amazing that you guys can't name the biggest band in the world right now? Yes. Zoot, what are your thoughts on this shot? Zoot, what are your thoughts on this shot? Zoot, 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 what are your thoughts on this shot? 10 out of 10, baby. Dog, scoreboard. Look at the scoreboard. All you need to do, son, is look at the scoreboard. Their new music doesn't suck. They had that song, My Universe, with that what's that K-pop band that's like super big? That song is gonna, dude. Name a bigger band than Coldplay in the world right now. Their catalog, the Rolling Stones. That the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones are like just about over. So you, I mean, a band is more than one person playing in a group. Isn't that what you consider a band? Okay, glad we got that defined. What's your secret, son? Oh no way, you did. Right. He's short. He's short. He's short, folks. He's short. You know how much that hurt you, Riser? Perfect game coming up, folks. We have a perfect game on the books. No. Coldplay's been doing it for like 30 years. Dude, My Universe was amazing. That was that's okay. All that matters is who. They're they're like an 80s band. Oh, I bet even less than that. Nobody knows who Chris Martin is. He doesn't do anything. He's not like a humanitarian or anything. He's really quiet. He's known for having a relationship with Gwyneth Paltrow and having a bitch of a daughter named Apple. And that's about it. Yeah, and when I first heard about this, I remember hearing it with my cousin and we laughed. What a stupid ass name that was. Everybody in the United States thought that was the dumbest name. And now it's not that crazy of a name. It's actually kind of a nice name. But when it came out, everybody thought that was a terrible name. And she stayed out of the spotlight for a long time. And she I wouldn't dislike her, but I've heard she's like really mean to people. And thus I kind of think she's a bitch. But she's never done anything wrong to me. But she just has a shit personality. What is she? All right. I've won one. Riser's won one. Yep. Now it's your turn, Zoot. Zoot, hold on. We have to make sure Zoot knows. Zoot, you have to play this like Squid Game. When I tell Zoot that, he plays like 50% better. I know. It causes you to focus and stuff. Riser, Squid Game. Fuck no. Is Squid Games in English? Okay, it's not in Korean. Okay, but same here. Do you know what the best show on Netflix is? What is it? Shut up. It's Kill Tony. Kill Tony's on Netflix now. Did you know that? Yeah, they've got a 3 episode deal. It's going to expand to being. Yep. Oh, Zoom fucked up. Oh, what are you, dude? What are you doing? Collusion. You didn't have the balls to do it. I knew you didn't have the balls to do it. You don't have the balls to do it. Do it, you little bitch. Do it, you little bitch. I knew you were a pussy. You're fucking. You're pussies. Fuck did you do? You had the easiest. Thanks, babies. Thanks for the free points. Coil team. But there's a me. Look how amazing this shot is. One of the greatest shots we've ever seen. Uh, so you didn't know that William Montgomery's on Netflix now? Dude, that was a 10 out of 10. Zoot had one of the best shots I've ever seen. Are you serious? Dog. No. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Prom night special, big dog. All lip, no hole. You didn't know that William Montgomery's on Netflix and you call yourself a William Montgomery fan? Do you even know William Montgomery has red hair? Whatever. You know how it's referenced in society. You call those people redheads. Okay, well, I have a ginger beard. Yes, I do. It's incredibly ginger. I'm an MC. I'm an MC1R haplotype. It means I have red patches of hair on my body. It also means that people of my haplotype can take higher levels of pain. We have like a 20% higher pain tolerance. It's like extra hit points. I don't know. I haven't had to test. Oh, Riser, what great job sucking cock. Major league dick sucking. Make the shot, Zoot. Make it. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Riser, are you going to hit the ball? Or you're going to just jerk yourself off raw. Zoot, are you, Riser, you going to make this fucking shot? You're going to just jerk yourself off raw. Riser. Did you disconnect? In what weird world? Yep. Do you think you'd make a good grandfather? I don't think so either. I'd make the best grandfather on earth. What happened to Riser? Riser, can you hear us? Just inside a bunch of milk. Not to my knowledge. Oh, what a miss. Make the shot, Zoot. Zoot, if you make this shot, you'll be down one hole. So do you recognize if you make this shot, you'll be down one hole? What the fuck just happened? Whoa, weird. This fucking app just glitched out on me. Can you hear me, Zoot? Can you hear me? Well, there he is. What the fuck? you. But that's okay. Shit happens. Yeah. Okay, did you know that I'm going to beat Riser at Literati? I want to see that. Oh, wow. All right, you ready to go? You ready? You and that banana bread. You didn't even know William Montgomery was on Netflix. He even has his picture on Netflix, on like the oh, what would you call it? The like thing, the picture, like the scroll. Because I'm a dick. Because I like when someone likes something, because then I make it a competition to like it more than they do. What in the fuck are you saying here? Are you ready to accept the game? It's a lie. That's a flat out lie. I watched the first one. It was one of the worst podcasts I'd ever seen in my entire life. I learned everything I need from his stand. Hey, dude, are you ready to accept? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off with your banana bread? All right. Okay. No, but they're gonna. This is how it went. They tried it out on Netflix, and it's getting good reviews and ratings and things. So then they're gonna expand it to. Yeah, and they air it on Monday nights just like it is on the internet. Oh wait, it's at midnight though. I shouldn't say it. It's like midnight Pacific time is when they do it. There's a recording of it, but those ones have not been on the internet yet, so I don't know what they are. I have. I just don't watch it because it's copyrighted material, and I get copyright strike like crazy when I watch Netflix shit, so I just avoid it. If there's anything on Netflix that I like, there's only one real show that I like on it, and that's Black Mirror. And I even like those are kind of freaky to me as well. That I just watched. I like binge them. There are some really good shows that they've had. Narcos, the original Narcos, was amazing. I love that. Um, House of. I don't think he did. I don't think he did, but that's okay. Kind of similar, but not like exactly. All right. So you're making banana bread. Pardon me. How's your banana bread? How long ago do you think the last time somebody mentioned to me on Blue Sky was? All right, that's a good guess. Looking right now. 45 minutes. I'm so sick of Rabbi Rothschild's bots. I'm gonna go shoot VR guns while joining John Oliver so I won't be mad. Then 2 hours. Can these Rabbi Rothschild bots shut up? I just got 2 bot replies shilling this loser in the last 15 minutes. I don't want to hear about your attention whore streamer. That I get 3 hours ago. This guy's funny. He's from Australia. Just one moment. He writes, uh, he like adds me, banned another Rabbi Rothschild moron. Then this girl, Scarlett, she says, hi, Rabbi Rothschild. Discord. Then 4 hours ago, this rabbi is fucking killing me. Every time he speaks, I end up crying. Then the next one. No, never. Can't stop, won't stop. I ain't never gonna stop. I learned that from William. I love this one. Shut the actual fuck up, Rabbi Rothschild. I don't give a fuck about bullshit. I love that one. Yeah. That one's so funny. Word, dog. Word, dog. 20% hit points. All right. Do you need 5 more minutes? Okay, I'm just gonna grab a glass of water. I'll be right back.
Okay. I love that William thinks that testosterone is the unhealthiest thing about Red Band. You're rocking a Kirkland signature sweatshirt today. We've heard about this on again, off again relationship.
New sponsorship deal, 7.5 million next 3 months.
Kirkland signature.
I don't give a fuck anymore.
Yeah. You don't give a fuck about what?
I don't know. I've had this horrible brain fog, Tony, after being off the nicotine. Holy shit.
Oh, goodness.
Oh my gosh, my first friend ever, Dillard Butler, is here tonight with his wife. Literally my first friend ever. Wow.
Really? How old were you when
Shout
you
out
guys
to
became
Dillard.
friends?
I don't know. Our moms were buddies, and they would just put us on a towel in the kitchen, and we would look at each other.
You think if we had Dylan?
So I don't know how old that is.
You think if we had Dylan come up here, would he tell us deep, dark secrets about the young William Montgomery?
I don't know. If Dillard wants to, I don't know.
Is he a shy guy?
No, Dillard would love to. He's always really good at spelling. At PDS.
Oh, shit. Should we have a spelling bee challenge? I'm kidding.
Dillard, he's always really good at spelling, I remember.
I love it. Why don't you tell us a deep, dark secret about your childhood that we... Oh, wow, here he is. Oh, my goodness gracious.
This is Dillard Butler, my first friend ever.
Absolutely incredible. I didn't realize Hunter Biden went by Dillard now. This is frightening. Wow, look at this guy. He's dressed like an eternal tourist. He's got the fucking flip-flops. He's got little thick feet. You have thick feet, Dillard. Welcome to the show, my friend. How are you?
Doing all right. Thank you.
Okay.
On my feet.
You're welcome. How long have you known William for?
36 years.
Wow. All right. Have you ever seen his dick or anything like that?
It's uncomfortable.
Why don't you tell us something about William as a child that we'd be surprised
I
to
used to show Dillard my feet.
Wow. The little...
No, it is uncomfortable. Dillard wasn't kidding.
Tell us something about William that we'd be surprised to know. We talk with him every week. We never have an inside source like
We
this.
sort of repeated kindergarten together.
Ooh, wow. William does not seem happy about that information being released at all.
It was the teen tribe with Miss Henderson. We went to transition. It was always like 8 kids in every grade. Dillard and I were in the teen tribe together.
You did kindergarten twice, William?
You transitioned? Technically called a transition, which was a grade between kindergarten and first grade. I think that was more for the parents than us.
Wow. Incredible. Kindergarten twice. What else? Give us some more dirt on William.
We were banned from seeing each other by our parents for like 2 months at one point.
Oh, that's what happens when you get caught 69 as kids. That's what happens.
It's so awkward. It's so awkward.
Why did they ban you guys from seeing each other?
We, for some reason, when we were like 15 or so, it got to be 16 because we were college. We sort of found all these old clothes from my grandfather who had passed away and put pillows in them. The stream. William thought it would be the dead bodies on the road. And we would just scare, people would get out of their cars, he'd start screaming.
Wow.
And but we did it in front of his uncle's house for some reason. And of course we got caught and they were really mad.
Wow. A couple of real Memphis rabble-rousers out here. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And what do you do? What's your story in life now?
I live in Charlotte. So, you know.
What do you do for work in Charlotte?
I do some software account management. This is probably the most boring thing I could talk about.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, I don't deny it.
I love it. And what else? What do you do for fun?
God, I don't know. I don't have any fun anymore. I have a 3-year-old, so I stay in a lot.
Oh, okay.
You're going to find some hobbies, Dillard. We were talking about that. You're going to find some hobbies. You're going to find nice people in
Are you ready?
It's going to happen.
William's
Okay. You're good.
okay. Well, hey, maybe I will. Well, I mean, hopefully you come to the Charlotte. My gracious.
Oh, I knew.
Thought about doing comedy?
I'm the one who turned it on. I wanted you to be entertained. You are the second biggest William Montgomery fan in this Discord right now. Oh, I don't know. Miss Aquarius is growing on you.
I remember one time we were at like Disney World or something on some family vacation, and Dillard was there. We were rolling around in the grass. Francis started, and then we were all going to. Dillard doesn't believe my.
I guess less blue.
That's exactly right. That's how I am. And then I get so into it, and then I become an expert in it. And then I open up my own franchise of I know. You know me well. Just like how you think that your profile picture is of Pepe, but it's not. It's of that other guy. I don't think so. No, it's the other. I can tell you this: Apu was featured on like a soccer match. Do you remember this? It was like an advertisement in soccer. It was a really big deal. Oh, to you, just like William Montgomery is just some comedian. I can't believe you don't like Kill Tony. I know. Oh, they're the worst. They're the worst. He's not that funny. Oh, he sucks his own dick. You're absolutely right. He's Well, doesn't she also have a TV show that is called Tires? Right. And you don't think that Tim Dillon's funny? Okay, I'm probably in agreement with you on all of those. You know who isn't funny? Joe Rogan. At least not on these. He's pretty lame on these. Um, the Canadians they I don't really watch him that much on I don't watch too much of his stand up. I don't watch much of his stand up. I never have. Dave Chappelle. Who who else? Chris Rock. Who else? Um that are still alive. Dude, then all the old comedians, they're all better than he is. But I love him, and he can do so much with it. It has so much potential when he just gets into like I love. There's some ways that he says some things like I ain't never gonna stop. That's cute, and then but I love when he's like I love me some Raisin Bran. I love me some Kirkland signature shirts. I love me some Aphex Twin. I love me some Grand Theft Auto Vice City on the PlayStation 2. And just I think that that's all beautiful. Um Comedians, I mean I'm trying to think who's a really funny fucking comedian? He's so funny to me. His name is Andrew O. Yang. He's a Chinese. He's from like Hong Kong, or his parents are. And no, no, no. He he does a lot of Chinese humor, and it's so funny. Just when he talks about his dad, he's so good that his dad even became like an actor in the United States. But he's just he's so funny. He's one of the best. He is really, really, really funny. Um, you know who gets a lot for being funny? Who, and you're probably gonna think that I think that they're really funny, but I don't. Is Theo Vaughn? I He's not that intelligent. His comedy's not that intelligent, but he does have a way of just this like backwoods kind of stupidity that it's kind of funny. Tim Dillon, you know what's very right? I'm surprised how popular his podcast is, which is cool. You know what surprises me a lot is that Tim Dillon is gay. That to me is a major surprise. Like not just gay, but like likes fucking dudes. Like and I guess getting fucked by dudes. Like it's not just a play. Like he's not just playing. I don't know. I just he's kind of like very aggressive and masculine. That I would think that he would be like slanging a ton of dick, but he doesn't. Andrew Schultz. Oh, yeah. He even calls himself like the fat piggy who likes to get fucked. Like he it's like a big thing about him. It's one of the reasons why I think that he didn't get like canceled is because he's like in that Joe Rogan verse, but he's like the one gay guy. And I don't mean like he's bisexual. I mean he just likes fucking dudes. But the thing is, he's not like in your face about it. Like you wouldn't necessarily know it, but he definitely is gay. Um, it's like on his Wikipedia page. He's been gay. He's been gay for like 20 years or something like that. I think he dated a girl like in. I didn't edit it. I'm not that big a Tim Dillon fan. No, 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 no. He talks about it a lot. Dog, dog. He talks about it a lot. I listen to his podcast too sometimes. Well, that's what I'm saying. He's not in your face about it. But personal life. As of March 2021, he resides in Los Angeles after briefly living in Austin, Texas. Dylan is gay and came out at the age of 25. He Tim Dillon just got married. He got married a year ago to a dude, which it shows his boyfriend or whatever. And this boyfriend is not. Oh no, he didn't get married because I don't know. He said just got married. Homosexuality was a phase. Huh? No, 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 no. It's not. Hold on. I think that was a joke that he got married. Um, is he gay? His fashion choices are questionable. Is he actually gay? Yes. I describe him as someone who you could listen to for 3 hours and not realize he's gay. It's something me and a lot of friends of him particularly enjoy. He doesn't use his sexuality to make statements or gain sympathy or anything, and I like that too. He just like, but yeah, he's gay. Yes, he is gay. He consistently claims to be gay, but I've never seen him pounding a twink or even Frenching a dude. So who really knows? Um, Word. Um, Dude, how much more fucking time do you need? Are you growing the bananas? You're welcome. But yeah, anyway, he's really funny, and I do agree with that redditor who said you could listen to him for 3 hours and not know he's gay. He's not in your face about it. I'm in agreement with that, and that I think that's cool. Um, Andrew Schultz. Yeah, exactly. He's very matched. He's very. I find some comedians who are gay funny. There is one named Ant who is very funny. Um, there are a few of them I don't particularly. Yeah, Rabbi Rothschild's very funny. So gay that I flipped the polarization and I'm a lesbian because I like chicks. And I am one. So I am gay. How do you like that? So I'm gay. Big time gay. All right. Specifically for MILFs. All right. Person ever. Of all time. Absolutely. I'm up there with the best of them. I'm up there with like Liberace and Freddie Mercury. I'm up there with Ellen as like one of the biggest lesbians of all time. I'm pretty proud of it. Um, okay, now Andrew Schultz. I like his like I like him in stints. He can be funny. His during the pandemic, his um his like YouTube shorts or like Instagram reels or whatever, they were very good. That's how I got into him. Um Shane Gillis is hilarious. His Trump impression is so funny. If you haven't watched, if you had to watch any Kill Tony, it's it's the episode where Adam Ray is Biden and Shane Gillis is Trump. That's the one that got me hooked. I wasn't watching Kill Tony. People would tell me about it. This guy in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10, Inu told me about it. You told me about William Montgomery, but I didn't watch them until they did that episode with Shane Gillis as Trump and Adam Ray as Biden, and then I just started watching them every Monday, basically. Like that was like over the summer, like last summer. Okay. Oh, it's phenomenal. Okay, but I mean, he's very quick on his feet. Um, okay, all right, you're a comedy snob. You know who actually is an act like who's one of my favorite comedians who I didn't name is Dennis Miller. Do you know who Dennis Miller is? He is he's maybe the smartest comedian like there's ever been. Maybe I mean he's so funny. He uses these his humor. I don't want to say the smartest, but like some of the analogies he would make were just like amazing. He was so good that he was a comedian on Monday Night Football. Like they just brought a comedian onto Monday Night Football, and while it was controversial to do, they still had him on for a couple years. Everybody hated him on it, but still, he was big. But then he became Dennis Miller. But then he became a conservative, um, like a conservative talk show host, and that kind of like he still has a career, but he doesn't do stand up anymore. Seinfeld's great, though I haven't seen him in a few years. His early stuff is phenomenal. Um, yeah, and he doesn't cuss at all. Um, are you fucking done, dude? You say I need 10 minutes. That was like 45 minutes ago. Excellent point. But you know I rip him a new asshole. Don't you love Zoo? You haven't seen him or, talked with him in like months. And then he's like, yeah, I got to go for 20 minutes and listen to music. Like, Zoo, what in the fuck are you talking about? Yet it doesn't surprise us at all. Like, that's his personality. We get that. Hold on a second. Kill Tony has the worst Canadians. And it's not Canada's fault. Canada has some very funny people. They have Jim Carrey, Tom Green, Howie Mandel. Like they've got some really funny. McDonald. He he was Canadian, but the Kill Tony Canadians they bring on, it's like the stuttering guy, the mute guy. They're all like people with disabilities. Not all of them, but like a lot of them. And I don't understand why they chose these people. Um, but they did. I think he's hilarious. Yeah, I think he's hilarious. Yeah, I love his shtick. It's different and it's daring and it's that bad boy Southerner kind of Texan that I do like. And I think he's got a chance to be one of the biggest comedians in the world. He's got like a it, yeah. He's got that. Yeah. He's got a chance to be the biggest. Yes, I'm ready. The biggest Kill Tony comedian there is. Join the game, dude. No, I just played that like a second ago. I actually, when you said, "Are you ready to play now?" I thought you were already in the game, and I hit go.
Telling me I was gonna die. I was like 6 or 7, and I thought I was frightening.
Right. Yeah, they love instilling fear into everybody around them. The Montgomerys or something. It worked with William. Is there anything you guys want to share about your friendship? Is there anything you two want to tell each other?
Dillard, I love you.
Ah. Oh my goodness gracious! Look at that. You know what? I'm gonna let you guys take a bath together tonight. How about a hand for Dillard? How about a hand for the great William Montgomery? How loud can this place get for the one and only Roseanne Barr, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, we fucking did it. The Queen of Queens, the Queen of Comedy, and now the Queen of Texas, Roseanne Barr. An amazing drawing in from the great Ryan J. Ebelt. I do believe it's going to pop up there. He draws every episode. And, oh, that's a different one. Hell yeah, okay. Yeah, that ain't working. But this is cool. That's the drawing. He draws every episode. It's like a album cover, if you will. You have framed copy. Oh, yeah, there it is. Cool. Roseanne Barr. Look at that. Fucking legendary. Yes.
That looks nothing like you.
How about a hand for the best band in the land, the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony Band? James Atkins, John Dees. That's the great D Madness on the bass guitar, Matt Mueling, and Paul Deemer on the horns. Follow these guys on social media. Follow them everywhere they go. Some of the best musicians on planet Earth performing nightly. They have a super band called Sketch that they've been touring all around the city, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, all around. Thank you to the Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Deep Betty Vodka, Austin Security Guard Service, Gel Blaster, Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. We love you guys. Thank you so much for coming out. We'll see you again soon.
Love you guys.
And everybody, thank you.
Holy shit! Great job, dude. Great job. Dude, that's a big one. That was great, man. That's the second highest one anybody's ever played against me. The highest we've ever had is one for like 60. And Zoot one time played Quiz for like 45 or something. Like something like that. You had 48 maybe. $45.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from Walking Gas Company for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony. Who's ready to fuck some shit up tonight, huh? Yee-hoo!
voice for Brian Redband, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, you're at the #1 live podcast in the world. Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Deep Eddy Vodka, Gel Blaster, the Austin Security Guard Service, the best goddamn security guards in the world. They'll happen to be here in Austin. Screwball. That's the Kill Tony band, everybody. How about a hand for these guys? That's the great Michael Gonzalez, fresh off of touring.
The words we play are so much longer than the words I play with other people, which tells me you're very good.
That's the great Zach Person on the electric guitar.
Usually people are playing really short words.
That the world will know about soon enough. Like the others. Electric guitar right here. That's Paul Deemer on the horns.
Wage,
all the way to the right.
Wayne, those are long.
And this right here.
Bleeder is long.
Ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. What a night we shall have. But before we do, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now.
Hey guys, it's Red Band, and this Wednesday here in Austin, Texas at Cap City Comedy Club, I will be headlining, and I'll be bringing the great Mike Montgomery and Janisha Albo from Kill Tony. One night, one show only, 8 o'clock, Wednesday, March 15th. Go to capcitycomedy.com and get tickets.
Hey y'all, when you go to the bathroom, you always close the door behind you, right? You don't want some random passersby looking in on you. So why would you let people look in on you when you go online? Your online privacy is important. That's why we all use ExpressVPN, and you should too. I love ExpressVPN. I use it literally daily to protect my personal data when I'm on the internet. I'm looking at crazy stuff. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to tell you what. Lot on this show.
Yeah, it is, and I don't understand that.
Some wild things, but using the internet without a VPN is crazy nowadays. They can sell your information to ad companies and tech giants who then use your data to target you. Red Band understands the internet better than me. Can you explain?
Yeah, so pretty much what it does, ExpressVPN creates a secure encrypted tunnel between your device and the internet, so your online activity can't be seen by anyone. It works on your phones, laptops, and even routers.
Oh, what the
so
fuck?
Everyone who shares your Wi-Fi is protected. And all you have to do is just fire up the ExpressVPN app and click one button. Way easier than closing the bathroom door.
Damn right. I'm glad you closed the bathroom door when you go in there, because I don't want to see anything
You like it
in there. I always peek through the little crack, though. Anyway, get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free by going to expressvpn.com/killtony. That's expressvpn.com/killtony for 3 extra months free. expressvpn.com/KILLTONY. Why? Because you need to protect your data. Go to expressvpn.com/killtony right now. The biggest clouds, the coldest smoke, the smoothest experience. If you enjoy smoking the good stuff or CBD but hate the throat and lung burn, then you gotta check out today's sponsor, Freeze Pipe. Freeze Pipe makes a unique line of freezable pipes, buffers, bongs, and more, engineered to cool smoke by over 300 degrees. Freeze Pipe is your answer for the smoothest way to light up. I gotta tell you, I've been doing a lot of yoga lately, a lot of cardio. I think I'm in the best shape of my damn life. And I have always been an extreme blunt smoker. You know, I'm friends with Snoop Dogg and those types of people. You know, the blunt smokers in the world, if you know what I'm talking about. However, lately I've been using this amazing freeze pipe to keep my lungs crystal clean and super clear and under control. And Freeze Pipe is the best way to do it. Red Band, you've been doing this yourself.
Oh yeah, I love it. I've been using it every day. The secret is the freezable glycerin chambers that come on every piece. Pop one of these in the freezer for 1 hour, and as you smoke, it passes through this icy chamber. It instantly cools it down for dramatically smooth and chilly tokes. Glycerin is a non-toxic fatty gel commonly found in food and sweeteners. It freezes quicker than water and stays frozen longer. Putting ice in your bong is one thing, but chilling smoke through a frozen glycerin chamber will change how you light up forever.
With a 4.4 rating and thousands of reviews, check out Freeze Pipe's entire line of high-quality glass at thefreezepipe.com and use code TONY for 10% off your order. That's thefreezepipe.com and use code TONY for 10% off. Shop today. Your throat and lungs will thank you. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Balcony, are you guys with us tonight? Every single week, I have one of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This is very, very exciting. This guy is absolutely one of my favorites. He's playing Radio City Music Hall September 27th. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the best in the world. It's Chris DiStefano. Oh, shit. Here we go. Here we go. We're doing it tonight. Chris DiStefano. Fuck yeah. Legend of the game. Hello. Hey, babe, Chrissy Chaos. Flashy Radio City fucking Music Hall.
Look at that, baby. That's when you vote Republican.
Yeah. Hell yeah. We're going to have fun here tonight.
Yeah.
You've been on this show before. You know how it works. We're going to have a blast.
I'm ready, baby. Ready to have some fun.
For those of you that don't know, over 100 comedians signed up for the opportunity to get pulled out of this bucket. If I pull one of their names out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted to try to perform the best stand-up comedy that they possibly can. You know the 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which is loud and annoying, and it cuts them off. And then I interview them, and we find out as much as we can about them. And it's all improvised. Anything can happen. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Well, if you don't know, now you know. We have a few regulars on the show. They have the very tough job of writing and performing a new 60 seconds every single week, which is not easy at all. 52 fucking new minutes a year. And this guy's been at the helm of this for a couple of years now. We've watched him go from living in his van to being a wildly successful touring fucking comedian. This is a new minute from Hans Kim. This is 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 Hans Kim.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good to be here. My name is Hans, and it's tough for me to make friends with white people because I'm gonna outlive them. We measure white people age in dog years. That's why my parents made me make friends with white people early, so I could learn about death. Oh, it's okay, little buddy. Skylar lived a full life with freedoms. It's talking back to his parents. Actually seeing a 24-year-old woman, and I can tell she's 24 because whenever I'm fingering her, she's always vaping. It's like, why don't you vape my dick? I can make white stuff come out. Thank you.
Us how it's done. Love the vape joke. Got a little fucking creepy after that, but I don't know if you need all that, but I love it. How's it going, Hans?
It's going fantastically.
Yeah.
I'm so wealthy right now. It's crazy.
Ooh, you have been out there every weekend. Hans is absolutely killing it all over, selling out shows. You were in Tampa this weekend.
Yes.
Going head-to-head with Uncle Laser, who headlined a weekend there. What was that like?
It was like a nerd versus the guy that has sex.
That's true. That's true. You do have a lot of sex. No, I'm kidding. That's fun. So, did you guys hang out at all?
Yeah, I went to his pool party. He had a pool party.
He had a pool party in Tampa? He was there one day? He's throwing pool parties?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I think I hear the rumbles of Sting in WCW used to sit up in the rafters and watch the wrestling matches with the people that he was going to challenge later on. I remember it very well. So, Hans, tell us more. What else?
He was like, dude, my fans are all hot girls and your fans are all dorky losers.
How does that make you feel?
He makes me feel like a little girl.
Okie dokie. Like, what do you mean he makes you feel like a little girl?
He emasculates me. He
Uncle Laser does?
Yeah.
Yeah, Uncle Laser's an alpha in this world over here. I love it. You talked a lot of shit about outliving white people.
Yeah, sorry, Tony.
It's okay. I forgive you. It was good. This 24-year-old, is this new?
Yes.
Okay.
She came to one of my shows and told me she was Jewish.
Hi.
And then I was like, man.
Thing
No
about her
one
that you've
does.
noticed. How long have you been with her now?
I've been with her 4 weeks.
Okay, yeah. I thought so. I think I remember. What's the most
She
Jewish thing you've noticed?
she wears a mouth guard when she sleeps.
Ooh, the old fucking rape guard. So you don't go sticking your fucking whatever in her mouth. Your little vape pen you got down there. Right. A mouth guard. What else? Have you noticed anything else?
She got really mad at me yesterday because she was licking my balls, and I have really sensitive balls. It's not anything personal. And she was like,
Do you think Uncle Laser has sensitive balls? He hits those things with fucking sledgehammers just to get them juiced up. You know what I mean? Oh shit! So you have sensitive balls. Then what? Was she trying to what was she doing? The old matzo balls or something like that? Was she trying to spoon them into her mouth? What happened?
She was just tonguing them with the tip of her tongue. It felt good. It was just a little sensitive. And then I was like,
what do you say when she tongues your balls too hard? Is there a specific noise you make?
Like, ah.
Oh, Hans, you are one of a kind. Now, we all know that you are famously Asian. You are South Korean.
Yeah.
And, I want to ask you about something. The actual that was officially leaked out of a lab in China. I want to know because I can't speak about it at all, obviously. I want to know what your thoughts about that are.
Accidents happen.
I haven't recognized the last 6 words we've played.
You make a couple mistakes, but at least we have Hello Kitty and.
Chris DiStefano, you've seen Hans before, right?
Yeah, I love Hans.
Yeah.
It's good, and I'm happy that you have a girl to lick your weather balloons.
Yes. Radio City fucking music hall. Here we come. I love it.
Yeah.
What else, Hans? Anything else before we let you go?
I've been seriously drone piloting for a while now. I'm
shit.
Pretty good pilot.
Piloting what?
Drones.
Oh, drones. Nice. Very North Korean of you.
Lors.
What have you been doing with these drones? Tell us more.
I've been going up to hotel rooms, looking in.
What a creep you are.
I like it.
They should have never gave you creeps technology.
Why is your collar up right now?
Oh, fashion.
Oh, it's
nice.
Is that Amazon Classics? What is?
This is from Amazon.
No one knows what that means.
Actually,
It's probably like Middle English or
Ooh,
something.
let's see. How many of you think we should see those hickeys? Here we go. Here comes the Hans Hickey reveal after a long weekend in Tampa. Supposedly he has a girlfriend, but wait, let's see. Whoa, dude. You sure you didn't try to hang yourself? What's going on over there, dude? Look like fucking Epstein over here.
It's just a playful accident.
Never an accident.
Tell her to take out her mouth guard next time she has a... All right, Hans. Another great new minute. You're fantastic. Consistent as it gets. What a lead-off hitter. We couldn't love you anymore. You're out there. You're selling out. We found you here fucking June of 2021. You're killing it. There he goes, Hans.
There you
Stan,
go.
everybody. That was Hans Stan. That was Hans Stan. That was on Tim. To the bucket we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is where anything can happen. Next fucking superstar of
You don't know about picks?
Worst nightmare. Anything can happen. Your first comedian out of the bucket tonight is Morgie, everybody. We're all going to meet Morgie together. This is a new name, I can tell. I would know if I met a Morgie before. Morgie. It's Morgie, everybody. Big choice for these comedians. They sign up. They wait all night for this. One more time for Morgie, everybody. Here she is.
Hello. So growing up, my mom was an alcoholic, and every time she drank, she'd get like really sick, but not like throwing up sick, like doing donuts in the middle of the intersection sick. And 2-year-old me was just like, fuck, this bitch really going off right now. No, but my mom, she did love to drink and drive.
Oh, nice.
And me and my sisters were always like, oh my God, like, someone has to stop her. And so one day, a random pine tree on the side of the road was like, say less. I got this.
Then hit pass.
And she never drank and drove again. I tried a new drug for the first time the other night. They're called roofies.
I know that. I know the final score to 190, but you and I are probably pretty close.
Right, Morgie, everybody, doing a minute. Morgie.
Do you want to play again? None.
Absolutely. We were a little bit scared there for a second.
No, not long at all.
Holy shit. I think you're not a virgin at all. That is.
Okay.
I don't think you use that terminology. Pussy lift. Skirt, that is a real schoolgirl. Where do you go to school? UTI?
No. That is funny. That is funny. Yeah.
Pardon. You want to play again?
Hold on. Everybody was.
All right, I can only play one more game. I could play more, but I want the 100th game to be my 100th win to be with someone with whom I play a lot.
I did go to Texas. I heard those.
No.
Wow, look at that. Look at these guys you'll never fuck right here. There's a whole table of dudes that are going to jerk off to your. How do you spell Morgie, dude?
Do you want to go first? Then fuck you, man. All right, but if I lose, this isn't a real loss. I'm going to manually pass to you.
23. What made you stand-up comedy?
Well, my ex showed me a show when we were still living together.
Yeah, we've had this happen a lot. Lately. This is like a new thing. We're like, I'm going to show you. I'm going to get good at comedy, and then he's going to
Doll?
see me
What
on
the
his
fuck is
favorite
that?
show. And they make fun of him. Wow. And look at this. He wins this round. Right now, he's looking at the apartment where all your shit used to be, just like I fucking hate it. Oh, you stepped on another line. Very good. You are literally anti-comedy, Morgie. I love it. What's the funniest thing about you think? Because we didn't see anything.
I don't know. You're so real for that. Funniest thing? I don't know. I've been arrested 3 times.
Oh, what?
Oh, look who just adds ED to things.
What were you shoplifting?
Bro, I got away with shit. I'm like a belt.
Give shorter answers. Let's focus on shorter answers here. Editing is.
No one knows.
A drug dealer gave his charge to me, and I just like ended up taking it.
Gave his charge?
He put some shit on me. It's a long story. I think I want it short.
This is like if Bad Baby was
Tiny, that's good.
Yeah, I know. Like in my closet, and and the cops came and searched my house. And I was
That's it for that.
yeah, I was in Disney.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah. No doubt about it. And now the question everybody wants to know: you arrested?
Minor in consumption. I was at the beach during spring break.
Oh, good
and
job.
They just
Way to steal my.
They like driving.
What, they resuscitated you?
No. I was acting like a fool for sure. Like they arrested me. I was
Yeah.
yeah, no, all under
Exactly.
18. Like, arrested all under 18. That's the way you should do it.
Good job.
Everybody.
Which parent fucked you as a kid?
Oh my God, Red Band! Why would you say something like that? We could get sued. This is a real show. There's probably sexual violence listeners out there. There's probably a lot of people that wouldn't like that. So which parent was it that fucked you?
No, I'm an orphan technically, so.
Oh, wow. So, it's not even that bad.
Yeah,
then.
no. Not even that bad. No, I didn't even get the chance to do that.
Yeah. That's fine then.
Wait, you're an orphan?
Like,
I'm sorry, I can't believe I didn't hear this. This is,
Wait, the joke was about my mom dying, drinking and driving. My dad's like a hobo, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Woo! I have no one to disappoint right now, so woo!
Where is your dad a hobo at?
I'm Corpus Christi.
Ooh, the plot thickens.
Yeah. No.
Did you communicate with him ever?
I haven't talked to him in about 5 years. He lost custody of me when I was 15.
5 years. Why haven't you talked to him in 5 years?
Well, hobo and like so.
You're saying this like he's like a puppet on a stick or something like that. Like,
Well, it's like, okay, if I want to see him, I'd have to pay for everything, and it's like I shouldn't have to do that for my parent to like spend time with them.
Right.
So it's like, why the fuck would I do that?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't want to take care of me at that age, so why should I take care of him? Like, fuck that guy.
Have you ever told him that?
No. I was his
Do you
favorite though.
Do you have his phone number?
No, I don't. I don't think he has a phone.
That was almost awesome.
No, that motherfucker. There's no way that motherfucker has a phone, bro.
Wow.
He's crazy.
I love it.
How popular are you on TikTok?
Okay, thank you, Red Band. Let's do 50% less of whatever you're thinking applying to the show. So just relax a little bit. You get to breathe and drink and do all your favorite things. So when you signed up for the show, knowing that your ex that you used to live with, was that a bad breakup?
No, it was kind of mutual. We lived together for 5 years. I mean, for 5 months after we broke up. He like just moved out like a month ago.
Okay.
But you know, I still love that motherfucker. You know, like for life. But he unfollowed me on Instagram the other day. He called me. He was like, I have something to tell you. He's like, I unfollowed you on Instagram and took you off Snapchat. I was like, okay. So I think he took it a little bit harder than me. Still love him though. Still love you, Tom.
Oh wow.
Okay. He hates me though. I'm pretty sure he does.
Why does he hate you?
I'm just like kind of a bitch.
What'd you really do? Come on, tell
No,
us.
I didn't do anything. No, it was a mutual breakup. I technically started the breakup, and he was like, "I agree." So we're like, "Okay, like."
But you still love him.
Yeah, I would love him forever. You know what I mean? Probably would have ever again. Yeah. No, he had a.
That's what it's about. Circumcised?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Nice. Clean, beautiful dick.
Let me ask you this: he had a big, beautiful.
Circumcised dick. Yeah.
He had a big, beautiful dick. What do you think your biggest contribution to the bedroom was?
Shit. Well, I didn't put like my full name, so yeah, I like to write dick. I'll write dick. You know what I mean?
You write dick.
I write dick. Some bitches are pillow prints as well. I'll fucking write dick.
Nice.
Man.
I love it. You're like a cholo from Fresno. I love this shit.
You really are. It is incredible.
That's some H-Town shit, baby.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Is that heroin?
Yeah, you get it. You know.
Of course, I know.
Yeah.
I have security. Yeah.
Morgan, you
were good for seriously 1 month in. You really. It is good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He wants me.
No, absolutely not.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
No, you really did. You did good.
Morgie, you rode the wave here tonight. Congratulations. You started us off on bucketfuls. Can you catch that? No.
Oh.
You can catch chlamydia, but you can't catch a little joke book, folks. Morgie, everybody.
Good job, Morgie.
One more time for Morgie. She's walking out of here with a brand new chill blaster. She gets a chill blaster. How
Boy.
exciting for the great people over at Chill Blaster, available in stores everywhere.
Oh, we've got to look that up.
Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian out of the bucket goes by the name of Nathaniel Bagley, everybody. Bagley.
A coiffure, a tight-fitting worn cap worn under a veil,
We having fun out
as
there
by
yet,
nuns,
huh?
a white skull cap formerly
You guys get
worn
it?
by European lawyers, or British
Here
lawyers.
we go. Your second bucket full of the night. We're all going to meet him together. How about one more time? Nathaniel Bagley, everybody.
I was looking a lot into the UFOs recently. There's been a lot of news about that. And it just has me thinking about all the guys who lied about being abducted and probed just to explain a blown-out asshole the next morning. Like you have to imagine he's going to his wife, and he's like, no, I can explain. Like, there's just like these gray men, there's this gray man. They came, they got me. And she's like, so what happened to the sheep last night? And he's like, oh, fuck. You know, I recently became homeless and living out of my car. It's not because of alcoholism. Thank you very much. I could stop at any time. You believe me. And you know, I wish there was a better way to be in denial of being an alcoholic. Like, I really wish that I could have the confidence of a 90s drug PSA kid just to deny it. Like, driving with a friend at night and he's like, hey man, I think you have a drinking problem. And I'm so like, yeah, dude, I choose to booze. Driving through traffic, I think it'd be the best thing. That's
Yeah,
right.
it's a good one.
All right. Nathaniel Bagley. I never thought I was going to say this, but it looks like Morgie's in the lead, everybody. Holy shit. What a twist. Right when you're like, here we go, something's going to happen.
Oh, good job.
Done is worn a schoolgirl skirt
That's
up here.
intense.
Nathaniel, I fucking love it. That was absolutely nothing at all.
Yeah.
Nice.
How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Well, I was on Kill Tony 2 years ago.
Wow.
And I came on right after I OD'd.
Oh, wow.
And then had a concussion, some brain damage, so I thought I should do this again before.
Wait, the concussion and the brain damage happened after the last time you were on the show?
Yeah. Like the OD concussion, I did the whole thing.
Yeah. You got fucked up, dude.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, how'd you get concussed?
It was just basically a Bob Saget accident. I was just like doing my shit at work, just bumped my head, and there's a dent in my skull now. It's a whole thing.
What's Bob Saget have to do with
What do you
that?
mean?
Yeah, well,
You wouldn't be allowed to this spot.
Totally.
I got away with it.
Totally different accident than Bob Saget. Bob
Saget died of
Yeah.
That's my word, baby.
Very funny all the time. And many bumped his head and died. You bumped your head and survived, kind of. Like, you're still there in your human form. What do you do for work?
I worked at a smoke shop.
Nice.
Okay. All right. I could see how that would be good for you.
I looked like I worked at a smoke shop.
Yeah. Right. And you sound like you have throat cancer.
At this point.
No, who cares though, right? At this point.
Yeah, you know.
Carbon monoxide
numbs it after a little while. The throat.
How long have you been doing comedy?
Just starting back up after like the shit after 2 years ago.
Well, dude, it's not easy, you know.
Nah,
it's not easy. You know, you're doing comedy. You're you look like a Viking with diabetes.
Yeah.
You're pulling off a lot of. You have a bullet around your neck. Use it tonight.
You do have one bullet around your neck.
Yes, you do have one single baby bullet.
Is that a special bullet?
What is that?
Have any meaning?
Nothing. An ex gave it to me, and I was like,
Oh.
all right.
Okay.
No other reason.
What's the coolest thing that's happened to you since you got this life-changing concussion?
The homelessness has been nice.
Homelessness?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the fresh air at all times. You know,
So you're full-blown homeless right now?
Yeah, I'm living out of my car. Man.
But I thought you have a job at the smoke shop.
Yeah, I have that job, but there's like shit. I more recently had the job, and so just trying to build up to the money. It's too expensive here. Too expensive for sure.
What kind of car are you living in?
It's a Chevy Spark.
Chevy Spark. You're in the fetal position, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I look up like I'm about to hatch from the fucking car. Like I'm like fucking like ready.
Right.
Well,
Nathaniel, what do you do for fun? Can you give us an example of what a concussed homeless man does for a good time before we all get back to living a better life than you?
Let's see. You know, do drugs with people.
Oh.
That's
all right.
a thing.
What kind of drugs are you into?
Just mostly weed, psychedelics.
Yeah. What else?
I took two tabs of acid and 2 grams of mushrooms. Went to Six Flags on Halloween.
Whoa!
That was fucking exciting.
I can't imagine how exciting that must be to go from living in a Chevy Spark to Six Flags on Halloween.
It's a wild ride.
All the people there must have been like, "Wow, look at that scary Game of Thrones zombie guy."
My friend was with me. He was also like high as shit. He was like super scared. He's like, "Oh fuck, dude, I think they know I'm high." Because everyone's like, "Dude, that dude's fucked up." I was walking in front of him, just like, "Dude, this is fucking great. This is fucking great." And like these like people trying to like they're like dress up as zombies and shit, trying to scare me.
Where exactly is this dent in your skull?
It's just right up here.
Okay, that's where the sense of humor is located. Very, very interesting. We're learning a lot here. We do some science studies here. Nathaniel, I find you to be very, very interesting. Have you been doing stand-up other places other than here?
I've been getting back into it this month. So.
Oh, all right. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I don't know why I stumbled on that.
Yeah, no, it's not easy, you know.
Nathaniel,
get your brain into it. No, I'm serious, and it's not easy. You're doing it.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah.
You got an old school name, Nathaniel. You got Civil War face. I think you can
North Civil War.
Fuck. It'd be more interesting if you were represented out. I'd like to see a point of view from that side.
Where's David Lucas?
But I think, I think that, you just keep going, man. You just got back. It's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. You're already on the right path. You're already the funniest concussed comedian that is out there.
And you look clean, by the way. From living in a car, you look clean. You know, right? I don't think you look dirty or anything. You look clean.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. You are, right? You're pretty clean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I clean under the porch.
Where do you bathe?
Huh?
Where do you bathe?
I just have a friend's house.
Okay.
You know.
Clean?
So I guess kind of like a semi-homeless, like a shower. So.
Are you circumcised?
No.
I got that fucking hood.
Yeah.
You got a hood.
Chevy Spark, so it's not a big hood at all. There he goes, Nathaniel Bagley, everybody. I'm going to get him out of here. Nathaniel, I'm going to toss you one of these little joke books here from the Great Bonsai. Your net worth is going to double right now. There he goes. Nathaniel Bagley, everyone. He's getting a gel blaster. How exciting. He's going to sell that to a crackhead tonight under a bridge. Someone's getting a $10 gel blaster tonight. You know what? Fuck this bucket. Let's get another one of our regulars up here. One of the best in the world. Another completely touring all over. One of the great writers, comedians, and roasters. Make some noise for the one and only David motherfucking Lucas, everybody.
No, he
Really
sucks.
him, the one and only David Lucas.
Women should realize they have no bargaining chips other than pussy. And it's like, bitch, when you on your period, I have no use for you. Like, when it's Shark Week, get the fuck out of here. Bitch. Like, after we bust our nut, we don't give a fuck about you. We look at you like you're disgusting anyway. Like, fuck, this bitch is gonna be good. Like, women don't get it, man. They don't. They fucking talk when we watch TV. Then they get mad when we pause the TV. And then they don't talk when you pause the TV. And then as soon as you press play, they're like, I don't understand why. No, bitch, you had your opportunity. The fuck are you doing? I'm about to press. I'm gonna press pause and let you get this shit out. They press pause and they shut the fuck up. Listen, what the fuck is wrong with you, bitch? All right, yeah, thank y'all, man.
Hell yeah, David Lucas adding another minute.
Yeah.
The legend, David Lucas.
Yeah.
Welcome back, my friend.
Chris stole your sweater. Nigga, you supposed to be in that gay purple.
Oh, come on. But that's a beautiful color.
You told that nigga to switch outfits when you seen it. Like,
it feels good. Speaking of the color purple, you look great this week. Really blending in that camo takes
y'all
off.
niggas laugh. Y'all don't even know what the fuck the color purple is. Y'all niggas just... That's a nigga movie.
That's what we call it when you're not. It's true. David motherfucking Lucas rocking the camo tonight.
Come on, man. What you rocking?
This is just a
fuck is that,
black t-shirt and a black jacket.
That nigga got pants on for a shirt. That's Lululemon, nigga.
This is Travis Matthews. They're a golf company. They're state-of-the-art stuff. It's incredible.
You put dildos over your golf clubs to keep them like when niggas put them things over the handles, whatever it's called. I don't know about golf. They ain't making
They're club covers. They're club covers.
You're shaped like dicks.
No. What kind of clubs do you have other than the sandwiches? Son of a bitch.
I don't golf.
You're an eater.
Play food, dog.
Wow, that's the only
Dog, I know you're gonna beat me one of these days, but today ain't that day.
Black people that can swim. I can
really?
Swim. Wow. Yeah, I can actually swim. Yeah.
Dude, you had such good.
Especially with nigga.
Oh.
Dude, I'll tell you my secret. I'm fucking smart as shit. Yeah, and I put them in the dictionary. And then I later use them in Scrabble. Am I the greatest Scrabble player you've ever seen in the history of your life? Oh, I'm not rematching. Like I said, I want my 100th win to be against somebody. No, it does. Yeah, it does. It's important. It's 100 straight wins. I'll tell you this. I don't think I'm very good at the game, but I'm slightly better at than my competition, and that's all you have to be. I want you to play. Doug, no, I told you I would play you this game, but I want my 100th game to be against somebody. And the reason why is I play with this person during the day, and that's where most of my wins came against. So it's like unfair to have it against somebody else. Like, for instance, tonight, I had my 100th win in bowling. And I wanted my 100th win in bowling to be against the person with whom I normally bowl, and she was able to play with me tonight, and I wanted to be able to beat her as my 100th. I want my 100th literati to be against somebody else because most of my games have been against her, and I want to beat her. No, the person who I beat in bowling is Miss Aquarius, and the person I beat in literati is Adi Dusky. Well, I mean, I just play most of my games with them, and so it's like more meaningful. It's like when on a Kill Tony, when you've got like the 100th episode or the 500th episode, you bring in people who were previous episodes. And you want to play me in darts? I am so bad at pool that I don't like it. I'm not good at it. Let's play. Yeah, bowling's pretty boring. No, I don't do chess because it takes too much out of me. I have to really focus. Um, dog. It's a lot of work. What's Viking chess? Have you ever played that? How about Blitz League? Well, health is going to be at 100. Here we go, son. I'm sending you an invite. I don't know what it is, but watch. It turns out to be the most fun game we've ever played. Yeah, I've played that. It takes a long time to play that. All right, I'm going to send you an invitation to Blitz League, and we can make fun of it of how much it sucks, or that it's amazing. I'm looking for your name. I don't know what that was. Here we go, Riser. You have an invitation. The Rabbi is the host.
No, I was going to say, you keep vaping like that, you get fingered by Hans Kim.
All right, tap any line to send units.
Hey, you look like that nigga from Rocky V who tried to play. You know,
I do. But see, you still have 2 feet.
The worst. Get him. Why is yours a 4 and mine's a 6?
I do.
Oh, you can send more.
That's it, baby. I like it. You can...
I don't know, but it's.
David Lucas rocking pink shoes tonight. That's interesting.
Yeah,
oh no, I'm fucked.
You got a purple, nigga. You gotta look at
I know. This is what your heart looks
It is.
And then he gonna play.
Because I'm the bomb.
I'm off tonight, nigga. My roast is.
Because my dick's the bomb.
It was that horrible weekend I had in Detroit, nigga. That's why I bought.
What happened?
I was at the House of Comedy Detroit, nigga. The mic went out on the last show.
House of Comedy? What's that? House of Pancakes? What the fuck are you talking about? They booked you?
Hold on, just keep roasting me. I'll warm up, nigga. I don't know what the fuck going on.
How do you get more shit? Dude, how do you get more shit?
I'm gonna pile on.
Tony, you go to restaurants.
I don't know how to play this game.
Shut your motherfucking ass. Dad, go. With your motherfucking horsepower fans, Christy Stefano, corn dog.
I think my game's broke. Oh, I forfeited due to inactivity. Hold on.
My game.
You look like a nigga that
Let's play that again because that was fucked up. My shit froze. Why? We're gonna play this game and it's gonna be amazing. Hey, where's Zoo?
Hey, you need to seat, buddy. I don't know.
That game was.
I would.
Here we go.
You look like you're on 30 pawn shops, nigga.
Here we go. I sent you an invite.
$2 for a gold chain.
That's what yours is. I can tell. I own pawn shop. That's a thing.
You've heard it 2 chains. This is 2 chins. I did that 1 years ago. Sometimes you gotta bring it back.
What the fuck is going on?
You're okay. You just didn't eat enough bread today. You gotta get that fucking juice up to your brain. You're over here sweating bullet.
This game sucks.
Yeah.
You are fucking dripping wet right now.
Yeah, bro. I fucking just took a shot before I came on stage.
You did some drinking in Detroit this weekend?
Not really, bro. Detroit was so bad. I was just trying to.
Did you?
I went from the hotel to the show.
That's right.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I know what that.
I don't know how the airport looked, but I landed and they got such a nice airport. I'm like, oh, they might have stepped their shit up. And then you get in your Uber, you're like, no, the fuck they didn't.
Right.
I don't trust the water, none of that shit.
Right.
Yeah. It's too close to flip.
Yeah. That water probably doesn't trust you either. So it's mutual. I love it. So no drive-bys, just drive-throughs. David Lucas, you're a fucking legend. Even on your off nights, you're one of the best in the fucking world, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for David, everybody.
Oh,
yeah.
March 16th, I'm at LOL San Antonio. Y'all make sure y'all pull up.
There you go. Get your tickets now. David Lucas, San Antonio. We love him. Back to the bucket we go. Let's see what happens next. Make some noise for Regina Frank, everybody. Regina Frank. Another new bucket full, it seems. Make some noise for Regina Frank, everybody.
So, it's been a really, really long time since I've had sex. So long that it's starting to look like my butt did 9/11. And I don't know about you guys, but I could really go for an inside job right about now. Just get my shit checked out. So, my puss actually leans to the left, which I thought was very strange because I've always been pro-life. Strip club. I'm gonna call it. And yes, sit a box.
I love this game.
So in the
This game's amazing.
is gonna be gravy.
Gotcha. That was amazing. We're playing it again. You know what other game we play that's a lot of fun is table soccer.
Welcome to the show, Regina. Grab that microphone.
We'll do that one in a bit. I like this game.
Can't tell whether you're 22 or 75. I'm not exactly.
Say you've had the best set of anyone I've ever seen wearing the same shoes as Sacagawea.
That is incredible. Those are, I don't know if you found those in burial ground here. That's what Comanche.
Yeah.
I got a little Elizabeth Warren in me, just a smidge.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So let's talk about it, Regina. How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is actually my first time ever.
Oh, not an 8.
That checks out. Time.
Stop. Stop.
Hey,
Good for you. That's great.
Much Americans, I don't think you're going to be here.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
What do you do for work, Regina?
I am a server at Texas Roadhouse. Yeehaw.
Whoa.
Free shit.
Stop this shit.
Everybody knows about Texas Roadhouse. That visit Texas, make sure you go to all Texas Roadhouse for a reason. The most legit food in all of Texas. Nowhere better than Texas Roadhouse. Available everywhere in the country, I do believe. It's exactly what Texas is like. You go in there, that's what it's
Oh,
like.
I'm fucked.
So, how long have you worked at Texas Roadhouse?
Since I moved here in April, so about 7-8 months.
Where'd you move from?
California, actually.
What part of California?
Sacramento.
Oh, that makes sense.
I was just there yesterday. Not good.
Not good at all. I
No.
don't miss it at all.
It's bad.
Love about
Honestly, I've had the most fun in my entire life living in the city. In just a short amount of time that I have. And I met you actually on my birthday. It was my first Kiltony show about 3-4 weeks ago.
Okay.
And ever since then, I'm like, I'm addicted.
Who brought you here? How'd you end up here?
My brother, he's like 6'5". He's like my bodyguard. So I.
I was just about to ask, what's your...
I actually, I have you as my lock screen on my phone.
Wow.
I took a photo with you, and then ever since then, it's been on my lock screen. And
yeah.
Okay.
What do those green things
away
do?
from getting a restraining order. This is good. I love it. Regina, what have you fun in Austin?
Shoot, really, Kiltony is my only fun.
Other than Kiltony, the question was ridiculously specific.
I smoke a lot of weed, Tony. I smoke a lot of weed.
Right. Yeah. What do you do after you smoke weed?
I usually watch the videos.
Nice.
Like Hollow Earth Theory. And,
Got me.
but I don't know. Yeah, that's just.
All right, play me in. Take.
True? Yes, it's very true.
Really? I wasn't paying attention. Table soccer.
Whoa, is that nice?
Yeah.
Because you're a beautiful girl. You look like you're like a sexy Rick Moranis.
Yeah.
That is actually a compliment. I'll take it.
I meant it. I would fuck Rick Moranis.
But yes, it's been a while.
Okay. Why do you think that is?
It's very fun.
But I just don't like all the options, and I don't know. I get my feelings involved, and so I just like to be protective of my heart. I don't know. Like,
Over here, I'm just asking. Like, holy shit.
That's why I don't have sex.
Let me ask you this, because now I feel like we're getting somewhere.
Okay.
When you attached, can you give us an example?
Read the instructions.
Way too clingy,
You
way
pull
too fast, did
and you
something,
fire.
maybe you thought, oh fuck, I think I fucked it up. Can you give us an
You
example?
can't score on the initial shot. On the first shot of the, like, you can score now though. There you go.
I've been doing this long enough to know that
And you
know
get
the
3
fucking
passes
time
to
that
your
I'm talking
teammates.
about, and you're trying to think of the side. There you go. All right, good.
It's this game is a lot of fun.
I don't know. Really big weird. Yes.
Making sure.
No, I just.
Yeah.
Bench, and then like a year later, I was like, oh, I have some regrets, and I don't know, I'm an artist, so I drew him a portrait. I dropped it off at his parents' house without him knowing. It was very creepy. And then
It is fun.
in a portrait of him staring at me,
Especially when I score. Like now. Darn it.
It was okay. Keep in mind, it was a really good portrait, but very fucking creepy. Very fucking creepy of me to do. I was 17. It was like 10 years ago.
I love. Listen.
Open goal, son.
You're my type. Look like Rick Moranis.
Get it.
Personality.
Oh no.
Love it. Sacagawea Native Americans. We fucking hit. Yeah.
Hey, I passed it.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Shot on goal.
That is incredible.
Yeah, you can pass 3 times to yourself.
Show you if my phone was locked.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
I said it at the beginning. I said you can pass 3 times to yourself. Now, those are just the rules that I have it set. You can make it unlimited passes, but I feel like you can cheat that way. So I make a limit of 3 passes. So, like, if you get to your friend, yeah. Harder. Get there. That's a. You didn't hit it hard enough.
I sleep in the living room on a loft bed.
It did not. It came really close, but it did not. This is not like golf. Oh, so that's a pass. That's a yeah. But it's like kind of a different shot. And I've got good defense.
Incredible, Regina. Wow.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. But, okay, that works.
Yes, a few boys, yes.
Okay, well, there you go. There you go. All right, Regina. Well, is this something you think you're going to do more often?
I would love
So that's
to.
a pass.
I mean, you would have me.
Right.
That's not what I was asking at all. For your first time, though, you did pretty decent. Like great. Seriously.
Pretty decent. But if you're going to take it seriously, you got to take it seriously and do it other places and stuff. There you go. There she goes. Her Kill Tony debut. Regina Frank, everybody. Regina, take one of these. Here you go. Shit, that was me. I'll take the blame for that one. That was my first ever bad bro.
Shot on goal.
All right.
Oh, no. Get it. Pass.
Shit, these bucket
Pass,
pulls are
pass,
wild
pass.
tonight. I don't think we found a single person that sleeps on a bed. Here we go. Maybe the fourth time's the charm. Make some noise
Good
for
pass.
Tina. You, everybody. It's
Yeah.
tonight.
Yeah, you can't pass to your own the own player, but you can pass to another guy on your team. That's what I'm talking about. I'm the Thunder from Down Under, baby.
My father is 100% Assyrian, and my mother is 100% Karen. And
No. No.
You know, I identify with. You know, it's like people take one look at my skin and they're like, "You're too white to be Middle Eastern," and then other people take one look at my pussy and they're just like, "You're way too hairy to be white." Yeah, it makes getting white awkward, you know, because they rip off part of the white side, like, and I'm just like, "Oh my god,
Get
that's
there.
really bad. I need to speak to the manager immediately." And then they rip off part of the Middle Eastern side, like, and I'm just like, I like to travel when I can. Last year I went to Serbia, and when I came back home, I'm talking to one of my friends about it, and she goes,
Get there.
"Random in the world." And then I said, "My friend paid for everything. I couldn't say no." And she goes, "Oh, I see. You got a sugar daddy." And I said, "Sugar daddies take you to France. Splenda daddies take you to Serbia."
You could score.
Tina Yukana.
I'm very surprised.
Indeed. Super smart, really good at this job. Now let's talk about it. First time on the show.
It is.
Indeed. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 4 years.
4 years. Where at?
In Chicago. I'm from Chicago.
Okay.
I perform at Laugh Factory, Lincoln Lodge, Comedy Bar, all the things, cool things. I go to New York sometimes. I'm going to do the Stand next month.
I love it. Absolutely. Your hair is purple.
You got a shot
consider
at goal.
yourself an extreme liberal?
Maybe. Yep.
No, that's the fucked up part. You know, back in my day, when people looked at me, they would cross the street because they thought I was going to rob them. Now they look at me and they're like, "Oh fuck, the rent's going up."
Okay. Yeah, we're like, we got trans in the neighborhood. Yeah.
Hey! I don't got a dick. I just suck dick. That's why my voice sounds like this.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought that was your dick hanging.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There is some. When your
They just
butt is on the
automatically
front
do
side.
that. Fuck.
Your pussy
Pass.
is behind
Pass.
you.
Brave. Have you ever?
Oh, good for you. I like you. I don't know.
That's the Thunder from Down Under.
Your hair.
That's true. David Lucas is finally ready to.
Believe it or not, this game's a lot of fun.
He's like, "Come on, give me one more shot.
You'll get good,
Hand me the ball. I'll
and
run
then
all the way." Tina,
it's like a real challenge.
I'm a chef, so I'm also a drug dealer.
Right. And you're also getting high on your own suppliers.
As you can tell by my hair.
Absolutely. You a good chef, or what are you at? The Texas Roadhouse? What are we talking?
No. You're gonna make fun of me for this with vegan restaurants.
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely.
Shot on goal.
I'm not going to make fun of you. That's interesting that it's a
Oh,
vegan
no,
restaurant,
pass.
though, because I thought that you had meat this entire time.
Like I said, I don't got to sound
Shot
like
on goal.
Whoa.
That's why my voice sounds like this.
Now that's
Oh,
so
no.
interesting that you're getting a ton more action than Regina Frank that was just up there. Can you give us an example of how you get to hook up with so many people? What's your game?
I just
Yeah, sometimes the walls don't let your guy like move all the way around.
Shit, look at that.
Oh no, is that a pass?
Hans Kim's gonna have a
Last
hell of a
pass.
story next week. I can tell you right now.
Oh,
I
good
can
move.
see it right now. Well, Tony,
Shoot it on goal.
He's just wearing.
No, wrong guy. No, that's not what.
You know, such a good energy. Lunches. So.
Yes, it does.
So, well, after you take them to your. Do you have like a special sexual thing that you do where it boggles people's minds? We had a
Pega, baby.
Really?
That's why I'm like, I don't have a dick right now. I just left it at home.
Is this true? Or are you just kidding? It's just some of this wild Chicago humor where you're like, so I fucked him.
No, you can ask my host.
Really? Jesus. This is true. Okay.
Yeah.
Next question. What is your phone number? Shut up! I'm not gay! Shut up!
You got that right.
You fucking haters!
Good
Tina,
pass.
what do you do for fun with your stand-up comedy?
Oh, man.
Now you want to try to get it to that guy you've got down on my end. If you can, it's an easy goal.
I know you guys don't.
I shouldn't have told you that.
What?
First goal. We'll never forget this moment. Argentina. There you go. You got your first goal. Congratulations.
This is incredible.
Very interesting.
There is a. By the way, there's a glory hole up there.
Now, hold on a second. You see, I almost scored. It wouldn't have counted if I did. You can't score on the first shot of the. Just on the first shot. You can't.
We have a Tony. We have a, it shows up on your credit card bill. You have a Tina Yukana for.
Well, that's not what my OnlyFans is under, you know.
Oh, you have an OnlyFans?
No, I'm kidding.
There he is.
She got real excited with that purple microphone.
Oh, almost goal.
Actually, what my.
Okay, all right, Tina. You're wild, dude.
Smells better.
Oh my goodness. Very interesting, Tina. How long you been in Austin for?
Oh, I'm just visiting this weekend. So I'm leaving Wednesday.
Okay. And what have you done that's fun?
I did 2 shows. I did a show at the Alamo Theater, the Barrel of Fun, something like that. The day before I was supposed to do Creek in the King, but the show got canceled, so
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. All right. Well,
Shot on goal.
Tina, so much fun. Anything else for Tina, Chris?
Oh no. No.
Good job. You want to arm wrestle
That was
later?
bullshit, and you know it.
only if you want.
And let's see. She beats you. She.
Dude, STFU. STFU.
Oh, who's the?
I don't know. There's gonna be purple all over the place. That's all I know. It's gonna look like someone blew up Barney.
You have better players. You're Argentina.
I love it, man.
I'm Australia.
Tina,
You have Messi on your team. I've got Zoot on my team.
Everyone. All right, we have another special treat for you, ladies and gentlemen. This young man won the extremely desired prize. Only ever done it in our history here in Austin.
Get it.
2.5 years we've been here already.
Oh, you got an easy shot.
2 men
Shot on
never
goal.
won a golden ticket here. 2 humans have never won a golden ticket in Austin. This is the most recent winner. It happened last week. This is his first time playing at the golden ticket winner. New Kill Tony royalty.
Shot on goal. Just shoot at the goal.
The newest member is from Canada. Canada. He has cerebral. He's a mute. A motherfucking mute with cerebral palsy. He's an
Dog.
unstoppable force.
All your guys are in the way.
Hanging out with him, ladies and gentlemen, for your first time, I welcome you to the wildly entertaining. Make noise.
What a goal. That was tough. That was Zoot's.
Ready for a less fucked up comedian than the last one?
Did you know that it's racist to listen to AC/DC?
My
It's
disability
straight up
is
a hate
weirdest thing
crime.
about me. The most shocking thing
Oh,
is
I'm
that
going to score here.
circumcised.
I feel it. Oh, very close. Oh, play to 5. I can change it to play to 3 or play to 5.
Why is that
I
weird?
play
It's pretty
play to
common.
5 and 3 passes.
Well, it's weird because when I was a baby, and they look at me and they're like, "No, this won't do it all."
Get that pass down to your guy if you can. No, wrong one. Oh, okay. But the ball's up. Oh, okay. I see what you're
And they
doing.
said, "Oh no, grab the knife. Look at that nasty dick."
Oh no.
Even the priest wouldn't touch it. I see some of you are offended on behalf.
Block it.
Get to touch eventually.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Miles is here.
Block it.
He's the newest member of the Kill Tony universe, visiting from Canada. We're trying to
Pass.
we have a fucking job. We're gonna
Easy
see what
goal.
happens.
That was
To Kill Tony, I've been offered some opportunities that I can't really talk about, and I'm one step closer to being here. You're
Oh. Well, we made his Kill Tony debut 3 weeks
I
ago.
mean,
Pulled him out of the bucket. He killed
I don't
so
really
hard,
know.
I literally go, "What do you want? Anything to be an American?" And then we had a fucking lawyer in the front row. He agreed to it, and all the wheels are in motion.
Great, man.
Fuck you, America's Got Talent. America. This is the real American fucking free speech.
Shot on goal.
Making dreams come until YouTube stops us.
I haven't been doing comedy, given so many opportunities. Thank you, Tony, Red
It's
Band,
fun.
Jason Rouse, and everybody else who is supporting and believing in me.
Wow, I love that. Giving a lot of shout outs. Yeah. I didn't realize you were also. Shout out to
There's
Lil
some
Uzi
people
out in,
I'm convinced who do.
shout
They
out.
have like 60,000 games played.
More shout
I don't know
outs, but
how they do it without bots.
not shout out.
And I don't know why you'd waste so much time doing it.
That I look exactly
Unless
like
like
that
I guess
guy
like if you're a
who killed Tony.
security guard
So
or
you're
That's true. I can get one of your
no, I spend my life doing other things, but I mean I understand how much time I spend on this app, and it's still not as even close to what these other people play.
That one hurt.
Like I play a lot,
Jesus.
and I still don't have like 120, 200, one like 120 seconds what some of these people
I
play.
used to sound a lot like you. I prayed to God for a long time to take my voice away.
I know. Very solid defense.
Holy shit.
Moving my guys out of the way.
The best joke on me in time.
I didn't want to sound like a bitchy lesbian.
All right, what are you gonna do? You have a big decision here. Nice pass. Are you gonna advance it? Shot on goal. Shot on goal.
Break your right thumb. We're not gonna hear from your ass for fucking 4 months, all right? You be careful. play Bluetooth. You fucking do that one more time. I swear to God. One more
Oh,
fucking
no.
joke. I swear to God, I'm gonna take your
Shot on
Bluetooth
goal,
and
dog.
play music.
Oh, get it.
Song that I want to listen to. Song about how it's raining.
Pass.
Aaron. And God only knows what he's gonna say now.
Pass again.
It's hurting my feelings so bad. I'm gonna walk like him out of here tonight.
What? That's what I'm talking about.
Walk like that too after I get.
What?
That's your favorite song, right?
It's raining men, yes. God damn it.
It's a goal.
All right. So,
No, fantastic.
it's your first time seeing Aaron.
I've never. Great. I think your mind
That's the
is
defense that I choose.
and body in a good way. It's what.
It's incredible. You've only played 6 or 7 months.
I know. I played against a guy who won like
for anybody to
60,000 games, and I just took his defense, and that's all I do is just play with that guy. I figured he knew what was going on better than I did.
It's like Alec Baldwin just fucking.
But it is good. I mean, all right. Watch this. Watch this, Riser. Watch this.
There you go.
Shot on goal.
Nice shirt, Chris. I can't tell
You
if
ready
you're
for
vegan
this?
or if you eat Easter eggs for a living.
Pass.
True.
Easter jokes from a guy that looks like
Another shot on goal.
I know what you're gonna say.
Yeah.
Oh. Yes.
Can't hop joke of the night right here.
Who the fuck is your Easter bunny?
Look at this shot on goal.
Doesn't? Yeah. Sometimes he looks up half sentence.
What a save indeed.
What's that after the anal?
Oh, you son of a bitch. You
That's
son of
dangerous. What a pass. What a pass. It was worth it, though. Man took the risk. This is a fun game, I'm telling you. That was a great risk you took.
I'm guessing. I see it.
Yeah.
It's been confirmed. You are the newest
That's
resident
just how
of
it works.
Mexico. Congratulations. Congratulations.
The offense that you choose and the defense.
Gonna give me a fuck. Let him get the last word. No? What? Oh, you're good? Whatever you want.
Oh, no.
You can't walk.
Shot on goal.
The show when you're up here. You know what I'm saying? I trust you. I trust you. It's just 7 months, right?
Shot on goal is possible.
Jumped into the fucking game.
Oh.
Absolute calling your shot.
8 now.
Yeah. 8 months. Absolutely incredible. And you're happy? Would you say how happier than you've ever been?
Shot on goal.
Fuck yeah. Beautiful. That's it. His first performance as the golden ticket winner. Another unbelievable set. Another unbelievable interview.
I'm glad to have you on the secret
What a pass.
Town doing a full length set. Unbelievable. The newest.
Oh. The lead.
Make some noise for Aaron Belial one more time, everybody. Back to
So,
the
like,
bucket we got.
that foul out scoring on a kickoff.
That's the
So
real
now
deal
you get the ball.
That doesn't happen anywhere. Somebody built like a fucking machine.
What do you want me to do?
Your next comedian goes by the name of Eric Allen. Eric Allen. Here we go. You guys still having fun? You hanging in there? How many of you did edibles tonight? How many of you smoked weed before this? How many of you ate mushrooms tonight?
Pass it.
Just a bunch of people freaking out. Here he is.
Great
One more
pass.
time for Eric Allen, everybody. Make some noise for Eric.
No way
everyone.
you score here.
These people all wait all night. Sometimes they sign up for months and months and months and months without
Oh, good
getting out.
move.
Please, one more time. Make some noise for each comedian. This is Eric Allen.
Thanks, everybody. After tough.
Easy
it's rough out
pass.
there, the economy's bad.
Easy
there's a pandemic
pass.
going on apparently, and people are just rude. People to kill one.
Bounce it off my guy to your guy.
You know, you get cut off in the HEB parking lot. You're like, hey, buddy.
Yeah, like that. There you go. I shouldn't have told you that.
Most people would use yours
And then
right
pass
off the
it back
bat.
to your guy.
You know, New Year's Eve party didn't go so well, or your college football team.
There you go.
Your friend's fan. You're like, shut up, Bob. But most of you would wait till a better time of the year, like change Black Friday shopping. Everybody's
Oh, no.
Walmart at 6 a.m. Locked and loaded. And with a great rush, everybody steps back and says, "No, you go first." No, after you. I didn't want that scooter anyway.
There we go. Eric Allen, another bucket pull. Eric Allen. Hard to follow Aaron Belaya. Voice box. Arms.
It is like mini golf.
Hard to follow Aaron.
Yeah.
We're here this morning.
For this?
Yeah.
Nice. You gonna get divorced, you think?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Where'd you fly in from?
From Atlanta.
Atlanta,
Oh,
Georgia.
yeah, he's got the Brave stuff on.
Yep, he was brave coming up here tonight with the material that he had prepared. That is for sure. What do you do for work?
So I used to be an 8 years ago, and now I run an adult sports company.
Adult sports company.
Nice.
Please explain to us what goes on in an adult sports company. Some people are already laughing.
Yeah.
Yes, is it called Pornhub?
No, it is not. It is not.
Okay.
No, it's kickball, volleyball, cornhole, a bunch of like adult rec sports.
Oh. Do they do it naked or anything?
No, it's just adults. Yeah, it's just 21 and up.
Wow, I just gave you
No.
a good opportunity.
Okay, it's for adults. So just
It's
recreational, something to play. Like
doing well. Good. What, yeah.
That's very, very.
Are you an oath keeper?
No.
Okay.
Where were you on January 6th, 2020?
Let's see. I was at home.
In the Washington, D.C. area.
Yeah. Home of Congress. Okay. Eric, what are your views of America right now, the current state of America? I'm interested to hear what a guy like you from
You have
Atlanta.
a defensive set right
A
now.
real man, just a real old gentleman here. Still rocking night. You don't like black people?
I like it.
That's all good. Yeah, I'm just laid back, you know.
What's your favorite thing about the state of America right now?
I don't know. I'm a big sports
What a
fan.
pass.
You know, watch a lot of sports. So.
Okay, and you're very.
Shot on goal.
When I look at you, I think of two words: murder, suicide.
Pass. Shot on goal. Chance.
Didn't do my cereal.
Ties it up.
Yeah.
I did not think that was going to go that. Thank you, sir.
Madness. How long have you been with your wife?
We've been married 10 years in May.
And your kids?
Yeah, I've got a 7-year-old and then 19 from a previous marriage.
Ooh. 7, 19.
And he's having a kid in 2 months. So I'll be a grandma.
There it is. Nice white Atlanta trash.
Look at that.
I knew it was in you. Beautiful. Nice. Yeah, 19-year-old grandpa. How old are you?
48.
48-year-old grandpa. I get it. Very Puerto Rican. I like it. It's my family. I get it, man. Good for you, dude. How long have you been doing comedy?
This is my second time.
Second
wow.
time ever on stage. Incredible.
That's good, man.
Actually, no, I've been there. No, I did the Jeff Justice comedy show back in like 12, 15 years ago, the Punchline. So took the class and
wow.
So you haven't been on here in 15
I did
years.
it one time, and then this is my second.
This is really the first time.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Good for you, man.
Is this something that you just planned for and hoped for? Like, did you know you were coming here tonight? You flew in?
Yeah, we got the tickets about my brother and I about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Yeah, they went on sale. Just said, hey, we're coming. We wanted to come, so
I love it.
The wife and kids are here? No, they're back in Atlanta. Oh, good. Okay.
Very cool.
It's not the first time.
No way you're gonna
I guess
score.
It was excellent.
Don't fuck it up.
38 years old, a lot of guys wouldn't have the courage.
Don't fuck it up.
You know, they'd be like, oh, whatever, my life.
Beautiful shot, dude.
But you came out here, hey, you fucking are trying something new. Thank you. Good for you.
When do you fly back?
Wednesday.
Okay. What are you doing tomorrow?
Hanging out, probably get some food, get a barbecue place.
Have you tried Texas Roadhouse?
we have those in Georgia.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Got one in Atlanta.
It's known as your own goal,
What's
son.
the craziest thing about your life that you could share with us? Do you have any special skills or talents or anything that you once did? You saved someone's life and all those something crazy, something with your family. Fun fact that makes you absolutely different than everybody
Shot on goal.
else.
I mean, not really.
Pass.
We get into sports. You know, I did travel. So there's the kickball thing. I did travel.
Fucking ball or something? Like,
Shot on goal.
What's going on? How do you
Well,
Believe it or not, I did travel for about 12 years playing, basically like semi-pro kickball.
Wow. What? First of all, that was the answer to the question I asked you 2 minutes ago. Not much, just a typical sports fan I have, daily dabbled in making a living in kickball. What the fuck are you talking about? That is unbelievable.
Been to Austin twice for kickball tournaments in the past.
What?
So, yeah.
Wow. They fucking
They go
fly.
all over. One in Atlanta next week.
no way you're gonna score on this.
Exactly.
I made about $3,000.
Okay.
There you go.
That makes sense.
Covered a couple bar tabs.
I love it. Hell yeah. Incredible.
What a pass.
I love it. Your wife is going to watch this
eventually.
Tell us something weird about
No
it.
way.
After 10 years, not much weird. It's just, just normal.
Okay. Did they sew it, tighter, like daddy stitch? Did you get the daddy stitch on it, or you pay extra?
Yeah. Nope.
Do you know about that? Nope. Just Lucy old goosey over there. All right. Well, Eric, you are a true American gentleman. I know you're going to
Get
catch
this
this.
pass.
You're a professional kickball athlete, so there you go. That's another joke book from Boneside. There goes Eric Allen, everybody. Moving here. Let's get another one onto this bucket. See what happens.
Get this.
All right, another Eric, back to back. Make some noise for Eric Biggs, everyone. Eric Biggs. These bucket pools have been fucking aggressively rough tonight. Let's see what happens here. Eric Allen going home with a gel blaster for his 19-year-old. Here he comes, everybody. Eric Biggs, everyone.
What's going on, Austin? How you guys doing tonight? Hell yeah. I got engaged not real long ago. Don't cheer. It's all her fault. Whenever I first
Shot on goal.
Because she kept on telling me how much she loved trains.
Yeah.
So way more fun.
Shot on goal.
I miss hanging out with my dad since I moved here. Mostly my dad is now officially where he should
No,
be in
pass.
public.
Get it. Get
White fat guys that chase spots.
it. Pass.
Shirt means they own one.
Oh no! Wait,
It's
maybe.
like, Dad, we're in Walmart. None of us are employed. The only other interesting thing is I graduated college with a 3.0 blood alcohol level. Thank you very much. My name is Eric Biggs.
Getting out on that laugh very quickly. Like it. Got a little chuckle. He's like, thank you, good night. Eric Biggs. We are having trouble with this bucket here tonight.
Yeah.
Eric, how long you been doing stand-up?
4 years.
4 years. Where? What part of the middle of fucking nowhere are you?
Interesting strategy.
How long have you been playing kickball in Atlanta?
Blanca,
Get there.
Paris,
Missouri.
You're in trouble, dog.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, the 3 people. It's a big group.
You're fucking, what's it called? Yeah.
Yeah.
where you go to party.
Right?
Yeah.
Your people go to party.
I retake the lead, baby.
Texas Roadhouse.
Where
The gas station, BP gas station.
you guys really hang out at a
Yeah,
BP?
yeah. I'm as white trash as you want me to be.
Or tell us about that. Trash.
Shout out to all my Newfie people. I might be Canada next, just to get that Newfie talent.
What's the white trashiest thing you think you've ever done or been?
I got didn't understand. What gas?
You didn't understand what gasoline was?
Yeah. I'm a mechanic too. That's the sad part.
What part of your body got lit on fire?
Arms, legs, face, neck. So I have excuses for the reason I look like this.
You don't have any scars though.
Yeah, just on my hand.
Oh, just on the hands. Oh, you have the American flag tattooed on your
Yeah.
Nice.
That way everyone knows.
I could have guessed that.
Hopefully you didn't light that part on fire because we don't take kindly to that in Texas. That's desecration of the flag and that's against our fucking laws. Okay, so you've been lit on fire and you've been doing stand-up much longer than we were hoping that you've been doing it.
Pass.
What's your love life like, Eric Biggs?
I'm engaged.
Okay.
Nice.
What does she do?
She used to be a waitress, then we moved here and she decided
Pass.
to just sit at home.
It's over, son. Turn out the lights. The party's over. West Side, baby. What a comeback. All right, my friend. That's all she wrote for me. I'm pretty tired. Come back tomorrow and we'll play. Wow, it's 4:27. That game takes a long time, but it's fun as fuck.
Sitting around and you.
Yeah, I have a
Excellent.
work from home job.
All right, big dog.
So I was able to do this.
Hey, how is Yellow?
So I work in a call center. You can call me a cop.
Wow. And that's
Excellent. Absolutely. All righty, pimp.
Do comedy.
Thank you, baby. Take care, big dog. You pick Newfie IQ. Those are in opposite sides, though.
Daisy pubes. Interesting. You know what? I want to keep flying through it. It was nice to meet you, Eric Biggs. Here's a little joke there. Oh
Wait.
shit, we're out of little joke books.
The fuck is
We'll
that?
get you one next time or something. There he goes. They get the Gel Blaster though. Available in stores everywhere. Let's do something fun right now. Let's get a little. Remember that shot that they gave Uma to the heart in Pulp Fiction? That's what I'm going to try to do to this show right now. When I introduce
I find it
someone
deeply
who, again,
disturbing
much
that
like Aaron
people
Belial,
that
is
people
only
that
a few
scam
months
everybody
into this fucking
'cause he's a
business,
pimp.
but we think he's a sensation. Make some noise.
Rabbi,
Another set.
just
by
shut the
Uncle
fuck up.
Racer, everyone. Oh,
What?
Oh, there he is. Taking
What?
his time.
I don't know how he does it. I keep band or something. But he keeps it playing like every 15th post or something. Yeah, Carl. Boop. What? By the way, he does it.
He knows how to make an
Feel
entrance,
know
folks.
that they have. Huh? What?
Listen
What
here,
is that?
social media is getting a little fucking retarded on what they block. The other day I was sitting in traffic and some fucking retard was in the right-hand lane and he didn't turn right. Hung us all back. And I said retard on social media and they took me down. Look at me real quick. I ride the short bus when I was in elementary. And when people were going to regular math, I was doing remedial math in the janitor's closet with people that walk like Aaron Belial. All right, but it's okay for these half-naked women to be on TikTok with their titties and their clam sandwiches, hanging out, selling fucking CBD oils. Delta 8, that's great. Yeah, not a chance. But the other day I subscribed on my Instagram to a nature page where the fucking lions tackle the gazelles, right? And then a couple of days later, I opened the shit up, and they collaborated with some fucking pocket pussy company. So I'm over there trying to get a beer in line, and I see some Asian woman fingering the fuck out of this fucking pocket pussy going, oh, big boy, big boy. But I went ahead and paid the $69.99, got it shipped to my house. Red Band, I got you one, too.
Robin
you know what I'm
Ash.
talking about?
Love it.
He's a wild boy. That's Uncle Laser, everybody. I actually do follow that account, Nature's Deadly.
No, yeah, no. I made it the size of your vagina too, dude.
Oh, wow.
That's
I always
somebody
knew
else.
that you wanted
Fuck
me.
you. Yeah. You just don't have your hair standing. I'm upset.
I love it. Very good. So is your time on the show, so that they have that in common. It's
Rabbi,
really
just
exciting.
shut the fuck up.
You fucking
What?
hillbilly faggot.
Whoa.
I love it. Uncle Laser, let's talk about it. You said retard a record 5 times in 40 seconds.
Look, I'm trying to get canceled.
Well, you have to have a career first.
Whoa, relax.
You actually have to. You're putting the.
I'm so sick of Rabbi Rothschild bots. I'm gonna go shoot VR guns while watching John Oliver's Lower Career.
Hey, that's funny
What
you
does that
say
even
that, but
mean?
my Instagram account alone has more than the Kill Tony fucking Instagram account.
Can
How
these
does that
Rabbi
make you
Rothschild
feel?
bots just shut up? I got 2 bot replies.
It's a
Chilling
show,
with
Uncle
loser in
Laser.
the last
How
15
many
minutes.
followers does your show?
I don't want to hear
Instagram
about
account
you.
have? Because you don't have as many as I have.
$10.
No, but
This is what
your
judge
first
shit off of.
your first episode of your podcast didn't have 37,000 in the first week. Not a fucking chance. I stole this from the
Sour
break room, by the way.
sake.
That's mine now.
Okay, very good. Yes, you can have the crown
That's
royal,
wild.
Uncle Laser.
I'm just trying to get him
Yeah,
responsible.
half his
Is that the
fucking
king? That's
website is
Very good.
transgender
There you
people,
go.
which is cool. I guess I am
Set on the
too.
show 9.5 years ago.
I'm lesbian.
I love it. Uncle Laser, let's talk about it.
I'm the
How was
best
your weekend
lesbian
in
there's ever
Tampa?
been.
We talked to Hans
Oh,
earlier.
man.
He gave a good report. He said you had a pool party.
Yeah, and I invited this motherfucker to be nice. I give back to the community for the fucking Asian autistic kids. I do it all the time. You know what I'm saying? I'm for the children. But like he shows up, first off, in jeans to a pool party. All right? He's carrying a box of his t-shirts. Like he's like, you know that old Mexican man used to like ride that bike selling ice creams and shit, trying to get them out to everybody. Then he brings a drone. He got in the pool with his jeans on, with goggles on, blowing bubbles, fucking flying that drone up there just like that. It was incredible.
That is amazing. That is so Asian.
You guys might show his legs also.
No, he had a huge dick in them jeans. I will give him that, dude. It ain't stereotype Asian. It's different.
Yeah. No, he is.
It's different.
He's got Kill Tony confidence. It's a whole thing.
His hair's thinning too.
Okay, very good. So again, Uncle Laser's hair is his identity. So he looks at other men like, "What's your hair look like?" Okay, I got you. I got you. My hair's got more followers than you do. Fucking trash ass, fucking garbage human.
I'm trending now.
I love it. Yes, indeed. What are you trending on exactly?
Trending up.
Okay. If you've ever wondered what it's like if cocaine took an Adderall pill, this is what it's like. It's like a blob of cocaine did Adderall.
First off, can I say something though about
shit? That chick's into cocaine and Adderall. Laser, look at
There you
that.
go.
She's ready. Fucking.
Well.
I think we found Auntie Laser up there. Look at this.
Chris, listen.
Yes, sir.
You've been quiet all night, dude. I mean, I get it. You're pretty. You know what I'm saying? You're like a pretty girl at the party that pets the dog.
Yeah.
In the corner.
I snipe in and out.
I bet you're a pillow princess too, aren't you?
What's a pillow princess?
Where they just lay there and get fucking make no effort because they're pretty.
No, I make an effort.
I know you do. You put them glasses on like
Yeah,
that.
why don't you take me to your pool?
I honestly wanted you in Tampa, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
I did.
Oh, do you live in Tampa?
No, I live here, dude.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Just travel for a living.
All right.
Yeah.
Good, man. You,
Laser, I've never seen you go completely gay in the middle of an interview.
Hey, he's a good. Look, last time I said something about somebody having cancer with a woman, and that was too much, and now I'm gay.
Yeah, it's pretty good, man.
Okay.
You look like Eileen Wuornos, the first female serial killer ever. You should Google Eileen Wuornos.
Yeah,
I know who she is, dude.
You do. You got that vibe a little bit.
He really does.
Charlize Theron.
Yeah, and like Mad Max. Monster.
Yeah.
Monster.
Mr. Perfect. Mr.
Monsters Ball.
Monsters Ball.
Wow.
There you go. Holly Berry.
Yep. Absolutely. I think Monsters Ball's a different movie. I think Monster is the Eileen Wuornos movie.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Monsters. Yeah.
Monster. She used to kill her the people that would buy the prostitute. What are those called? Johns.
Johns, she would kill him.
So the life of Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yes, very good, Uncle Laser. Very good. That did not go over.
Dude, it ain't going well at all.
I don't know if you noticed. I don't know if you.
God damn.
Okay.
How dare you? How dare you?
It's a shame I don't have a little joke book to give you.
No, but give me one of them fucking gel blasters. Hey, you give them to everybody. I'll fuck them homeless people up. I don't want to wash in my windshields or anything, dude.
What? I did watch. We did have me and a group of friends hung out a few days ago at a local coffee shop, and a guy asked me when I pulled up. There was a a gentleman with a rag and a bottle of Windex, and I pull up and he starts walking up to my car, which got waxed literally the day before, and I'm like literally laughing. I'm like, don't you fucking even think about it, dude, right? We're hanging out later. Laser pulls up. I go outside. He has this guy Windex his entire truck. The outside, the doors, the tail, the muffler.
No. Windex the whole goddamn thing. Here's $20. But he only did the front end of the truck, right? So the back end, it looked like it had a tan line. You know what I'm saying? Like it's white up top and dirty on the bottom. But yeah,
I love it.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
I bought cocaine from him later. That's neither here nor there.
Uncle Laser, absolutely wild. You are a sensation. I love you. The internet hates you, but I love you.
Boy, they hate me, don't they?
It's incredible.
But I'm trending.
Again, I don't think that's a good catchphrase to commit to, but I respect the trial process. What'd you say?
Let D Madness love me now.
D Madness is now making fun of you. D Madness has entered the chat.
I'm taking that gel blaster.
We're gonna get you a gel blaster. There he goes. Uncle Laser, everybody. Uncle Laser, baby. Good shit. Bottle of Crown Royal. There he goes. Out of control. Should we do one more bucket pull? Let's see what happens. All right. I've been doing this a long time. I've never seen this name before, but just something in my gut. Sometimes when I see a name, I feel like it's going to be a good one. This is a 3-name comedian, and I think this is going to be the bucket pool of the night. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? I don't know why I'm hyping it up. But make some noise for Chad Mitchell Hudgens. Or perhaps Rogers. Rogers? Whoever the Chad Mitchell is, Chad Mitchell could be Rogers, could be Bodgers, or Bodgins. Here he is. Chad Mitchell.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? Dude, my name's Chad. In case you couldn't already tell. There's this stereotype about the name Chad. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it, but typically he's a straight white guy, mid-20s, and a total fucking douchebag. And I just want to take a second, set the record straight, and say, listen, not all guys named Chad are douchebags, okay? But I am. So, it's a safe space. It doesn't help that I look like every guy from the Midwest ever. Like, I've been working on this impersonation. Can I do it for you guys? Okay, this is every white guy from the Midwest taking a photograph. Here we go. Ready? Turn it sideways. Let's do a silly one. I didn't know what being a Chad was for the longest time, but one of my boys clued me in on it. He was like, no, dude, Chad is synonymous with being a douchebag. You're like the good-looking, confident guy who's probably going to try and steal someone's girl. I'm like, that's hilarious, bro. Like, try. Thanks, guys.
Oh, yeah. Chad Mitchell Rogers.
Chad Mitchell Rogers.
Boy, was I wrong about my instincts about that bucket. That was incredible. Boy, at least, I can admit it when I'm wrong. And boy, yeah, I was wrong about you.
Weren't you just up here with cerebral palsy?
Yeah. We found a cure.
He fucking shook it off.
We found a cure. I'll trade him for Aaron Belial. We'll trade you to Canada so we could have Aaron. How would you feel about being a Canadian?
I already have the tuxedo on, Tom.
That is correct. You absolutely do. Chad, where are you from?
Originally Detroit, Michigan.
Now you live here?
No, I live in Los Angeles, but I'm thinking about moving here.
Okay. How long ago did you move to Los Angeles?
7 years ago.
7 years ago. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
About 2.5 years.
2.5 years. And were you trying to act in Los Angeles? You seemed like you were trying to act.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I know. I lived there for 17 years of my adult life. Actually, a little bit more than that. But
I actually started doing stand-up comedy when I was 8 years old. I was like a little kid, but I would memorize other people's like specials, and I'd go do them at like in a talent show. And
very cool.
That's how I got
You're
started.
a young Carlos Mencia. Look at that. Incredible. Incredible. So, Chad, how did your acting career in LA go for you? You seem like the kind of kid that had a Disney Channel appearance at one point, and now you're triple vaccinated and going to die from a large heart any day. How close am I to correct about all that?
Pretty damn close, Tony. We did get 2 shots. But no, I was on Young and the Restless. Big break. The soap opera.
Right.
I do shitty YouTube videos with some YouTubers and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you usually? What does your YouTube video content consist of?
It consists a lot of me like being a drill sergeant or like a cop, like being real hard and giving some other guys like a really hard time.
Okay. Is it you and a bunch of white guys?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Are you guys gay?
Not yet.
Right, not yet. You pretty smooth with the ladies, Chad Mitchell?
Yeah, I'm pretty smooth. I have a really beautiful girlfriend.
Okay, you had? Did she pass away?
No, she's here tonight.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Did she sign up for the show too?
Yeah, she did.
Really?
Oh,
she
nice.
did?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Jennifer.
Jennifer what?
Norman.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you want to see if his girlfriend's funnier than him? Welcome to another episode of Is Your Girlfriend Funnier Than You? This is the Kill Tony debut of Jennifer Norman, everybody.
Yes.
What's up, Austin? We are super excited to be here. So, my boyfriend and I are here to apartment hunt. I'm beginning to wonder if he's gay. If you can't already tell why. Every place that we look at, all he can obsess over is how much closet space there is. Yeah. I'm like, why, chat? Because you spend all of your time in the closet? Again, he's a Chad. He holds up to his name. Also, he prioritizes making sure that our bidet has an outlet, right? I've learned something about Austin. In your apartments here, you guys tend to put your closets on the other side of your bathroom from the bedroom. So now when he goes to the bathroom, I don't know if he's just going to the closet secretly or shooting water up his ass.
Wow. Wow. I love it when this happens.
Yeah.
It's going to be an awkward drive home
I 100% smell a breakup.
Oh,
You
yeah.
are- Wow, Chad. This is
it's coming.
It's gonna that was
Hell yeah. The no doubt the girlfriend just buried the boyfriend on this.
big time. It's
The good news is after the breakup's official, I've just confirmed you will be getting a blowjob from the purple-haired girl. So
That's it.
congratulations. Congratulations. Close your eyes and hold on tight, my friend.
it is over. Man,
is
very funny. Great.
Very funny. That was amazingly well executed. Have you done stand-up comedy before?
And this is my very first time.
What? Unbelievable. And wait a second. Wow. Wait a second. How long has Chad Mitchell been doing stand-up? Did you say 4 years? 2.5 years. 2.5. 2.5 years. Oh my God. Are you better than him at everything?
Jesus.
Well,
Jesus, you're funnier, you're taller. It's bad. It's Chad. It's never Chad. I love you, buddy, but it's just.
my nickname is Jen the Jack. jack of all trades.
Wow, that's incredible. Name some more things that you're great at.
I dance. We actually met 2 years ago in LA, but I also moved from Michigan to Los Angeles. Been there 7 years. Now we just applied for our first apartment in Austin today.
Wow. What kind of dancing are we talking about?
Oh, well, a lot of commercialized styles. So.
Okay.
Whoa! Wait a second. Wait. Whoa! Can we get a room for Chad Mitchell Rogers so that he can? How many of you think we should watch Chad kill himself here tonight? This is incredible. Is that Paul Beaver? Oh, I thought Paul was playing the In Memorial Marine song.
Another gay soldier lost.
Wow, this is incredible. How long have you two been together? Right up to that microphone. I only want to talk to Jennifer for the rest of the. Yeah. Chad, every question I ask, I want you to approach the mic like you're going to do it, and then you back off just like that. Yeah. Let's start here. How long have you two been together?
Just over 2 years.
Over 2 years. This is incredible.
So you really love you love him.
I love him very much.
Oh, that's cute.
That's beautiful.
Why did you absolutely annihilate him then?
He told me to. He was like, "We have to write you a minute. You're going up there. I'm going up there. Somebody's going up there tonight." So
But you wrote it though, or did Ellie Page?
It was like.
This is incredible.
He's really good at making fun of himself. I'm just like really good at executing it.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no doubt about it. I think we found your guys' business model. He's the writer and you're the performer. Incredible. This is amazing. I love that you alphaed your boyfriend tonight. Luckily, you're the perfect height to give him a sympathy kiss on the forehead. You don't have to bend over, Chad. You don't have to bend over. She's already got you. Jennifer, let me ask you this. Is there anything that Chad does in the bedroom that you think is lame?
I think it's more so what he doesn't do.
I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to kill myself on behalf of Chad. This is incredible. This is incredible. If you tell me, I swear to God, if you tell me right now that Chad doesn't eat your pussy, I'm going to do a backflip into the audience.
I just want to see you do that.
Oh, okay, good. So that's not the case. What doesn't he do in the bedroom that you wish he did? Last question, then I'm going to let you two go. But you have to answer it honestly, or I'm going to ask 5 more questions. Somebody yelled anal. One of the college kids yelled anal. I can always go to my college station friends here for a little extra immaturity that Red Band doesn't provide. Is it anal that you want to hear? He does seem like he'd be like, that seems icky. Seems like he would say that.
I think he wants to do that more than I do. That's not my thing.
Okay, I do believe he wants to put his penis in a butthole. I do believe that.
Yeah, I think incorporating more toys, though, you know? Like,
Okay. That could be, he does look like a puppet.
Oh my goodness. You guys are absolutely adorable. I love how authentic you are. Chad, you have a great fucking sense of humor. You fucking roll with everything perfectly. Chad Mitchell Rogers. And I'll tell you what, I'll give you both big joke books for being fucking great sports. Thank you. There they go. Have a good night. Ladies and gentlemen, to end tonight's show, I present upon you one of the greatest anomalies to ever happen in the history of Kill Tony. This man is the longest standing regular in the history of the show. More appearances than anyone else ever. More new minutes than anyone ever. More interviews than anyone ever. Some people call him the Memphis Strangler. Some people call him the Vanilla Gorilla. Some people call him the Big Red Machine. This is indeed William Montgomery.
Wow! It really is him! Make some fucking noise for the one and only!
Man, I bet your fucking stupid ass was on The Young and the Restless. What the fuck was that? God damn it! And just right off the bat, anybody in the front row, I'm sorry, I have COVID right now, so I'm sick as shit. So Alex Murdaugh's murder trial is winding down on television. Seems like if he was going to murder a son, he'd murder the one named Buster and not the one named Paul. It was a long weekend this week. Hard to trust a Mexican restaurant that doesn't have Mexican waitresses. That's like going to a Chinese restaurant and not noticing the obvious signs of human trafficking. I don't know if y'all have heard of this Brian Laundry guy, but I've got a laundry list of reasons why your daughter shouldn't go out with him. Do we have any Houston Oilers fans in the crowd tonight? The Houston Oilers are so bad at football, they asked to borrow the Astros drum set. Okay. The Astros are cheaters at baseball. All right. That's what time. How are you,
William Montgomery. Okay, there he goes. One more time for William, everybody. Asking me how I'm doing to end this set. I love it, William. Coming up with a lot of energy. I love it.
Good. Well, you're not feeling good? For real?
Yeah, I'm not feeling good, and I ate the same mushrooms as Uncle Laser did. God, what happened with this fucking set? It was fun to see y'all go after each other. But yeah, I was watching that, and I was thinking, tripping by myself on the side there. I was like, fuck, what a horrible decision. This, but it's fun. It's totally fine.
How much mushrooms did you guys eat? I had no idea you guys had eaten
Like
mushrooms.
a handful? No, I don't know. Like some pieces of mushrooms.
Okay. So how often do you eat mushrooms?
It's not often. I ate some this past week, but before that, it had been some years. But Tony, I'm excited to announce I've started. I don't know if y'all remember Miss Cleo, but I've started calling Miss Cleo is back, and I have started calling her again. I've lost a lot of money doing that, Tony. It's cost a lot of.
She literally. It's crazy you mentioned this because I literally just watched a documentary about her. She's dead.
Who have I been talking to? Wait, no, you're kidding, right?
No, she's dead as shit.
No, you're kidding, right?
I would never know. I never would have said a thing, but it's so crazy. I watched a documentary about her. You're really like out of the news this week. You just did a Brian Laundry joke. That was like literally from a year ago. The Houston Astros cheated 5 years ago.
And the Houston Oilers aren't even a football
team. They aren't a team. They haven't been a team for, I think, a decade or so. It's absolutely incredible. Your time is like, did you go like in a time machine or something? Got back? Have you guys heard of this Thomas Jefferson?
I like it. Wait, hold on. I'm still trying to get over the fact Miss Cleo is not. Who have I been talking to? Notice. Oh my God. I've been talking to some Jamaican lady on the phone. I swear to God.
Are you gonna stop talking to her?
Yeah. I'm never gonna stop talking to Miss Cleo.
Oh my goodness.
No, I swear to God, I'm never going to stop talking to this Jamaican woman. Hold on, what the fuck is going on? Y'all are scaring me. Stop. Fuck! I'm literally tripping. Yeah, stop. Fuck.
So what have you and this random Jamaican woman been talking about, and how much is she charging you for this?
Yeah. It's $10 a minute.
$10 a minute?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Is it David Lucas?
Huh?
Jamaican woman. I don't know.
I'm kidding.
absolutely incredible. William has been talking to a random Jamaican woman, Brian Laundrie. We got the Houston Oilers. What else has been going on this week, William?
I've literally gotten sick. I was with Duncan and Irvine and then San Jose, and yeah, I couldn't sleep at all last night, so I haven't slept at all.
Did you do any ketamine with Duncan?
No. Not this time.
Not this time.
Not this time. No, I didn't. But yeah, the sets were good. It was all good. I just couldn't go to sleep last night and feel sick as shit right now. I almost called you saying I could have come, but I decided against that. But
what exactly are your symptoms right now?
Horrible sinus infection. Probably fever.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I feel horrible. That's why I didn't know. Yeah, I've had this horrible fucking attitude since last night for some reason. I couldn't go to sleep. That's not a joke. Yeah, and then I decided to eat those mushrooms for some reason right before this. And I see that fucking dumbass. Yeah, they're going to break up, right? That couple? Holy shit.
It is going to be weird.
That was so awkward.
Yeah. It's gonna be weird, and then he's gonna try to overcompensate. He's gonna go to a sex store and come back with some weird shit. He's gonna end up being the one handcuffed to the bed because she's just gonna alpha him all the time for the rest of their lives, and they're always gonna have this to look back on. She's gonna win every argument forever. She's gonna remember that time I bodied you on Kill Tony in your own art form that you did for 2.5 years. William Montgomery really playing to the crowd right now. I like it.
A little bit, yeah, just horribly on edge. Yeah, I couldn't fucking go to sleep last night. It was horrible. I don't know what it was. I drank some coffee. I did take a little piece of an Adderall at probably 4, but normally that doesn't affect me. But yeah, I couldn't.
You took an Adderall at 4 p.m.?
4 p.m., drank some coffee, and then couldn't sleep. So I've been up since yesterday morning.
Have you tried winking? Winking relaxes you. Winking at people in the audience. William has a special magic trick.
I have been watching your fucking fine ass since you fucking...
Whoa, you talking to this guy right here?
Yeah, look at that guy.
Wow,
Look at cutie down there. I like that guy.
Nice. Yeah, he's here from Ukraine.
Yeah, visiting at war right now. Ooh, whoa.
Yeah, I think I love you, man.
Oh my goodness.
Holy shit, I'm not fucking around. I think I love you.
Whoa, he just gave you the eyebrows.
Redman, stop! I wasn't even fucking moving.
What would you do to this guy if you had the opportunity to take him back to your place?
Ooh, what wouldn't I do?
Where would you start?
Probably just some simple kissing. Probably just some sweet little kisses. If you'd let me, I don't know. Let's see how far you'd let me go.
Just some simple kissing.
Yeah, we'll see how far you'd let me go. Let's see how far you'll let me go today.
Sir, how far would you let William go? Yell your answer out so this mic picks it up.
Just answer the question, you fucking idiot!
The College Station kids are trying to... He's a little bit confused right now. This is like when the Liver King got caught doing steroids right now. He's being awfully silent. Would you make love with William Montgomery? All night.
Cool, that's sweet. I didn't know what you would say. I'll take that. Thank you so much.
There you go.
Cool.
Okay. William, what would it take for you to stop fucking this guy?
Try some Ritz Bit sandwiches.
Okay.
I've been eating a bunch of Ritz Bits recently.
That's not the answer I was expecting.
Oh. Yeah, Ritz Bits.
Ritz Bits? What are these?
It's little bits of sandwiches. Like cheese, peanut butter, Ritz Bits.
Ritz Bits?
Yeah, Ritz Bits. It's like
Red Band is dying of laughter. Our chief snack correspondent, Red Band, is dying of laughter right now.
Yeah,
I've never seen him laugh this hard on this show.
Ritz Bits.
But snacks hit him.
Ritz Bits. Yeah, they have peanut butter. They have all kinds of stuff. They have s'mores Ritz Bits.
You think you're ever going to stop eating Ritz Bits?
I'm never going to stop eating Ritz Bits. And I swear to God, I'm never going to stop talking to that fucking Jamaican lady. She is so sweet.
That isn't good. Maybe next week we'll give her a call on the show.
Yeah, we should.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, William Lights Out Montgomery, everybody. The great Chris Stefano, everyone. Come on, make some noise for him. Radio City Musical, September 27th. East Coasters, get your fucking tickets. Let him feel the Kill Tony bump. Also listen to Hey Babe, Chrissy Chaos, and go rewatch Speshy Weshy, his hit special. The Giant Ranging E-Belt is in. That's all available at ryanj.ebelt.com. That was fucking fantastic. Look at that. That's a painting of you, my friend. That looks exactly like you. Chris.
I look like you.
Chris Rogers drew a piece of art tonight, ladies and gentlemen. He committed to drawing Uncle Laser, of all people. It's a decision that he made before Uncle Laser started his set. He probably tried to change it to a William Montgomery 10 minutes ago. He's going to be auctioning that off after the show, so any Uncle Laser fans can buy it. My guess is Uncle Laser's probably going to have the high bid on that one. Boy's got a little bit of an ego on him. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony band? Michael Gonzalez. The debut of Zach Person. Motherfucking D Madness on the bass. Matt Muelling, Paul Deemer. We love you guys. Thank you so much. Red Rose, Yellow Rose, D Betty, Shell Blaster, Austin Security Guard Service, Screwball, Peanut Butter Whiskey. Red Band. Love you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. Good night.
Switch today at www.impmobile.com and start saving. The free cabinet healthcare procedure includes disinfecting against viruses, pneumonia prevention, Rangers with world-class supply chain helps ensure you have quality products you need when you need them. From disinfectants and cleaning supplies to personal protective equipment, so you can help deliver a clean bill of health. Call 1-800-RANGER, click Ranger.com, or just stop by. Ranger, for the ones who get it done.
Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from Vulcan Gas Company here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony, give it up for Tony and
Are you guys ready for the best goddamn show of your lives tonight or what? Yeah, baby, make some noise for Red Band, everybody. We've been together for almost 10 years together. Very, very exciting. You're at Kill Tony, the #1 live podcast in the world, brought to you by the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Gel Blaster, Deep Betty Vodka, and the Austin Security Guard Service. The best security guards in Austin is the Austin Security Guard Service. How about a hand for the band, everybody? That's the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Kill Tony band. That's the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums right there. That's the great John Dees on the keys. Matt Muelling on the electric guitar. Paul Deemer on the horns. And on the bass, the one and only D Madness. Everything is cruising for a bruising. Before we start tonight's show,
I don't want to waste my time on them, so we're going to get right into
here right now. Hey y'all,
So today's episode of Mysteries with a Mystery is all about human and alien experimentation, disinformation agents, insanity, and the alleged documents of levels that happen at the especially if you're a but before we really dive into the topic, let me bring in my extra special co-host, Mr. Jimmy Church from Big Jimmy, how you doing today?
You may not want to talk about it anymore, but I'm mad as hell. I can't take this anymore. It's unbelievable. Christina, listen, I'm just going to tell the audience, and we've got some comments starting to flow in. It's a different day today for you. But I'm going to let everybody know that, I got a call from Christina first thing this morning. And have you seen Twitter? I said, what's going on? They took my YouTube down. They what? And now I'm going to say this, and then we'll move on, because the Dulce Base is one of the most exciting subjects that we could ever do, and it's a great choice on your part. I'm very excited about that. So we'll jump into it in just a minute. Look, everybody's flooding in. They found you. See, they found you, Christina. They found you. You're loved out there. But let me say this. I've had my ups and downs with YouTube over the years. I've had to fight the good fight. I've been demonetized a couple of times. And really had to go toe-to-toe with them. That being said, what they chose to do to me, without explanation, by the way, I had to fight that. I got it back, and it took about 2 weeks, but I also took a year off of YouTube after that. I was like, I'm done. And I just let the channel sit there. I wasn't going to let them make money off of me. I just wasn't going to do it. So I took a year off. But your case is different. We've got no community strikes, no violations, a clean channel, and everything positive, and your content isn't violating any standards. So this is what happened to me, and I'm sure it's the same thing with you. It's an automation system. So they have got millions of videos that are being uploaded every hour from around the world. And they have software that looks at all of that content, all of the existing content, and it's looking for stuff, automated. And when that automation system gets triggered, they could have found something in your content that had nothing to do with the content. It was a false trigger. Okay, and you have to get a human being involved to go and look at your channel to make sure, but that's the problem. That automation system is messing with people's lives, their content, in some cases income, and without any consideration of anything, and the software pulls the trigger, and there isn't anybody there to double check before the channel gets pulled down. And that's a problem. That's a problem with censorship and everything else, where you're guilty first, and then you've got to prove your innocence. And that's not what this country is based on. But I am sure that is the case with your YouTube channel. You've got to get a human being involved, and once you do, you'll run clean. Your decisions for the future are your own. Do you want to continue with YouTube, or not, and find another way to go? Unfortunately, YouTube is one of the biggest platforms in the history of mankind, and it's tough. It's really tough. Where
So I'm getting a lot of help from it, so hopefully get it back to normal. But let's dive into today's topic. There's a lot of things we gotta talk about, and hopefully we can do this all.
You're such a bright ray of sunshine. Just get off the subject, Jimmy. I'm done.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So I'll go ahead and read the black and white description of the story. Today's a little bit longer than usual, but I think these are all good important notes, and then we'll hear your more colorful side of the story.
Sure. It's good to be here with my mother.
Residents of the small New Mexican town claim their scenes and even photographing flying saucers and other unidentified flying objects over the community of about 2,600 people, many of whom also share stories of low-flying military helicopters and fast-moving lights darting back and forth in the sky. Dulce is home to the headquarters of the Apache Reservation in northern New Mexico and is largely inhabited by indigenous people. Despite its small population, it draws heavy tourism by ufologists who host an annual Dulce-based UFO conference, and Dulce is located about 200 miles from Albuquerque. It is important to note that the existence of the New Mexico alien base itself remains entirely unproven. Even as the legends surrounding it are well documented, we still simply don't know if this is all true or not. Stories arose in the late 1970s with the New Mexico State Trooper Gator Valdez reporting a series of disturbing cattle mutilations, and this is according to the Michael Brookins A Culture of Conspiracy. Okay, and then it also states that the China surrounding the cattle mutilation suggesting to Valdez that the government was involved and that the cattle were not ravaged by wild animals. One resident even claimed that he even claimed to have tracked Bigfoot in the area as well. So there's a lot of weird things happening around the Dulce base. And then, of course, this story brings in the infamous Paul Benedict, claiming he had infiltrated electronic communications from aliens in 1979, along with taking pictures and videos of craft near the Kirkland Air Force Base. So we have a lot to dive into today, and a lot of people to talk about when it comes to the Dulce base.
Let me know when you get a job at a USA.
Tasty. And now, and that's a great overview. There's a couple of things. Now let's back up. Let's go before the modern stuff. The tribes, the indigenous cultures around there, it's a very sacred area. And they have been talking about for hundreds of years sightings, lights, and things that happen in and around this area. And I have talked to numerous tribe members.
If you're thinking about going to nursing school but aren't sure how to get started, join us at Galen College of Nursing's upcoming open house. Here, you'll meet with friendly and helpful faculty, current students, and academic advisors who can help you get comfortable with admissions and enrollment. Plus, you'll tour our campus and learn all about Galen's personalized student support. RSVP now for our open house on Tuesday, April 29th from 4 to 6 p.m. by visiting galencollege.edu/Miami.
That literally sit outside of the Best Western Hotel and look across at the mountains, and they see stuff just right there, and they just gather and watch the action in the hills there. So that's been going on for a very, very long time. Then researcher and author Leonard Stringfield started to make a couple of comments about this area and doing some research. Some of it was taken out of context, and I think that Leonard Stringfield had to step in and say, look, there's strange things going on, but I didn't say, you know, and things were taken out of context, at least in his point of view. And he's a great researcher and was a great researcher. And we have to take him at face value. But even he was intrigued with this area. The cattle mutilation, Valdez wrote an excellent book, by the way, on what was going on up there. Many ranchers in the area reported black helicopters and coming in, and sightings of cattle being not only taken but replaced in the area too as well. And I think that some of the questions started to come up. This was aside from the UFO issue, but were the cattle being tested with chemicals or radiation? And there was some testing of that in the area. And were they taking the cattle to see the effects of the radiation and then replacing them back? Maybe removing body parts to look at the inside. All of that is sinister in of itself. And if you're not reporting it and letting the local ranchers and the community know what is going on, then that leads to some pretty shifty stuff. So we have that going on at the same time. Enter Paul Benowitz. So Paul Benowitz starts to hear rumors. Now, Paul, as we know, with Richard Doty and William Moore, and is very, very infamous. I mean, it's not famous, it's an infamous, sad case. But Paul had a lot of resources available to him with his company that had Air Force contracts right there at Kirkland Air Force Base. And but he had the ability to get into private aircraft and fly up and in and around that area looking for this alien base that was reported to be there. Now, from Paul himself in his reports back to others, he found a craft, he found something that was interesting in that area that looked like a crash flying saucer or something, and he knew he was on the case. Well, those reports, combined with the lights in the area and what the Indians were seeing in the area, and going back to Leonard Stringfield, and now there's reports coming out from Paul Benowitz, things seem to be in action there at the Dulce base. Now, before we circle back and discuss all of this, was there an alien base with tunnels and things? There were a lot of underground Air Force installations there, and missile silos, the tunnels for that. You have the structures on the surface for the Air Force buildings and things in places that need to. You have to have that infrastructure. But stuff was going on underground for sure, and there was tunnels going on underground for sure. The urban legend part of this is that all of this was done because E.T. arrived here a long time ago and found that area to be special and established an underground base, and that's where they resided. And that was that. And that the Air Force knew about this, and there were agreements and things working together with E.T. and our government for a very long time. Now, that's part of the urban legend. And if you look at some of the maps that have been generated over the years of tunneling efforts across the United States and maglev trains and things right through Dulce, there were other reports of Sandia Labs and things that were happening in Albuquerque and Kirkland, that there were tunneling systems between there and Dulce, and those existed. Now, has it been proven? No. I have talked to Noria Hayakawa a couple of times. He was a guest on the show very early on with Fade to Black. And his investigation is going into Dulce. And I asked him directly, have you found an entrance? Anyway, no, I have not. And that search continues. Now, is there an entrance that has been found? There's been rumors about that. There is a lot of stuff with the Air Force and their existing facilities that are there. That could be entrances. But it's behind fences, and you really can't get to it as a researcher, photograph it, or ask any questions. But if this story is going to get any stranger, Any crazier,
girlfriend was beating
it's Phil
ass.
Schneider.
Yeah, that's true.
And when
that.
this
Well,
is
Jimmy, you're wrapping them all out real quick. I mean, like,
Phil Schneider, and now I think that Phil Schneider, his name, his face, and his story has become so respected in ufology, and some of the things that he had said. And you can see some old video. He died in 1996. He was murdered. Some say assassinated in 1996 in Oregon. I'll come back to that in just a second. But Phil Schneider goes on the UFO circuit and is speaking at conferences around the country about some pretty amazing things. Now, the facts behind Phil Schneider are the stuff that is there. Geologist, and he was hired by the United States government to help engineer underground tunnels and tunneling systems, deep underground military bases. And that was later. Before that, he was an investigator into 9/11 for the government to figure out how those buildings came down, the World Trade Centers 1 and 2, how they came down, and he had a pretty healthy CV. And so you can go and look at his work history and his education and see how legitimate he was. Now, but he chose to go out and speak about the New World Order, the elite, and governments around the world, and how they were working together for control of humanity. And he gave us reasons why. And some of his claims were at the time, but now that we can go back after 25 years after his death and go back and look at it, and he was very prophetic, and there were things that he said that came to pass. I'm not going to get into specifics with that, but he was taken out. And he was taken out as he was talking about Dulcie and what happened there. So he gives this account. And again, I'm not reading. I've researched this case enough that I can actually speak about it and be pretty close. And if I have any of the facts wrong, excuse me. But this is pretty close. His account that him and Alan spoke about, and you can check out the videos for Phil Schneider online, that he was in a tunneling effort, digging down at Dulcie, and got to a certain level. They're blasting through the rock, and they're digging, and they're boring, and he's going down, and he's got his tool belt, and I'll come back to that in a second. But anyway, so they reach a certain level, and they break through the rock, and this stench comes through. This is at Dulcie. And it was unbelievable. And they continued to bore through, and they opened this up, and they broke into the alien base. And they are looking, he's looking straight at an alien being standing there in front of him, and he freaks out. And one thing leads to another, but there's a gunfight. There's a shootout, and an explosion, and he gets blasted in his chest. And this is, I mean, it's sad, but this is part of the facts of the case. He gets blasted in his chest, and by some alien technology, gun, ray gun, photon weapon, whatever you want to call it, phaser. He gets blasted in the chest. He loses some fingers. He gets burned. He gets this gnarly injury to his chest and the scars and everything. That and it was debilitating to the point where when he was murdered, I'm going to come back to the gunfight, but when he was murdered in Oregon, where he was speaking at a conference, he was in a wheelchair. He didn't have any fingers. Well, he had a couple of fingers on each hand, but he was very sick. He couldn't walk. He was in a very bad situation, and he's in a motel room in Phoenix where his body is found with surgical tubing wrapped around his neck and tied, and they said that he committed suicide. Now, first off, he had no fingers, right? He had no way of tying or wrapping and killing himself with surgical tubing, like was stated in the police report. And when you read the police report, you realize that somebody killed him, right? Okay. So, but he was out there speaking about the New World Order, governments, 9/11, dark parts of different world governments, including the United States, and maglev trains and tunneling and what was going on across the country, and these alien bases, Dulcie, the shootout, and his injuries, and he was out there very publicly speaking about this stuff. And then he dies with surgical tubing around his throat in a hotel in Oregon. And so when you look at Dulcie in total, is there something to this area? You have Paul Benowitz dead, Phil Schneider dead, cattle mutilations and reports, all factual, black helicopters, and a culture that has been there for hundreds of years and talking about.
Costello also goes missing.
Yes. And it's a very, very interesting case, Christina. And when I look at Phil Schneider, and I go back and I watch those videos and his presentations over the years, and those that knew him, I had a lot of people on the show, and some that were with him in Portland when he died. And I don't want to get into that, but one of his roommates on that last speaking tour was on the show and spoke very candidly about those last days and what was going on, and how happy he was in life to start getting his health together, his relationship with his family, and he had goals and things were great. He wasn't suicidal, and the way that he spoke in public, he was a true whistleblower, and it just adds to the mystery of Dulcie.
So in everything that you said, there were a lot of things that you kind of touched on, and I want to go a little bit more in depth. The first person that you mentioned was Gabe Valdez. And just to go into a little bit more in depth about him, for those that might not know the story or know who he is, he was a police officer and a researcher. And this man, when he was looking at these cattle mutilations, because he's a police officer, he gets called in to see these things. He also found gas masks nearby, glow sticks, and human equipment. He also found, which is incredibly bizarre, is that he found a human monkey frog fetus in a cow uterus that was dead. Now that sounds terrifying, and he took pictures of it. You can find that online. But with this man in particular, Gabe Valdez, there were some moments where he believed that these cattle mutilations were kind of more human and scientific than maybe towards the more alien side to it, just because he found evidence to back up his opinion onto why these cattle mutilations were more human, because he found human equipment. But he did an interview for the California UFO magazine, which is volume 4, number 2 paper in 1989. And he stated that he believed that 80% of what Paul Benowitz was saying was accurate when it came to the aspect of the military activity around Mesa. And because he also stated that he saw dark green Chinook helicopters flying around the Mesa at that time as well. And he knows that there's a lot of military activity happening, but he just doesn't know if it's related to the UFO phenomenon. Then he says that is about 20% of what Benowitz is saying, and it's kind of more theorized. It doesn't really have any factual evidence, and it's not necessarily accurate. And these are his words in the interview. But Gabe does say that other people also came out talking to him that had very similar stories as Benowitz's stories. Now, he wasn't sure, Valdez wasn't sure if these people were just attempting to fabricate Paul's stories or if they were genuine. So I feel like a man doing civil service, right, being a policeman and also a researcher, it's very hard to know who to believe and not to believe and where to get your information, just like how it is for us today as well.
Yeah, and there's another part to this because Valdez, and in his book, we're talking about a law enforcement person who is going on the record. But he was in that area. Law enforcement is not like Los Angeles or New York or Chicago or Miami. It's different. And New Mexico, and I've been there, is a very sparsely populated remote area. And there are reasons why we did our atomic testing there, and we have missile ranges and things, because there's nothing there. Things are spread out. And the Dulce base and that Mesa is very remote, very difficult to get to. Benowitz had to fly to it. And it's not like you can go on the Indian reservation part and go up to the edges of it, but what goes on beyond the fences and beyond the mountains, that is hundreds of square miles of remote nothing. And so one law enforcement officer trying to chase these details down, or the sightings of craft, or the things that happen that you're not around, or the decision to build a deep underground military base that Phil Schneider was referring to, that Paul Benowitz was in. That's a location where you're going to do that.
Hell yeah.
The other part, nobody's going to know what you're doing. But the other part is, it's a pretty cool place for ET to make camp and to go unnoticed for until you do get found. And that's exactly what we're talking about here. When you speak to researchers and those that have investigated the tunneling system, I've got maps and things that have been sent to me. When you look at that, it is absolutely remote. And so for a researcher to choose to go and investigate and go up there, it's nearly impossible to do. It'd be easier to get out to Area 51. You know where it is. Here in New Mexico, it is wide open. There's the flat desert areas, and then there's the mountain regions, and it is very, very rough terrain. So for me to go to somebody like Noyo Hayakawa, you go, dude, man, where's the entrance? Wow. You go and check it out. It's impossible to do. There's no roads. You can't walk. It's not about that. You can fly over it if you can afford a helicopter and go and start poking around. But what is it that you're going to see? What is it that you're going to find? It's yeah. Dulce is a fascinating case. Absolutely fascinating.
There is some people say that in one part of the Mesa, there is just kind of a circular section where trees have grown. It's as if it got kind of like cut in half. And there is two theories on top of the Mesa. Some people believe that it was a UFO doing an emergency landing crash, caught fire, and it caused fire amongst the trees. There's another theory saying that it was not actually a UFO, but a plane that crashed and then burned all the trees as well. But the weird thing about this crash in particular is what we know about nature, when something burns, within time it grows back. But in this case, this little patch of area of the mesa, there has been no vegetation since. Nothing has grown since that crash in the late 70s. And so I guess if you're looking up from a helicopter, you better look for that specific area.
Well, that was always what was put on Paul Bennowitz when he did his flyover, that he found a plane crash that happened up there, and Bennowitz was pretty specific, and I would think, and he lives outside of Kirtland Air Force Base. You have Albuquerque's commercial airfield. There's an airport there as well, and he's in the business. He works with the Air Force. He knows what an airplane is, and you're going to know an airplane crash. When you're flying over it, I'm not so sure that I buy into that narrative. I think Paul saw what he saw, and he was convinced that it was a crashed alien craft. I don't think, and especially at that point, I think his mind was still there. So I'm not so sure that maybe there was a civilian plane crash up there, but that's not what Paul saw.
He has cerebral palsy, so he doesn't use his voice. Dive in a little bit more about Paul, because there's a lot to his stories in particular. So we briefly talked about him, but we're just going to dive into it deeper. So he made his claim to fame in 1979 when he saw several UFOs taking off and landing in the vicinity of the Manzana weapon system next to his home, and he stated that he caught it on video and even took pictures of these craft. With the pictures and the video of this craft, he alerted officials at the Kirtland Air Force Base, who interviewed him at his home and also on the base. Later on, he had electronic equipment pointed towards the base and attempted to record high-frequency electrical pulses, believing that it was alien craft communication. And I'm not really sure how he was able to decipher that and believing that what he was catching was alien communication. But later on, he says that from the more research that he did, the more that he saw, he believed that aliens, that at least were here on this earth, were hostile and a threat to humanity. And he also had this obsession into proving that the government was dealing with aliens instead of having them brush it off. He really wanted to prove it, which led on later to Richard Doty and Darren Moore to come in as a big part of the story as well.
Well, we have to.
Unfortunately, not in your case.
Obviously, there's a lot going on in this area.
Don't feel bad for me. I've made my peace with being
we're not even bringing up Roswell, or Aztec, or Corona, Trinity, without bringing up any of that. There's a lot going on in this area, and there is probably, even to this day, the Sandia National Labs there, probably some of the smartest people in the world live and work there, number one. Number two, it is the most advanced technology and concepts anywhere in the world being developed right there. This is not Area 51. This is the most advanced research. With all of this, we have the UFO and the ET connection. Is that something that is being developed there? Well, let's talk about Paul Bennowitz for a second. Paul focuses his cameras, and he's got stuff on the roof of his house. He's shooting from inside of the house. But he's shooting at this very specific spot where he said UFOs were landing and taking off. And he had very specific images that he talked about of landed craft and activity going on around that craft. that he photographed and videotaped at length. I asked Richard Doty if he had seen those images. Rick Doty, a little evasive on those answers, and Rick may be listening right now. He knows what I'm talking about. A little evasive on those answers. And the reason for that is, where did the images go? Now, there were, and I've heard from a few different people, that Paul had a box full of images and videotapes near these cameras on the back half of his house. Where those images are today, don't know. His computers with the data on it, where's that? Where are the hard drives? Don't know. And that is one of the most intriguing parts about all of this. Now, I understand that Kirkland was developing technology to block Soviet satellites and imaging, and they were doing that with a lot of different things. They also had to block what was going on at Kirkland. They were developing drones, and especially back then, drones were a very, very big deal and very secret projects. Okay, I get all of that. But Paul Benowitz would have known the difference. And his claims and what he saw landing and taking off from this section of the base raised his eyebrows. And he had the evidence of this. The other part was, you just mentioned this, he was recording radio transmissions, and he was convinced it was E.T., either talking to Kirkland or talking amongst themselves, but he was getting that, and he would sit and listen to and try to translate, try to figure out what these transmissions were. Rick Doty says, well, that was secret Air Force radio communications, and we didn't need that knowledge to get out. Not really buying that so much. I keep going back to Paul Benowitz was a very smart guy, owned a very cool company that built instruments, and he had government contracts with the Air Force right there at Kirkland, and he wasn't a dumb. He was seeing what he was seeing, and he was hearing what he was hearing. Meanwhile, we've got cattle mutilations, we've got the sightings in and around Dulce, and of course, we have Phil Schneider and his accounts of what happened there, and the Delta Force being brought in, and this gunfight, that broke out between ETs and Delta Force in this deep underground military base.
Something we talk about when it comes to Mr. Benowitz is in the book called UFO, The Dulce Story, an incredible deception written by Thomas Costello and Weldon Stevens. They state that Benowitz was arrested, and this is referring to psychiatric treatment, and he was institutionalized 3 times. Again, this is stated in the book. Now, the first time he was arrested, it was stating that he needs to get a psychiatric treatment, but then was later released when he was completely sane. There was no reason behind him being arrested for that, but it was kind of more to intimidate him. Again, this was in the book. Later, he was arrested yet again for the treatment to be psychiatric treatment. And this second time, he was given electric shock treatment to derange his memory so that he could no longer recall what he had been seeing or what he had filmed above Dulce. Now, I could not find evidence to back up that statement from the book, but listen, I guess with this whole story, all the documents that we read about this, it's very difficult to corroborate, right? Where evidence is independent to back it up. So I think this is important to know about Mr. Benowitz while we talk about the story is he was institutionalized 3 times during this. Was it because he was sick, or was it because he wasn't supposed to see something that he did and the government needed an excuse to get rid of him? I simply don't know.
Yeah, and again, going back to Rick Doty and his accounts of all of this, I think that a certain amount of what Rick said is probably pretty valid and pretty accurate. But the disturbing part about it, if we take Doty's accounts of this as being true, I'm just going to say this directly.
Parents think of you doing stand-up
Rick
comedy. Canadians
saw
can be a little bit weird.
the
French Canadians
instability
can be even
there.
weirder. I'm interested
And
to know.
Rick knows that leading up to this, we didn't even talk about the other, the cattle mutilation parts. Okay, hold on, let's back up for a second.
Yeah.
So, Paul Benowitz and a friend of his, they get introduced to a woman who had called the police and said, "Hey, I'm watching cattle getting abducted, by a couple of craft. One is big, one is small, but they're taking cattle." And the police literally tell her, "Give Paul Benowitz a call. This is outside of our union. We don't deal with UFO." So she gets a hold of Paul Benowitz. Paul and his friend, who was a hypnotherapist, bring her over, and they regress her so she could remember more details about this cattle abduction thing that she saw right outside of Kirkland Airport. And she described two large craft, one big, one really big, that were doing the abductions. So this thing, and so they did all this crazy stuff when they were regressing her. I'm talking about like literally tinfoil hats, and they would take her into Paul's like Lincoln town car that he lined the inside of this with like 3 layers of tinfoil. I'm not making any of this up. I hate to say it, but it was tinfoil. And they would do these regression things, but they were getting more and more information out of her about what was going on. This, combined with what Paul was doing at his house, he's going to conferences. He's feeling pretty strange. This UFO thing is happening. He calls the security at the base. Right? I think something is going on there. Rick Doty comes into play. Now, meanwhile, he's still doing the regression with this lady and his friend. And the details are starting to get really sensational that is coming out of her. Was it factual? Don't know. Was it made up? Don't know. Was it leading questions with the hypnotherapy? We don't have any of those answers. But it was inside of Paul's head. Now, bring in Rick Doty. Rick Doty goes, "Okay, yeah, these pictures are pretty interesting. Yeah, this is..." And Rick is claiming that Paul Benowitz is on to secret government technology. So he's got to throw him off the case, right? He's got to throw him off the scent. So he tells Paul what? Dude, here's the secret. UFOs are real. And Paul's like, "I know it. I know it." Well, that right there at that point, that was the mistake that Rick Doty made. It doesn't mean that UFOs are not real. What I'm saying is Rick knew that he was dealing with somebody that maybe couldn't handle this kind of information. Disinformation, real information, that part doesn't matter. The statement pushed Paul over the edge. And meanwhile, he's got the regression going on. He's got his cameras. He's got his audio. He's flying over Dulce. The whole community is seeing lights in the area. And Paul gets pushed over the edge. And Rick knew this. And now Rick will say, "Well, I was just taking orders. They told me to do this. We were protecting government secrets and secret government." You don't do that to somebody. If somebody is a little bit unstable, and I think that Rick will say that Paul Benowitz was his friend.
I'm like every other man on this show. I'm afraid of
Well,
being
who
hit by a woman
does that
right
to
now.
a friend? Number one. And Rick has defended himself. I've asked him these same questions directly. I'm not picking on Rick, and I'm not defending anybody here. That's not where I'm going with it. But Paul Benowitz and his family is concerned now. And everything else. What did you expect? You know, you bring in Bill Moore and these documents and these things and these statements and the action that's going on outside of his home and in the skies and Dulce and this lady that is doing this regression therapy that did see cattle being abducted, right? And this is what happened. And I don't know. The whole thing is just crazy to me. And looking back at Rick and his defending his actions, I think that he took a step too far. Today, does he know that? Yes, he definitely does. He's had enough time to analyze this. But Paul Benowitz was onto something, and it could have been ET related. And then you turn around and say, and he's, you know, he's an Air Force, you know, military personnel. And he's going to come at you and say, okay, here's the secret on UFOs are real. Well, that ultimately, that's what happened to Paul Benowitz.
And for the man that conducted the hypnosis, it was Dr. Leo Springle, and he was a professor of psychology at the University of Wyoming, and also when he was hypnotizing the wife and son, and mom's son. Not only did they mention about cattle mutilations, they also talked about that they were rogue as well. And again, you know, when it comes to hypnosis, it's a very tricky job because you can have questions that kind of lead more your imagination than your actual memory. So asking them without biased words can be difficult, I guess, if you don't write them down. So again, yeah, we don't know if that's true or not. We don't know if that's imagination or memory, but regardless, that's a pretty wild story.
Well, and like I said, this regression went on for a length of time, and they kept trying to develop. Okay, and this is such a dark world, and I just feel so strange talking about all of this. But they were convinced that ET was onto them, and they didn't want ET listening to the regression therapy. They didn't want ET to run radio interference and beam stuff into, you know, so they're driving around. They wouldn't do it at Paul's house. They're driving to these private locations in the car that's lined with 3 layers of tinfoil that would go into these therapies, and they kept, and this is over time. The information started to stall, so they felt like it was the location that ET's running interference. Something else is going on. They would drive to another location, throw another layer of tinfoil onto the car, and try to get more information out of her. So you're right, and this is going back to the point that you just made. It went from cattle, you know, the stuff outside of Kirkland, all the way to abductions and analysis and things. And we don't know. I think that there is a lot of speculation around the way that they did the therapy. It wasn't in a controlled environment. It wasn't in a medical office. It wasn't in a doctor's office. It's in the back seat of a Lincoln Town car, you know, outside of Albuquerque in the desert with tinfoil, you know, on the windows. It's crazy. So, how much of that was induced? How much of it was imagination? Well, we don't know. But Paul believed it. That's the whole point, and everything else was going on at the same time around Paul and his quest for UFOs, and that includes flying over Dulce, the sightings that were happening, his recordings, his audio, his images, his interaction with the Air Force directly. It's just an absolutely crazy case, and that is. We're not even getting into Phil Schneider.
Yeah, not yet. But you know, with Paul, he took that obsession and his belief to his grave and ended up dying in June of 2003 after he took his own life. And then that makes you question because there are quite a few deaths in the story that are somewhat suspicious. So when it comes to Paul, it makes you question, was it really suicide or was it someone else doing it? And I don't think we'll ever know the answer to that one in particular.
Are you talking about Phil Schneider?
No, I'm talking about Paul Benowitz.
Oh,
He died in 2003.
I didn't even notice the scar,
Yes,
so you
yes,
pointed
yes,
it out. I
yes.
was talking about your overall demeanor, characteristics
And
overall.
let's go back
Your
to
normal face. But yeah,
Phil
where's
Schneider
the scar from?
when we, I always have one hair that just wants to come out and go, dude, I'm messing with you, man.
Owner came up and said like they were having a party, eat this fistful of pills.
Okay, and back to this. Listen, I want to say this to everybody in the chat room. Thank you for sharing the petition.
So you're bad at 2 jobs. This is incredible. How long have you been
Christina's like,
attending stand-up
she's
comedy
distracted.
for?
She's got a lot on her mind. Can we talk about Dulcie in the chat? And then
I like the idea of making
there's
people
the link.
laugh. This seemed like the most.
Oh man, I'm gonna sign that thing. I'm mad as hell. We'll get back to that, everybody. Let's talk about this.
Literally, like, can you give us an example of a time
back
that you
to Phil
in the
Schneider.
moment you said something funny? Your
When
entire life. How old are you?
Phil
29 years of experience in the
first
field. Can you
started to give his accounts, and I want to say this in the most candid way that I can.
Talked about how like
His
gluten-free
from beginning to end,
a white problem.
his account is so detailed down to the most minute thing. And when I listen to somebody speak about something, I want the details, right? I want to know. It's the little things that I'm picking up. And I think those are most important because, Christina, if you went to the store today, right? Okay, you go to the store. I know where you were this morning. I'm not going to go there. But let's take that for an example, okay? So you go to the store, not really the store, your other location, but you go to the store. And you go in, and then you leave the store and get back in your car. Okay, now you have the choice of, I went to the store today.
You can't even play through.
Okay? Or, right?
Absolutely
Somebody telling me that they were abducted by aliens or they got into a gunfight in a deep underground base. Right? Okay, you got in a gunfight. There are details there. So if I'm talking to you about the store, you can tell me about the ground that you just walked on. You could talk about the temperature. You could talk about who you saw coming out of the store. You remember that. You remember the children that was with the lady and she forgot to put her shopping cart back. You remember those details. You remember walking into the store. Did you grab a cart? Did you grab a basket? Did you walk to the deli counter first or did you walk straight into the vegetable? Right? Or were you there for Captain Crunch? So you went over to Captain Crunch and then you saw. You have details of everything around you. And you remember those things. Right?
Okay.
Bill Schneider had those details. He
He
gave everything, and he didn't hold back. And so you're listening to him recount the events of the day, all the way through to him getting shot in the chest, having fingers blasted off his hands, which are all real. The physical disabilities that he is now living with today. And giving the account of everything leading up to that moment, he gives everything. He gives all the little tiniest little details. That, to me, rings true. As crazy as it is that Delta Force go in and shoot them out with aliens at their underground base, as crazy as that sounds, that's not what he says. He gives the details of everything around that, and he stayed consistent with it. And I think that we constantly have to go back, and when we talk about Dulcie, we talk about Paul Benowitz and Noria Hayakawa and the reservation that is there and what surrounds the Mesa. Phil Schneider needs to be included in that conversation. He does. Oh, and there was one other part of this. I believe, I could be wrong, somebody could correct me.
You know, I always try to be honest.
I think Paul Benowitz found an entrance to the Dulce base and flew over it and gave that information to Rick Doty. And Rick had to throw him off of the trail, once again, throw him off of the scent. And I think that was something else that Paul Benowitz believed that he found. And he went back to pinpoint that location a few times and spent a lot of money doing it too.
With Paul, I don't think he found an entrance, but he found like some kind of vent. Like there was smoke coming out of the mountain, which isn't a thing. That's not necessarily natural. Against like a volcano or something. But this is not a volcano, it's a mesa. So that's what he saw. He might have given it to Doty and be like, oh, this doesn't make sense. Which it doesn't. And with Mr. Schneider, what is interesting about his story is there was like practically it was a war between what he states as grays and scientists, and he says that about 60 beings died, including humans and other entities, and only 3 survived, him being one of the survivors. But when he was giving his interviews and being part of these conferences, he stated that there were about 130 bases like the Dulce base around the world, and 190 here in the United States alone. That is a lot. And he ended up committing suicide with a cancer. That's what it was in the mid-90s. But I want to talk, so he's stating that there's 192 Dulce-like bases in the United States. Now, let's talk about the levels of the Dulce base. Because there is a lot in that. So I'm gonna run through them and then you can enter
Do you have any drawings of
not on me.
Yeah, walk around, Jimmy. They're in my purse. I carry Dulce with me everywhere. A few things have been put out there. Okay, so continue.
So the very first level is pretty mundane. It's the garage for street maintenance. And by the way, this blueprint was leaked by Thomas Costello, who was a security guy at the base, inside of the Dulce base. And we should talk about him for this before we talk about So Thomas Costello was the guard at the base. He collected about 72 pictures, 100 pages of work, and he was the man that revealed the 7 levels under the base. But then, 2 years after coming out with this information, sometime after coming out with this information, he ends up disappearing. And he also states, just like with Schneider, not only are there levels and tunnels that connect everything together, but for the Dulce base in particular, there's a whole shuttle network that kind of connects the United States as well. And again, these are just alleged accounts. We simply do not have evidence to back up these claims, but he does say that he did collect pictures and work, right? Like pages of work to hopefully, I guess, in his mindset to back up what he was saying. And he claimed that in the Dulce base, he was dealing with reptilians on a daily basis in the Dulce base that worked with humans and rays. The dominant reptilian race was the Draco, which we have talked about before in one of our episodes called Alien Visitors. Remember that, Jimmy?
I do.
That was a while ago.
I'm looking at blueprints. Keep going.
Okay, well, when you find it,
what did we not talk about last time you were on the show?
So,
that might be interesting to the interview portion of the show.
So that's the one who got up to that. Now let's talk about the level 7 level there, and there are more below them who go more depth. So the first one is pretty mundane, and that is just a garage for shooting. It's not just like for any normal building, right? You can have a garage to park your cars. And level 2, you have a garage for the trains, the shuttles, the tunnel machines, and your disc. Okay? Level 3, this is where it Level 3, it states that everyone is weighed in the nude and then given a jumpsuit uniform. The weight of the person is put on the computer card ID every single day. If their weight changes to about 3 pounds above their physical weight, right, like compared to 2 days prior, they will be required to go on their physical exam and x-rays. So it seems like here, and this is maybe an assumption, that the reason why they're being weighed is to make sure that all of the equipment stays there and that nothing goes in without being authorized and nothing comes out without being authorized. Okay, then you have level 4, which is human research and technology. This includes mental telepathy, mind control, hypnosis, remote viewing, astral travel, and so on. So things in this nature. Then for level 5, you have your alien houses.
Yeah, the bunk beds.
The bunk beds. And it says here that it is that there are armed guards on patrol constantly. And there are sensitive areas even in the level that require a handprint and an eye station
What do you want to talk about, Jimmy?
facilities. Level 6 is privately known as the Nightmare Hall.
Genetic experiments.
That's exactly what it is. It is genetic labs where they experiment on fish, seals, birds, and are vastly altered from their original form. There are also multi-armed, multi-legged, and even humanoid bat creatures. But here's the thing, it gets even darker than this. That's even darker than this.
Like the baby seal experiments, you're not gonna get dark. You can't get darker than baby seals.
But it does. But it does. In level 7, you have humans in cages, usually drugged or dazed. And there are rows upon rows of thousands of humans and human mixtures that remain in a cold storage. Now, there are drawings of this that were collected by Mr. Thomas Costello that maybe I can look for it. But so those are your 7 levels. Now, below level 7, it is unknown because humans are not allowed to explore below that. But it is suspected that there is possibly a huge alien culture area that connects the tunnels around Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico, where the Draco are located. And those are your levels. And it's just imagine, okay, so Schneider said that there are about 192 other bases, like the Dulce base, around the United States, and 1,300 across the globe. I simply can't imagine humans, thousands of them, rows upon rows, perfectly happening. Wow, that's very sci-fi, very like horror story. But for it to be true in multiple locations, it's very, I guess difficult to believe. And I think it's a fraud.
It's not. Okay. I can only base things on my own experience. Now, I just posted some pictures last month. Eric Awakening Man and I were out at Edwards Air Force Base, and we're standing in front of, warning signs, you will be shot if you drive in the black Jeep that says fade the black on it. And I'm seeing the warning signs, I'm like, should we, I've got a black, fade the black Jeep, should we be? Well, so we're driving, and I'm not making this up. So we're driving past all of these warning signs, and they're everywhere. And we thought it was funny. It literally says, "Do not take pictures." So we jump out and take pictures of the "Do not take pictures" sign, selfies. And I see off in the distance this structure. So we go out and we're coming back on my friend.
Well, there goes Savon, leaving in his short bus for Austin, Texas.
And we find it, and it's a frigging
you said something really interesting.
building
that was my
surrounded by a fence in the middle of the desert. Now we're on this side of the country, at the middle of the
You
desert,
said something
Christine.
really interesting
Out,
that you buy
surrounded by
other
these little
popsicles,
parking
melt
lot,
them,
and
pour
it's
them
a
into your
concrete
popsicle
building
machine. Did I
with
catch that
steps
correctly? Did
going
you
down
say that at one
underground
point? Please
with
tell me,
vents.
because I have a hearing
And
problem,
we took
and it's
pictures.
one of
I
those
published
moments
them. I'm like,
where I'm
what
really
is
hoping
it
that like
in
the
the middle of the
monitors
desert?
aren't going in the
Where's
right way,
that
and I couldn't
going
have
to?
possibly have heard you
Right?
say
Okay.
that with the
So there's that.
$200 that you need to
But
make
let
a
me
month,
back up.
selling popsicles at
When I was a
$2
kid,
a pop, that your
lived
business
down
model
in Central America,
consists
lived
of
in
you
Panama,
buying other
and I lived
popsicles from
on,
other
and you can look it
places.
up, the Fort Amador. Look
Your
at
deductive
look at
reasoning is
Fort
very
Amador.
good, Tony.
Fort Amador
So let's talk about
is a
this.
man-made extension of the mainland, virtually an island. As a matter of fact, there was 3 other man-made islands part of this, joined by a causeway. My house was on this.
To make your
All
fucking
right.
popsicles. So now I gotta
One
know
night
what
I'm
is your
out.
margin. I've learned
I might
this
have been
business
smoking
model
weed.
term
I was a
recently
kid.
from my
I'm
brilliant
out,
friend Kyle. I
walking
want to know what is your
on
margin
this golf
of
course that my house was a part of.
They
The
cost me like
golf
17
course
cents each, and then
was
like the sticks
hiding
and the packaging, and I sell them for $2.
an
So if I
underground
could get my
base.
numbers up, yeah, I'd be doing
And I
alright.
didn't know
No,
it. This is in my
I'm
front
talking about pure
freaking
fucking
yard.
popsicles.
Not down the street, not a couple of miles away.
Really making it. You've done the
My
math on
front
the
yard.
packaging and the other popsicles
So
that
I'm
you have
out
to buy
there,
to make your
I'm gonna say no.
and I hear something.
I'm gonna just
In the
do
middle
a
of the
wild
golf course
guess
at night.
here. There's
What
not
is
like
that?
grass and charts
And I
and
come up
bus
to
with like
this
marketing
air vent
budgets and
This
in
business
the middle
model
of
is
the,
incredible. Welcome
coming
to
out of
another
the
episode
ground.
of Retarded
And
Shark
I
Tank.
bend down and I'm listening.
Incredible.
What is that going to? Huh? And I keep walking, and I find another one. And I find another one. And then next to all of this is this trench.
Alright,
Now it's big.
okay,
So
then
this
maybe
trench
it's a good
is
chance for, like, if,
30 yards
like,
across, and it's
what,
kind
like,
of
what
a,
would you do when you were a young comedian? You didn't
and
really like
it's
having, would you
a
get a
quarter
job,
mile
or you
long.
just, I don't know.
I got a job in
It's
the comedy
paved
world, and I
at the
started
bottom of it.
writing jokes
So I
and
walk
offering
down,
them
and
to
I'm
people that were
walking
more
up this
famous
trench, and I
had the
come
money
up
buy
to
jokes.
this
I tried to stay in
giant
the field
door
of comedy. At no point when I
with
was starting
these,
my
and
career
there's
was
a
I like
truck
maybe popsicles
parked
is the fucking thing.
there.
I could just
And,
sling
and,
popsicles.
and
Dirty
what is
jokes
that
on the
door?
stick, so it's a
The
little
vent that I'm
comedy.
talking about is out there maybe 50 yards away. My house is behind me 50 yards. And I've got this garage door going to an underground base in my front yard. Now I keep walking and I find another one, and in this trench, this is in my front yard. There are 3 entrances. So now I walk up the
It's a
hill.
fine joke. It's
It's
not
probably
worth
20, 30 feet. I walk up and I just stand there. And I can see the 3 entrances to this huge trench with a road to get there. And I see the military vehicles parked outside of the thing. And I'm looking, I can see the air vents, and I can see the vastness now of what is this giant underground facility in my front yard. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's saying anything, and it's a government base. I'm not here to go and start poking around and figure things out, but that's in my front yard. It's in my front yard. Now, what is going on across the United States? Here, this is right there. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. There's people in there. There's obviously air conditioning running. There's electricity. There's things going on. I ended up finding dozens of these around Panama. Some abandoned, some live. There was this place called Ancon Hill. I'm not making this up. Hollow, giant, and we would sneak and walk up. We'd sneak around the guard shacks and continue. Me and my friends,
You're funny. You think funny.
we're kids, and I could walk, and I could go these tunnels that were going into Ancon Hill. Look it up, people. Look up Ancon Hill. I would look in, and I would see a military, an MP with like a helmet on, it says MP on it, at a desk. Beside the zoo, I could see him. It was like right out of the movies. So,
punchline.
what is going on in the United States? We have bases all over the place. We have Army bases, we have Marine bases, we have Air Force bases, we have Naval bases. And they can do whatever they want underground. And that includes Dulce. And so you have to listen to what I'm saying. This is my own experience. This isn't some armchair I'm reading on the internet about deep underground military bases. I'm out there walking into these places and seeing them for myself. And I've got one a few miles from my home right now that I have seen. I told him awakening, man, and I'm crazy like this.
Obsessive compulsive disorder.
And the Holocaust
I said to him, I hope he's listening.
It must have sucked to have
Needless jump
ADHD in the
defense.
Holocaust. I'm thinking, like, that's a good premise.
It's right there.
See what I
Let's go see where those stairs lead. Maybe it's an elevator.
Yeah.
No, man. No, I've gone as far as I'm gonna go.
You've got great premises.
This isn't that high. You know what I've done?
Greatest
Jump
premise of
and
this
run.
century. I've never
What's
heard.
that? What's
hey,
that?
If a woman ever beat your ass.
Naruto.
Yeah. Let's do that. It's right there, man. It's right there. Yeah. So, I don't.
I'm just imagining it right now. Jimmy with his
Sell this like a fucking popsicle?
I can do it. I'll go practice. But this stuff exists. It has to exist. I don't have a problem with this stuff existing. Our military does their thing, and we've got very bad actors out there that want to do us harm, and that's it. And it's a necessary evil. I get all that. I just want to know where those stairs are. And I want to know what's going on. When it gets to Dulce and other bases like this around the country, they exist. We've got the reports of this mountain in the Mojave Desert. You know, Anjali is going to establish contact. Oh, by the way, I've got a little Anjali announcement update. Can I do that on your show? Want me to do that here? You want me to?
Well, you only have 2 minutes.
Here tonight. Here comes Sebastian Bartolomeo.
Everybody says I should do the Naruto running. Yeah, I'll videotape it. You guys. Do a selfie. Get selfie that. Would everybody like me to give an Anjali update?
Just tell it, Jimmy. Just tell it.
I got a text earlier, and came in at 11:37 a.m. She would like to come on Faded Black. Okay, so we had a cancellation with her last week, and you filled in. That was Christina doing her thing, taking one for the team. So I'm not going to flash all of this up and do any of that. I'm not going to do that. But there's her name. I'll do that. But so she kind of went underground for a little bit. I know that people were commenting that she hasn't been tweeting and things, and of course the cancellation of the show. But she did reach out, so we'll see. And maybe next week, we'll get this week behind us, and then we'll get to next week and I'll have Anjali on the show. The reason why I bring that up is
your time is up. I don't
there's
know
an
if you know the
alien
format of the show
base
here
in the mountain,
now you're fucked.
apparently, allegedly, in the Mojave. The similarities from her description of what's going on in the Mojave is very similar to Dulce. So there you go. Now, the strange part about this is I don't hear a military connection with this base with Anjali, and the military doesn't know where it is at this point. But we're going to get an update next week, and we'll find out.
Sebastian, stop trying to do fucking crowd work right now. You bombed, you made it, you failed, and that's how you're going to think about it when you wake up in the morning.
You know what? Let's talk about that for a second.
So your mother is where? Answer the questions cleanly and
If
concisely.
somebody invited you
Okay, there you go.
to
Mexico
go
is the answer we were looking
to
for. How about your
an
father?
alien underground base in a mountain
Okay, so
in
Mexico.
Dulce,
Very
New
good.
Mexico,
All right.
you know,
So you're
it,
Mexican, but you want to
maybe
be
a nice
Italian.
place like Scottsdale, Arizona, next to the Camelback
Yes.
Mountain Mall and the
All
Four
right.
Seasons.
What do you do for a living, Sebastian?
Would you do it?
I'm a marketing development representative.
I'll make sure to bring some snacks in case they're hostile.
Would you do it?
Absolutely.
This is like if Sebastian
I'm telling you, I gotta bring snacks just in case they're upset that I'm there. Everyone has
It really is. This is incredible,
Yeah,
Sebastian.
there
Tell
are
us
rumors.
a
I
redeeming
was
quality about you. What's
watching
something
some of
likable?
the
Look
comments
out
out
the
there
audience instead of
that
looking out at us.
YouTube is upset about
death
ramen.
stare.
And see,
Your
that,
serial
I think
killer.
that was the
Tell
line
us
that
straight
you
across, Sebastian.
You
right
went
there.
shrimp.
Yes, like
You
that.
should
Welcome to
have
showbiz.
never said
Tell us
shrimp.
I never said shrimp. I
make us
don't
like
like
you.
shrimp or ramen, Jimmy.
It is YouTube, and that's the problem. That's the problem. You can't say shrimp ramen on
Are you good
YouTube
at
stream.
anything? Do you have any special
That's an
skills
instant
or talents?
flag.
I'm a storyteller.
Instant flag.
Instant
Yeah.
flag. Man, I'm gonna
Seems
get
like it.
me some
Unfortunately, you have no
ramen
stories in less
after
than
the
a
show.
minute.
No, I'm not playing. I will
Okay,
post
Sebastian,
pictures. I am going to
giving us
get
nothing to work
ramen.
with here. What's shoved in your front pocket there
Well,
of your
then if
jacket?
you're gonna do that, I'll reciprocate that, and I will make hot chocolate coffee
Okie
today
dokie.
for the first time from your recipe.
Sebastian,
Always good.
Bartolomeo.
But I don't know. One of the things
I'm gonna break my
when I talk to different researchers about Dulcie,
You thought it was
that
gonna be
one of the
easy, didn't
disappointments
you,
for me is the dead ends that everybody has, right? At least when we're talking about Area 51 or Edwards Air Force Base or Holloman, and which is Edwards, or you start to talk about these different, you know where the locations are. You can drive to the front gate. You can even get arrested, right?
Yeah.
With Dulcie, we don't have any of that. Right? We don't have the thing. We have the accounts. We have all of the things that have happened in the locations around them. I do want to say, going back to cattle mutilations and of course all of the
Oh
sightings
shit! Tonight is
and
not just
things.
night, folks. It is incredible.
We
Nothing
don't
worse
have an
than when they
entrance.
drop the joke book.
We don't have anything physical to point the finger at Dulcie. It's an amazing. That part of the case right there is one of the most fascinating parts about it. We know where it is, the general location, but we haven't had the one thing to push it. If we had an entrance,
This is a tricky
right,
one.
a guard shack, you can't go past it. But if we had that, then it takes it to a whole nother level. We have that, at Area 51. I've been to the gates at Edwards. I've been to both of them. I know that they're there. I can see the base. We don't have that with us. It's a very fascinating part of the case.
And the story went quiet, after it had came out. And I think a big reason for that is because there wasn't really many. All we have are some somewhat witness accounts, and that's really good. Nothing really
Santos, everybody.
grab on really good evidence. And that evidence that was such as film and video by Paul Bennett. We don't have it. It's not open to the public.
And the two main guys,
Fuck yeah, here we go.
they're both dead. And were they suicided? I would say yes.
I did.
Yes, I'm definitely in the case of Phil Schneider. And in the case of Paul Benowitz, I think he was driven. His health was, but I think he was driven to the point of, if he did commit suicide, well, he was given reasons to do it. And so I would say that falls into the classification of suicide. And I don't want to get into legal areas here, but and putting Paul Benowitz in his very unique, very public situation to the side, the case of Phil Schneider is one of the most interesting that we have in all of ufology. It wasn't just Dulcie. He was talking about the New World Order. He was talking about 9/11. Other instances, those weren't the only cases, and I would classify him as a true whistleblower, and he was bringing things to our attention. And for him to die that way,
Salvador
completely
Look
suspicious.
at that, a real set.
Completely.
A real minute of stand-up comedy, well performed, well executed.
In the media,
Salvador.
they just treated him as a guy that committed suicide in a hotel room outside of Portland, Oregon. That was it. They don't bring up the fact that he was missing digits. They don't bring up the fact that he was ill, that he had a wheelchair. They didn't bring up any of his physical things, the scarring and the deep tissue damage all over his body, and the fact that he was out there speaking about UFOs and government secrecy and cover-up. They don't bring up that part. He's just a guy that committed suicide.
I believe you're related to the last guy.
I'm telling you, the Phil Schneider case, when you look at Dulcie, in the overarching sense, Christine, the overarching sense, he's a big piece to this puzzle. It's just not the Apache. It's not just the sighting. It's not just Paul Benowitz. It's not the cattle mutilations. It's the big picture. And Phil Schneider fills a huge hole there.
Right, and I think that you give him power instead of making him a statistic, right, of just suicide, but giving him power of the stories that he brings, and having this digits things of this nature. Yes, it does add a lot more weight to the story. Now, if you take him out of the equation, right, just a guy that casually died, and we have Paul Benowitz as your main meat and potatoes for the story, yeah, it was definitely a little bit harder to believe, just because we know, information from my understanding, that Paul Benowitz was institutionalized 3 times due to mental health issues. So with that, regardless if it's true or not, it really brings down the story of like, it's not a big deal, probably not even true. We'll just kind of brush it under the rug and live our lives like normal humans.
Right. And here's the other part to it. We're in the middle of disclosure right now. And we have everything that is happening. Go down that list once again. After but with everything that is going on, now let's just say we kind of crossed the Rubicon right now. We have. But if things go one step further, it's going to be cases like Paul Benowitz and Phil Schneider that are going to come back, and we, not only the UFO community, but the journalists and mass media are going to go back to the okay, so then what about this case? What about Phil Schneider? What about Paul Benowitz? Are you saying that they weren't crazy? That Phil Schneider wasn't nuts? That Paul Benowitz was institutionalized for no reason? That their interactions were real? That there is an alien base in Dulce, New Mexico? And Phil Schneider was suicided for talking about it? And it's going to be things like that, Christina, that are going to bubble back up to the surface and are going to get reinvestigated. And I think there's going to be a certain amount of outrage where we were lied to. And I think that the government, for sure, is going to have to go back and answer so many questions. You know, so many families and people and individuals that were ridiculed and not only laughed at, lost their jobs, maybe death happened in the family. You know, and we have to go back and take a look at all of this. And I think that is one of the biggest problems with disclosure are cases like Paul Benowitz and Dulce, New Mexico, where the hard questions are going to come back at them. You know, Travis Walton, right? Rendlesham, and just going back to these different Calvin Parker, and going back to these different cases, Debbie Cobble in Indianapolis. And you know, the work of Bud Hopkins and going back to all of these experiencers and these people that have come forward and been very courageous to speak about this have been telling the truth the whole time. and the government has to answer for an awful lot, including Dulcie.
Well, the biggest thing is being educated in this topic. Otherwise, you don't know what you're fighting for, and you don't know what questions to ask. Especially when it comes to disclosure, in this case, UFO disclosure. Knowing these historical cases, knowing about even the science behind it, and the at least public military projects that have been done. If we're not educated in these things, if you and I don't talk about it, other people don't talk about it, no one's gonna care. It'll just be another story that doesn't really matter to people, and then we will never get that disclosure. The more we talk about it, the better we're pushing forward to get exactly what we want.
So
What
in the
is that?
bedroom, what's it like being 31
That's
with a
what we're here
21
for. That's what we're fighting
23-year-old?
for, and that's what we want. And we're gonna end up getting it at some point in time. Hopefully, it's very soon.
I mean, your
Today.
shrimp ramen. I mean, shrimp ramen has rights too.
She's great.
I mean, shrimp ramen matters.
Don't always take
and-
bites off your food.
Look at me. No.
That wasn't bad.
I'm doing the eating.
Oh, I don't do pickles. I mean, once in a while, no, not by themselves, but once in a while on the right burger at the right time. But for the most part, no. If I, you know what's a really good burger for a buck? Go to McDonald's, the double cheeseburger, right? It's a buck, double cheeseburger for a buck. That's a buck.
Get better. Salvador
But it's got
DeSantis,
those
thank you for
pickles on
swinging
it.
by.
So you
He
gotta
was on
pull
at
the
the comedy
pickles
store
out.
4 years ago.
Pull the McDonald's pickles out. I
You
don't
guys
do.
ready
I
to
don't do
fucking
those
put a ribbon
pickles.
on
But
this thing or what?
yeah, I'm not a big pickle guy. I am gonna do ramen
Or you
today
think we
though,
should go to the bucket one more
and I
time?
like ramen with chili. So I think that's what I'm gonna do, and I
and then
will
we're gonna
post
fuck it.
pictures.
Oh, we
That
haven't
is all
had a
the
female.
time
Good
we have
point,
for
Red
today.
Man.
I
There's
think
been
we got a
no
lot covered.
females
I'm
yet
honestly impressed.
tonight, so I
guys.
will keep picking
Great show,
until I
and I'm
find one.
glad.
I got one.
I'm glad we
Ladies
got
and
you
gentlemen,
off of this crazy
Mallory
day. I
Raquel.
went through the same craziness. I
Mallory
don't know if everybody knows, but my show last night, which has never
See what
happened
happens
before,
here.
the interview screen,
Here she is,
that
everybody.
software
Make some
goes
noise
blank.
for your
I had
first
John
female
Warner
comedian of the
IV
night,
on
Mallory
last night,
Raquel.
son of Senator John Warner III.
Logan.
His
Wow.
mom
What an
was
honor and privilege it is to be for
stepmom
you all tonight.
was Catherine Mellon, so he's a Mellon, and his stepmom was Elizabeth Taylor, and his wife worked for the CIA. Right, so great show, big stuff being dropped. Boom, screen goes blank. And as I look at that, I kind of freak. I look over and I went to go type on YouTube
Sometimes when I'm at work,
in the
there
chat.
have been that
Oh,
I'm
the
making
man
eye
is listening.
contact with on the other side of the bar, and I'm like,
YouTube
my
goes
God,
blank.
I really hope they
And my
don't
YouTube
know
feed died.
which car is my
And
car in the
so I
parking
had to
lot.
go to a commercial
You know what I'm
break
talking
and
about,
come
ladies?
back and get everything reset. I did, but
I just
YouTube
worked
never
a
came
10-hour
back.
shift. I'm not trying to fight
Never
for my
got that
life.
back live.
You know,
And so I
being
woke up
that I'm in
today.
the service
Christina's lost
industry,
her
I don't
YouTube
have
channel.
insurance,
And so
but I
I'm
do
on the
have
phone with
autoimmune
Christina.
diseases.
I'm like,
So
I need to go check my YouTube channel. I'll talk to you later, Christina. Sorry to hear about that. I wonder what happened
And I
to
am doing
mine.
better since I swore off
And I was like,
gluten,
I had to come in,
but I do have some
refreshing the
symptoms to deal
screen.
with. My
Oh,
favorite
man, thank
symptom is
goodness.
weight loss.
All right.
Well,
Last
yesterday
week, my
was
friend
scary
said,
for
"Hey,
sure.
Mal, you're
It was a
looking
win.
thin."
Live. That's
And I
what
was like,
happened.
"Oh, thank you, Courtney.
You're
I'm
going to
really
be
sick."
fine. You're going to get your channel back, but now
Thank
you're
you.
going to have your channel back and you can relax.
Mallory
But
Raquel.
now you're going to go and explore your other
Mallory. How long have you
options.
been doing
Vimeo
stand-up
is out
comedy?
there.
2 years.
There's some
2
other
years,
YouTube
okay. All of
alternatives.
that here in
And you
Austin.
can do that in
Yes,
addition
I
to
did do it a little
YouTube.
bit in Denver.
And,
as COVID
you know,
happened,
Twitch
and
is
we moved on here.
great.
So
And are we doing Twitch today?
Okay, how
We
long
are
have you been
doing
married?
Twitch and Facebook
Oh,
today.
9
That is
years.
where we
9
are.
years.
Oh,
What does he do
very
for a
cool.
living?
So we're
He is a
into the
prep
Zoomer crowd,
Prep.
right?
Okay.
Twitch.
All right.
Those
You're
gamers,
a waitress.
right? They're doing Call of Duty and Dulcie
That's
at the
right.
same time. They got the split
You
screen.
guys work at the same
So
place?
it's pretty cool.
Oh my
It's a lot
goodness,
more in
look at
depth than
that.
that now. It's not just for
Some
gamers,
nasty
it's for a
shit
lot
going
more
on in that
people. But
kitchen.
Jimmy, who do you have on today for your guest
And
on
according to
Facebook?
Otto,
This is a big show tonight. I've got Roger R. Richards on, the director,
Celiac disease is no joke. That's
the
basically a
director
full-time
of
shitting
his
disease.
new
Am I
movie,
correct?
which is called
it is
The
a unique one.
Observers.
Yeah.
Which you're in.
Okay.
I'm in, and
So,
I
give
got
us
to
an
produce the
example
film
of how you
and
have,
help
weaned
everybody.
yourself
So
off
it's a
food.
team effort. and I'm one of the producers on the film, but this is Roger's baby. He's one of the most talented, gifted directors out there. There's no question about that. And a couple of big films he has released this year as well that have just made people angry, and I love that about Roger. Well, anyway, so The Observers, which is launching November 18th. I've got Roger on the show tonight. Very excited. I've been working with and friends with Roger for a number of years, but this film is a work of love. It's done, it's finished, it launches November 18th. So Roger is on the show tonight to talk all about that. It's going to be great.
In 2 weeks, I'm ready to launch it. Jimmy, thank you so much for joining me today. As you do every Tuesday for Mysteries with the History, I will catch you next.
Ramen.
Ramen.
Get the fart board out of it.
That
We'll have
is
one
it
fart
for
per
today's
episode. It's
show.
always been
I
that
want
way.
to say
You know
thank
that.
you for everyone in the live chat and for being able to find me here on Twitch and Facebook. I know it's not as easy as YouTube for some, but I will keep all of you posted on how it goes with YouTube if they release the band and I'm able to go back to streaming on there. As of next Tuesday, I will be airing my very first show on BS with Mr. Rothschild from the church, Michael Hanks, Brian Sprague, and so many others, including Bruce Reaver. So I'm really excited for that. And my guest will be Mr. Tim Mazzone, one of the co-founders of the Group, which is awesome. Make sure to like this video wherever you are, to share and subscribe to Twitch. I'm still kind of new to Twitch. I don't really know how it works. I think it's called following. Follow me on Twitch. That is it for today. And remember, keep your eye on the sun.
Talk into that
That's true. I went on stage there in 1980. Look at how.
Ready? There you go. Mallory and Mel, everybody. All right, this is it. It's that time. We have one final regular, one final comedian. The man who has done more sets than any other human in the history of the show. A new minute every single week for about fucking half a decade now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Big Red Machine, Tremendous Strangler.
Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
First and foremost, Roseanne, I have to be honest, I also tried to get all over professional wrestler. My first move was called the Rothschild, and I know it's spoiling, but let's just say, if you smell like the Big Red Machine, it's fucking cooking. South, and there was no access to abortion services, particularly black and brown ones. Love how they act that word. Just say abortion. I mean, what other services do they offer? Can I get my fucking pussy detailed while I'm here?
Hello and welcome to episode 18 of Shifting the Paradigm. I'm Christina Gomez, your hostess for this next hour of UFO Shenanigans, where we look and think outside the proverbial box, jump down rabbit holes, and where the red pill is actually a red Tic Tac. If you haven't had your paradigm shifted, get ready. I've been looking forward to having Mr. Lou Elizondo as my guest on Shifting the Paradigm for many months now. If ever there is someone who's really shifted the paradigm for so many, it is Lou. A lot has happened since our last interview for the debrief. The DoD UAP report was released on June 25th with a tremendous amount of mainstream media attention and fanfare. And then, within a week, it was old news. Not just the report, but the entire topic. We went from daily news coverage, speculation, special reports, and features to practically zero coverage in the space of a week. And it was back to the old news headlines. Here we are, 2 months later, and it seems like kind of nothing has changed. I mean, what gives? Did a lid come down on the entire topic, preventing any more coverage? Or is it just the same old news cycle recycling itself? What's going on behind the scenes? And what are we not hearing about? These questions and more will be covering here today on Shifting the Paradigm with Lou Elizondo. Lou, welcome to the show and for joining us here today. So excited.
Christina, thank you so much for having me. Thank you to your wonderful audience. You know, it's always such a blast always talking with you. I'm wondering, I mean, can I just move into your studio?
32 years
Yeah,
old.
we'll chat every week.
Well, let me tell you, I live in a really, really tiny dorm room, so we might just be like a little cramped.
How old are you, sir?
Me too, me too.
31. Whoa. Okay. Oh, how about this Asian guy? Asian guys are tough.
Man, you gotta be 32. How old are you? You're 32, right?
Oh, he's 32. No, he's saying no with his hands and his face. Okay,
Thank you so much for having me, Christina. This is great. Apologies for not
34.
I was stuck in the Denver airport.
Still a pretty good guess. Okay, who else? How about the cool black guy over there? Right there. Black guys, black don't crack, they say. If you say 32, you're 35.
No.
Uh-oh. How old are you? 30? She's 32, everybody.
I had shaved. I was grumpy.
One of the angriest age guessers. What did the fuck?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we get it. Life happens, you know, and you can't always plan for it. I did want to mention that my last guest on the show was Harvard professor Avi Loeb, and he told me he appeared on over 1,100 interviews over the course of 6 months. But I've got to believe you have him beat because months running to the 180-day report, you were either on TV or on a podcast or being interviewed by someone several times a day. And the report dropped and everything has gone quiet. But I quickly want to ask you, how many appearances do you think you've done in general?
Well, you know, Christina, it's not so much
what is your actual age?
question of how many I've done.
59.
It's how many I've
Wow.
done.
This is incredible.
Yours is one of my favorite. That's not really matter. I mean,
Now, is this something you think you're going to be doing for the rest of your life?
Pretty much. I think so. I think I'm gonna
there's a lot of
join this fair. I think I'm actually gonna contact the guy who makes the popsicles and the melted other popsicles. That's genius.
All right.
I was just thinking that's just a fucking genius. When he was up here with the sweatpants, holy
That's pretty wild. So this is something that you think you're going to do forever. You're never going to, always going to do it?
Yeah, God willing, if the crypto rise, I'm gonna be doing it. For the rest of my life, I'm probably never gonna fucking stop guessing people's ages. I swear to God, nobody.
Just because you can see something doesn't mean
It's gonna tell me to stop guessing either. Because I can't.
Earthquakes, same thing. You have all this energy.
Tony, I'm actually still sick. Is there literally a doctor here? I swear to God, I'm still sick. I need to find a doctor here. I need some sort of antibiotics or something. Tony,
Is there a doctor in the house, Asian guy? Are you a doctor? What's going on here? You are? Okay. He's mad at you for guessing the wrong age, so I don't know if I would take what he's
Unfortunately, the
given.
general public doesn't see it.
This guy looks like he's got his degree at a lab in Wuhan over here. Might be a little bit tricky.
absolutely.
He actually called me today and said that all his
And I
snot
think-
is like coming
I
out of his
think your
nose and
audience
it's
is going to be
green and
absolutely
yellow.
Oh, great. That's great. Thank you, Red Band.
Yeah,
Because you know
why
what, in
would
this
you bring up our personal conversations?
there is
Fucking
60 minutes
idiot.
is going to be replayed.
Seriously, right, man? Don't be fucking bringing up our personal conversations on this fucking dumbass. I'm sick as shit right now, you idiot. I fucking spit in your drink earlier, right, man? So you're probably
There's a
gonna.
reason why we're doing it.
Let me ask you something. When you give Red Band advice like that, do you think he's going to take it? Do you think he's ever going to stop messing with you?
I don't know. I don't know if Rabbi's gonna stop. He is gonna stop if he's 6 feet under if he keeps taking the testosterone and not moving around. Red Man, you could die soon, man. You look as fucking nasty as ever. Oh my god. I'm dead.
Wow. Just being mean for no reason whatsoever. Do you know, can you guess Red Band's age? This is a real interesting moment.
46.
Wow, look at that. That's pretty good.
48.
48. You're basically two off with everybody. You're like two or with everyone.
But at the carnival, it's usually 2 pounds.
The last
And
2
at the
months
carnival,
have
it's
been a
normally
little
2
bit
pounds. What are you fucking talking about? Seriously, it's normally 2 pounds at the carnival. What are you doing?
Tim Dillon, you've seen William Montgomery probably as much as any guest in the show's history.
Amazing. He's a force.
Yeah.
I like the idea of this carnival aspect, the fair aspect. I think it's amazing. Yeah, no, I'm really excited. I've been looking at RVs that I think, gonna move into an RV and just follow the fairs around. Yeah, it's gonna be amazing if you're chasing gypsies from town to town. Just gonna be guessing gypsies' ages the whole time. Just in my RV. Yeah, I'm excited. Oh, yeah, you must be 65.
Pretty intense ride.
Roseanne Barr,
I
you saw
kept
William
quiet
for your
about
first
that
time
for
2
some
weeks
reasons.
ago. You're seeing him again.
Well, you're fearless. You're great. I love
Sorry
it.
for me or start worrying about me. I can handle myself.
What was fucking funny about that?
And then two,
fucking dumbass table right there.
It turns out,
Yeah, they did
just
those
a few days ago,
fucking idiots at that table. Y'all creeped me out when I fucking walked up here. I saw y'all. Fuck.
I was wondering, William, I was wondering if you've ever been a street before.
Which is it's not super common. Basically, when we did the test, all the tests were saying that this is cancer. But then the last test they did, they were very surprised. They said, actually, you know what, this may not look like cancer. This may just be something that that's quite rare. So I'm still undergoing tests right now. Right now, things are looking much better than we did just
You just pull on the soapbox and stood on it and drawn a crowd.
I'm still a little confused. What do you mean a street performer?
You know where people throw quarters in a box?
I've never done that. And I never will.
My heart's racing. Life can really suck, and that's really awful to hear, regardless if it's cancer or a cyst. And I'll be praying for you, and I'm sure everyone else will be as well, because you're a hero to us, to the UFO community.
I'm not gonna fucking be brushing shoulders with those nasty fucking street. You couldn't catch me dead doing that, Roseanne. There's no way. Those nasty people.
So, prognosis is actually quite good. Worst comes to worst.
Surgery, right?
Yeah, worst comes to worst.
Okay, I did.
At this point, they've taken so many organs out of me.
What an eclipse watching Roseanne, Tim Dillon, and William Montgomery on the same stage at the same time. What a special treat.
Lou, what other organs do you not have?
Montgomery's killing it on Cameo. Watch Roseanne's new special on the Fox app. Get it. Of course, you know and you love Tim Dillon. How about one more time for our guest, Roseanne Barr? Tim Dillon. Peace. One more time for the best damn man in the land, Michael Gonzalez, John Dees, Steve Madness, Matt Mueling, and Paul Deemer. Thank you to the Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Steve Eddie Bud, Austin Security Guard Service, and Shell Blaster. The drawing from Ryan J. Emos is in, and it is unfucking believable. It is indeed Roseanne Barr and Tim Dillon. There they are. Look at that. That's you and Tim Dillon up there. How cool is that? And those are all available at RyanJAEmail.com. Thank you to Super Bowl Peanut Butter Whiskey.
Yeah, but you know, we saw some scar
And
tissues.
thank you to Vulcan Gas Company. It's our final show here. We'll start next week. Live from the Comedy Mothership, half a block away. Thank you all. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
I was dealing with that. I had tuberculosis. We got expensive anthrax, so sickler. So I think over time that kind of takes an effect on the body.
Yeah, absolutely. That's insane.
Yeah, a lot of our brave men and women in uniform. It's not just the PTSD. It is, some physical challenges that our folks in uniform are coming back with. So again, I had it a lot better than most. So for the love of God, please don't feel sorry for me. I'm doing great. I feel great. Nothing that a cup of Cuban coffee won't fix.
There you go. It's always the coffee that always helps out. I quickly want to say to everyone in the chat that I have received over 200 questions via
We're going to
Reddit
answer every one of them
in an hour. Well, less than an hour now. 45 minutes. We're going to answer all 200. No, we're not. But I got them on Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, email, Instagram in the last 2 weeks. And of course, I will not be able to ask all of them. I picked a few of the ones that I found the most intriguing and original to ask along with my own. I also want to say that I can't follow the live chat accurately while we are streaming here live. So if you have a burning hot original question to ask, then please help out this channel by doing a super chat, which will of course grab my attention from the rest of the chat and will be asked. So believe it or not, we had a super chat question already given to us by Sovilo R at around 1 p.m. right, so like 5 hours ago, for $20 supporting the channel. Thank you so much, Sovilo. And the question is, I'm condensing this question into one here. So it says, can we understand the psychology of those operating the UAP through observation, giving us signs that they enjoy toying with their pilots, even mischievously, therefore showing that their evolution could possibly be similar to ours? What are your thoughts on that?
Wow. First of all, I've never been asked.
You guys ready for the best fucking night of your lives tonight, or what?
Good question.
Probably with this topic.
Yeah, thanks for Brian Redman, everybody. Hey, everybody. Guy that started podcasting. Welcome to Kill Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Gel Blaster, the Austin Security Guard Service, and Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. I'm going to for the fucking band. John Dees, Paul Deaver on the horns, Eli Menezos on the bass guitar, Matt Mueling on the electric, and the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums over there. Deep Matches could be with us tonight. I don't know where he is. He's probably at Vulcan. We may have forgotten to tell him that so we were switching over. A lot of fun stuff. Shout out to D-Betty Vodka. Of course, again, the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Gel Blaster, the Austin Security Guard Service, Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. And before we start tonight's episode, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors who made tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey, y'all, the Comedy Mothership is open. We have been drinking more than even we are used to here at our new home club. And I gotta tell you, Liquid IV has been pulling its weight, keeping me alive, keeping us feeling absolute in tip-top shape, keeping me inspired to go golfing, do hot yoga, and completely rejuvenate the toxins that I put in my body the night before. Liquid IV is the hydration brand that fuels your well-being. Their hydration multiplier is one product you're missing in your daily routine. In just one stick, you get 5 essential vitamins and 2 times faster hydration than water alone. Use it first thing in the morning before a workout, when you feel run down after a long night out, and especially on long flights.
I love it. It's so convenient. Also, it's just these little packages. You can keep one in your pocket or in your suitcase. And you have the best flavors known to man. I love my personal favorites, the grape, the fruit punch, and the cherry. It's so awesome. You just take this little packet, you put it in a little water. Next thing you know, you have something that hydrates you 2 times faster and more efficiently than water alone. It contains 5 essential vitamins: B3, B5, B6, B12, and vitamin C. And it has 3 times the electrolytes of those traditional sports drinks. It's made with premium ingredients. It's non-GMO, and it's free from gluten, dairy, and soy.
So, grab your Liquid IV in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 20% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use the code TONY at checkout.
John has a question. Thank you so much, John, for the 50. Wow. He says, will there definitely be anything definitively non-even enough to shut down all debunkers coming anytime soon to put on the front page of the New York Times? The 23-minute high-def video, anything we haven't heard about yet, we can't lose momentum.
No, I think you're right. Brody Stevens, through and through, stand-up comedy is a little bit tough on mental health. A lot of high highs, a lot of low lows. And nowadays, luckily, there's Talkspace, which makes it easy to find a therapist that you like. It's convenient to meet online, at home, or wherever you're most comfortable. Talkspace is making huge differences in many people's lives. If you think seeing a therapist or a psychiatrist would be helpful, but you don't have the time to actually find one and meet with them or afford them, try Talkspace. By doing everything online, Talkspace has made getting the help you want easy, accessible, and affordable.
And sometimes, why wait? People wait until something bad happens to talk to a therapist. You don't have to wait. You can get a therapist through Talkspace right now. Therapy can help you shift your perspective, find tools to cope in difficult times, and be a guiding light. Getting started is the important part. Talkspace makes it easy and affordable. At Talkspace.com, you can sign up online and get a personalized match with a provider that's right for you, typically within 48 hours. It's incredibly convenient to have virtual sessions with your licensed therapist from the comfort of your home. Talkspace is affordable, awesome, and in-network with most insurers.
And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $100 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony to get $100 off your first month and show your support for the show. That's Talkspace.com/Tony. Hey y'all, if you're tired of harsh smoke, coughing attacks, and chugging water after every rip, it's time to upgrade to an icy, delicious freeze pipe. Freeze Pipe's unique line of freezable glass pieces remove chest and throat burn by cooling smoke by over 300 degrees. Freeze Pipe's tumblers and hand pipes are twice as smooth and half the price of those other guys' bongs. Right, Dan?
The secret is the freezable glycerin chamber that comes on every piece. Just pop it in the freezer for 1 hour and smoke passes through it, so it's cool for an easy on the lungs toke. The hype is real. With a 4.4 star rating and over 1,100 reviews, Freeze Pipe has been trusted by thousands of Americans for over 5 years.
So, for a premium smoking experience at everyday great prices and free shipping, visit thefreezepipe.com and use code TONY for 10% off your entire order. That's the THE freezepipe.com and the code TONY for 10% off. You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? You guys can do better. Are you guys ready to start the first ever Quill Tony at the mothership? This is an epic moment. Normally we have 1 or 2 guests. This week, to get things started, we figured we'd blow it the fuck up. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 guests, 3 of the best in the world.
I really just want to tell people that are listening because we have quite an audience today. And I want to say some super chats are actually falling off my list. So if your question gets skipped, please just post it again as a reminder without the super chat and copy in the moderator name, just because we're getting a lot of things happening right now. So Russell has a question, and before I get to Russell, Charles says, "Tell Lou I love him. Stay strong and stay somber."
Thank you, Charles, and also a big thank you to someone who listened on Twitter and artist. Thank you so much. certainly treat me better than I really get to your life. So I thank you for that.
Bert Kreischer's special Razzle Dazzle comes out tonight at midnight on Netflix, everybody. And The Machine comes out Memorial Day, and the roast
That's
of
cute.
Bert Kreischer
You
comes
have
out
some
on
really
April
big fans.
1st
You
on
have people rooting
OnlyFans.
for you.
And,
John Russell asks, also, thank you so much for the 50. That's amazing. What has been your most memorable or dramatic UFO, UAP, paranormal experience?
You said it as good as laugh.
Yeah. Okay, OnlyFans TV.
Just lay it on us,
If you're
Will.
an OnlyFans and you don't want to jerk off, watch the roast on April 1st.
Great question.
Should I pass some drinks over to you?
I think that's a question.
You guys want to do a jerk off auction right now? The gay cowboy from Dallas has got everybody.
Oh, I want the Playgirl looks wrapped him when he was naked just to see his cock back in the day.
What did it look like?
And solid. If God could have given anyone a small cock, it would have been to him, but he didn't.
Yes, but I can tell you, you did get one.
Both at the grand scale of things and even at the micro and nano levels. It's there are.
We are going to have so much fun tonight. You guys have all done this show before. I'm excited to announce that we have an absolute, we've done this show for almost 10 years straight. We have indeed on this evening set an all-time record for signups. Over 189 people are in this bucket.
No. They thought they were signing up to have abortions in Texas.
We're gonna have a lot of fun.
There's things I've been exposed to that I can't explain. There's a scientist in my background, biology and biology.
The second half's
I'm careful not to really talk about other people because it's really easy to go down that rabbit hole. And as interesting and intriguing as it may be, it can also serve as a distraction. Because at the end of the day, they're just my observations and my own experiences. And I wouldn't want that to taint the collection of information.
Doctor, is there really someone in med school thinking, well,
a lot of the best reporters, you have no idea.
There we go. We got to lift them up a little bit.
Yeah, they're tight.
The only doctors know that I don't worry about pedophiles if they want to kill them.
They try to.
Let's go, Texas. Let's fucking go.
It's less relevant to.
We are doing a special abortion taping of Kill Tony next week. It's called Kill Babies, and people have 60 seconds to vacuum a baby out of their pussy.
You should do a Kill Tony right outside of the abortion clinic and go, if you name it Tony.
They have incredible, fascinating
You guys know how
stories.
the show works. If I pull one of these names out of the bucket, that means we get 60 seconds
I think there's a lot to be said. I hope one day I can share
60
some
seconds
of my
uninterrupted. You know their
experiences
time is
in
up.
a way
You have the
that
sound of
people
a
are
kitten.
to judge me.
They have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear.
The problem is we're too early in the conversation.
Cuts them off, and then I interview them afterwards. We find out more about them, and they get talked to by our esteemed panel. We're gonna have a lot of fun. You guys ready to start tonight's show? Well, even though we have 189 people that have signed up for the opportunity, we also have a few regulars on the show. So let's get it started with one of our favorite regulars in the history of the show. This guy became part of the squad about 2 years ago, went from living in his van.
Well, we will all be waiting when you do tell the story. We'll all be there, like biting our nails, and oh my gosh, she's gonna tell it. So we're excited for the future when it comes to you. Oh, absolutely. My next question is obviously the mainstream media has shifted its focus since the report dropped. But to me, I've been shocked at how quiet they are on the topic of UFOs now. In your opinion, do you think this is because an official lid of silence has been dropped, or is it just a natural curve of disinterest?
No, it's going to at least call it the Chinese B+. How dare you use the language of schools against us? School is like our NFL.
And sometimes you have to turn back the gas a little bit.
That's like calling the fugitive slave act the offside of the defense 5-yard penalty act.
You don't want to waste all your.
I have a Rolex. I love my Rolex because
everything has to be very strategic. This is a long-term campaign.
I'm thinking about
this isn't
kids,
just,
some people.
this isn't a Super Bowl where they
I love having a roll like you can look at it and be like, oh, looks like it's time to pull out my iPhone.
This is
I have no
real
idea how to read this
What
thing.
we're trying to do is keep
Thank
this
you.
conversation going and letting people catch their breath. There's a lot of things happening
Another
in the
few
world right
minutes.
now that
Very fun. The Chinese expulsion.
Yes, I read a history book this week.
We have to let people
What
catch
is
their
the
breath.
Chinese
We can't
Expulsion Act
be
exactly?
selfish
Can
and
you
just
explain it to
dominate
me,
and consume the narrative.
The Chinese
24 hours a day.
Expulsion Act
People will get
is
fatigued. Eventually,
what
they'll get
happens when
annoyed.
Asians act
So, again, this is something that comes in waves. I've said this before.
Well, apparently we built the railroads, and they were like, okay, what are you going to do now? Okay, fuck off.
And to do disclosure right, you have to be very methodical about it.
I thought you were very funny, and I
But
made it in
no,
my life.
there's a lot
Fight
happening.
races.
Some of us have definitely made the decision to fall back a little bit.
Jim, how do you do that exactly?
Everything else catch up.
I just don't want to get canceled. I'd say that.
By the way, I'm going to be upsetting some
I
people
do
out
want to
there.
get canceled. Get me the fuck out of Hollywood.
You're a very good writer. Very funny.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that you love
It's a strategy
hating
we
racism.
collectively
I also
chose
agree
to
with
take because quality matters.
Now, Hans, you talked about the Chinese a little bit, and you are Korean.
The last thing you want to do is make some proclamation and not have the evidence for that, because that will hurt.
Oh yeah, and all of us definitely want quality over quantity. Do you want to have a McDonald's burger, or do you want to have a really good burger?
Yeah, you want Ritz Chris or
John has another question, and he says, Lou, your thoughts on Sam Harris saying he and his science colleagues are getting classified better videos from the CIA that show it's non-human, and he says they need his advice for how to break the truth to the public.
There's no difference between North Korean and South Korean. It's just politics. You're Korean.
Hopefully John can clarify that, because I also don't know.
If you're receiving briefing from the CIA,
I heard Facebook
scout tests database, right? So you should be able
Is this true? Is Korea?
Tag yourself in a photo. You're like,
tickets are being held and see that you're having these meetings with these individuals. If you do, great, welcome to the party. It's about time. But if you're just talking crap and feel crap and just
Fucking Mardi Gras, baby. You know, at one point in my life, I would have enjoyed that joke.
Again, Mr. Harris says that doesn't mean necessarily that he's not telling the truth.
yeah. Okay.
I can still find out if
What do you think? He's wearing a Halloween mask or something?
I can't imagine that they're going to be asking somebody to come to the National Security Council or a think tank.
I am American.
Have this conversation with the American
Well,
people.
when you let us know, or when you find out, please let us know. Senzubi has a question. I'm sorry we're going through these so quickly. There's people are just like they want to ask you a lot of things. So they say, hi Christina, perhaps you could ask him if he thinks these UAPs travel using some sort of warp drive, and that way probably avoid the massive
I
G-force.
noticed that I'm closer to the audience. I feel it's more intimate. I feel like
Senzubi, is that how you pronounce that?
I'm gonna get some. I like the name. I like
Yeah, I
the
do
name.
too.
Club, and I can't wait to just be here and not get get extra kicked out.
Extra kicked out.
Yeah.
All right. Guys, I want to say thank you for everyone that is watching, that has questions, that even sent in questions through the emails, Reddit, Twitter, through everything. He's a great guy to ask questions.
Boys made for podcasting. Men love it. No, but I'm half from Texas. My mom's from Sherman, Texas. Anyone from Texas that lives here from here anymore?
And when you open this book up, it's really just a
The only
huge.
thing I feel like we all came out, we're so excited to be in this club. This is just the fucking best thing ever. And I feel like we're like so excited and pushing. And you're
This
just
is
fucking
important
addicted.
because
And one of the
this
things
is
they love
exactly
most
how
is what
we
I have a
look
little
at the potential of
And you're just like, you let a setup be a punchline. Like that was fucking so Korean.
So,
That was,
is it possible that
The
these
way
things are
is no way.
Hans
Camp, we love having you start the show. You're a consistent, fucking real stand-up comedian. There goes Hans Kim, ladies and gentlemen.
GD has a question. Thank you so much for the 20. And they say, 1. Does the IAA parentheses FY 2022 require the UAPTF/NASIC to report to Congress on UAP events pre-FY 22?
Yes, it does. That's the key. Every 90 days, whatever you haven't reported in the past,
Let's find out what happens together. Your first comedian out of the bucket goes by the
Okay.
name of
Second question they have is, did the USG discover the exotic matter? Pure USG custody? That's a good question.
Very careful.
Old Indian's gonna pop out of that curtain any second. Here he is, Old Indian.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I just came here. I moved here from a conservative small town. You know, it was conservative because my dad used to meet the family whenever the gay guys from Modern Family would come on.
But when that does happen, not that
yeah. But
Absolutely.
moving here to Austin,
The last thing is, what are your thoughts on the UK Condon report, plasma on radar, etc.?
Yeah, Condon report. Look, there's a lot of prosaic explanations.
It said that he was homeless.
The report that we had to Congress, 180 report, there were 144 incidents, and only one of them was solved.
Happy Memorial Day or
And
something.
I think more importantly, that
And that
of
guy definitely
144
doesn't look like
incidents,
Shia LaBeouf after he hasn't seen a movie in 2 years.
142 of them were in the last year and a half.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
But anyway,
that's
so
important
there's.
because in a year and a
Sorry, I
half,
was
in
not
just
expecting
one
this to
year,
Kansas.
you had
But
142 incidents.
yeah, I'm all out of
And
shit,
by
man.
the way,
I'll just let y'all work.
Furthermore,
Hell
it
yeah.
says specifically that most of
Hell
the
yeah.
reporting
Welcome. You are full McKinney. This is your first time on the show, correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up since August.
It is. And so, if you look at that, just do the simple math, let's just say 2% of these incidents are reported. That means that the U.S. Navy experienced over 1,000 incidents
Oh my God, what the fuck is
a year and a half alone.
You know what I like about you? You look like a baby doll from the 20s.
And that's just an English.
Really?
What about the Air Force?
Oh my God, that's what I was expecting.
Not just
Very charming. That was
What about
fucking
the last
hilarious.
decade?
You seem a little nervous when you recovered quick. You tripped on the opening joke, which is good. We've all done it, and you recovered. It was
Yeah, you don't have dreads.
Chuck has a question. Thank you so much. Also, your profile pic makes me smile. He says, Christina, give me how to guess on Wednesday on Jolly. She is ex-military and recently did a press conference in D.C. announcing her intentions to revisit an alien base in the Mojave Desert. Can you ask Lou about this? Sounds amazing.
You know, great.
You're like, oh, maybe talk here in Texas.
You know,
Let's talk about it. You started in August in Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you from here?
I'm from a small town in East Texas. Yeah, many old.
Okay. All right. And how old are you?
What's up? I didn't hear you.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
19 years old. Wow.
I think,
Are you going to school or anything? You in Hogwarts right now? What's happening?
Want to
Fly your Quidditch stick here tonight to be here?
I'm going to ACC. You can say really fast. It doesn't sound like Austin Community College.
You don't look 19.
I don't look 19. Tell us
bubbles art. Everybody asks me
Yeah.
bubbles
You look
art.
like
No,
the
I can't.
pedophile and the victim.
You know, I
Very
don't-
rare type of human. Somebody else will look like
You
those.
know, I think if very careful when you look at someone's career, you have to look at the nuances. As a government employee, you have a right to
Okay, so
as a
Cole, you're
contractor,
19 years old.
you
Tell us what it's like being
services
19
to
in Austin,
government
Texas. What do you do for fun? What are you up to?
It's
I
important that
mostly
people,
just do
like,
stand-up
if you were
for
to see
fun, yeah, but
my
I
resume,
the
which
clubs that I can't get into.
with something.
What else? What else other than stand-up? You look like
You
you're
can
into like
precisely
fucking
where I was
crypto
signing
or
or get rid of
I wish.
Installing cameras and
I'm
Hey, Lou,
into.
we are going to go actually on a
I work
quick
at the
break, and then we're going to come right back into some more questions. So everyone hang tight, and let's play.
Hi, I'm Micah Hanks, and let me tell you something. I support Christina Gomez as a Patreon subscriber. And here's why you should too. She brings all of her unique insights to a whole new generation, and all while she's also going through college. Listen, support Christina. Become a Patreon subscriber today. You won't regret it.
It really is. It's unbelievable. That one is special.
All righty.
Hey, for the record, I agree with that, Christina. I work in the deli, so
I brutalize chickens and shit. Yeah, like I put them on the skewers and put them in the oven.
Yeah. For those of you in the audience, know
Unfortunately not. I'm pretty new in town, but yeah.
Christina has been working on
pretty new in town.
Fantastic
Yeah,
job.
just got off the phone after the phone.
I think that's a pretty simple
I don't get
it takes time, and it takes for a way to
very funny when you're not driving. Yeah, I know. Like I said, but no, that's intangible. It's like, are you funny? Like, I say Theo Walsh, so he's very funny now, but like being around him when he was started comedy, he was fucking hilarious when he wasn't trying to be funny.
And I have so much more planned for this channel. I have so many projects planned. So if you become a Patreon, you'll become a partner and a partner with me, and you'll be able to have access to so many behind the scenes videos and pictures and so many extra goodies, like the graphics I make for my channel. I can do that for you as well, for those that are watching. So it's going to go a long way. It's going to go an absolutely long way. Now let's jump back into the questions. So let me find it, and I'm getting lost. But CJ says, thank you so much, by the way, because I'm a huge fan of you. Same. And you were my introduction to UFOs, and I still can't get enough. Thanks. Do you have any UFO books you recommend?
Boy, that's a loaded question. Good question. You know, I hate making recommendations because different people are reading different books and take on things. There was a book that was given to me by
The question is why is the fuck you so you don't become a school shooter or not?
And, you know, we've had the privilege of speaking with him a few times.
Just say yes.
And he shared with me, and, you know, people shared with me.
I think it would be phenomenal if we grab a gun.
And I do.
How funny would that
He suggested me.
You know, I've got some issues too.
Science
I was
fiction.
bullied.
There's
We
about
can
3
tell.
stories in this little tiny book. And it's called
I'm pretty sure fucking with me is how you become a school shooter.
And then there's the second story in that. It's a short story.
Congratulations. You're very, very, very first stand-up
But
comedy.
it was a wonderful little story because it provides a
You guys having fun out there yet?
potentiality what this is. I don't necessarily subscribe to it, let me just say that. But what I'm saying is it forces you to think. Talking about the box, right? This forces you to think outside the box. How many different paradigms a phenomenon might be, what a problem might be, what a reaction might be. And I found it really original, and it really forced me to
How many of you like it when comedians do that on the show?
reconsider and recalibrate.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe coming out of the curtain at any moment will be.
So, if there was a book I would recommend, it would be that. Again, I don't make a penny from it. I couldn't tell you I was on page 20. You can probably download it for free, I imagine. But it's again, it's I think it's a unique perspective. Certainly, at least just reading it, it forces you to think about things in a slightly different way.
UAP has a question. Thank you so much for the 50. That's amazing. Says aliens don't scare me. The Chinese and the Russians do, unfortunately. Should I be nervous that some of this may be these adversaries?
Well, it's certainly a potential. It appears to be exceedingly unlikely.
And two of them I put regular icing on. One of them I did not put regular icing on. I walked into my living room and I was like, hey, who wants a toaster screw? And they're high as shit, so they both grab one and they're chowing down, right? And I was like, oh man, they have no idea I'm eating cum.
We were describing the things based upon the shower. But they were still performing exactly the same way. For the witness in 2004. So there is a country that has this next generation technology, and they've had it since the late 1940s. So I think the likelihood of that is exceedingly small. If you look at where the world was, let's just take the United States, probably not
Sorry, it's a madhouse.
where were we in the 40s? Well, we were just unlocking the secrets of the atom.
Do a better job, everybody. All right, here we go.
Did I say how funny you are?
Space.
You made me laugh and you made me hungry.
You know, that's a pretty bad
You have a real look, like you're again. I know I said the last guy looked like a pedophile and a victim, but Jesus Christ, I don't know what's going on here. You look like
someone a pedophile would pass on.
The signature.
Yeah. He looks like the criminal and the police officer that would arrest him. He looks like he's in whiteface for some reason. Like he has.
We have another question, and it says, and I don't know if I'm showing it, but I'll end up showing it. But the question is, the deforestation effects of climate change seem to be upon us as a species, and if not dealt with, may lead to mass extinction events in the near future. Has the connection between the UAP and climate change been discussed or considered at all? Great question.
You know, yeah, that's really interesting. You know, it's been bantered about by some people who
I think they just supported that joke.
but there's never been raised heavily into that. But you know, it's interesting. It really is an interesting question. Maybe that's something that
Yeah, that's the old I didn't have a dad growing up special right there. You just,
And that was somewhat of a popular question when I had posted it online. I did get a few questions on something in between those lines. John has another question. Thank you. And says, Lou, some high-level people have said that the public should not know the truth, can't handle it. But they're already doing way more than enough to admit by higher-ups to admit it's non-human. What are your thoughts?
Well, you know,
okay. I like it. I like your style. What do you do for fun?
I mean, I drink a lot and I do a lot of comedy, but when I do that, I play a lot of disc golf, skateboard, snowboard, and snowboarding. So favorite the race. Oh, it's a race. Well, that's what we like a 170. What is that?
You know, we can handle a lot. We want to handle a lot. That's very hard right now. On the brewery out by the airport. So we can handle it. But then, of course, I turn to social media and I see sometimes the comments I get against me. And, you know, maybe I shoot a messenger and just trying to get me to want it.
Did I ask you how long you've been on stand-up? No, 3 years. 3 years. All of it here in Austin?
You know what? Screw it, we can't handle the truth.
Okay. All right. What's your favorite thing about Austin, Texas?
I'm being honest with you. But then, of course, you know, I'll have a chance to kind of sit down for a second.
Massachusetts winter that's not just 10 feet of snow is pretty fucking sweet.
Enough of the pity party. Just I think someone's letting up here in the conversation. So I get it. I do think that people can handle the truth.
I came here and didn't work for 6 months. I just did like 15, 20 open mics every week.
How much time do you think you, what's the longest set you've ever done?
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
To
You just got booked on the stand-up comedy show. There you go. Owen.
UAP has a question, and it says, did Lou ever visit Skinwalker Ranch? And if he did he experience anything unusual?
You know, I'm gonna let somebody else.
Jimmy Johnson. My name's John. I'm gonna go up there. I got this. You guys ready for another special treat? Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of those moments the Kill Tony fans absolutely fucking can't get enough of. One of the strongest regulars ever. One of our greatest joke writers. Famous for his unbelievable roasting. Make some noise for the one and only David Lucas, everybody.
A lot of that work was done in the auspices of all Sabbath. and about the world and the fun of it for me. You're certainly more qualified to tell you what you think that's going about the reach. Am I aware of some pretty weird things happening there? Absolutely. Am I aware of some of these things happening to my own people? Yeah. But
I'm going to write a book, Lou. I'm going to write a book. It would already be a New York bestseller. Preston has a question. Says, Lou, grateful pre-dedication to this topic. Can you assure us this is a true unknown and not related to Nemesis / Palladium type programs?
Palladium. So he's talking about he or she is Preston is talking about electronic warfare. The problem with electronic warfare, it works like electronic warfare. I can't go into too much detail. The bottom line is you can spoof a radio, but you can't spoof so anytime in electronic warfare, yes, you can fool the radio. But you can't fool the human eye, and you can't fool
David, motherfucking Lucas. Doing it again. Absolutely love it. Spot on. In and out. Big punchlines. Fucking legendary. I love it.
It's simply not. It's not a viable option to say this is Nemesis because it doesn't explain the other aspects of this phenomenon. It doesn't explain the eyewitness testimony accounts and the actual footage that they privy to.
Another question is, hi Lou, if you were a civilian scientist and could place a limited amount of sensor systems around the globe, where would you focus on placing them in order to capture data on your region? Thanks.
So I will share something with you.
That's incredible. You guys all watched Medea together. I had no idea about this. How many people were in the room for that? Go ahead.
Oh.
No, I don't even have a joke. I don't even have a joke yet. I'm just asking questions. It was fun watching the machine talk to the sleep apnea machine for a second.
Tony, you look like I'm going to do a very quick pass on that because I think in the not too distant future I can share precise answers to that. And I think I use this strategy you guys have any penis insurance? It's been there all
It's so cute when you have a good question but you can't answer it. It'll be like this really cute little smirk and you're like, I know and I want to say it but I can't.
I know, which is really why I wasn't a good intelligence officer because I get really excited because some of these questions are
and I just bought real estate on your asshole. It's 4 acres and a fucking a ranch in the blue cheese.
Rich says, and thank you everyone for the super chat. I know I'm not saying thank you, but thank you all so much. Rich says, has Lou ever been in the presence of some some machine / draft?
I try to avoid it as much as possible. Yes, I didn't come in washing machine.
Another question is playing in my head that someone else asked, but some machine / craft of non-human origin.
Let me get back to the question.
Bert Kreischer looks like he smells like air freshener and bologna. Will I get someone?
He does smell like air freshener and bologna.
I can tell by Bert Peters he got a flaccid penis. You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker Peters look like the balloon from the car dealerships. They be slapping around.
For the time being, I'm going to do a polite question, very good question.
Oh shit. Oh no. Whitney, plug your ears.
I want to mention to everyone we're at about 10 minutes for the show. There is going to be an extra 15 minutes for all my Patreon supporters. So this question here by Red Panda Claw is going to be our last question for the day. But I also want to mention, if you had one that you want to ask, what's the answer to that? So here we go. I don't think what I said made sense, but it'll make more sense. Red Panda Koala says, Lou, do you think Havana syndrome is related to UAP? Sounds like a tip, slide 9.
You look like some shit from Me in Black, nigga. You look like you'll be in there. You look like you're around the coffee machine.
You look like
First of all,
you look like Lizzo dressed like Suge Knight for Halloween.
one that I'm not going to right now. I'm thinking in my mind right now. Breathing down my neck. I think I'm too. You know, there's some very interesting peculiarities. I am not qualified to discuss.
The great Norton is here, ladies and gentlemen. Holy shit. This shit is going.
Okay, well, here we go. We do have a few extra minutes. So hey, we have 8 more minutes, and I'm sorry I misread the time. So we are going to go over a few more, and the last one, because that's my favorite question. But here we go. Another question is, 94, there was a sighting at a school in Africa where many school children claimed to have seen beings exit a crack, and some were given a message telepathically. The message was that we are destroying our planet. What are your thoughts on that? And thank you.
It's interesting anecdotal data.
And like that, back to the bucket we go to find a new innocent soul.
That's based on
Shorani, that's in court. Shorani, that's in court is next on Kill Tony. Let's see what happens now. Pull back to Paulo.
Scientific method to determine
Giovanni, perhaps? Giovanni,
as a
that's
result
court.
of that, we didn't really include that type of data into
Giovanni Bencourt. How many of you in the audience signed up tonight by round of applause?
because from a DoD perspective, government defense perspective, there was no way
Giovanni Bencourt making their way around 189 other people to get here. Giovanni Bencourt.
That doesn't do
There he is. Giovanni.
help them make a decision. So we kept everything that we could. We kept the conversation to that data that can be measured, it can be tabulated, it can be,
I can't watch porn unless it sounds like
if you
racism
will,
or like
to
fucking
the
sexual.
data that we have,
The overtone.
signature data is very important.
My favorite.
Everything has a signature. This pen will have a signature.
Let me tell
There
you
will
what.
be small, discrete changes in
See, like black bitch gets fucking fucked by fentanyl.
and when you talk about potential
Asian bitch gets slapped on the back with a subway.
species, there's no
My favorite.
signature.
Palestine family gets fucked by the Jews.
Or if there is a signature, it's beyond our technology.
I get a little fucking tight,
do
right?
anything with. So it's certainly interesting, but it wasn't the focus of today's episode. Therefore, I can't really elaborate. Is it possible? Sure. Is it true? Could be. Is
You ever
it
watch so much porn, you watch your favorite porn
just human
stars for days?
interpretation of something?
Like
Yeah,
now
it can
they're
be that too.
Okay, now, okay, that's what it's like. Thank you.
It's probably
There you
best
go,
that I
Giovanni
provide my opinion
Bencourt.
because it's
Holy
the
shit, man, what the fuck? Giovanni, grab that microphone. This is
Another
before we get
question is,
interviewed and have to stay
Christopher
on stage
Mellon
and
has
talk about
mentioned
what
in
just happened up
several
here.
past interviews that UAP activity has been increasing and getting bolder. Is this something you can corroborate? And if so, are you able to share any examples with us today?
It does
Giovanni,
appear
let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up, my friend? This is my third year, my friend. Your third year doing it. Okay, have you been on the show before? No. Right. 3 years in the game, and that is, what is that, a new minute? Is that your best minute? It's a new minute. It's a new minute.
That's a concern.
What do you, when you say,
But the question
when you
of
say of
metrics
course,
is
what do you mean?
because now we
It's
have
not my
people
best shit. What's up, you guys?
using
How y'all
devices in
doing?
their hands.
Don't try to, they don't like
you
you.
know, better technology.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Can we get an example of like your best joke that you've come up with in 3 years?
So we have to be careful
You're not
because
that good.
there's more people that can use. It's like saying, for example, for city, as crime rates have gone up.
The hardest part about supporting feminism is
Is
that
that
we never did
whether
support
or
it.
not there's more criminals
It's
on
hard
the
to
street,
see
or does it mean we have more cops on the street that are catching criminals, or does it mean that we have more aggressive DA that's prosecuting criminals, right? So you have to be careful with numbers.
There's definitely a seed of something there.
And so
That's
that's
we're
why
talking to a real
I
life
was able
supporter,
to,
like
to,
in
to
real
make
fucking time. Thank you, Whitney.
statement that it really can't to these
owning it.
we can't say
Yes, thank you.
Just try it. Just write it first.
proliferated. So more people have these devices.
It was a little rough to open with. Like, I mean, it's hard to criticize Tim jerked off to 3 of those films that you mentioned.
By the way,
So I understand why you think we'd all be on board, but you got to warm up.
before we all rush to the conclusion and say, hey, this is great,
Most
we're
of
going for
I
activity,
appreciate
we're going to see more things.
Giovanni, that feminist order joke is that's your joke that does the best that you've come up with over the last 3 years?
No, sir.
Okay, can you give us one of your best jokes? How many you want to hear as best jokes? I'm pretty sure we've heard your worst jokes, so let's try a different approach here. Let's try something that works.
You guys got to work with me.
Oh, that's what I used to
Yeah.
shocking.
All right. Well, thank you so much. That was a great fucking setup. That was fucking good.
And
Your riffing is so
I think
good,
it's
Giovanni.
very it's
incredible.
very
You're like a
normal
real
that
natural
people are
talent to
misidentifying
this.
these things, especially now more than ever. And I quickly want to say, Jean, thank you so much. They say no question, just a thank you for a great show that I'll enjoy listening to a few couple more times. Sorry about that, but I agree. For people that have watched his interviews, he always drops little things here and there, and you have to listen to it a few times to really catch it. So I agree with you, Gene. My next question is, given everything you've learned, in your opinion, has the intelligence behind the UAP phenomenon already been designated behind closed doors as an external threat, an existing threat?
You know, I think there's two schools of thought. There's definitely from a national security perspective, it's a potential threat. But let's not confuse
No, we're not.
potential threat
That's
with
not a
hostile
comic, and
intent.
we're not helping them.
So I've said this before. If I go
You
to
would be good if we had a comic that tried and like had any
Mommy,
fundamental.
I need to check your diversity box. Just let me do this. I guess the one piece of advice I do have, if you're gonna hold a microphone, you can't have scabs on your knuckles. What the fuck have you been doing? Is this for just fist fighting homeless people?
I'll say this back earlier. Yes.
What?
Giovanni, what are you fucked up on right now? Is this just Takate and fucking?
Why is your dick showing? Did you just get a hard-on from bombing?
Whoa. You kind of have an erect penis right now. That is incredible.
I think with every challenge comes opportunity.
Hold on. Not all of us wear underwear like fucking communists.
Yeah. 60s and space race against the Soviet
Our
Union.
dick will know if you've ever seen me in
There's
an airport.
6,200 life-changing technologies that came as a result of that new space race.
And I've been there.
A decade at a time.
By the way,
Where now we have things like the hard.
That's fucking
Cat's time.
good for
Things that
you.
are
Good for you.
improving
Fuck
humanity's
that. You think he's hard. Me, you. Gives a shit.
long outward their original.
Giovanni, normally
So,
when people do
you know,
that on the
I
show,
take
I
it a
never
little bit more
ask them again and again to keep trying to do their best joke that they've come up with. But for some reason, my instinct is to do it one more time. You guys want to hear one more of Giovanni's?
And right now, everyone's asking about the 23-minute video. Can you talk about that?
I can't. What I can say is I was privy to I have to look at them and try to do extra diligence.
Someone who looks like a fucking drug dealer in Grand Theft Auto.
To
Wants to
relations
ask
they
people
have
about
next.
inflation. What the
Despite there
fuck?
being a court protected
Could not
order
be more thrilled at the setup to
restricted.
this guy's
So
joke.
we've
Knowing
got
where
some
this style
questions
tends to lead us, I am starting to think that we may have actually stumbled across his actual best
the
joke.
time necessary
Fourth
to
time is the charm. I want to hear the rest of this inflation jokes. No interruptions. This is Giovanni's inflation joke. The world is waiting. Here he is. With his fourth at-bat of the night. 3-year comedy veteran, Giovanni Betancourt.
That's something the government decides if it wants to fulfill them.
If there's any justice.
RG has a question, and they say, does DHS Red Cell ever used UAP simulation events to test U.S. military responses, which may have been confused as real events. And this is going to be the last super chat for today, guys. We are running out of time, but please answer that too.
You know, I gotta tell you, I never been asked that before.
You know what bothers me about you? I feel like you're making fun of us.
You know,
Don't you feel like he's making fun of comedians?
I think he kind of is.
Like, you know, these jazz boxers, you're doing a Gary Goldman impression. I don't appreciate it.
I was hoping for that he was inflating up jump.
Hey guys, we gotta talk.
They're called bouncy houses.
Whenever I thought that he was going to go, you ever been inflating up I thought that's where it was.
That looks like what he should be doing for a living.
No shit. That's why I thought that's where we were going. I was like,
And here is our last question for the show. What is one question you haven't been asked, but wish you had been? What is it, and what's the answer?
I'm back on your team. I'm back on your team. I love that.
Because you've done thousands of interviews.
There's so many questions that still need to be asked.
And that's me.
Do you think you have a drug and alcohol problem, Giovanni?
Like 9 years ago.
What were you doing 9 years ago? What were you doing 9 years ago?
Ah, there it is. Now the whole puzzle comes together. That's not the way.
Okay. Keep going. Keep talking.
Like I was over. I was trying to help a friend out. It wasn't my. I was minding my own fucking business, you guys.
Yeah. And then
You get your beer out of Jim Norton's face. He's a fucking legend. Move over.
That's true. That is a good point. That is a great point.
I don't mind the beer. Just don't the hard dick.
But at the end of the day, there's no peace.
Giovanni Bencourt, congratulations. You go home with a little joke book tonight. Put the mic back in the mic stand. There you go, Giovanni Bencourt, everybody. Here you go, Giovanni. There you go. You guys don't have to hug the people that come up here. That's not part of it. That's not part of it. All right. What did we do? Giovanni? Yeah. All right. You guys ready to pull another one of those people out of the bucket, huh? Holy shit. A 3-year comedy veteran. A guy trying his hardest for 3 years. That is incredible. Aaron McPherson is next.
So then let's give an applause to everyone that's watching and putting their questions. Thank you, everyone. You were able to answer a lot of them, and like you said, these were questions that haven't been asked. People that were writing these questions have seen your interviews, and they were getting frustrated. They're like, why aren't people asking these questions that I want to ask? So I think I was very lucky to be able to host this today and actually have people ask their questions along with the ones that were sent to me prior. And overall, it's been such a blessing for you to be here with me today and to have this conversation.
We are always successful.
Therefore, just the research turns out I'm in fact white. 2% like white milk. White as fuck. I've been learning some new words. New lexicon. I've been learning some more things.
That's the reason
and I learned some other words like, hell yeah, brother. Girl, hey, both from one white man to another. You know, some other things, you know, start doing some white people things. Start to take city council meetings. School board meetings. HOA meetings.
And I put some 1,000 times because I was just being gracious. But it's true. It's absolutely true. We achieved this collectively in the last 3 years because of the hard efforts of everyone around us. I can't overstate that enough. I have conversations in DC. They're watching Twitter. They're watching your show. They're dialing in the seal because they don't want to expose themselves. They make a mistake. They're watching the video.
Tell whether you're fucking great or going up after the last guy is just the easiest follow on planet Earth. But you seem so likable, so cool. How long you been doing stand-up?
I saw that interview.
4 years. Okay, where at?
The podcast was yours. It wasn't.
You were in Kansas. What part of Kansas were you in?
I was out of Wichita, but I lived in a little tiny town in Winfield, Kansas.
Oh, damn, you really are a white black guy.
Yeah.
A tiny town in Kansas. Wow. So what were you doing for work out there?
Just working at Budweiser, delivering beer.
Delivering beer. What are you doing for work now?
Same thing.
Okay. Okay. Not the kind of bud that most people that look like you deliver, but
And I want to say again, thank you for you for being here, for all of the super chats, for everyone participating, for all of my Patreon supporters. I do want to let you know that we are going to have an extra 15-minute segment just for the Patreon supporters that will be uploaded later today. So keep an eye out for those that are, or if you want to be one, it really supports my channel, and you get to see all the guests. Or I think almost all of them get like an exclusive 15 minutes as well. And I also want to say, don't forget to like this video, to share it with people that have the same interest, because it wouldn't be possible. This conversation wouldn't be possible if we had a collective mind. And lastly, don't forget to keep your eyes on the skies.
Aaron, are you in a relationship with someone? When you say, well, kind
You set the gold standard for your business. Your website should do the same. Wix puts you at the helm so you can enjoy the creative freedom of designing your site just the way you want. Want someone to bounce your ideas off? Talk with AI to create a beautiful site together. Generate on-brand content, images, media, and simply change or fine-tune any of it along the way. Whatever your business, manage it from one place and tie it all together with a personalized domain name. Gear up for success with a brand that says you best. You can do it yourself on Wix. Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
Do you have any special tricks to how you've maintained going childless for 30 years? Do you have a special pull-out method or anything special that you do?
Yeah, like my grandma told me, fuck them all.
That's not exactly the answer I was looking for.
That's not the most crazy advice. My grandma said, just put in your ass, Jim.
Texas for this show. So cool. Such an honor. One of my favorites. Aaron, do you have any special skills and talents other than being a very, very likable and driving around truck and slinging jokes or banging thick white women with children?
Welcome to another episode with Mysteries with a History, where I'll take you into the wild ride, into the unknown, the strange, and the mysterious. Like you, I have questions, and like you, I want answers. Today, we're going to be going into the murky and disturbing topic of alleged human abduction by entities either from another world or another dimension. It's a topic with quite a history and has been the unwelcome thread that has partnered alongside the UFO research community in general. I would like to say hi to everyone that's in the live chat today, along with my moderators such as Zenza Bill and Curious George, Akashi Chris. Hi, how's everyone doing? Today, I am joined by my awesome co-host. He's no longer my guest. He is my co-host, Mr. Jimmy Church from Fade to Black. Hi, Jimmy. Are you snacking?
Oh man, caught me off guard.
You know, I almost thought about snacking for this show too, so I'll just vicariously live through you on this one. Oh, it's a good case. Classy.
Yeah, you don't like it. Aaron, incredible performance. Very, very funny. I'm so excited that people like you and then, Aaron, wait, guys. Before you go, what's the longest set you've ever done?
So good to be with you.
You moved to Austin. You do the fucking job.
Yeah, you're on that one, the one that you're pointing at.
Brand new handmade Phil Tony book by the great Bonsai. Real Texas leather. And on to the next one. You guys are in for a special treat right now. A true special treat. This guy came on into the Phil Tony universe just a couple months ago and is taking it over by absolute fucking storm. One of the greatest fucking finds we've ever had in the history of pulling names out of this bucket. Recent Golden Ticket winner. Only
I'm here.
So
there you
ever
go.
in the show's history.
I want to let everybody
Make some noise for the unbelievable stylings of Aaron Belisle, everybody.
But Christine, I'm just going to tell everybody.
This is the future.
Please do.
I'm going to mention the PJ too as well. So, a couple of things happened, and Ryan's phrase,
cerebral palsy that affects his voice. He's setting up now.
Okay, so internet goes down, and then I
on this show. He's an absolute fucking firecracker. How about one more time for Aaron
we're going to go
Belisle?
back on that. What I didn't know at the time was that there was I'm talking about 1 megabyte upload.
My chiropractor.
Okay, so I didn't. So everybody,
I didn't deserve this. He took my parking spot, so I fucked his
Ryan
wife.
can't do this. You're gonna come on and do it right now. She said, "Cool." I said, "Okay."
I used to think nobody wanted
whatever.
to hang out with me because I
1
was
minute.
disabled.
Let's go.
But it turns out it was actually because I was a dick.
I need my PJs. Can you give me a minute? And I'm like, man. So
that's right.
That's
Disabled people can be dicks too.
And then Ryan texted me back, and so I
I
go to
only
the
ever
text
break up with women over text. What kind of
but I
asshole
don't
does that?
Oh no, that would be the correct thing. Instead, I text.
Sometimes I would wait outside a
and I
handicapped bathroom
text
stall
Ryan
if I don't need it.
this. I said, "Don't worry, nobody's
So while I've been
nobody's
waiting,
going to
I
see
shit myself.
you,
Never
just
had
me.
to change me.
No biggie." That's what I texted Ryan, and it's right
And this
there.
time, please make sure you wipe front to back.
There it is. That was supposed to be with Christina because she said she was in her
The lady at the movie theater called me
Let's just get
retarded
the
for
show.
being in my
Let's
way.
go
So I
now.
voted her popcorn.
Ryan
Cookie
texted
monster.
me. I said, "Oh, hold on a minute."
Aaron
And
Belisle,
I
ladies and
texted Ryan back and said,
another new minute
"Oh, shit."
every time.
I thought I was texting Christina Gomez. She told me she was
Unbelievable.
in
This is your
PJ.
guys'
I said,
first
"Nobody's
time
going
seeing
to
the great Aaron Belisle. What are your thoughts?
Hilarious.
We're going live
one of the
right
most
now.
unique
This is the
people I've
funniest
seen in
text
stand up,
ever,
and the jokes are great. Your jokes are really funny, so great. Love it.
It's amazing.
So that's what.
Really
so that was last night after the show, and then we didn't get
Thank you.
the internet.
Wow, there was a lot of typing for that payout out there. I thought
So then Christina and I just got on the phone and talked about studio gear for about 30
you
minutes.
did it again. Whitney, what do you think about this?
It's fucking
You got
brilliant.
the
That was so fun to watch.
secret hits of the bump.
I
did. It was pretty awesome. And there's a whole other side to that story. But while I'm telling the story, people are saying that your mic is a little bit too quiet. Do you want to like boost that up a bit?
Oh, my mic is too quiet.
Yeah, a bit. So when Jimmy was like, "Hey, can you come on the show?" I'm thinking, I'm in my PJs. I have to set up my studio, right? Even just to put my camera up in the mic. And I'm like rushing, and you know he likes to use Skype, and I don't use Skype, so I had to re-log into my account. It wasn't working. I start panicking. I'm like sweating through my sweater. Like I see some really big sweaters, and I'm like, I'm not gonna make it. Jimmy calls. He's like, it's fine. It's canceled. And I'm like, whew. Anyway.
Funny,
maybe give her the other hand. Maybe give her the other hand.
I bet you can do some fucking damage to my pussy with that hook.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
We're getting some good feedback. People are saying it sounds fine, sounds good to me, so I think you're good. But if anything, people in the chat can keep us updated. So today's topic is abductions. Now, there are so many facets to this topic. I think for people that want to know a lot about it, require years and years and years of research, you know? We're only going to be doing it for about an hour and a bit, maybe an hour and a half. So obviously, we're not going to get into like the very, very deep nitty-gritty of this topic, but I'm so happy to have Jimmy on because we've interviewed countless people that have studied the phenomenon along with contactees as well. Am I correct? So I couldn't imagine having anyone else. And let's just get into it. And the one person I want to ask you about specifically is John E. Mack. He was a Harvard psychiatrist in the 90s, right? And he went ahead and he said, you know, I do not believe in this phenomenon at all. Abductions are not a thing. But then he goes ahead and he interviews 30, 40 abductees, contactees. And his mindset definitely changes on the concept that maybe it is possible. Now, I want to hear your thoughts on John Mack and a little bit about possibly if you know anything that he researched.
Yeah, do you see that?
Yeah,
Like
okay. Let's see what John Mack.
Yeah, we have a good connection. He's literally my favorite
Oh, and John, I mean, not Jamie, sorry, I was talking about John. But it seems like your audio is coming from your camera and not from the microphone.
But it's hard.
Impossible. Right, let me see.
Yeah,
because I.
Oh.
The great thing about sucking your dick, I feel like
When it comes to podcasts, it's impossible to not have technical difficulties.
Okay, now how's it sound?
Oh, beautiful.
Okay.
Like a diamond. They make noises.
Now it's probably too loud. See, that's what I was saying. It's
every single week this motherfucker
I don't
absolutely
know why that reset.
Jim, is this the craziest shit ever or what?
That's so funny. Really, and the jokes are great, and the timing is perfect. That was
John
good.
Mack.
I would like to get the answer to that.
I get to talk to Josh Blue Balls now.
Let me. I want to go deep on this for a second.
That's why I looked at you guys and I was like, this is going to bomb with the audience.
Professor at Harvard,
Or at least I'll make Bert laugh.
very respected
Oh, no.
and psychologist. And so when he entered into this world of ET and contact, and of course abductions, which came a little bit later, but full-on skeptic, was a part of the community, didn't understand what was going on. Starts to figure out a few things. Now, everybody can go and read Ralph Blumenthal's new book called Believer, and it is the story about John Mack. But
can you give us a little
the
bit
book
of
was
like
just
the
released. It's a
background
best-selling
on
book,
that?
and it's great. But this is what ended up happening. Let me be very clear for everybody. when it comes to the abduction
And then
phenomenon.
the second day, my buddy's like, hey man,
John started to see, and he died, and so we never really found out. But we know
Oh shit.
that he
When
started
he does that, that means
to
he's got
see
something fucking
similarities in
So I
his
discovered something
sessions
crazy this weekend.
and
I
with
looked down and
people
realized that
he
my body
was
is really
interviewing.
fucked up.
And a couple of those people I've had on the show. Okay, and
Well, I was having a problem, and I thought the best thing to
but
do
as he
was call
started to
Jason
see
Rouse,
these
and
similarities,
his
which he
solution
wasn't
was to
sharing
eat
with
mushrooms
anybody,
and
he
Silver
only
Park
kept it
with my dog.
inside of himself. And that something flipped with him, where
So,
he went
how did that go
from
for you? How was
skeptic
mushrooms with your dog?
to
Does your dog
I
believer.
started to freak out, so I
And he
decided to distract
knew
myself by
that the
running around
phenomenon,
the
the
park for
abduction
2 hours
phenomenon
shirtless
was
with a
real.
stick in my mouth.
Now, what part of it was real for him was this, was this
I feel
something
bad for anybody else
cosmic
on mushrooms
consciousness?
that
Was
day
it
in
real
Silver Park.
physical
It's like,
interaction?
"Did you
Were
guys
people
fucking
really
see
being
that?
taken on the ships and with,
Did you
all of that? That's where his research
By the way, the
started.
best part of Bert's
At
story
the
is that the
same
girl didn't
time,
have cerebral palsy.
there
Just broke her
were
back when you rolled
Bud
over.
Hopkins, his friend, Dr. David Jacobs, Barbara Lamb. I could continue on down the list of that's but these other therapists that were Yvonne Smith that were looking into this, they were all friends. So this thing that John figured out is something that I also do as well, which is this. I listen to everybody, but I don't share certain aspects of my own experiences. I don't do it, and I don't do it for a lot of reasons. The main reason is I don't want to put suggestions into other people's minds, right? Or make that. I don't want to do that. And I also need the proof for myself, for my own experiences, when I hear somebody else say a key word. And let's just say, right, okay, I'm just going to pull something out of you. Let's say I saw E.T. wearing Birkenstocks. Now, let's be black about that for a second. But what if? But I don't tell anybody. And then I'm interviewing somebody, and it was the darndest things. And lots of the little Grace wearing Birkenstocks. Right? Now that's where I would go, oh, for their experience, right? So I don't share that. And neither did John Mack, or Bud Hopkins, or Yvonne Smith, or Barbara Lamb, or
I'm so happy
David
to see you
Jacobs.
finally learn how to put on a shirt.
You
I've been
don't.
doing it
You're
with the
collecting the information. And that's the part of the abduction phenomenon when it comes to therapists and regression therapy.
Bert's taken off
that
his
I
shirt so many
find
times he has breast
is
cancer.
it definitive proof? No, but I find it the most intriguing in that Yvonne Smith knows something is going on because she's done thousands of regressions and she knows these certain things that are similar to each one, but she doesn't tell anybody.
Every single
She knows, and that's the part of this phenomenon where I have to step back and say, millions of people are not crazy. They're not. They're not. They're having very similar, as John Mack has said. They are having very similar experiences.
Well, technically,
they
he
don't
can say the
communicate
N-word
with
because
each
he's
other.
not
These are
saying
people
the
that
N-word.
don't know each other. They're on different parts of the world or different parts of the United States. Yes, they share these same experiences. And now, what it is, John never told us. He was killed by a drunk driver not long ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the official response.
Yeah, 2004 in London. It was 11 o'clock at night. John, they drive on the opposite sides of the street over there. So he's looking in, he thinks he's on one side of the street, so he's looking that way when actually traffic is coming from the opposite direction. It's coming this way. It's actually coming this
He's going to
way.
go back to Canada for a little while. He's
there was a lot of conspiracy theories behind that. And
How about a hand for the new American, Aaron Belial, everybody?
His research with him. And that's the unfortunate thing. So that's John Mack, Harvard, and he is one of the
new American, Aaron, down the middle
examples
here,
when
down the
we
middle.
get into the abduction phenomenon. Go focus on his work.
Do I look retarded?
Just recently on the show, everybody can go back and listen to 8 o'clock. I had on
You guys
Debbie
having
Cobble.
fun out there, huh?
And
Should we go to this bucket?
Debbie is
Another club back to Polo,
FST, who was featured in Bud Hopkins' book, who I just talked about. Intruders,
Let's see what happens
she
here.
is the central figure in that
A
book.
wild night.
And when you have her,
You still having fun out there? You guys hanging in there? Some of the regulars?
I
We
mean,
appreciate you
incredible.
crazy folks that
Again, it's very
the
similar
few groups out
to
there
so
that
many
came to
other
Vulcan
abduction
and
cases
Antones
that
and
have
the
been
Comedy
documented
Store.
throughout
They
the years.
followed us here.
So
It's
go and
good to
listen
see
to
your
Debbie
faces.
Cobble.
One more time for Matt
She's
Belling,
amazing,
everybody.
and she's also in a film that I just completed that'll be coming out in November. And you can check Debbie out in
Yeah,
that
but hanging
film.
with my girlfriend too much lately.
But what it's not just Travis Walton, it's not just Eddie and Barney Hill, it's not just Calvin Parker, all great cases, and we need them and stuff. But there are other cases out there, and Debbie Cobble is one. She's just incredible. So that's John Mack, Bud Hopkins, David Jacobs, Yvonne Smith, Barbara Lamb, and many other great therapists out there. And I know that was long-winded, but it just needs to be said for those out there that are just getting into this abduction phenomenon and need to go and find more answers and do some research.
And it's a bit hard to do because a lot of these cases are, just alleged witness accounts. Yes, there can be some evidence that can be placed on the body, such as scars and bruising and things of that nature. But overall, at least from what I've done through my research, it's a lot of just kind of believing them. And before we go a little bit more deep into that, I would like to say thank you so much to Inquire Within. They say, oh, yes, look at this magical duo of intergalactic epicness. Keep the good times rolling. And then Disclosure Team, thank you so much. And John Russell as well. You guys are absolutely spectacular for supporting this channel. John says, and thank you, he says, would be so cool to have Dave Paulides on the show. Do you guys agree his research proves not all the entities are malevolent? I obviously want to have him on the show, but I know that he doesn't really do podcasts and things like that, especially now that his son has passed away. He's been a little bit more reclusive. So I think maybe a little bit later on into the future, I'll ask him, but right now, for him, I don't think being on this show is very important. But I enjoy his research in Sim 411 and his YouTube channel, along with his documentaries and his books. What about you, Jimmy?
Yeah, he's great. He's a good dude. He's pretty intense.
You know him personally?
I do.
Bob Saget's bellboy at his hotel, but I'm talking about the history.
One year at a conference, his table was next to mine. So for 3 or 4 days, literally, we're shoulder to shoulder and talking. But we did a panel together. But he's been on the show many times.
I watched 2 lesbians fight over another chick. That was fun for me.
One and 2 in favor night. Yeah, just been there. Like, hey, you're live on Faded Black. You're next. Who's calling?
Oh,
what?
Wow.
It was pretty funny. It caught me off guard. And instead of a 5-minute phone call, I think he found this for about 45 minutes.
Facial hair on my face.
He's a good dude. He's a good dude. He's tall, intimidating, big. He is. He's got intimidating eyes. He's a big guy. Right? Okay, so he looks like a Fed. Looks like a cop. If you ever have bad news knocking at your front door and you open it up, it's going to be David Paulides standing there, somebody that looks like him. That's the truth. And then you get to know him, and
I love it. Who would have guessed Bert would
He's
make good
intense,
friends with
but
a
he's very compassionate. He has the ability to crack jokes, but he doesn't want people to know that. And I say that sort of in jest, but he's just an intense individual. And, you know, you get to talk to him and you just find out how cool he actually is. So there you go. Yeah, get him on the show. I'll give you his number.
I would love to at some point. I will definitely get him on sometime in the future. So I think what I had mentioned was when people are doing their research, there are kind of two standpoints when it comes to alien abductions. You have half the people saying these alien abductions are great, they're trying to heal us, they're trying to warn Earth about nuclear weapons, war, pollution, and they want to help us evolve. Then you have another section of the population saying these aliens are awful, they're malicious, they're very predatorial, and overall they are abducting humans for their own gains. And I was thinking, I've covered quite a few abduction stories, and I've interviewed someone such as Kristen Dennett, who has done extensive research when it comes to abductions, and he said on the show that overall, you know, abduction shouldn't be seen as a bad thing, because they're trying to help us, and in many cases they heal you, this, that, and the other. And then he started kind of digging deep into Carla Turner's research, and her standpoint was completely different from what I had read previously. And she stated, like I had just mentioned a little while ago, that alien abductions are terrible. These are very malicious creatures who, in a sense, are pretending like they are siding with humans, saying that they want to help us, this, that, and the other, but they're actually lying, and they're doing it for their own gain. I found that really interesting, and I 100% want to hear your thoughts on that take on it.
Carla Turner was amazing.
Or is it like you guys stay on your side?
Everybody should go back and look at some of her presentations over the years. She was about this tall. And it was really great to see her.
She gets on top.
And I don't like to admit that, but yeah,
She's great. Anyway, Carla, very smart.
Hell yeah.
And now, I'm gonna put it to everybody this way.
It is interesting that
Being abducted
I have bad news. Your girlfriend's
can't be
never
fun,
come.
right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure it can be,
She failed
but the
kindergarten,
experience
she can
itself
fake an
is just going to be
orgasm.
terrifying. Just as terrifying as a dog catcher chasing down a dog. Dog doesn't want to have a noose put around his neck. The dog doesn't want to be
Anything
taken.
else? Do
The
you have any
dog doesn't want
hobbies
to
or
be
anything like that?
right? That dog is panicking, and it would have to be very similar to, you don't want to be kidnapped. Who wants to be kidnapped? Who wants to be thrown in the back of a van and driven away? So you don't know what's happening. You're going to panic. They may be taking you to Magic Mountain, but you don't know that. You don't know. You don't know. You're going to panic. It's not a good experience. You throw in ET and aliens into this, some completely foreign and strange experience. It's got to be terrifying. Nothing may happen.
I love it when people with different levels of experience sign up for the show. You were great during this interview card, and very fun stuff. Here's a real Texas leather kill Tony joke.
Okay, but the experience itself has to be terrifying. But most of the abductees, this is where I'm going to stay on the controversial side of the fence. I think most abductees, no matter how terrified they were,
back to the bucket
no matter how scary the experience,
it's wild out there, huh?
Would not want it to happen. Right?
Okay, I'm really happy you brought that up, Jimmy. I'm sorry.
They wouldn't change the past.
Oh shit, from the audience,
They
here
wouldn't.
we go.
Would they do it again?
Probably
Most of them would. Absolutely.
Go all the way down.
You know,
Open that door for them.
and who wouldn't?
I love it when people visiting sign up. This
Let me
is
see
very
what this is all
exciting.
about. But
Dom
Now,
Clark,
there
most
are
likely a
the
first
other
timer. So give him a big round of applause, everybody.
when
Let's
you
go.
talk to Whitney Strieber, and I'll be on Whitney's show this Thursday, speaking about the stuff. So,
not like mention a black guy for saying a black girl
is that
badass racism, but
Whitney's
like late 90s,
experience,
1995 they said that shit with their
it's
chest.
a terrifying movie. The book is pretty scary.
Black dude being a white guy,
And he certainly has been very forward about his experience. But he has had continued contact. And with what he calls the others. And I think he's okay with it. You know, he's found a way to deal with it. And just like anything else, you know, Carla, Marshall Summers, even David Jacobs, who talked about the colonization of this planet or the takeover of this planet. That's not necessarily the abduction phenomenon, right? So Marshall Summers saying, and it's a great message, something we should listen to, but Marshall says, they're here to get this planet and its atmosphere acceptable for them so they can move here. So those are the changes that are going on in this planet. You know, that's pretty scary. That's not benevolent.
That's actually in my Twitter bio under
Yes.
pronouns.
And David Jacobs and his take on this and Paula Turner. Well, okay, that's fine, but I don't necessarily agree with that. If there was anything violent or mean or you know, just wrong, I think we would know about it. There'd be another conversation right now. I think that the abduction phenomenon is real, and those experiences are real. But I think, in a general sense, it's been a very positive. Scary, yes. Mean, right? Is it that? No, I don't think it's that. But scary, certainly. So I don't necessarily prescribe to a negative approach by ET.
Well, I'm really happy you brought that up because something that I read in a book called Dealing with UFOs, Aliens, and Higher Dimensions by Laura. And she used to be friends with Carla Turner. And she mentioned something relating to the alien abductions and clarifying it kind of as the Stockholm Syndrome. Before we get into that, I want to say thank you so much to Akashi Chris for the super sticker. And John Russell says, if they're supposedly trying to help us, they're sure going about it in a funny way. There are better ways to communicate, etc.
John,
did he drive for Budweiser? He might still be alive.
John, thank you for making that
This
point.
may be one of those
Now,
old black
John's
dad
right.
tricks where it's like, no, I
Except-
died, but he just moves the fucking
Except, dot.
But
I love
is
it.
this.
What do you do for work, Dom?
We can't.
I'm going to school right now.
We're an intelligent species, right? We're sentient, and we also have compassion and empathy. We should have. We have a sense of morals, right? We
So,
should have.
what are you going to school
Don't
for?
always practice it, right? Okay,
Supply
but
chain management. What exactly does that
that
mean?
being
What are you gonna
said,
end up doing? You don't even know.
we
And they were like, what job do you make?
some people like to go fishing. Do you like to go fishing, Christian?
I did that.
I actually have a huge fear of where I put the reel back and then I catch someone's eye and it goes into the ocean. I don't know why. It's like the weirdest fear. So no, I don't go fishing.
Or your own
Pretty
eye.
interesting. What do you do for fun, Dom?
So,
Maybe.
How long have you been doing
but
stand-up?
people fish, right?
Whoa!
Having that fish out of the water, but you just grab somebody's mom. And you are pulling somebody's mom out of the water. Now the baby fish are out of her mom's.
Yeah.
Right here a second ago.
This part you're doing good.
And in a few minutes,
rolling with the
that
punches.
fish is going to be gutted, clean, and fried in a pan. Now, I don't think, as far as the fish go, that they're cool with that.
Very like,
All right. Now, that may be a crazy analogy, but we go all the time into the rainforest of Brazil and we're looking for new species. And we find a new species that's never been discovered. And maybe it's a cute little furry mammal rodent thing, you know, and wow, never seen it. Looks like a rat, but it's not a rat. It's kind of cute. It looks more like a hedgehog. Wow, this is a hedgehog rat. This is a new species. Go grab it, throw it in the bag, put it on your backpack, and you head back out of the jungle. And you just took, mom away from her kids.
So tell us some more interesting things about your life. Where'd you go when you were in the Army?
I was in
hedgehog rodent.
Oh, well, fighting
Just going
the
back
good
to the
fight
United
out
States,
in
where it's
Clarksville,
going to be
Tennessee.
frozen and dissected.
Oh,
Is that cool? Well,
hell yeah.
but we do it.
You're kind of a brown
Now,
guy,
if
so
the
when your own
species
soldiers ever
out
see you and be like, oh,
that is a million years ahead of us,
you have a little bit of a DJ
how would they
Khaled kind of
look
look to you, you know what I
at
mean?
us? Right? How do they look at us? Are they looking at us as the brilliant inventors of the internet? Passionate thinking species? No.
I love
they
it. Well,
wouldn't.
do you have a
In
crazy
fact, they
Army
wouldn't
story
really
you
have
can share with us on this crazy live
but
podcast?
maybe they would
where,
want to learn.
The riskier,
Right?
the thing
And
that
they
you
need
tend
to
to
bag
tell
and
the
tag.
more reward
So
you
they
get.
grab Christina Gomez, throw her on the ship, and check you
That's how
out.
all the good ones start.
Right?
Okay.
That's, and hopefully it's a catch and release.
Hopefully, unless they provide us noodles, then I would be somewhat okay with it.
I thought about you today. I bought a case of ramen from Costco.
K2, it's synthetic
And
marijuana.
wrote Christina on it.
terrible shit. You can smoke weed.
The black Sharpie. And
I would smoke
so,
that down Sniper Hill.
is that wrong? Is that a dark way of looking at this? No, it's not. It simply isn't. And we have to accept if we're going to go and claim a benevolent or malevolent race or abductions shouldn't be happening. Well, we have to take a hard look at ourselves and consider how other advanced races that are out there above us, because we don't think anybody's smarter than us. We don't think anything, because we're the king of the earth, right? The kings and the queens of the earth. There's no other species like us here. But there are more intelligent species out there. Now, if they wanted to come over and take over this planet and be mean and abduct everybody and take us back and make this into a slave trade in Zeta Reticuli, I think that would have already been done. Maybe it has. I don't know. But I think by and large, that most abductees are cool with it, and given the chance, they would do it again.
Zofa says, thank you so much for the super chat. They say, I, Zofa of Earth, hereby give my consent to be taken aboard a transmedium craft for scientific and or political purposes by non-human intelligences. I am all for it. And again, it sounds kind of like the Carl Higdon case, all honesty. Diego Flores, thank you. They say, that is not how things are done anymore. That is the model from the 50s. Now it is photos and videos, how they document animals in the wild. And that's an interesting thing. And I feel like in some respects we're kind of outdated, and in other respects we don't know what we're talking about. Charles then says also thank you. When Chris Bledsoe. So I actually don't know anything about Chris Bledsoe, so I haven't done my research and I might have to figure out a little bit on who he is. But I think we briefly talked about him, right, Jimmy? I think like once.
I'm sure we have. I don't think Chris has been abducted.
Let's go. Absolutely.
Maybe. I don't think we've ever talked about it. But Chris Bledsoe is a pretty interesting. You know what? We'll do a whole show on Chris Bledsoe after we do our Bob Lazar special.
Okay, I need to do more research on him because there's a lot of thoughts on him. And then Akashi Chris says, if we are no different than a bug to them, why not mutilate us? If we were nothing, why not crush us?
Okay, let's go back to that because I want to. Oh yeah, you just put it up. John Russell says he has to disagree seems like many more are traumatized. No, I'm going to disagree with John.
How much time did you do?
John, this is
How long
just
do you-
spirited debate and conversation. I
What was the
appreciate
second
that.
time?
Because although you are right, in certain cases, where he says,
That's how they get
abduction
you.
experiences, they benefit
Don't get it
from
twisted.
them and fear that they will happen again. I'm
Don't
talking
get it
about the
twisted.
abductees. Yes.
I'd imagine
But
if I
how
got you,
many
you're like, come on, I'm
abductees
German, I
have
swear.
said
You fucking
over and
N-words.
over again that it's a message of peace, that we are ruling this planet, that we are not ready to have a seat at the table. And as soon as we grow up and learn how to love each other and accept one another, until that happens, but the way forward is peace and love. And that's what runs the universe. What about that message? Is that a message of fear? And those abductees that have, and you hear it repeated over and over again, that they were chosen to share this message. I'm talking about the abductees. And they giving this message of love and how to move forward, how to take care of our planet, how to love one another, and how to be accepting of everybody. What about that message? And those abductees, that's not out of fear. And those abductees can't wait for the next trip.
Very fun Kiltony debut. Very fun
John,
first time ever
your
on
point
stage.
is well taken. And
Congratulations.
certainly there are some that
I'm gonna even give you a big
afraid,
joke, but
and
here
it
you
was
go,
a
my
terrifying
friend.
experience. No
Dom
question
Carr,
about it.
everybody.
But I think if we
Oh
if
yeah,
we took
you're
a poll,
right. We've not
I
had
would say
a
that
female
I
tonight,
would go
huh?
with 95. I'm not going
You
to say
guys think we should get a lady up here, huh?
I'm going to go 95%.
We haven't had a
95%
female
of
comedian
abductees
yet
are cool with
tonight.
it.
It's not going to
They
be
may have
Aaron.
been
It's not going to
scared,
be
but they
Alex.
would
It's
do it
not going to
again,
be
and they
Daniel.
certainly wouldn't change the past.
Not Weston.
There
Not
you go.
So then, do you think because maybe these experiences are somewhat pleasant, even though when they're under hypnosis, it obviously wasn't, they really were probed, bad things would end up happening to them. Do you think it's possible that they're affected?
Some guy named Owen took her spot. This is Matt Owen beat everybody. Here we go.
But then that would lead me to this question. Do you think it's possible that maybe they have Stockholm Syndrome, where they might believe, right, that that after they're being captured, right, these hostages, these abductees, can kind of learn to appreciate these beings that took them because maybe in some respects they were kind of nice to them. Here and there, we know from abduction stories that they say, okay, now look into my eyes, I'm going to calm down, I'm going to relax, I'm going to end up falling asleep. Or they put suggestive memories when they come back to Earth. So I found that when I was researching Carla Turner on that book, I was like, I didn't think about that. That's a really interesting statement. Either if it's correct or incorrect, I think it's a very nice thing to debate on and hear people's input on that.
Yeah, you're right about that. And Stockholm Syndrome, which is, an example, generality of what is Stockholm Syndrome. You get kidnapped and then you end up liking your cat.
Like Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah.
I heard my name several times
And
outside.
okay, I don't normally do this. In fact, I've never done this before. It's our first time on the show. When I was abducted,
So, I'm
I
here to
took
tell you
the
about
alien
my
clothes.
sweet, precious
You want to see
baby
it?
boy.
Sure.
He's a teenager now and is interested
He's so
in
excited.
girls, which means I have to sit down
Alright.
and have talks with him about things like consent
Maybe traumatizing
and
for some.
respect.
But
and how,
here it is. You
sex
ready?
should be about the spiritual as well as the physical connection and all that other gay shit. Yeah, unfortunately, this is
Right here, it says
my
right on the
sweet
side.
boy. His little hand used to fit right here.
It
in the
says
car.
two
And I have to sit
Jimmys
down,
are
looking in the
E.T.
eyes,
brother.
talking about boobies and wiener. And the second I go to do it,
And
my brain
and
shits its
and
pants.
there you go.
And what comes out of my
And
mouth
so
is, do not stick your
look
dick
at
in anyone.
That's pretty big to fit inside of you.
Well, it depends on which end goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sage advice from Cat Owen.
Here's the deal, though.
All right. Is your name really Cat?
It's Kathleen, but I'm sick of people calling me Catherine.
How many times
Very, very interesting. Yeah, I've
can
never
we
seen a
go
cat your age
into
before.
a repeat
Normally,
of a
people
message
you own cats, but don't
where
go by
it
the
is
name.
over and over again,
Yeah,
where
thank you very much.
the abductees
and I'm also-
come back and say, you know
Oh,
what,
wow, great.
it was
Perfect.
pretty scary.
Great. Chat.
Woken up, there was something in my room. We left, and I'm on a ship, and I was shown things. I was shown things from the past. I was shown things from the future. I saw other humans on board. There were, observation tables, exam tables.
They really followed all the rules that the Austin Fire Department laid out for them here in order to get the coding and everything correct. They bent over
I need to
backwards.
talk about
Spoiler
this.
alert. There's been
Because it was pretty fascinating. This is what the aliens look like, and this is the message. This is what I saw, and this is, and they don't talk about becoming friends. I think that the Stockholm syndrome part of this. But they talk about the mechanical emotions, that there wasn't anything friendly. There wasn't, a bonding that took place. That everything was done as a job. And that maybe one race or species of these beings showed a little bit of compassion, but not really. And that it was just their gig. And I have to go and accept that. And I'll tell you why.
I don't give a fuck what's in your pockets.
We talk about this all the time. There are, billions of planets like ours.
What made you want to start
if
now?
you're out
What made you want to do this?
on a mission to go and visit and research, a list of 10,000 planets in this sector of the Milky Way, you're just here for a job. You're here, you're punching a clock, you're coming in, you get your stuff done, and you're splitting. You're not here to go to the Super Bowl or come over for movie night. That's not why you're here. You're here to get work done and to move on. And the human species and Earth is just one example for them, one stop for them of thousands that they've already done, and thousands that they're about to do. And are we anything special? Just as special as everybody else, but they are just locking us in. And that's my take. So they come by, they see that we're damaging our planet, and you guys are kind of screwing things up here. You might want to get that in order. And there's bullets and guns and wars and stuff. That's not the future. You guys need to put that stuff away. And nuclear bombs are bad. All right, we gotta go. And we hear this over and over again. I don't think there's anything to be afraid of. Being abducted, yeah, okay, it's traumatizing.
Almost 5 years.
But you'll go back and do it again. And there you go. Go ahead, Christina. I know you want to say that.
Well, John says, again, he says, Paulides research has proven that even some very small children have been taken and returned face down deceased. It seems some beings don't recognize consent and don't respect our lives.
Yeah, okay, but although some of his stuff could be E.T., could be aliens, could be humans, could be criminals, could be Bigfoot sometimes. But his research is so compelling. And so when you, and what John is referring to there were a few cases, and they're hard to talk about when they deal with children. It's very difficult. And anybody else, children are off limits.
Yeah, they're the most pure beings, the most innocent. They don't deserve those kinds of
like they're
things.
twins, so technically they're 16.
And so when you hear about a child that is, like John says, found face down
Kat,
with
what
his
do you like to do for fun when you're
shoes,
not working
half
and
a
you're
mile
not?
away, and
I
in a
like
weird
to torture
position,
my
and
kids.
clothes folded up.
What are your ways of doing that?
Oh, okay, I do
Tell
it
them
my
your
Signs of
jokes.
trauma,
Yeah.
whatever it may,
What else?
it's just like
Steal their
weird
notebooks
and it's
and
strange.
smuggles them into her hoodies.
So,
Exactly.
but
Now,
that
I make
doesn't
them do all
necessarily
kinds of
mean
fucked up shit,
ET.
like
We're talking about
clean
the
up their
abduction
own
phenomenon
messes and
here,
bathe
John. And
regularly.
we could do a whole show on Pilates,
And,
no
yeah.
doubt about it.
Do you take like
I
solace in the
I
fact that you're
don't
helping?
think
Like, imagine somebody
that the
takes
majority of
religion. What does it feel like
Pilates and
when
his
you
cases
finally get this connection?
do there's something else going on. And it could be good.
Maybe. You know, when we talk about Bigfoot, we gotta have Mike on.
It feels
when that
like I
time
can
comes.
finally
But one story that I found maybe one of the most interesting and possibly currently one of my favorite stories when it comes to abductions, because again, there are countless stories. There are hundreds and hundreds of stories you can find in books and online. But one that I want to talk about that I've actually mentioned before in another episode is the Carl Higdon case. And I feel like his experience was so positive. He gets invited by an ET to come onto his ship and be like, hey, do you want to come to our home planet and check it out? And also, here's a pill you don't have to eat for 4 days.
People thought I was angry.
I think it's bizarre. It's so insane.
Not really.
Yeah, that whole pill thing kind of bummed
I
me
like
out
it. Are you going to start doing stand-up now?
because
Do you want to quit your
food
job?
is too important when you're dealing with interstellar travel.
When I get better at it, I will, but, you know.
It's never going to happen for you.
Not only
No matter what
okay,
you do in a
you
million
just
years, you're
reminded
so
me,
far
if
off
we
your
go
ability,
back,
such little natural talent
and
that even if you work
everybody should
harder
check
than
this out.
everybody, it's really
But
nothing positive out
if
of it.
By the way,
we go
I
back
did just fine, Tony.
That's not true. I started with
and
you. You were
we
fine.
look at
Yeah, this is like an anomaly. She should be like
which,
reading palms or something like that. Like
how do I say
like
this? When you
the
hear
demeanor of someone
the
that could
conversations, and they're recorded and there's videos of, and I'm going to pull something up here
So
for
how
a
are you
second.
talking to them that they can't figure out their Are they on their phone going, what do I do? And then you're like,
Just
all right.
hang on, everybody, hang on.
You know
I have the
your
internet
settings?
now,
Go to
and
settings, and then they're like, great. And then you go, turn on your
I
Bluetooth.
don't know what to do with myself. Charles Hickson. Okay. So, Charles Hickson, we all know Calvin Parker, and he's been on Beta Black and he's filmed this in that show. But their case, so they get abducted, the police get involved, they get taken to the police station. And this is the crazy part about that case for me, where you just step back and go, you know what? This thing really happened. These guys are telling the truth. They're not making it up.
It's all
When
people
the
who know how
police
to use
leave
the sewing machine.
the interrogation,
Just so you
Charles
know,
Hickson
it's all people.
and Calvin
It's all
are
people who
sitting at
type
the
like
table
this.
talking to each other, and they think they're
Yeah.
alone.
Well, you have to feel good that you are doing the Lord's
The
work.
conversation
The Lord hates so much.
Money off them if you just
is
swindle them a little bit. You're like, I have so much money in my bank account that I can't get out.
and Calvin's like, man, I think
$10,000.
I'm losing my mind.
They'd be like,
Right? And they are, this is the way they're not talking about people. We got to keep our stories. Whatever. Right? No.
That is true.
No, these guys are in this interrogation freaking out. And go and watch that tape. And then tell me that abductions aren't real. Go and watch it.
Also not funny.
And what they express
I think you're also very
when,
extemporaneously great.
you know,
Like
they're fishing,
we're being
right? That's the problem. They're fishing. They're fishing.
This is
And
monstrous.
see a lot of crack comes down, go behind them, the crack comes down, next thing you know, there's 3 beams, float out, and float them back onto the ship. They inject them with some medication to calm them down because they were
What
freaking
suburb
out.
30 minutes
They calm
outside of here
down,
do you
and-
live in exactly?
but their
I actually
experience
live right here in Austin.
was a positive
the city.
one.
whole
The
family.
robots that they described
What
that
does
were
the
there
husband do for
were
work?
kind of freaking. They
He's the
didn't
kitchen
harm them.
manager at Austin's Pizza.
And they were only on the ship for a short period of time, and then they were kicked off the ship.
Okay.
I love that you don't know
Ship
your
flies away and leaves them right there with their fishing poles.
It's
And
the volleyball spot that UT practices
it's a
at.
positive experience. I don't think Calvin
Yeah.
freaked
Now we
out.
know why
I mean,
he
they
hates
freaked out
outdoors so
about what
much.
happened, but were they injured? Was there anything traumatizing that happened during that? No. No. And going back at Calvin over the years, a lot of ridicule, a lot of teasing, and a lot of criticism, a lot of skepticism out there. But his experience itself, I think, was a positive one. And would he do it again? Yeah. And Calvin is a great guy today. He's a great guy. So again, we keep going back to the same point.
I guess so.
I
guess I'm the only
don't
person
want to
that
spread
hates you and
fear
thinks you're
about
unfunny and everything.
the alien
Just gonna
abduction.
roll with
I
it.
just don't want to. I don't want to be a part of
Congratulations,
that.
Kat. Your
I
first
don't
time
think
ever
there's
doing
enough
stand-up
evidence
comedy. You're leaving with a little joke.
to
But
suggest that
absolutely
ET is here
amazing.
to
Congratulations. There
to
you
be
go.
a
You're
bad
getting
time.
handshakes from the panel. We got to
or
put
a
it
bad
into that
experience. I
somehow.
don't see
Put that in your pocket.
Well, it seems like Charles agrees with you, and he says, "How do I get abducted?" There's actually quite a few books. Actually, there's actually quite legitimate books on how to get abducted, and another book that I read, and it said how to not get abducted.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's only one way to end an episode like this. The first ever Kill Tony at the Mothership, and that is with the man that has done more sets than anybody ever in the history of this show. We've seen him do absolutely everything.
Thank you,
He's an
Bob,
insane
so
person,
much.
and he
Thank you,
kills
super sticker.
all the time.
Go
Some people call
outside
him the
and hold
Memphis
us up to the
Strangler. Some
sky
people
and
call him
just
the Big
say,
Red Machine. This is
Take me.
indeed
Well, how do we know they can
William
read?
Montgomery, everybody. Here we go.
That's an honest question.
The one and the only. Here he is, folks.
Oh, Mars Attacks. Remember when they go on top of the skyscraper in downtown Los Angeles?
And just for the record, I fucking went to kindergarten twice. There is nothing wrong with that.
Holding up the sign.
It was called
But,
transition.
I think all of us want to experience
A trans
it.
woman
We
was just
really
named
do. It's like
International
the
Woman
ultimate
of the
thing.
Year, only
So,
proving it's still a man's world.
Well, on that point, John has a question, and he says, "Does Travis Walton want to be abducted again? Because I mean, you've spoken to him. Would he want to be?"
It reminds me of when I asked Red Band if he thought women were funny, and he
about that
said
a lot
only if you
over the
count
years.
trans women. Red
And
Band, what did you mean by
I
that?
can't speak for Travis.
Holy shit,
I don't
that
want
was
to do
so
that.
weird.
But you would do. Just let me
I
say
just
this.
read where the TV show Night
Yeah, I
Court
think
was
he would
found
do it.
guilty
I
of
think
being
most
America's favorite new
abductees
comedy.
would. They continue.
Okay.
Look, all of the famous cases
excited to be in the
that
comedy
were
mothership. I was a
they're
little
still
worried
with us
how Red
today.
Band would
They talk
handle
about
the
it.
books, and Red Band
They're out,
just
they're
no.
writing books
I
and
can
they're
be your
guest on
hero,
shows and speaking about it.
I
And
can
they've
kiss
had
away the
continued
pain.
contact after their
I will stand with you
after their abduction experience. I think the
my
vast
breath
majority
away.
would love
Red
to
Band, why
do it
did you
again,
tell me to
and they
fucking put my
continue to have
cameo
contact.
money in the
Look
fucking
at
Silicon
a case
Valley
like
Bank,
Barry
you piece of
Livingston.
shit?
Barry,
That was all my money, bitch.
again, just go. He's been on
Okay,
stage
that's
block many
my
times.
William Montgomery doing what only
absolute
William Montgomery can
positive
do.
experience
Everybody
for him
else trying to
that
fill a
started
minute.
when he was a
William
very,
doing a
very
minute
young
40
boy,
seconds every
and
single week
it
of brand
continues
fucking
through
new
today.
stuff.
And he's
Unbelievable.
okay
The Big
with
Red
it.
Machine still in
And he's
full effect. You guys have
very
seen it before. What do
detailed
you think about it?
in his
I love that fucking
experiences
joke. That
and,
really made
and
it.
sharing it
Nobody
with
else
everybody.
laughed
He's
so
just
much.
reminding me.
And I have to
gotta
say,
get
I'm
there.
kind of starstruck right now. I loved you in American History X.
Well, I would love to get Travis Walton on the show, but he's still unwell with his chest, right? He might be having some health issues.
Thank you.
Really?
I loved you on
Travis Walton, yeah.
I didn't know he was having issues.
Yeah, when he was on Conflict Radio, just a few weeks ago, he was just like, I think like fluid was getting up in his lungs and he had to have some kind of oxygen. Maybe I'm incorrect, but I do know that he was having some issues with his chest the last few weeks.
The Big Red Machine meets the
Hey man,
machine.
comma, how you doing?
What do you think
Question
about
mark.
William Montgomery?
Got to get you back on the show ASAP. Exclamation point, give me a call.
I really enjoy it. I really enjoy it. It
reminds me of a friend we used to have.
Barry Littleton is
Where
great.
there's like a
And that's
unbridled energy.
that's how you.
And
Yeah.
and it's fun to
No,
watch.
I didn't know that about Travis. I didn't know. I was one of the things that I talk about a lot, and I think that most of us lose sight of it. I certainly do.
Is he doing good now? Or
If you go back, we have to remember that we're 2021. So
hopefully you'll continue
there's
reminding
a
us
case
of
that you were following in 1975.
You'll be doing it any minute.
15 or 20 years old, and you're following somebody that was abducted at the age of 30. They're in their 70s.
Have you ever thought about putting an end to it all?
Right? And maybe even older.
When I was drinking,
And that goes with musicians and actors and things. That we are 2021, and so that means 40 or 50 years have gone by. And
Are you on Ozempic too?
Travis
I'm not on
right? And if you go
Ozempic.
back to 1975, how many years ago was that? How old was he then? How old is he today?
You look good, man. You look good. Are you in
To continue to talk to Don Schmidt about this. We need to continue to talk, collect information from all of these people, get inside of their memories of this, and try to get all of the data that we can. Because we just assume that everybody's going to be around forever, and that's clearly not the case. So we need to do that. Just like Roswell, very quickly, Roswell was 1947, and when everything came to light in 1980, that was 33 years later. So that means most of the people that were involved in Roswell, they were in the Army at the age of 30, right? And now, in 2021, all of them are dead.
Totally fucking
I think there's nobody left. Did we collect everything? Well, it doesn't matter. Now we are interviewing the grandchildren of the witnesses to Roswell. So just like anything else, these abduction cases and these phenomenal experiences, we need to constantly stay on it, collect the data, interview, document, and convert things over into a historical perspective so we can study it and look at it later.
Well, while we're on that note, talking about talking to the grandchildren of those from Roswell, well, it seems like there are quite a few stories when it comes to abductions that it's actually through the generations. The grandmother or the grandfather got abducted, then it was their daughter, then it was their granddaughter. There aren't a lot of stories like that, but there are a few that definitely stand out. Have you ever interviewed someone that's had a generational abduction, or what do you think about that?
I swear to God, I fucking live.
Me.
You love Reddit?
You.
Yeah, never get off of Reddit.
What?
What's so surprising about it?
No, nothing. Go ahead and tell the story. I want to hear it.
So,
are you ever gonna stop going on Reddit?
My great grandfather, as he was signing the Declaration of Independence, couldn't sign. He was abducted on his way to Independence Hall in Philadelphia.
Death threats. I don't really get on it often, but I found this dumbass piece of shit.
My point is,
and I fucking ended up looking at his comments, and I was able to pinpoint he was from somewhere in Ohio, and I was able to find his fucking name and address and phone number. And I discovered his stupid mom had recently died, so I sent him some message where I called him by his first name and said, "Hey, how's your mom
their
doing?"
mother had contact, their father had
And then he
contact,
just
and
deleted
then it
all his
goes,
shit.
you know,
But that's
one
what he
step
fucking
further,
got.
and
I still have your address,
and before
dumbass.
you know it,
I'm still gonna fucking
great
kill you one
grandfather,
night,
great
bitch.
grandmother talked about
I swear to
graves
God, I
in
still have your address,
1890.
dumbass. So,
And so,
are you ever gonna stop?
what do we do with that? How do we unpack that? How do we frame that with today? Well, just like John Mack and Bud Hopkins and others, Yvonne Smith, that look at this, they definitely take a look at the generational aspect of it. It is something that they have spoken about, and we find that repeated over and over again today. My own experiences
Or why do I
you know,
feel
I
like
was
you
saying all
hold
of
the
that
girl
in
by
jest.
the face?
I don't know if my mom had any UFO experiences, but she definitely was pretty trippy as a young woman when I was very young. And she was into all of these things. She was into UFOs. She was into Ouija boards and ghost writing and Edgar Casey and these things. But I never talked to her about UFOs. That doesn't mean that she never had a sighting. But I don't know if I was ever abducted. I don't think so.
I cannot believe that
But when you talk to abductees, you quickly find out that not only did their parents and grandparents have stories to share, but that their children of abductees are having experiences. So yeah, I think it's
Is there anything else interesting
generation,
that happened this week?
and
Let's
why
catch
not?
up with the personal life of William Montgomery.
But my question is, so if there are generational abductions, do you think there may be some kind of tinkering going on with the genetics? Like, why do you think they're being watched one after the other?
Yeah, why not? I mean, why not? I think that's one of the best points. Oh, I just got a text back from
every single day.
See, that's how you see. Are you learning?
I get like an extra minute out of every fucking day.
That's how you book a guest on somebody else's show.
Because you like to do
And
that,
just
you like
pick up your cell phone.
I just have a really shy bladder. A lot of times I
Barry Littleton is going to be on Faded Black again. Everybody needs to check out Barry. You need to get Barry on here with you.
Well, then pass me his number.
But Tony, I think this really is.
I need your whole contact list. Pass them all over.
Everybody wants what's in this phone. Now, okay, so what was the question again?
About generations and when it comes to abductions.
Right.
Is it because of genetic tinkering, or why do you think that is?
Yeah. Okay.
With the extra time that you have now that you've saved on a daily basis from both peeing and brushing your teeth at the same time, like, have you started new hobbies or anything like
But
those things?
For those puzzles,
I believe that genetic
like a square, and you find
tinkering
the words
has
inside
been
of
going on for a couple of hundred
letters. I've been
years.
doing those a whole lot of word search.
So,
Is that what that's called?
if we look at Homo sapiens sapien, you're in college. Go chase down an anthropologist,
William still convinced
crazy
that Edward Wolf
professor
is
in
on the panel
biology,
tonight.
and go up to him and go,
You're insane in American history. Yes,
I read something last night.
Thank you very much.
It's kind of
I thought you were
strange.
going to look at
But Homo sapiens sapiens, we've only got 46 chromosome pairs. But primates have 48. Isn't that a lot of information in those two extra chromosome pairs? How come apes? How come chimpanzees? How come little baby spider monkeys are not designing their own cell phones and building condos?
Trolling the chocolate factory,
Because it doesn't make any sense. How did this miracle of a change in our chromosome count
There really was a big rebound.
and our DNA
That is a sad fucking
just happen? How did this suddenly Homo sapiens sapien appears here 200,000 years ago with 46 chromosome pairs? We're supposed to be related to
look at the wheels turning over
what's
here.
up with
Oh my God.
and what's up with
I'm just trying to have
Neanderthal
fucking fun
and their
tonight. My
chromosome
favorite
counts? It doesn't make any
actor
sense.
is busting my balls.
Unless somebody did the snip 200,000 years ago. But back to your point. Today, you come by Earth and you check out the family's DNA,
anything else new other than word
you look
searches?
and you did something 200,000 years ago, and now you're going around the planet checking out DNA.
Wait a second. Hold on a second,
Maybe in a
because you
family
said that
tree,
a specific
looking at
way.
it, changing
just
things. It
You
has to
didn't
do with
say
diseases.
mustard
It
and
has to
mayo.
do
I've
with
been
your
using
height,
a lot of mustard and mayo on my
your hair color,
sandwiches.
whatever it may be, your
Explain
intelligence,
why you said that.
whatever it may be, and you're going and looking and modifying because we were modified 200,000 years ago. Somebody did it, and it wasn't by accident. And so the question of with the family and the abduction phenomenon and
Who have you been
DNA
hanging
and
out with while
research
eating
going through
mustard
the
and mayo
family
sandwiches?
tree
Because it seems like
generational, Is that a possibility?
It's been going on for 2,000.
So
And I think if we could do it to plants, modify plants, dogs, species, cats, and so forth, I don't see why other entities can't do it as well.
I literally
we're doing it ourselves today. CRISPR technology, the modification of DNA in this country, what actually goes on ethically or unethically, legally or illegally, I don't know. I don't have those answers. I can tell you, right now in China, you want a disease-free kid, and you want to choose the height and intelligence and body type, and they're doing it over there. So, yes. And we're doing it with our primitive little brains on this planet. ET has really got.
Are you ever? Is this new thing you're doing, the mustard and mayo sandwiches?
They
Are
did
you
it
planning on
200,000
ending
years
that anytime soon? Or are you going to keep doing that? Taking it
And with that, we will be right back.
Hi, I'm Micah Hanks, and let me tell you something. I support Christina Gomez as a Patreon subscriber, and here's why you should too. She brings all of her unique insights to a whole new generation, and all while she's also going through college. Listen, support Christina, become a Patreon subscriber today. You won't regret it.
Everything tanked. Wow.
That went so smooth.
That fucking thing, everything's fucking gone. Wow.
And you just we'll be right back.
What did you put in it?
I'm not as good as you yet because you have to do so many of them, and you got really awesome commercials. So I'm learning from the best.
That's pretty cool.
I don't even know what that is.
No. You have an awesome crew to help you out. While we're still on the topic of abductions, we still have a little bit of time. Let's talk a little bit about probes and kind of the physical evidence that can be left after an abduction. There are a lot of stories by abductees who say, well, I can't really remember what happened until I had hypnosis, but when I woke up, I have these weird scars, weird bruises, some parts of my body hurt, such as the genitalia, and or in some cases, my whole body feels all achy. How could that be if I was just very peacefully sleeping in bed? And then through hypnosis, or maybe through just memory, able to remember sometimes of what actually happened. Now, from all the people that you've interviewed, abductees, or those that have done the research on it, what have you learned from them when it comes to the physical evidence?
Well, most don't want to talk about if it was, the feeling of it may have been sexual nature, or that there was something that made them uncomfortable. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it because, what happened with Whitley, you don't want to become an episode of South Park.
Yeah, I swear I would look you right in your fucking eyes.
And
William, when you go to LA, maybe you
most
should
don't,
hang out at
some
Whitney's
do.
house. Whitney, what do you think?
And I've had Aaron Montgomery on the show recently, of course, Debbie Cobble.
Thank you so much, and I can bring
On
you
the
a
show
dinner.
recently,
William motherfucking
Geraldine
Montgomery, ladies and
Orozco,
gentlemen, and like that, we did it.
and others
We
that,
did it.
that talk about a subject that is
Razzle Dazzle
very,
comes out
very
tonight
difficult
at midnight.
to talk about in today's world of trolls and the way people deal with social media. You go and you talk about something like this. It's so sensitive, it's so private. You don't necessarily want your friends or your employers or your schoolmates or other people out there to know about this very private thing. So it doesn't get discussed a whole
So that's like extra
all right,
crazy.
now, and that is the stuff of a sexual nature. Let's flip it a little bit. The scoop marks. The scoop marks freak me out.
How loud can
And
this place
there
get for the
were
great and
there was
powerful
a certain
Chip
trend
Norton, everybody,
of
huh?
these scoop marks. Now, what are scoop marks?
My God.
Scoop marks are just sounds
Whitney really helped me book
certainly not
tonight's
cool.
episode, and when
But
I
that
realized we were
after
having
an
Jen and
abduction
Bert and Whitney, I'm like, what a great way
some
to
have
start this
reported
Austin mothership Kill Tony thing with one of the
taken out of
best
their
from New
skin.
York. Two of my favorites
and
from
you
LA
always
and
imagine
fucking unbelievable energy. I knew it
one,
was going to
number
be
two.
fun.
Imagine like a little baby ice cream scoop.
April 1st,
That's
on
right.
OnlyFans TV.
You know what I mean?
Not
And then-
OnlyFans, OnlyFans TV, it's free. We're
Oh,
roasting Bert
right?
Kreischer.
Okay.
Remember the
Now,
Comedy
this went
Central
out
roast?
for 15 or
We're
20
bringing
years.
him back. We're
And
roasting Bert Kreischer.
people waking
Tony's
up
on it. He
with
fucking
this
destroyed
damage to their
his
skin
on it.
And this comes
and
out 4
the
days
star
before
stays
that
there
live
forever.
audience. Thank you guys
What's
so
going
much for
on with
coming
that
out. I mean,
now?
what an epic
That
time
is
to
certainly
start
evidence.
this new
The other
partnership. This
evidence,
show ran out of the
so we'll
comedy
leave scoop
store
marks
for
there.
8
Everybody can go
years.
and
The
research
first
that.
and only live
But
podcast
I
to
think
come out of there.
there is other
And
evidence
we have a bunch of crazy
implants.
shit that we're doing in the very near
And,
future.
without
So
talking about
I'm very,
Dr.
very
Roger
excited.
Lear,
Thank you guys so much.
Libby
Good night, everybody. We love you. Thank you. The drawing room. The drawing. Oh, wait. We have a couple more things. The drawing room range. J.E. Belt is in. That
Others
shows
have
right
reported
now
the same
on the
thing.
podcast. And we have a drawing
Behind
from
the Ears
live
is
local
a very
artist Chris
popular
Rogers, who
place
drew
for
William
this.
Montgomery tonight. Right up
I'm
there
always
while you all
checking,
watch
by the
tonight's episode.
I am.
Yeah, the great William Montgomery.
Cool.
I do believe he might be auctioning that off
Yeah,
after this
cool.
episode. So
I'm
try to
always
get your
checking. You never know.
try to get your orders in. How about one more
other
time for
parts
the
of the
best
body
man in the
too
land,
as
the
well.
Screwball Peanut Butter
Neck,
Whiskey Kill Tony Man,
legs,
Sean D,
arms.
Paul Deemer,
Yeah, feet.
Eli Menezes,
Feet.
Matt
Okay,
Mueller,
can I say
and
this?
Michael
Let's get off of the
Gonzalez,
UFO
everybody.
subject for just
We love you
a
guys.
second.
Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
I've been seeing small children and babies that are so much smarter than this, with larger eyes than their parents. Genetic manipulation is more evident lately.
I have bigger eyes than my parents.
Christina, you are alien. You are fully alien. Hey, you know what? Everybody should go and watch the movie Alienated. And when you look at the movie poster, it's two people holding hands, a man and a woman. Go watch Alienated. It's an ET love story. Physicist meets alien female. They fall in love.
Yeah. Well, Jazz says this whole conversation is really uncomfortable, but clearly there are people who need to have it. And I agree with you. Yes. At the very beginning of the show, I said this is a very murky topic that people definitely don't want to cover because it's kind of painful to listen to, that or it just sounds absolutely absurd. But I think for people that are interested in the UFO topic, or for those that want to have this kind of conversation, it's so important to have diverse knowledge on all aspects of ufology, and especially UFO abductions. There are countless, hundreds of stories, and they all, in many respects, share a lot of similarities that people simply don't want to talk about. So I'm happy that we're having this conversation today.
Well, look, and Jazz, I appreciate that. It is uncomfortable to listen to. And there's other aspects of this that we haven't even touched tonight. Human mutilations. We talk about cattle mutilations. How about human mutilations? There are zones to go into here. But if you ever wonder who is being abducted, look at your neighbor, right? Just look at somebody that you would never, you don't have to wear a tinfoil hat and have an ET bumper sticker on your car to be an abductee. It's not usually the case. And I have met abductees, I
For a brand new episode of Kill Tony, get up for
Tony! That's Jim Harold, my guest.
Who's ready for the best goddamn night of your lives tonight?
Go and look at and listen to Debbie Collins, a Broadway early. She is in the mom next door. That person doesn't
Kill
exist.
Tony brought to you by the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Gel Blaster,
normal
Austin Security Guard
as
Service,
anybody that
Deep
you
Eddie
can put
Vodka,
into
and
your
Screwball
brain.
Peanut Butter Whiskey.
You
I'm
know,
going to
and
hand the best
that's
damn
what's
band in the
going
land,
on.
everybody.
So, is it uncomfortable? Let me
Paul
run
Deemer
so
on the
you're
horns.
sitting next to this
Taking a phone call real quick. Michael
person,
Gonzalez
and then she
on the
turns around
drums.
and starts to tell you
The
about
great
her
Sean
abduction
D's right
experience.
here on the keys.
And you're
Eli
going to get
Menezes
uncomfortable.
on the bass guitar.
It's pretty crazy.
And
that's
Right?
the golden boy himself, Matt Mueling on the electric guitar.
She is willing to
We
step
are
out
going to
and
have
share
fun
her
tonight.
story.
Very
And
exciting
go
show
public
ahead of
with
us
it. It
before we
needs to
start
be
tonight's
talked about.
episode.
It
Here's a
needs
little
to
bit
be
of the amazing
discussed.
sponsors that make
As
tonight's episode available
uncomfortable
for you
as
here
it may
right
be,
now.
I
Hey y'all,
think
you
many
know,
out
we
there
all try
that
to stand
are
out in
studying
different
the
ways.
ET
We all have
UFO
different
phenomenon and
styles.
want
You know, I'm a
disclosure.
little bit
There is
roasty. Sometimes
other
I like
aspects to
helping
this that you
people,
have
but
to
I'm a
listen to.
pretty edgy,
And
dark
the
guy. Red Band's a
abductee
silly
phenomenon
goof, talks about silly
one of the,
stuff. We're all
there is
different. It's tough to
something that
stand
we
out,
haven't discussed. And
especially if
again,
you're a business
Jazz,
owner and
thank
you
you
want
for
to
making
attract the most talented people to hire on your
it
team.
is one of the
But
most uncomfortable
ZipRecruiter
parts
makes it
of
easy. And right
disclosure.
now, you can try
It
it
is,
for
it is. And Jimmy,
at
I'm sorry to cut you off, but you know, you're doing a lot of
ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
freeze-ups on your video feed again, and like a lot like how it was last night on Fades of Black. Could this be something that your camera feed to your computer, like there's not a connection there or something? Because people in the live chat are kind of mentioning it, and I'm seeing it as well throughout the show. I want to make sure that everything goes smooth for tonight, especially. So you don't see any freeze-ups on your end?
Nope. Everything looks
So
fine
get your
to
job
me.
noticed by
Now,
the best
here
and
is,
brightest candidates with ZipRecruiter.
but
4
here's
out
the
of 5
point.
employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free.
Is that the more that
ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Again,
the
that's
Senate, the UAP task force news reports are coming out,
ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY.
and the discussion that is going on out there, that is going to
Power up for springtime
man,
with
I've got
Factor,
literally
America's #1 ready-to-eat meal
1.1
kit. Get nutritious,
gigabytes
chef-prepared
download.
meals delivered straight to your door,
1.1
leaving you time and energy to
That's
tackle everything on your
download,
to-do
and I'll
list.
tell you what
Look
my
and feel
upload
your
speed
best
is
in
here
time
just
for
a second.
warmer weather with
Oh, I don't know
calorie-smart
what it
meals
is.
around
It's so
550
bizarre.
calories or less.
Upload
Too
is
busy to cook? With
running
Factor, skip
around
the trip to the grocery store and skip the
49
chopping,
megabytes.
prepping, and cleaning up
And
to Factor's
that's
fresh,
insane.
never
So,
frozen
I wonder
meals
what
are
it
ready in
is.
just 2 minutes.
So,
All you have to do is eat and
back
enjoy.
to
I know who likes to
the
eat
more
and
that
enjoy and not
disclosure
have
is
to worry
being
about
discussed,
cleaning
and
up.
the more that the mass
Red
media is
Band,
discussing
I've
this,
actually
and the
lost
Senate
16
Intelligence
pounds in the
Committee,
last
the
2
Department
months
of
because I
Defense, the
subscribe to
CIA,
Factor.
Lou
It's
Elizondo,
delicious. They have
the New York
flavor-packed
Times,
meals to help you
Tucker
live life
Carlson,
to the
that bow
fullest.
tie.
Choose from
The
keto,
more
vegan,
that people
veggie,
talk
calorie
about
smart,
this,
and protein plus
abductees
options
are
on the
going
menu
to step
each week.
forward.
Prepared
Their
by chefs
comfort zone
approved
is
by
there,
dietitians,
and
and each
they
meal
feel that
has all of
they
the
can
ingredients you
finally
need to feel
discuss
satisfied
this
all
stuff
day
in the
long.
public
Want to
without
cut back
ridicule
on
or
takeout?
confusing,
Get Factor
as
instead.
it
Not only is
should
Factor
be.
cheaper
So
than
the more
takeout,
that
but
we
meals are
move
ready
forward,
faster than
these stories are
restaurant
going
delivery
to
in just 2
continue.
minutes.
They're
Put the
not going
time
to
and
go
money
away.
you save
We
towards
need to
planning
listen
activities
to
for when the
everybody
weather
out
warms
there.
up. And it is
And
getting
as
hot
soon
here
as,
in Texas.
we
So
get some
you
official
should head to
confirmation out there, from the government,
factormeals.com/KillTony50
we're
and
really
use the
close to
code
that now.
KillTony50
That
to get
feels like they
50%
already
off
have.
your first
But if
box.
that bust
That's
out,
code
think about
KillTony50
all of those
at
abductees that are finally able to say, see,
factormeals.com/KillTony50 to get
this is what I've
50%
been on
off
about.
your first box.
I told you
Hey
it
y'all,
was real.
you know, even though I have a bunch
told
of
you
cool
I
hookups and
told you,
agents and friends that try to help me get tickets
comes
to
out,
things, sometimes
Christina
all
says,
of those
no,
things
I
fall
know.
through, and I'm stuck last minute
This might
hunting
be a little
down
bit sensitive, but
perhaps
yeah,
an Ohio State ticket or a UFC ticket or a cool music concert in town. Buying tickets to your favorite events shouldn't be stressful.
And everything
Is
that
the
they said
fast and
was
easy way to buy
probably
tickets for all the
true.
sports, music, and theater near you. With killer deals on last
cool
minute
with
tickets
that,
and the best
and it's
price
probably
guarantee, you
gonna
can stop
happen.
stressing over the tickets and
I
start
have a
getting hyped
question
for the
for
fun
you.
you'll have. I'll tell you what
We
I love about
know
the Game Time
that
app. It's the flash
these
deals and
stories
last
are
minute
becoming
tickets,
more
the easy to
prevalent, but
find
they're
and buy
also,
tickets for
in
every
some
kind of event
respects,
in your
stories
area.
that simply
Images
aren't
of
true, where,
CEUs,
where
lowest price
people
guarantee,
said
event
they were
cancellation
abducted, but they
protection,
really
job
weren't.
loss protection,
Or
and
someone
much
that
more.
has
Forget
heard
planning months in
thousands of
advance.
people
Game Time
speak.
has
You
deals
know,
on
you've
tickets
interviewed
right up to the day of
thousands
the
of
event.
guests from all aspects of
It's the
life.
fastest growing
how would you be able to decipher when someone is telling the truth about their abduction and when they might be fabricating it or when it might not be true altogether?
Well, how do you do that?
Tickets are sent directly to your phone, so you never have to dig through your email.
But I'm saying you, like, if you were, like, you are a human lie detector, for example, okay, how would you decipher it?
Yeah, for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code
Here
KILLTONY
is Broadcasting 101.
Download Game Time today.
It's not my
tickets,
job
lowest
to
price,
be judge or jury.
Hey y'all,
It's
if you're
not.
tired of harsh smoke, coughing
It's
attacks, and
simply
chugging
not.
water after every
I
rip, it's time
cannot,
to upgrade
with
to an
all
icy,
of the
delicious
BS
freeze
that
pipe.
comes out
Freeze
of
Pipe's
my
unique
mouth
line of
with
freezable
my
glass pieces
own
remove chest and throat burn by
experiences,
cooling smoke by over 300
I don't
degrees.
want people
Freeze
to
Pipe's
judge me,
bubblers
and
and
I
fan
don't want
pipes are
people
twice as
to.
smooth and half the
I'd
price of
rather
those
have
other
them listen.
guys'
They don't
bongs.
have to believe
Red
me,
man.
The secret is the
but they
freezable
should
glycerin
always
chamber, the
listen
cone on
without
every
criticism.
piece. Just pop
Okay,
it in the
that's it.
freezer for 1 hour
Well,
and smoke
that's what
passes
I
through
would
it, so
like.
it's cold for
And I
easy
have
on the
to
lungs
give
took.
the
The hype is
same
real with a
respect
4.4 star
to
rating and
everybody
over
else.
1,100
I just have to
reviews.
do that.
Freeze Pipe has
And
been
I
trusted
think
by
with our
thousands of
community
Americans for
that
over
we
5
have to
years.
So,
establish
for a premium smoking
some
experience
basic
at everyday great prices
rules of
and
ethics
free shipping,
that we
visit
all must adhere
thefreezepipe.com
to.
and use code TONY for 10%
And
off
part
your
of that
entire
is
order. That's
listening to everybody.
THE
Now, why should
freezepipe.com and the code
their
TONY for
memory
10%
is
You guys ready to start tonight's episode?
but it's their truth,
Well,
right? It's their truth.
ladies and gentlemen,
so we have to listen.
you're in for a
It
special
may not
treat.
be
Last week we had
100%
three
accurate.
crazy ass
It
guests
just-
all fucking
it may not.
talking over
They
one
may
another.
feel
We had the fucking
that they were
band on the
taken
other
away and
side of
shipped
the
into
room.
outer
We're all
space.
fucking
What if they were
united
just
together
taken
at
to
once.
another
We're
room
all
in a
finally
ship that
in
was
full effect.
stayed in the backyard?
Made the tweaks, and now it's
After
time
that.
to have
Maybe they
one
were
of our
never
favorite
honest.
guests in the
Maybe
history
this
of the
was
show. One of my
projected to
favorite
them,
human beings to work
and
with
they
on all
thought
of planet
that
Earth.
they were taken
Your
somewhere
guest
else, but
tonight,
this was vision. But it's
Shane Gillis, everybody.
their
Let's
memory
go.
is that something else
Fucking
happened.
go.
Okay, I don't know the truth of any
The
of it,
man.
but it's
The
not
man.
my job
The bull.
to not only be
Shane
judgmental,
mother
but to call somebody
fucking
out
Gillis.
or to
my
be
dear,
a skeptic.
dear brother.
My job
my
is to
big,
remain objective.
Beautiful.
This community has
How are
a
you?
very good way of
Oh, nice.
policing itself,
Bucket of Bud
and
Lights.
are
And like
able
that,
to
the
are
party
smart
has
people
begun.
in this community.
Yeah.
That will
Shane's
take a
been
look
here
at
all
something
week,
or an
fucking goofing
individual or a
around, doing
case of the
shows
facts
continuously,
and
getting
figure
fucked
things
up
out.
at night.
Some of
Been
it
having
happens
fun.
very quickly, like in a matter of
Have a
seconds.
ton of fun. You've been on
Some
this show
takes a little
before.
bit
You know how it
longer.
works.
Yes.
There
But
are
our
literally
community in general
hundreds of
is
people
accepting
in
of
the back
everyone.
alleyway
Why?
of this venue right now.
Talking
Literally
about
over
UFOs here.
200
And if you
people all
can't,
waiting.
the UFO
Person with a
community,
megaphone
Christine,
at the back door.
is like the
And
barber
here's me
shop.
pull a name out.
And
Big
it
on
has
our-
to be that way.
And everybody cheers, and that person starts running to the door.
Last
Up a
night,
stairway
3
and through
chicks
this
from
curtain,
Venus came
and
into
they
my
get an
room,
uninterrupted
kidnapped
60
me,
seconds
and
of stand-up comedy. You know their time
we
is
went
up. We should have
around
sounded a
Saturn,
kid.
and
They have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angriest Hollywood bear.
all right, you need to be able to say that.
And then, because it's loud and aggressive, and then I interview them.
That's what the
afterwards.
UFO
We find out
community
more
is.
about
Whatever
them,
your
our
experience
esteemed,
is,
of course,
come on
hilarious
in,
guest Shane
share
Gillis
it with us,
joining in on
because
the chaos
your
tonight.
experience,
It's
as crazy
always
as it is,
completely
isn't as
improvised.
crazy as
Nothing
mine.
is planned.
Or isn't as
Everything is
crazy
fucking
as
random.
And
Sometimes
that's
they're
what
going to be
the,
nice.
that's the
Sometimes they're
beautiful
going to be
thing
mean.
about the UFO
It's the
community.
flow of the show.
And
You guys
it
ready to
should
start
be
tonight's
that way all
episode?
the time. It's not.
Well, instead of going to this bucket, we're going to make the peasants in the alley wait
a little
bit longer because we're going to get the show started with a regular.
There's a
This
lot of
guy,
that goes on. But
really, we've seen it all from him. He started off living in his van, no gigs, nothing but open
the
mics,
ability to go
out there
squinty-eyed.
struggling.
That's
No one
fine.
knew who he was.
You know,
Now he sells
discernment is
out
the
all
other
around the
big
world.
key.
Anytime he wants, he wears a Rolex. He has scooters,
Judge and
cars,
jury
vans,
with me,
multiple
nah.
apartments.
I listen to everybody,
Ladies
and I
and
give them
gentlemen,
the same
this is
courtesy that I
Hans Kemp.
extend to them, and that's what we should always do.
And I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, I'm the exact same. I don't judge. I don't want to judge. And I don't like to give my opinions, really. I just want to stick to the facts. And overall, respect is so important, regardless in what field you're in, regardless who you're talking to, even if you don't like them. Respect over everything is the absolute most important.
Now,
Sorry for those losers in LA and New York.
hold on. This guy Michael
Too
just
busy
says
being like, how
the
do I know if I'm
community rarely
successful if
polices
the
itself.
NBCP
It's a
dog is a
business.
molesting
Michael,
game.
you are
Their holes are
wrong.
perfectly sized
Now,
for
I'm going
corporate.
to call out Michael right here, and I'm going to give an
Yeah,
example.
killing it here in Texas.
Yeah,
I'm in
thank
Asia,
you for
Texas. I
popping
don't
that
give a
up.
fuck about the LGBT.
So I don't know Michael.
The only
Don't know who he
LGBT
is.
I care about is the Bluetooth
This
on my
isn't anything
LGTV.
personal. But a statement like this is completely
I'm
wrong.
having
I
sex
have
with this
got
woman who has an
1,000
IUD
examples
and
of the
she's not getting a
community policing
period.
itself in rapid
Thank you.
fire order. And
It's amazing. It's like
let me
fucking a
just
dude.
pull up one. Okay. Here we
Worry
go.
about the-
We've only got a
worry
few
about the
minutes.
moon anymore.
And
Like, oh, it's a waxing gibbous. I got
so
3
we
more
have
days.
to run, everybody.
All right, that's my time. Thank
Is
you.
this
All right.
2015.
How do you feel, Hans?
I feel amazing.
Somewhere in there. These
There's
photographs
like 2 a week.
surface.
This is kind of a lot for me, but you know,
These
I'm happy to
photographs
be here
surface
and not in
showing
the alley.
an alien
Of course, you're talking about the fact that we are doing special taping here. There's
I don't
another
know how
one
big it is.
tomorrow
It's
night, so you have to
black and
write 2 minutes
It,
this week.
it looks
And
like it's on
we know that you have a
display.
new girlfriend who's been
Feeling a little
distracting you
medical.
from the actual
So,
art form of
Jaime
writing
goes
and
down
performing. You
to
are
Mexico.
not used to
Where he's
having
from
a white
Mexico.
girl
Mexico City.
giving you pussy and
He sells
you know.
15,000 tickets in this arena.
This week, and I don't like
Invites anthropologists and scientists,
pretty
experts
attractive, and I
from
don't
around
like
Mexico.
I'm sorry, Shane.
Richard
mad when I
Dolan
saw
flies down
He has a
from
fucking
New York.
Rolex and a hot
He's
white
there.
girlfriend.
And I get sent these high-res images. Don Schmidt is involved and some others. Without going into the details, but these pictures are there, but
I
they're small.
specifically remember because he was
I
wearing
get
a
sent the
weird
high
brown
res
Indiana
and
Jones
as
cowboy hat, and I
these
said, "How do you look like both of the
pictures,
heroes
the
from
high res
Indiana
versions,
Jones?"
and they reveal it in Mexico
And
City.
he was moving around.
By
He didn't
the
sit
end
down, and he
of
kept
the
taking his
night,
hands in and out of his
the
pockets.
end of the night,
and I said,
the
"Hans,
community
what the fuck
jumped
are you
all
on?"
over
And
this.
you
Very
said,
smart
2
people
bumps of cocaine.
went in, deciphered the cards,
So let's
deciphered
talk
the
about
words,
this.
looked at this,
Yeah, that did
found
actually
out
help.
where the
I like
location
people-
where this was photographed, which turned out to be a roadside museum,
Yeah.
that it was an indigenous mummy of a baby, and they deciphered
so
the
how
writing
often are
on
you
the
doing little
card. That
bumps
was
of
in front, that was always blurry.
As often as my
Read it.
girlfriend makes
And
me.
in a matter of,
So you're
I'm
getting
going
it
to
from
say,
her.
Yeah, she's a bad influence.
an
Oh,
hour.
boy.
It might have been 2
Plot
hours.
thickens.
An
This is
hour, 2
interesting.
hours.
I didn't know this
The
about this
entire
girl. Has this been
case
like this the whole time?
Yeah,
debunked.
she's really big into
15,000
witness.
people buying tickets in Mexico
Wow.
City all
Okay.
wasted their money.
Sounds like a
I don't think Jaime gave any of that money back.
How
But that's an
often
example
is
of
she
the
doing these
community
type of
policing
illicit
itself,
drugs?
Michael.
Every
And this
day.
community does
Every
it
day she does
constantly.
cocaine every
There
day.
are
She's
a
on
bunch of
ketamine right
very
now.
bright people that will take a photograph, that will take a story, that will take a location, that will take a video, get it broken down, look into somebody's past, look at there's a name that's
Let's
involved and
go.
find out if there's
So,
whatever it
Give
is.
us some examples of
And
how her
they will
drug
get
use has
on it
affected
and
your
police
life. Give
ourselves.
us some,
Nobody else
like,
is going to
you
do
know,
it
have
for
you
us.
ever ended up in a
And
shady
this community
situation
is
because of
used
her?
to it, and that's the
What's it
way
been, like a
that
month or
this
two you've been with her?
community
Yeah,
runs.
we just usually
It
sit on the
polices
couch and
itself
she does whippets, and
beautifully.
then she's like,
And the hucksters, the
and
hoaxers,
then like
the
I just
shysters,
try to like rub her feet or
all of
something.
that stuff are going to get
But
found out in
mostly
usually
she's
pretty
been
short
really
order.
passing out a lot.
Well, we've come to the end of our show. Jimmy, tell us again who is your
She's
guest
legal.
tonight for the show.
Jim Harold.
Jim.
Jim Harold,
What
who
kind of answer is that?
for
What does that
16,
mean?
17
old is
years
she?
has had
She's
the
24.
#1 show in
Oh,
all
okay.
paranormal.
Oh,
The
That's like a
Paranormal
high school.
Podcast. He also
Yeah.
has his Campfire
she's-
Story
Red Man wants
series.
to know what you're doing with all the
The
unused
#1
whipped cream.
downloaded podcast.
What a
All
waste,
of that.
am I
He
right?
is truly, he's got
Using all the
golden
gas,
pipes.
none of the
And
ass. You know what I'm
I
saying?
always call, I call him the voice of the paranormal. He is the absolute very best. With a huge, dedicated audience and fan base out there. It's just an honor and a privilege to have somebody like Jim on the show. I've learned so much from him over the years. And, so that's who's on the show
Okay, we
tonight.
got both of our jokes in.
Who do I
That was
have
great.
on
At the
tomorrow?
same time, it was like twice the power of both
Tomorrow
jokes.
is
Okay,
Christina.
so
Who
let's
do I
talk
have
about
on
it.
tomorrow?
Are you
I'll
happy in
have
this
to use
relationship?
I'm very
Twitter.
happy. She's a
Man,
very
I can't
happy
wait.
girl.
But on Thursday, it
sometimes I
will
catch her
be
singing.
Ryan Sprague instead of having him yesterday. And that means Fader
That's
Nights
just
on
going on inside her
Friday.
head constantly.
Oh, Tomorrow night I have Daryl Bashar. Yes, he's the director. You know, he channels Bashar, and he's also the director of the movie Alienated.
I got a good jawline.
Everybody needs to go and watch
Pretty skinny.
And you
Also,
can do it
I'm
right
like
now
fun
on
to be
Amazon.
around.
So that's tomorrow night, Darylinka. Tonight, Jim Harold.
I
And
try
then
to
Thursday
make us
night
be
is
happy,
the
you know,
return of
sometimes I'm like
Flying
sad, but
Spring.
sometimes
I'll
I'm
talk
not.
to everybody.
She likes it
Thank
when
you
I'm
so
not
much,
sad.
Christina. Behave and be well.
I honestly don't.
Right back at you. You can find Jimmy on YouTube and KDRA at Fade to Black. I'll catch you, Jimmy, a little bit later today.
I'll talk to you, Christina.
Bye. Oh my gosh. I always say I love having them on. I really do love having them on. And don't forget to jump over to the Singularity Lab on YouTube, Michael Mataluni, now at 4 p.m. PST. So jump in, say hi. I'll be there, and I'll say hi to you. And I want to thank everyone who joined me in the live chat today. All those who supported the show with super chats, with stickers, and even just writing a ton of comments in the live chat. I want to thank all my moderators and a big thank you to all of my Patreon supporters. Have an awesome week, everyone. Be safe, and remember, keep your eyes on the skies.
You're something else. You're a giant 11-year-old boy. It's incredible.
Are you concerned at all about her doing this much drugs, though? If it's she talking about it at all?
No, I think she's doing a great job.
Hans, you got the show started again. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Hans, again, everybody. That was Hans, again. That was Hans, again. And now my viewers into the bucket.
Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
Facility. 200 plus people wait in the alley. Your first comedian out of the bucket. We're going to meet them all together. Goes by the name of Frank Ramos. Frank Ramos is going to be first. How exciting. Could be somebody from the audience. How many of you signed up on there by round of applause? Only a few. You fearless souls out there. You're listening to the music from the inside of Hans's girlfriend's head right now. Frank Ramos! Thumbs up. That means he's coming. It's a little bit of a hype. Now, it's not your best. Passing up from the window. We're going to waking up in Hans' Here he is, everybody. Frank Ramos!
Hello and welcome to episode 19 of Shifting Paradigm. While this intro was playing, no one else can see but me, but my guest was dancing and jamming to the music. And we're going to bring her in on this shortly. I am Christina Gomez, your hostess for this next hour of adventure and UFO shenanigans where we look and think outside the proverbial box, jump down rabbit holes, and where the red pill is actually a red Tic Tac. I would love to say hi to everyone in the live chat. Spaghetti Lee, Paul, Alien Girl, Zofa, how are all of you guys doing? Today I am so pumped to introduce my guest, my good friend and teammate from the debrief, Chris White. Chris is a fantasy and science fiction novelist, a stand-up comedian, and currently works as the head science writer at the debrief. Across his 30-year writing career, Chris has written hundreds of comedy sketches.
That might work.
Huh?
That might work. I don't know.
Well, what are you into? What kind of girl are you looking for, Frank Ramos? You have a little bit of a twang to you. Shane, what do you think about this guy?
What kind of
Sorry about that. So let me introduce you, our special guest. How are you doing, Chris?
Christina, how are you? Great to be here. Super excited to be here. Before we start, I just want to do something for my mother. Real quick. Carol, this is for you.
white.
No, I said gay.
There you go. That was it, just for my mom.
You always gotta say hi to your mom when you're on anywhere.
My goodness.
Well, especially here. This is the one that she watches whenever I tell her, hey, there's a new video at the Debris. She asks me, is it a Christina video? And then she watches it. So since it's over here at Paradigm Shifts and it's got me and you both, she's definitely going to watch. If she's not watching live, my brother's sent her the location.
So this is your first time doing stand-up. Yes. Explain to us what made you
Are you there? Am I freezing?
I am 41.
41. And you're starting today because
I've been watching Joe and you guys for a really long time, and I was like,
yeah, I'm here.
Was that me or is that you?
I don't know. I hope it's not my internet. It's not. Usually it'll give me a low speed error on my screen if I freeze, but I'm seeing you freeze. Are you seeing me freeze?
Yeah.
what do you do for work, Frank
I guys are having a freezing party. Well, let's
Probably
see
Tim
how it
McMillan again out there messing with my internet connection so I don't give all the debris super fast.
Okay, where were you before that? Los Angeles. Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go out and come back in,
Way
Christina.
too expensive, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I made it more expensive here. I just switched everything over.
Okay. What do you like to do for fun? What are some hobbies? What do you have on your dating profile?
Drone. I like drone racing, actually. It's really fun.
Yeah. Hey.
How about that, babe? I'm an FAA certified pilot.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Actually, I did.
All right. Fuck me, right?
In that case.
So you
Okay, I unplugged my Ethernet cable, so we're just gonna use the magic of the Wi-Fi and see if it goes from there.
Let's
There
hope
we
it
go.
works. Yeah, I found out the connection came all the way back in, so it says my Wi-Fi is good right now.
Gosh, I mean, you're always going to have some kind of technical difficulties in any podcast you'll ever see or hear. So I remember, before we even get into the questions, I remember as soon as I entered the debrief, we had Chris, Chrissy, and Christina. And I remember you saying, if your name didn't start with a C, you better just get out of here. Get out of here.
I think there was another Chrissy email right at the beginning too that came and went. But yes, I think at one point there was 4 of us. So yes.
You have like investors and stuff, and you go and you pitch to them, and you're like,
I can't hear you anymore.
We have this idea. It's like Netflix.
Gabby, are you there?
Cox everywhere.
She's going in and coming back out.
Hey, look at that! You got a little trademark. You guys see that?
I can.
Look at you. Look who made a
But I
funny
cannot
up here
see.
accidentally, real quick.
Oh,
Not even thinking
Oh,
about
there
it.
you are. Now you're back.
Frank.
it's just getting worse and worse. Okay, but let's go ahead and continue. So
You look
before we
genuinely
even
happy
jump
right now.
into a lot of the things that you write for the debrief,
Yeah, okay.
do you remember the very first article you ever wrote? I think it was about 30 years ago.
41 seconds.
Yeah, right. So, well, the first article I wrote for the debrief was in December of last year. So, MJ reached out to me and gave me an assignment. It was Purdue University was researching a new fabric called MXE fabric, and it was something. It's a two-dimensional material. That can be used to block electromagnetic waves like a Faraday cage, and could actually be built right into clothing or anything. So that was my very first article, December 8th of 2020.
But what's the very first article that you ever wrote?
What is your profile?
So I was not I was not really a story writer, an article writer. I've been writing, as you know, that I wrote stand-up starting back in the early 90s. I wrote sketch comedy. I wrote a few TV scripts, a couple of screenplays. My first article was a basketball article for a website called Inside Hoops back in 1998. And I got hired to write some articles for them because I just, they were doing a solicitation online. It's a sport I follow. Seemed like something fun to do on the side. So I think that was my first article was 1998.
You have a one-night stand with
I
any
always feel like I have everything to write. Probably sports might have to be the hardest. At least for me.
Yeah, that was it wasn't a recap of a game or a play-by-play or anything like that. It was writing about free agency and salary caps, and it was a very mathematical article, but it was the type of thing I would read people getting it wrong all the time, and it would frustrate me. So I said, you know what, I'm going to go in and give an article to these folks that is actually accurate to how all the math in the league works. So it was well received, and it was fun to do. And I've written a number of basketball articles over the years. I write a bunch for Silver Screen and Roll, which is a Laker website here in Southern California. So.
That is unheard of. I've never heard of
And
such a thing.
when you've been working for the debrief, you've written on all things to do with space technology, and the UAP topic. How did you get started in writing about this
Raise your
kind
hand
of
out there if you're a
topic?
single lady that's willing to go on a date this
I
week with
think
Frank Rothschild.
science in general, this is my first job writing about science. But I can tell you, UAPs and UFOs is something I've been following my whole life. I tell people all the time
Come up here, lady. Come on up here.
in
Let's see.
search of when their first
See what we're
episode on
dealing with
UFOs in
She's got the balls to raise
1977.
her hand.
And
Let's
I
see what
was a
goes
little
on.
8-year-old boy, and I saw it, and my father watched it with me, and we were
She almost
completely
got a
blown
real
away.
Spotify
And
deal
we
after
followed
following
that
it
show
the
for
month of
years,
shit.
and all
she
through
is,
the
everybody.
80s and 90s,
Wow,
I
look
would
at
go
this. What
to
a
it. Even
gentleman.
before there was an
Step
internet,
on
I
up
would
to
go
that
to the
microphone,
bookstore,
sweetheart. What's your
I would
name?
go to the library, I would dig up
Hi,
anything
Mary.
I
Oh my
could
God, you're so
on
charismatic.
UFOs,
You're much
you know,
better
as we
looking
call
than
them,
I thought you would
UAPs
be.
nowadays.
Coming from
And
the back,
so
willing to go on
that's
a date with
something I've
Frank
been
Ramos.
following, writing about.
Looks like a real sweet guy, though, right?
When the debrief found me, there was a website called UAP Research that was around all last year. And it went out of business when the founder got another job and closed it down. He had reached out to me because I had blogged about it on my author site, playingfiction.com, where I promote my books and other writing. And I just thought, you know, so much has happened since 2017, 2018, 2019. I mean, the last couple of years, Christine, as you know, are like nothing in the history of the topic. So, for my own fun and for my book fans who were emailing me saying, hey, you know about this stuff, what's going on with all these UFOs and videos? I wrote a big, like 10,000 word, 4-part blog on my own website about UFOs. That led me to UAP Research. I wrote a bunch of articles for them. And because of that, I got reached out to by MJ Benias at the debrief. And next thing I know, I was writing science articles over here. And he even told me at the time, I don't really need people to write about UAP. We have that pretty covered. But we can use someone to write about science. And that's what I was more interested in writing about. So I do cover UFOs for sure. And I've had a few doozies in the last few months of exciting articles. But yeah, writing about science was the main attraction to the game.
10 years, and there's a lot of magic that happens on this show. Sometimes it's somebody's first time and it goes
Christina, you're
good.
cutting in and out there. Are you there again?
Yeah, I'm
got
trying
their,
to like
US citizenship
cut
here a few
down the
weeks ago.
programs I'm having on my
One
laptop.
thing that we
Also,
Yeah, my
been
my
famous
clock
for
is
doing the
running
last
clean
10
and my
years is
own
having
space
magical
is not
moments
jumping
happen.
around. So
And
I
I was
feel like
wondering
my
if,
connection's
maybe to
okay.
close out
yeah,
this
I
time on
think
the
it's
stage,
my
it'd
side.
be
And
great to get
I
Frank
you
Ramos,
mentioned
a real
the
Austin,
TV show called
Texas
UFO.
kiss.
Is that what you said? The one that you had watched in the 70s.
Oh, in the 1970s, late 70s, there was a show called In Search Of. And they did a later version of it where Zachary Quinto came back and hosted it. But it was basically the predecessor. The closest thing I would compare it to is Ancient Aliens. They had Lost Civilizations, Atlantis, Mysteries of Egypt's Pyramids. But they would do things like remote viewing and consciousness and shamans and ghosts, and they really did look into the things that people like you look into now. The things that are covered on Shifting the Paradigm are the type of things that you would see on In Search Of. There just wasn't a Christina Gomez yet to host it, and there was only one version of it. But yeah, it was a prime time network show talking about, among other things, UFOs.
And your first time
And
on
at the
stage,
time in the
you
70s, was this a popular TV show?
you have a
Yeah, it was really popular. And I can tell you, like I said, I was very young, but
do this more
there
often.
wasn't
Who knows
really
what the
anything
fucking
else
happened.
feeding it. You know,
Ladies
think
and gentlemen,
about
there he goes,
the
Frank
interest
Ramos.
you
Here's
have.
a little
Think of this
joke.
community you and I are part
Take a
of.
little
It has
joke
all
with you.
these
That's from
people
the great
interested.
Mozart.
And
Real
imagine
joke
there's no
Tony
place to
joke
go
books.
for that information. That there's no
Real
internet,
Texas
there's no
leather. Check out
slew of cable
Bonsai on
channels. You
Instagram.
can't go, you know, to an Ancient Aliens
BONCEYE.
episode or
Alex
a UFO episode on
Alex
Discovery
Olinger
Plus.
is next.
So when they came out,
Olinger, perhaps.
covering Atlantis and Lemuria,
You guys
and
still having
just
fun out
all
there?
of these hidden mysteries. I mean, it was the first time I had heard of the Loch
For
Ness
you, while
Monster.
we're waiting for
It was
Alex.
the first
These little
time I had
joke
heard
books
of
say kill Tony on
the
the front.
Bermuda
You
Triangle.
suck
A
on the
lot
back.
of these mysteries that
Or it has
still
a bomb on
exist
it. They
today.
bomb really bad.
That's so
the big
exciting.
ones are
Talking
just
about the
cool.
Loch Ness Monster,
Alex
when I used to
Olinger is
live in
next.
Europe,
Here
I had visited Scotland,
go.
and my dad and I went to go
Olinger,
to the
hopefully
the
any
infamous
second
lake
for
where
the
the
love
Loch
of
Ness
fucking
Monster
God.
was, and let me just tell you how disappointed I was when I was
It's a new
6
venue. We're
and
working on
never
really
be able to see the
cakes
Loch
as we
Ness
go.
Monster.
How many you like
It was just
go
a
on the
lake,
show?
you're saying, basically.
Just a
How
very
many of you like
boring lake.
comedians do bad on the show?
There were no awesome adventures.
All right, here he is, everybody. Alex Olinger.
Got my camera and everything,
And was that
What a
you were
great
doing?
thing
You
to
were
hear
like
right when I
6 and you're
walk
like, Dad, I want to go see
How
the
many of
Loch
you like
Ness
when people
Monster.
do bad? Yeah.
heck yeah.
Oh
This is
my
what we're
God,
here
so you've
for.
been there forever?
Fuck.
And there was like a huge statue right next to the lake
I saw
of
an
the
ad
Loch
the
Ness,
other
and I
day
was
that
like,
said,
I'm
"Make
pumped, I
America
brought my
gay
snacks, my camera, I am ready to
I
like
don't think
have a
America was
steak out.
never gay,
And
was it?
my dad was like, yeah, it's getting kind of late. We should probably just head back. We're not going to see anything.
I mean, that's like really
super.
gay in this stop.
I can see 6-year-old Gomez with your
I
little
just like the idea
camera
of
around
like the
your
gay
neck
founding
with the
fathers.
binoculars on your head. You've got a little map. You're like, okay, so the top 3 sightings were here, here, and here.
Quincy.
So, yeah, I can see.
Yes,
Totally.
Benjamin.
I love it. That was sweet your dad didn't
I have a
love you. My dad
question.
was the same way. My
Do these
mother was
slaves
very
make you
Catholic.
fat?
She didn't love the UFO stuff and thought I was reading about demons or like children or something. But my father was totally opposite. He loved the mystery stuff. He and I would sit around and talk about things like Roswell. You know, that same show, In Search of, in 1980, was pretty much what broke that story. You know, Roswell had been in the paper back when it happened, and it had kind of existed very much in the background. And then researcher Stanton Friedman was able to interview Jesse Marcel, the first officer on the scene at Max Rouse's ranch in Corona. And that was this first, you know, sometimes you see these famous clips of Jesse Marcel saying, we don't know what it was. And they sure know it wasn't a regular balloon, and this was the first guy on the scene. That was from that show. And my father and I would show it in, and we would discuss it in depth. Somehow in that living room, we were going to figure out if
I
anything
guarantee
was real.
he wasn't expecting you, Alex. So.
I definitely feel when it comes to parents, they're some of the best foundations we have when we're children with our interests, our likes and our dislikes. And I think it's amazing that you as a child and even other children are able to openly talk about these kinds of topics and have support on being able to talk about them and be like, you know what, I like that point, but I might disagree with this, this, and this. And I think without parents, we wouldn't have these kinds of interests.
Absolutely. Like I said, it was a mixed bag. Because as far as my mother was concerned, she would prefer that I didn't ever talk about UFOs or Atlantis or all of that stuff because, you know, she was raised very strict Catholic. And in her upbringing, that was, you know, not something that she was excited about. But she didn't stop me from doing it by any means. And she would still take me to the bookstore, and when we go over to the occult section, where they test the UFO stuff. And yeah, so I still got that support. And it went through my whole life. You know, my parents, as I mentioned when I was in the green room, I'm lucky enough as a 52-year-old man to have 2 parents that are still alive and kicking. And they supported me at the dawn of my comedy career, which led to this career in writing that I have now. And my father would come down to open mics with me at 1 o'clock in the morning in La Jolla or in LA, and he would sit and we would come home and my mother would say, he's really good. He would tell my mother, he's really good. You don't understand. You know, she'd rather I went to law school and became a lawyer and a senator, but
figure it out. You make toys
we
for
still have
little
that.
kids. That's what you're constructing.
But you love doing comedy. I mean, wouldn't you prefer that more than being a law student?
Look, I went to UCLA to become a lawyer. I started as a political science major. I really somehow thought, like, everyone had me convinced. I was a good debater and things like that. And was awards in debating. So, and I tell people now, in hindsight, when I look back, I knew before that first college quarter was over that political science and ultimately the law was just not for me. And I didn't really feel at home in college until I joined the UCLA Comedy Club. I tell people that story all the time, but basically it was a student-run organization where you could write about, learn how to do stand-up, learn how to perform. And I made a bunch of friends there, friends I still have to this day, and a handful of them who work in show business, writing and producing, the skills that they picked up in that little comedy club. So.
And skills that you will use for life. John has a question, and thank you so much. He says, have you guys heard anything about what's going on behind the scenes with regards to any above UAP news coming up soon?
I think it means big UAP news. I'm going to go ahead and jump out on a limb there. I can tell you that so I can't give anything specific away, but I can tell you this, and I've been telling people this the last couple of weeks. The most exciting thing about working at the debrief is hearing behind the scenes what those three partners are working on. MJ, Benias, Micah Hanks, and Tim McMillan are working on these sort of stories. I mean, sometimes it's just they'll send it to me and say, hey, we give it an editorial look over, and all of a sudden I'm reading an exclusive interview with Ryan Graves at 2 o'clock. So I can tell you that stuff is being worked on. I do think there is big news, and I do think there's exciting things. Christina, you know we have some events planned later in the year at the debrief here.
And one coming up just on Sunday.
Yeah, at Sunday we'll be at the UFO Congress. And although our talk at the UFO Congress is titled A Year in Review, I'm also referring to it as What's Next. Because I think that's what people want to hear. So yes, we will definitely review what's happened over this last year when appropriate. But yes, the answer to that question is things are happening. More is in motion now than has been in motion at any time. Just because that report came out in June doesn't mean we've hit a brick wall. If anything, stuff's happening.
Tell us how comedy's been
Oh, and Lou Elizondo said the exact same thing when I had one last week. So we can expect some interesting things that all of us might be about to shock
over from being Lou. If I would just narrow that down and put on the baseball cap, I would have like a Halloween. Maybe I'll be Lou for Halloween.
I support it. And talking about a year in review, you've written a ton of articles that can definitely be used for the meeting that we're having on Sunday. And in one article titled, NASA just released one of the most detailed high-def videos of Mars and Moon to see. And it states that the Curiosity rover released high-definition pictures of Mars, and that was released to the public in August by NASA. However, this rover landed in its crater in 2012. So my question is, why does it take so long to get this specific panoramic photo that we just got in August? And what about the Perseverance rover that was just recently launched and that landed on Mars? And why do you think the Perseverance rover has been so quiet?
Yeah, you're going to be back in the alley.
So they announced today that the Perseverance rover had gathered one of its first samples. And one of the big missions, and keeping in mind that this has not been funded or perfectly planned yet, but one of the things the Perseverance rover is doing is taking samples of material that looks really interesting. And they'll say, okay, this rock, and by interesting I mean between you and me, I think we all know they're searching for signs of life. They're searching for signs of microbial life. So they will grab these samples, cache them, is the term they use, but store them away for some future mission that NASA is planning.
This is very exciting.
As the article I read yesterday pointed out, it needs new technology and new plans, so it's not done yet. But there will be a mission to go up, grab those samples, and bring them back for analysis in the lab on Earth. And that literally, I think, happened yesterday or today with the Perseverance. On your first question, on the Curiosity rover, and it took so long to put that photo together, that's an excellent question. You know, I speak to people in NASA all the time, and it's a question to ask. I haven't even thought about it. That rover has been up there doing a lot of stuff. I can tell you in that video I pointed out, I put out, a little article around it. Part of what was going on was they were showing where it was going next. And it had gotten to a nice little rise where it had a great shot of the valley. So I would suspect, without knowing for sure, that part of the motivation was, we just have a really great view here. Let's do a photo of it.
But the biggest thing
might as well just take a selfie while you're at it.
Right? Yeah, I think it was just one of those, you know, yeah, you're standing at the edge of Grand Canyon and people, honey, where's my phone?
What shocked me about this Curiosity rover was it got into the crater in 2012, and it's only traveled 16 miles in almost 10 years. That's what I found really interesting.
Yeah, that's just lazy.
Hans Hilton.
Just lazy.
They're
just
really
lazy. You know, hey, I'm trying to keep it loose here. So with these sort of missions, you know, obviously, aside from the obvious, no one's directly there controlling it. We send control messages. The radio signal takes, you know, many minutes to get there, and then the operation. When they plan a mission like this, they find an area that they think is the most tantalizing. They land there. I think that one's in Gusev Crater. I'm not sure. I don't remember for sure, but I think it's in Gusev Crater. And it lands there, and it really is just analyzing that little area that it is. You know, it's not designed to traverse miles and miles. It's basically to be a little localized lab that has the ability to move around and look for interest.
Hey, Linwood's better known by our
Maybe we
neighbors.
should change the name from Curiosity rover to just like Chill rover or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Couldn't go very far.
Somewhat interesting, though. Casually observant rover.
I don't see why not. You should write a petition and change that.
Right? Oh, yeah.
But you've also
What do you
written
do for
several
work?
articles about Mars, having to do with photos released to the public, missions that have been launched to reach Mars, and potential life that could be on Mars. With everything that you have learned and researched, what are your current thoughts on Mars? Do you believe that there once was or still is life? And do you believe that enough effort in research is being made on the planet?
So, yes, and yes. So I do think there's a very good chance that microbial life will be found on Mars. I even think there's a chance that back when it was a very wet planet, that things more complex than microbial life, and we may find fossils of aquatic animals or small land animals. I don't think those things are off the table. In 1978, when
you have three kids.
I think it's the Viking mission went to Mars. They believe, the scientists that worked on that mission, some of which are still alive today, believe they found life there. They scooped up some material, put it in a little oven on the rover, cooked it up, analyzed the gas, and said, yes, these are signs of life. Now, since then, there wasn't enough independent confirmation, and it was one simple test. But I can tell you that the NASA scientist who was in charge of the program, and I reference him in one of those Mars articles, his name is not coming to me right now, but he believes to this day that they, you know, that was the headline of the article he wrote for Scientific American about 3 years ago, was, I believe we found life on Mars in 1978. And everything I have read has compelled me to feel that he's probably right. And all of these missions since, when you look at the rovers that Spirit and Opportunity, when they went up, they pretty much proved that let pass. The Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, they have pretty much proved full-size lakes, maybe even small oceans, and now these newest rovers are getting down to that nitty-gritty. I would not be the least bit surprised. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say I would be surprised if we don't find it. That would surprise me.
How long, in your opinion, do you think it would take for us on Earth to know if there is life on Mars, to get evidence?
So, I think the good news is it's going to happen soon. I think the bad news is that's soon from a scientific term. So, I think 9 or 10 years from now is when they're planning on sending, that's the rough range NASA's using for the sample return, Mars sample return mission I was talking about, where they would go up, grab the samples that have been stored in Perseverance, and bring them back to a lab on Earth for more detailed study. I don't think any of the rovers we have there now, or any of the planned missions coming up, will be quite sophisticated enough to 100% confirm that. And I think that's why there is this focus on bringing that back here, where we can really analyze it in a laboratory setting and run hundreds of different tests. Because if we come, as I pointed out, in 1978, we said, okay, we found life, and people said, rightfully so, we probably need a little stronger confirmation. So I think that's where we are, Christine. I think 9-10 years from now, I think we will have that answer. And based on the pace of the UAPTF and a lot of things that are happening with the Galileo project and NASA, we might find something interesting about life not on Earth before.
What do you think the chances are of finding marine life on Europa and Ganymede?
Very high. I hear that a lot. Those were targets. You're talking about the moons of Jupiter and moons of Saturn that are icy moons, and that yes, there's a lot of feeling. And this is something I tell people all the time. I say, 20 years ago, NASA didn't have astrobiologists. They did not have astrobiologists. They didn't even have a planetary protection officer, which they have now, which is essentially the person's job to make sure our missions going to other places don't pollute it with our microbes, as well as we don't bring back a killer virus or bacteria that wipes out a chunk of, if not all of our planet. So all of those people, all of those positions, that's what they do. There's now people within government, within universities, people within these organizations, but their entire job is astrobiology, looking at life on other planets. And yes, I would not be the least bit surprised that the better we get at surfing our own solar system, and the better we get at searching those moons and other planets, that we might find all kinds of life across our own little solar system.
I sure do hope so, especially in our lifetime.
I think there's a good shot in your lifetime, Christina, that's for sure.
Well, let's get it tomorrow. Should have gotten it yesterday. I was on the
Paranormal podcast yesterday, and I told the guys, I said, you do reach an age in the search for UFOs and some of these other things where you do start to ask yourself, will I be here to see the answer? But for the first time really in my life since 2017, I really feel like a lot of things are close. I feel like a lot of things are
all around the world, baby. This is the one and only David motherfucking Lucas, everyone.
Hi, I'm Micah Hanks. Let me tell you something. I support Christina Gomez as a Patreon subscriber, and here's why you should too. She brings all of her unique insights to a whole new generation, and all while she's also going through college. Listen, support Christina. Become a Patreon subscriber today. You won't regret it.
Mayor, she goes to private school.
All right. They may have time to fix it. The yellow. I have a little yellow tint going on, so.
Yeah, and my whole room went like slightly darker, and my lights are right on me, so I don't know what's happening.
Probably just switched. In August, you wrote an article called "These 7 Star Trek Technologies May Soon Become a Reality." And let me just tell you, probably one of my favorite articles that you read, because it all touches a little bit of our nerdy side when it comes to Star Trek, but like it could be real life, so I loved reading it.
When MJ hired me, he said, "Chris, you're my fiction writer, so I want you when you can. I want you to tie that bridge between science fact and science fiction as often as you can." And that was a story I was working on for a while. But our friend Micah Haynes, who we just saw on the screen, wrote an article about a group of scientists who learned how to detect life remotely. So they were up in a helicopter and they could scan the ground and say, "Oh, there's signs of life there. There's signs of life over there." And of course, people who watch Star Trek go, "Yeah, they scan for signs of life all the time, whether it's with a little handheld tricorder or they do it from orbit." And that took something in my brain. And I said, "No, I think Mike is on to something." And I started digging through, looking for that. Like, where are we on transport? Where are we on warp drives? Where are we on food replication? And I found we were a lot closer on the vast majority of things from Star Trek than I would have guessed. And a number of which, as people pointed out, I mean, tablet PC computers, they were carrying them around on Next Generation before we had iPads. Talking to your computer by voice was something they did in the original Star Trek. Now I talk to Alexa 100 times a day. So those things, a lot of things have just straight up become reality. And yes, it was a fun article to write. It was a fun article to research. It did get a lot of positive response. And I can tell you there are some sequels coming, like Star Wars and Stargate and some other sci-fi shows that, once again, shockingly, movies and shows predicted the future.
And out of the 7 pieces of technology that you talked about in that specific article, which one are you looking forward to most?
So, although I write about warp drive a lot, and I have a big one-on-one interview with Sonny White coming out, Harold White, Sonny White, who's the warp drive pioneer over at NASA, and now has his own group. I feel like warp drive is probably 50 to 100 years away, and that's me not knowing anything, just the scientists I talk to. I think something like that is viable, and I think there's a real possibility that warp drive may be within our lifetime. Unfortunately, the one technology I touched on in there that I think we would all like the most, or at least is the one that everyone asks me about, is the transporter. And I really feel like the transporter is something that's not going to happen. And that's, again, that's my opinion. I can tell you the one I'm really looking forward to is the food replicator, because I'm tired of cooking.
I got a shacket on.
Which one you on that one?
A shacket.
I'll just put stuff in the oven, letting it do its own thing after it's been frozen. But I'm really happy that you brought up several that I genuinely wanted to talk about. One of them being is the food replicator. You also mentioned in that specific article that there is something kind of already coming to us in the present day. It actually came out in 2016 called Food Inc.
I love it.
Yep.
That blew my mind. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So I just did a little research on them, but they were basically a pop-up restaurant. I believe popped up in New York, and they pop up from place to place Food Inc. And they were the first, what they call printed food. So just what you would think, like a 3D printer prints physical components. They had developed a machine that you could load up with all these different ingredients, and it could more or less print you a tray of food. And I think the first people to do it were in a hospital, where they were doing it on a more like industrial scale, like here's your scoop of potatoes, here's your scoop of peas. But I believe Food Inc. is legitimately creating complex meals with a 3D printer.
That's what I was a little bit confused about as well, and like how it actually created food in 3D a little bit. I didn't get how it worked. But it also shocked me how the restaurant, the utensils, and the plates were also made out of 3D printers as well. I was like, oh my gosh, that's insane.
Yeah, really? You could rent a store space, bring in a materials printer and a 3D food printer, and print up the tables, chairs, plates, right? Just print up everything and put it all together right there. But yeah, they're printing food. As far as getting to a replicator like in Star Trek, and I mentioned this at the end of that segment, to my understanding of the technology of Star Trek, the replicator works a lot like the transporter, where it essentially takes a program description of food by code and uses raw material to essentially manifest or create the food item. That's something that's probably, if it's a reality, again, it falls under that same issue with the transporter, which current technology has a hard time getting.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was another movie, like I think in the early 2000s, called Spy Kids, and it hasn't been very similar, but they used water molecules to create food. Apparently, it didn't taste very good. Jack Frost has a question, and he says, now I lost it. He says, oh yeah, so what do you think about the computer drive?
So that's a great question, and I can tell you this. And I mentioned it in that Star Trek article. Warp drive is just something that people dream by. It's just hey, it goes fast, and it goes faster than light. It was just this science fiction idea. And in 1994, Mexican physicist Miguel Alcubierre Moya, he basically sat down and said, is this viable in math? Is it mathematically viable to create something that can go faster than light speed without violating the laws of physics? And he did. He proved it. He laid out the basic math for how you would build a craft that someone could safely ride inside and go faster than the speed of light. Now, there were a bunch of limitations to his original design, and not the least of which he was using things called negative energy and exotic matter. And like multi-dimensions or some other things in physics, they're theoretical. So he had to use theoretical solutions to get to his answer, but he could still make it consistent. And honestly, it's a great question because it is the basis pretty much for warp drive mechanics and warp drive theory that have come since. Whether it's Sonny White or the people I reported on out of Chicago that were trying to hack the warp drive, the group out of Switzerland who's building a not faster than light, but a nearly faster light warp drive, and a bunch of other. Dr. Eric Lentz has a warp drive concept. They all more or less fall back on the mathematics laid out by Miguel Alcubierre.
Right, but now presently they're trying to focus away from using exotic matter. Do you know what they're using instead, or what they're putting in their math equations?
That I don't know. I can tell you that the one that isn't going to go faster than the speed of light, the group, I can't think of their name. They are not using exotic matter, but at the same point, they're not proposing making it exceed light speed. I can tell you that Sonny White at NASA, who was at NASA and is now at the Limitless Space Institute, and like I said, some stories coming out on them. They are working on that, and they're working on one that still uses exotic matter, but uses significantly less. So Miguel Alcubierre's needed about a Jupiter-sized amount of something highly theoretical. And Sonny White got it down to about, like an RV size amount of exotic matter. So although we're not creating exotic matter, although scientists did recently lay eyeballs on it, and that's a story I have coming up. So it's not, it does exist. Exotic matter has moved into the field. Building a ship out of it, manufacturing with it, creating something out of it, that we don't know yet, and that's obviously we're so new in this. But yes, there are a number of exciting concepts about faster than light. I have some, Christine, I have some coming on traversable wormholes, and scientists that have worked out the math on that. They feel those are viable. I have a couple of other concepts on warp drive, so although Dr. Alcubierre laid the groundwork for everybody, it created the opportunity for scientists to look at it legitimately, and they are, a lot of them.
And Lua Elizondo said on the podcast last week that in his opinion, he believes that the U.S. government is in possession of its body matter. And I found that really interesting, especially in the conversation that we're having right here right now.
Interesting.
Very, very.
Yeah,
So does that mean maybe we could sleep?
What other
Maybe we could see in our
podcast
lifetime.
has arm wrestling matches?
That would be awesome.
Could you imagine?
400-pound men and 75-pound lesbians.
I'll just be, I'm still waiting for my
You have the
anti-gravity
lesbian
skateboard
almost
for
won,
that
by the way.
too. So as soon as I get that, I'm good to go.
Tell me about it. Tell me about
Here
it.
he is,
There was one
Alan
more
Clark,
thing I
everyone.
wanted
Holy
to
shit,
touch
Alan
on
Clark.
that article, because this article is beautiful. I love every word that you wrote. And one that you mentioned as well were the transporters. Now, you said that it's not really possible, at least right here, right now, to create a transporter. Could you explain why that is?
So the idea of a transporter in Star Trek, and actually for each one of these technologies, along with researching the current science, I went ahead and went to StarTrek.com and to the fan sites to read what the interpretation of the actual Star Trek technology is. How are they describing it as being done? And the transporter is basically described as scanning you at atomic level to create a pattern, transfer that pattern to a new location, and then essentially use the same technology as the food replicator to manifest a new person with that exact material. So I think there's a couple of limitations. One I pointed out in the article is if that were exactly how it worked, you would be dead, and the clone of you would believe they were you, because they would have every single memory of you right up to the moment you were scanned. And the minute they get here, go, oh no, I'm me, because they would have all your memories. So there's just an inherent philosophical issue about that. As far as the technology, as far as actually doing it, I have read nothing and found nothing where matter, meaning the stuff we're made of, has been transported from one location to another. So there is something known as quantum teleportation, and it's in the literature. I mentioned it in that section in the article, and it's a proven thing. Transfer of information at the quantum level, what Einstein called spooky action at a distance, or what we call quantum entanglement, is basically this idea that subatomic particles that are entangled with each other can be separated by a great distance, and whatever effect, primarily the spin, but whatever effect you make on one is identical to the other one. So it is reflected in the other one. So there's this instantaneous, faster than light change. So the idea of quantum teleportation of information is not only theoretical, it's proven. It's something they are able to do in lab. Teleportation of matter is still something that exists in science fiction. So, and I have yet to see any science working specifically towards something like a transport.
And while we're still talking about Star Trek, but away from the article that you wrote, have you watched the recent Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard?
I have to plead guilty and not being as current on my Star Trek as I need to be. So I have not watched either. My wife has fallen in love with Patrick Stewart since he did a movie called Coda, and so she's been encouraging me that she will sit down and watch Picard with me. So I finally have someone to watch it with me. So yes, I will watch Picard. Discovery, I saw when it first premiered. I saw about 3 episodes, and then I started some work at a new company that moved my schedule all around, and it was just suddenly not an option for me. So I just fell out of the new Star Trek series, but you can ask me anything about Next Generation.
When you get a chance, I recommend watching Discovery. The first several seasons are pretty darn good, and I know that Picard going to have their second season out soon. Well, it's my next question. Have you seen The Expanse? It's rather new.
Have you been talking to MJ? So I had this conversation with our boss, MJ Benias, this morning. And
So this morning.
yeah, literally this morning because we were talking about this. This article, this Star Trek 7 Technologies, has shown up in a lot of different places. It's the article of all the UFO stuff we do, of all the things I've done. It's the one I've been asked the most about. It's the most exciting because it's something we see. So he and I started talking about these follow-ups that we can do, these other science fiction series, maybe even technologies of James Cameron from the Alien movies or Avatar movies. There's so much wealth in science fiction. And he said, well, I want to do something on The Expanse because that's just about the best show I've found. So I have yet to watch it. I've been told by everyone I would love it. I have a creative issue. I'm in the middle of writing a science fiction novel. So when I'm writing in a field, I don't really watch entertainment in that field because I try not to be influenced. So although I read the first 4 Game of Thrones books, when my first fantasy novel came out in 2015, I haven't watched Game of Thrones. I haven't been able to watch the TV series or read the last couple of books because I just don't want that influence in my fiction. I want my stuff to be as fresh and as original as possible. So, The Expanse, MJ's going to do some things on the technology and The Expanse stuff with the debrief. So, he's an awesome writer, so I would look for that.
Well, you have to watch The Expanse. I hopefully season 6 will be coming out in December. We're still not too sure, but it's such a great TV show. And I was pretty hesitant when I heard about it. Everyone's like, yeah, you should watch it. You're going to love it. And I'm thinking, nah, I can't beat that good. I binge watched all 5 seasons of it.
Did you really?
I was like, this is actually really, really good.
And I think MJ is this close to making it like the job is done. Something tells me I'll be watching it.
You really will like it.
Holy shit.
Talk about novels that you had just mentioned. How long does it usually take you to write a novel? And what are some of the biggest challenges you have to write
I've written 3. I have my 4th one coming out. I have a manuscript done for a 5th novel. So they've all been different. The first novel I started writing in 2010, and I didn't put it out until 2015. So it was literally a 5-year process. It literally took me 3 years to get what I would call a first draft manuscript. Then another year of editing myself over and over, rereading the same book over and over till it sounds right in my head, which is what I do with articles. I'm very proud of my degree stories. When you read them, that's something that I've reread 100 times to get it right. And so that's what happened with that first book. And then all of 2015, the book came out at the end of that year. I spent the entire year working with an editor, a professional editor, to get it right. So that one took that long. Book 2 in that fantasy series, I wrote the first draft manuscript in 59 days. So something that had taken 4 years in the first book took 59 days in the second.
Everything always go good.
Now they're not all going to be that fast, but yes, they're definitely. It really comes down to time and rhythm and how much coffee. Noodles and vanilla ice cream.
Coffee for you. What's your favorite food that you have to have when you're writing? What fuels you?
So my wife has this stuff. It's called, we call it turbo tea. Now it doesn't have caffeine in it because caffeine makes me insane that I can't sleep for 3 days. But this stuff, I can drink a glass of this in the morning, and I get that like fresh, clear energy, and it can go for 12 hours. I can write all day. Now the next day, I'm a total epic mess. But that day, so on long form writing days, like if I'm writing a big feature at the debrief about a guy who's developing an anti-gravity ship that gets shot in New Jersey. And
Let me
that
ask you this.
feature
Let's say you
took
go back for
weeks of
Christmas
work
and
and
you
days of
don't warn them
interactions and
bring the
interviews,
little fucking
and then the
Maria
actual day to write
or
the
something
story
like
was
that.
about 10,
What do you
12
think
hours of
their
work.
honest,
So
true,
that turbo
truthful
T, whatever it
reaction
is,
would be?
I'll take a picture of it and I'll tweet it out. So if any of your followers are like, what is this turbo T? We read about it. Like I said, she's a health
I
maniac.
hear
I
your
watch her run her
answer.
in
I
the
know
yoga
that you
enthusiast,
know that they're going
super
to
into
probably
nutrition.
watch this at some
And
point. Like, hey, mom, dad, got on again.
I read about this, and to this day, she says, Chris, it's your greatest find, the turbo T.
Let me ask
I have so many questions on it. We're not going to get into it. Just send me a picture.
Yeah,
I will research it. Essence has a question, and it says, will the James Webb Space Telescope be able to look at exoplanets to find life, looking for biosignature and technosignatures, and what will the scientific community reaction look like if an exoplanet has possible life?
The people that do this for a living at NASA, at various universities, people I've spoken to international organizations that have time booked on the James Webb Telescope, I can't remember, and maybe it's because I'm reporting on it now, but maybe I can't remember in my lifetime this much anticipation for a scientific instrument. That, let me tell you, we were talking earlier about a sample return from Mars, finding life on Mars maybe in 10 years. The James Webb Telescope may find signs of life on another planet next year. It's going up in December. A bunch of, like for instance, there's a star system called, the star itself is TRAPPIST-1, and the planets around it, I think there's 7 or 8 planets in that system, and at least 3 of them are Earth-sized rocky planets that sit more or less in the star's habitable zone. There's an entire team who's booked time on the James Webb just to look at those planets. As a matter of fact, I spoke to 4 different groups, including a group from France, a group from Canada, and 2 American groups, all with time booked on the James Webb Telescope, all to look at planets in the TRAPPIST-1 system. That's how encouraging that is. And yes, do I think we will find biosignatures in the atmosphere? Yes. Will we debate them? Yes, just like the potential biosignature we found in the atmosphere of Venus. But I think we may find some very robust ones. I think with the range of planets, with the ability, because think about it, imagine the Hubble telescope is a pair of binoculars, right? You're standing on the mountain and you're looking for, say you're looking for a buffalo in the distance, right? Or what, I don't know, I watched a Western last night, so right. You're standing on a mountain, you got your binoculars, you're looking for buffalo. And you say, I see a bunch of little dots there, they might be buffalo. And then somebody pulls up with an actual, like, astronomical telescope that can take you right into, like, the face of that buffalo. That's the difference between Hubble and James Webb. Hubble is a visual spectrum telescope that can more or less kind of look around, and it's found tons of stuff by looking around. James Webb Telescope is an infrared telescope that can look so much closer at such deeper distances with so much more accuracy. We're going to see and find things with that telescope. The same way Hubble opened up the window. I mean, we didn't even know exoplanets existed, before that didn't explain until the 90s, yeah. So, and Hubble opened that up. Well, now, this James Webb, it's going to change the game.
I can't wait. And it's going to be launching so soon. Thank you so much, Essence. That was a really, really fun question. It got Chris all hyped up. You can tell he's getting a little excited.
James Webb is a big deal. That's really exciting. I mean, that's as advanced a piece of astronomical equipment has ever been put into space. I can't overstate how valuable that telescope is going to be.
I'm excited when I
specifically for finding signs of life and possible technology.
Hell yeah, Nick. You know what you look like.
I'm really
You're prepared for this.
Me too. Imagine we look through that telescope, Christine. We spot a planet's atmosphere, and there's enough gases in that atmosphere, oxygen, methane, enough signatures that we say the only thing we can think of that would do that is life. And we go, and we say to ourselves, we found a planet that we don't know how complex the life is, but there's life there. Imagine what that does. Imagine what that does to this field. Every deep space mission we've ever talked about gets scrapped, and the whole budget gets poured into a probe to go there. That's my opinion. I don't know what'll happen, but I think that changes everything.
I'm at a call center.
It does. And, we've had the pleasure in talking to Jacob Mishra, who's also excited for the telescope, and who's also an astrobiologist. Because you've spoken to him several times through email, right? You've written several articles. And could you just kind of talk about what those articles were kind of covering over when it comes to astrobiology, Jacob Mishra, and possibly incorporating it with the James Webb?
He has a group called the Blue Marble Institute, Dr. Mishra, and basically that's what they do. They're at the cutting edge of looking for signs of technology, exobiology, as well as technosignatures. And they've written a number of science papers. He partnered up with, oh boy, I'm forgetting the names because I speak to so many scientists every day, but yes, they are at the leading edge of that, the Blue Marble Institute, and they have NASA contracts and work in that same field as these people doing that. So I don't know that there's anything. I don't think that he's booked for time on James Webb. I don't know that there's an active project underway, but I can tell you what Jacob is indicative of. And I tell people this all the time. This is the biggest change.
7 months.
And you can quote me on this because there's literally. I tell people all the time, people don't change their minds. Not in my opinion. I haven't seen the world many people change their minds in their life. What happens is old people with old ideas die, and new people with new ideas are born. Okay, and that's my quote. I use it all the time. And Jacob Mishra to me is representative of an entire generation of scientists who grew up with the idea that they feel life on other planets is more likely, not less likely. And I can tell you, growing up in the 20th century when I did, and growing up in the 70s and 80s, again, I pointed out, we didn't know there were other planets. We didn't know so many things that we do now. We didn't know there were rocky planets. We didn't know we'd find any in the habitable zone. So much less the frequency. So the idea of life on other planets was just that in the 20th century for most of it. It was science fiction. It was, we had barely gotten a man to the moon, so the idea of other planets and other things. But I can tell you what, science and ufology, I think they're getting ready to meet in the middle. I mean, what happens when we start? What happens if the James Webb Telescope says, all right, we looked at 20 planets that might have life and 19 of them seem to have life? What do we do then? What is the conversation move? So if the idea is that UFOs, at least some of them, may either be probes from another planet sent here, or may actually contain biological entities inside them flying here to visit, I think that just continues to become more real as science moves forward. So I think guys like Jacob Mishra, these people I talk to, Sharon Title, Dr. Title, these people I talk to that are astrobiologists and looking for technosignatures, that's becoming the majority. If I talk to a scientist under 45, under 40, they are operating from, they believe there's life and they're looking for it, as opposed to, it might be there, we might as well look for it.
You can't avoid it. There's no way. There's no way it can be a conversation that you can say, no, they're not real.
Imagine you live in the middle of a garden that's 1,000 acres in every direction, and you're looking at your feet and there's a flower growing, and somebody tells you all around you the garden is exactly the same. What are the odds that that's the only place a flower would grow? And that's the thing I tell people all the time. When you look at these other Earth-like rocky planets, they're not made of something other than, there are only so many elements. There's only so much material. It's all made of the same stuff. So if that garden here on Earth are the right mix of dirt, water, radiation, and all of these elements, created life that is so pervasive that it is everywhere on this planet. Even places we never thought it would be. Extremophiles exist in places we never thought they would be. So the idea that there isn't other planets was the big argument. When that got put away, oh, they're not around. They're not going to be rocky. They're not going to be happy. All of those things have gone away. All we're saying is that life only happened once here, and it's so pervasive. It's everywhere on this planet, all of these different forms. That almost seems like a religious thinking. To me, the thinking is more, it's a very simple piece of rock, and we're flying around on a dirty raindrop that's orbiting the sun, right? It's just salt water and dirt and all that. That's everywhere. That's all in the cosmos. And this planet's just like Earth, all throughout the cosmos.
Look at you, you're a little fucking there, brother.
And that's all the time we have for today's show. I want to thank all of you for joining Chris and I today. Thanks for the lively chat and the super chat. Y'all are always awesome. I want to thank Chris so much for coming to the show. Chris, can you take a moment to tell us where they can find you on social media and where they can find your books?
So I always tell people the top 3 places. First of all, just go to the debrief every day, because we're putting out stories every day. We're adding writers, we're adding content producers. So that's the best place to find. If you want to know what's going on and you're looking for what's going to happen next in the UAP story, what's going to happen next in cutting edge science, where it creates science fiction, that's where I write that stuff. And to reiterate an earlier point, there's a lot of great stuff coming from those guys and myself as well. As far as me personally, there's 2 places to look. One is just my website, plainfiction.com, and that's my last name, Plain, the word fiction, because that's what I write over there is novels. And that is my Twitter as well, is @plain_fiction, because somebody took the one without words.
Well, there you go. I want to thank Chris yet again. And I want to say a huge thank you to all my Patreon supporters. I'm so humbled by all those that support me, my work, and this channel. For my Patreon supporters, we will do another 15 minutes of Q&A, which will be posted on the Patreon site later tonight. Everyone have a spectacular weekend. Be safe, and remember, keep your eyes on the skies.
Come on, get to the good shit. What is this, a fucking 15 minutes later, I leave in the parking lot of my drug dealer's apartment. I come up all at once, and for some reason, I don't know why I did this. I just run my hands It's like, yeah, a good like 6.5. Okay, I'm going to get started. I got 7.5. 6.5 lessons. That's what there's that would be good. Man, I'll show it to you right now. Yes. How many of you want to see me
This podcast is